Every second, $100 will be deposited into your account. What kind of changes will happen in life? After graduating from college for 3 years, you have endured a lot of hardships, not earning much money, and facing great pressure every day. Just when you were in despair, a hint suddenly sounded in your mind. The Supreme Prodigal system has been successfully bound. Starting now, the host can earn $100 every second, with a chance of triggering a critical reward for consumption. In addition, the host can enjoy a 40% discount on shopping in the system mall, and all reward sources will be resolved using high-tech means. Please feel free to use. You are extremely surprised, immediately taking out a calculator. $100 per second, so that's $6,000 per minute. $360,000 in an hour. $8. 64 million in a day. A millionaire in 2 days. In 12 days, you can become a billionaire. Your heart beats faster, jumping up in place, throwing a series of punches into the air. At this time, your phone receives a notification, with Supervisor Huang Zicheng sending a voice message. There is an important project to be completed tomorrow. Cancel your rest and come to work overtime. He speaks arrogantly, completely indifferent, even though you have been working for 15 consecutive days. In the past, you would silently curse in your heart, vent your anger, and then reply with frustration. But now, you just have a big smile on your face. As you put down your phone, ready to have a good night's sleep and give the system some time, a video call suddenly comes in on your phone, from your girlfriend Wu Mengmeng, whom you have been dating for 5 years. My dear, I recently fell in love with a handbag. I really like it. Can you buy it for me? It's not expensive, only 38,000. As soon as she opened her mouth, Wu Mengmeng revealed the vampire's fangs without reservation. You chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, only when spending money do you remember me. After 3 years of work, your balance is still not even 4 digits, mostly spent on this girlfriend, yet she preemptively started yelling at you. What's with your attitude? Blaming me for not contacting you regularly? Can't a guy avoid being so petty? Let's not avoid the facts. Are you completely blameless? Seemingly not satisfied, he continued, saying that as long as Wu Mengmeng beckons, men who fight to buy me handbags can line up from here to France. Such a great opportunity is right in front of you, so enjoy it quietly. Your face grew colder and colder. So, how did you not notice before how disgusting he was? You calmly said, let's break up. What did you say? Wu Mengmeng was obviously stunned, always obedient and submissive, but today she dared to say break up to herself. You didn't care, you hung up the phone directly, then blocked all of Wu Mengmeng's contact information, a clean sweep. At this moment, you felt a sense of unprecedented relief. The next morning, the first thing you did after waking up was to check your fate and bank account balance, which displayed a long string of numbers, 2,886,400. Just earned nearly 3 million after a nap. Isn't that amazing? Your phone vibrates continuously at this moment, and as you pick it up to check, all the messages are from the group manager, Huang Zicheng, tagging himself. Where are you? Don't you know what time it is? You're already half an hour late. Consider yourself absent from work today. I'm giving you face, and you can't handle it? Get lost if you can't do it. You have 5 more minutes until 8 o'clock. If you don't show up, don't bother coming at all. Who do you think you are, pretending to be a young master here? As you look at those messages, you clench your fists tightly. Being squeezed dry by this scumbag for 3 years, you feel your anger surge from the soles of your feet to the top of your head in an instant. This scumbag used to make me obey for the sake of life, living as lowly as a dog. I won't hold back tomorrow. I write my name backward. Having become the chosen protagonist by the system, how can I still be bullied by this small fry? In your dream, as usual, you bought 3 steamed buns with preserved vegetables and pork at the bun shop downstairs. Suddenly, a reminder tone rings in your mind along with a cup of soy milk, reminding the host to spend 15 yuan to get a critical strike rebate, with 70% of Ding Sheng Group's shares, valued at 10 billion, becoming the new chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Upon hearing this, you start trembling with excitement. Who would have thought that just by having breakfast, you would gain shares worth 10 billion? Moreover, this Ding Sheng Group's branch in Linhai City is the company where you've worked hard for 3 years. Coming back to your senses, you quickly leave the breakfast shop. At 8:30 in the morning, outside the main building of Ding Sheng Company in Linhai City, hundreds of employees stood in line. From the top executives to the general manager, and down to the janitors and security guards. Just a moment ago, all the company staff suddenly received a notice from the general manager, saying that a new chairman will be appointed at the company meeting. Moreover, they will soon come here to guide and inspect. This news came unexpectedly. Even the company's general manager, Li Libo, only found out 10 minutes ago. Everyone is currently discussing and wondering, not knowing the background of this new chairman, never having heard of them before. Who knows, even our supervisor seems to have just received the notification. Needless to say, they must be a very powerful figure. At this moment, the planning department supervisor, Huang Zicheng, whispered, "My uncle is the vice general manager of the company, Huang Xingwang. He just secretly told me that this new chairman has a strong background, not only as the chairman of our branch, but also holding a large portion of shares in Ding Shang Group." Although praising the new chairman, the words indirectly convey to those around, "My uncle is the vice general manager." Upon hearing this, some people looked at Huang Zicheng with disgust, calling him arrogant and presumptuous, while others flattered, saying, "Truly worthy of being the royal supervisor, your information channels are extensive, even knowing such high-level secrets." Indeed, the royal supervisor, young and promising. In my opinion, with your abilities, you will soon become a manager. To become the manager of Ding Sheng Group's branch at 28, Huang is truly outstanding. Upon hearing the compliments around him, Huang Zicheng was very satisfied. Some people feel inferior in their hearts. Isn't it just having an uncle who is a vice president? What's there to show off about? Without a background, you're just relying on your defense. As everyone whispered and discussed, a figure walked calmly to the front of everyone. "This person is here to take over as the chairman of the company. You just arrived. I thought he would show some backbone today and not come back, but I overestimated him. It's quite pitiful. After finally getting some rest, he was called back to work overtime without pay, and now seeing your arrival." The planning department's staff all looked sympathetic. Because you are handsome and capable, you have been suppressed by Huang Zicheng for years. Otherwise, with your abilities, you would have climbed to a managerial position long ago. Seeing you come over, Huang Zicheng scolded with a black face. "Didn't I tell you in the group not to come if it's past 8 o'clock? You have a pair of eyes. They're there to vent. You even treat the words of your superior as nonsense. Tired of living, huh?" Huang Zicheng stared at you with a fixed gaze. He sent so many messages in the group just now, and you didn't reply to any of them. Now you dare to show up in front of him so boldly, making him feel extremely embarrassed. Everyone looked at you sympathetically. They know that even if you can stay today, you will definitely face even more severe suppression in the future. Not only did you not apologize, but you also looked at him coldly, acting all high and mighty with someone backing you up. "Go away, and don't force me to smack you in public. What do you say?" Huang Zicheng was stunned, doubting if he was hallucinating with his ears. "You, usually so spineless and weak, how dare you speak so boldly to yourself?" The people around started whispering. Although they admire your tough attitude just now and said what they wanted to say, they still think your behavior is too rash. Offending Huang Zicheng, you definitely won't be able to stay at Ding Shang Group. Moreover, employees who are dismissed by Ding Shang Group will find it hard to get hired by other companies. You useless person, what did you say? Do you have the guts to repeat what you just said? Believe me, Huang Zicheng was so angry that his face turned red, being humiliated by something as insignificant as an ant. He absolutely can't tolerate this. But in response, there was a loud slap. Feeling the burning pain on his face, Huang Zicheng went completely crazy. "How dare you hit me, you trash, you dare to hit me, you've ruined your future." The next moment, you struck again, directly knocking Huang Zicheng to the ground. Barking arrogantly, "I'm standing right here. If you dare, come and hit me." You looked disdainfully at the incredulous Huang Zicheng. At this moment, everyone around was stunned. Especially the few people from the planning department. They know better than anyone that although he is handsome and capable, he is usually submissive and has a relatively weak personality. Not to mention hitting Huang Zicheng, he rarely even argues back. Today, is he acting so boldly because he has lost his reason? This is no longer something that can be resolved by resigning. He might end up in a lawsuit. The commotion here quickly attracted the leaders from the nearby company. Huang Xingwang glared at you, asking Zicheng, "What just happened? Who is this kid? Actually dared to hit his nephew right in front of him. That's clearly a slap in his face." Relying on Huang Xingwang's support, Huang Zicheng roared in anger, "Uncle, he is from our planning department. He just slapped me twice. Do you know how much damage this will cause to my psyche?" Without saying a word, you kicked him hard in the stomach. Huang Zicheng immediately held his stomach, rolling on the ground in pain. Perhaps the kick was quite strong. He felt his body go limp, and the next second a foul smell hit his nose. The people around were completely stunned. Is this kid so fierce? He actually brutally attacked Huang Zicheng in front of Huang Xingwang, even pulled out a gun. Is he seeking death? You are too arrogant. I will make you pay a painful price for this. Huang Xingwang gritted his teeth, his eyes icy cold. You disdainfully glanced at Huang Xingwang, saying word by word, "Just you. You don't deserve to look so arrogant." Huang Xingwang was so angry he huffed and glared. But considering the new chairman is about to arrive, he didn't dare to cause trouble. In case he leaves a bad impression on the new chairman, it would not be worth it. However, he secretly made up his mind that after this is all over, he will make you regret coming into this world. At this moment, the general manager Li Ligua on the side coldly said, "That's enough, calm down. Don't you know what day it is today? If the chairman arrives later and sees this scene, how disgraceful will it be?" He then glanced at you and Huang Xingwang. "You two should privately negotiate to resolve your grievances." The general manager spoke. Even if Huang Zicheng and Huang Xingwang are reluctant, they can only temporarily stop at this moment. The people around all turned their sympathetic eyes towards offending Huang Zicheng and his nephew. Your job is definitely lost. Moreover, if you beat up Huang Zicheng, you will probably face imprisonment. Young man, you are still too impulsive in your actions. Just then, a Maserati sped towards them, kicking up dust. Li Ligua quickly said to everyone, "It's Secretary Su's car, so stay alert." Secretary Su is the chairman's personal secretary and was sent by the headquarters. The notice today about changing the branch's chairman is for Su. Just think about his importance and status. All the employees stood solemnly, waiting eagerly. Clearly, they all wanted to see who this newly appointed chairman really was. You also turned your gaze towards the approaching Maserati. 20 minutes ago, Secretary Su called you. She has a pleasant voice, but you don't know what she looks like. The Maserati stopped 3 meters in front of everyone, and the door opened. You squinted, looking up and down at Secretary Su, couldn't help but sigh that this woman is stunningly beautiful. She's not just a secretary, clearly she's a member of some big family, a pearl out to experience life. You clearly heard the sound of people around you swallowing saliva. Billy Guo and Huang Xingwang quickly stepped forward. "Hello, Secretary Su." The two wanted to shake hands, but Su Qingye just smiled lightly, indicating sweaty hands. The two awkwardly withdrew their hands. They both knew that Su Qingye was sent by the headquarters, with more authority than the chairman. It's normal for her to look down on them. Although they are branch managers, in her eyes, they probably don't differ much from ordinary people. "That Secretary Su, is our new chairman in the car?" Huang Xingwang instantly turned into a flatterer, smiling and asking. Su Qingye's beautiful eyes scanned the crowd and calmly said, "Hasn't the chairman already arrived?" "What? The chairman has already arrived?" Huang Xingwang looked confused. Li Ligua also looked puzzled. "No, we haven't seen him." "Are you mistaken? Everyone here is from our company, we haven't seen the chairman." If they had seen the chairman, they would have already gone to serve him like slaves. Su Qingye looked coldly at the two, not even knowing the chairman had arrived. This lack of observation skills really suits her as just a branch manager. Subsequently, he completely ignored the gazes of the two and walked towards you step by step. After receiving the news of the personnel changes this morning, he looked through the information of the new chairman. What shocked him was that this new chairman not only holds the position of chairman of the company, but also owns 70% of the shares of the entire Huading Group, making him the largest shareholder with absolute control. Such a figure, even in the eyes of a male god, is an extraordinary presence. But when he saw that handsome and youthful face, the shock in his heart was instantly magnified infinitely. At only 25 years old, looking so youthful and handsome, at such a young age, he actually owns 70% of the shares of the entire Flourishing Group. As long as his determination remains firm, it will also stir up stormy waves. All eyes moved along with Su Qingye's footsteps. "Oh my goodness, Secretary Su is coming towards you. Oh my goodness, don't tell me you are the new chairman of our company. Stop talking nonsense, I think I have a better chance of being chairman than him. After all, my position is just a team leader." Do you think it's possible that he is actually a scion of a prominent family, here to train himself? Are you suggesting that the 3-year period has ended and the crooked-mouthed Dragon King is returning? Have you all watched too many brainless dramas? 3-year period, scion of a prominent family, do you think this is a movie? All the employees started to discuss, and some of them became nervous when they saw Su Qingye approaching them. It's unavoidable, Su Qingye is just too beautiful, and her presence is incredibly strong. Eventually, under the gaze of over 100 people, Su Qingye walked up to you and stopped. "Sorry, Chairman, there was traffic on the road, so I'm late." As the words fell, the whole place fell silent, and a pin drop could be heard. After a moment, a muffled thunder exploded from the crowd, making everyone feel their scalps tingle. Is this really a plot from a Dragon King drama? How? How is that possible? That kid is just a junior employee in the company. How could he be the newly appointed chairman? General Manager Li Ligua was dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of horror. Just a minute ago, that kid seemed as insignificant as an ant in his eyes, not even worth his attention. But now, he had actually become his immediate superior? In that instant, he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. When the chairman was being bullied by Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng just now, he stood there without saying a word. This was clearly not the attitude and approach a competent general manager should have. Thinking about this, Li Ligua glared fiercely at Huang Xingwang, wishing he could rush up and bite this damn dog, this bastard uncle and nephew who had caused him so much trouble. Meanwhile, Huang Xingwang was completely stunned at this point. He seemed like a soulless shell, muttering to himself, he's actually the new chairman. I actually threatened to make him rot in jail. It's over. It's all over now. As he finished speaking, he slumped to the ground. He was just a vice president of the company, easily replaceable by the chairman. And if the chairman really targeted him, he would have no place to stay in the entire city of Linhai. With this thought, Huang Xingwang's murderous gaze turned towards Huang Zicheng. That damn fool, always causing trouble and picking fights with the wrong people, and now he had provoked such a terrifying figure. No, it's impossible. It can't be true, you must be mistaken. Jiang Chen is just a useless nerd, a complete waste. How could he be the chairman? Huang Zicheng seemed to have gone mad, roaring at Su Qingya in confusion. Obviously, this news was too shocking and difficult for him to accept. A waste who had been under his thumb for 3 years suddenly transformed into the chairman of the company. It was something that anyone would find hard to believe. Smack! The next moment, a crisp slap echoed once again. Huang Zicheng was slapped to the ground again, but this time it wasn't Jiang Chen who did it, it was the cold-faced Su Qingya. Su Qingya's icy eyes stared at Huang Zicheng, her disdainful voice slowly saying, "Who do you think you are to question my words and the chairman's identity?" Jiang Chen looked at Su Qingya with some surprise. This secretary seemed much more assertive than he had imagined. It was clear that she didn't even consider Huang Xingwang, the so-called vice president, worthy of her attention. All the surrounding employees gasped in sympathy, their pity shifting to Huang Zicheng. It seemed that today, Huang Zicheng had really kicked a titanium plate. They also secretly rejoiced that they hadn't undermined the new chairman earlier, as in novels where such actions often led to dire consequences. "Chairman, this guy seems to be an employee of the company as well. How do you plan to deal with him?" Su Qingya turned her beautiful eyes to Jiang Chen and asked. Jiang Chen didn't hold back, considering the 3 years of oppression he had endured from Huang Zicheng. The simple truth that kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself was something he understood well. So he coldly replied, "Gather all the evidence of their illegal activities in the company over the years, have the legal team submit it to the police station. My request is simple, make sure they rot in jail." Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding employees gasped in shock. A simple request to make them rot in jail? The new chairman, who seemed slightly less impressive than the handsome readers, was not to be trifled with. "Yes, I understand, Chairman Dong." Su Qingya nodded solemnly. For the vast Ding Shang group, having those two wore out the prison bars was a piece of cake. After speaking, the two headed towards the company. The employees quickly made way, showing a wide passage. Behind them, the voices of Huang Zicheng and Huang Xingwang echoed. "Jiang Chen, you poor loser, useless coward, I will never let you off, I will definitely make you suffer. Chairman, I was wrong, please listen to my explanation." "Pa! Listen to me explain, I really don't know this Huang Zicheng." In chairman's office, Jiang Chen sat in the chairman's seat, lightly tapping the desktop with his index and middle fingers. It had to be said, this leather sofa was really comfortable to sit on. Su Qingya stood to Jiang Chen's right, staring coldly at Li Ligua. As the general manager, Li Ligua had long been trembling with fear, cold sweat dripping, afraid of ending up like Huang Xingwang. Anyone who had been a general manager knew that those who reached their position, who could guarantee their innocence and withstand scrutiny? And the chairman was so angry at his inaction outside. It's over. The probability of being targeted is too high. Just then, a girl in an OL uniform walked in, carrying a tray with hot coffee. "Chairman, your coffee." The girl placed the coffee in front of Jiang Chen and stole a glance at him, her cheeks blushing instantly. Then she hurried out of the office. Jiang Chen heard voices outside. "Wow, Chairman is really young and handsome. He's like the Prince Charming in my heart. Don't get infatuated. The chairman is talented and young, not someone us low-level employees can think about. Of course, I know, but the chairman is really handsome." Listening to the fading voices outside, Jiang Chen felt speechless. But that's how society is now. If you have money, you have connections with everyone. If you don't have money, even dogs find you annoying. As long as you have enough money, even a toad can become a Prince Charming in the eyes of many materialistic women. "Chairman, it was my mistake, my eyes failed me, I failed to recognize you. I hope you, sir, can overlook my fault. A prime minister's belly can carry a boat, spare me this time." Li Ligua, trembling and terrified, looked at Jiang Chen as if he had done something wrong, breaking the silence. By now, his back was already soaked with sweat. If Jiang Chen were to hold him accountable, it wouldn't just be a matter of dismissal, he might end up in prison with Huang Xinglong. Judging by Su Qingya's respectful attitude towards Jiang Chen, he was likely a young master from some prominent family, definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Jiang Chen said coldly, "You indeed failed to recognize me, and your inaction earlier disappointed me." As the words fell, Li Ligua was startled, his forehead sweating even more profusely. Seeing the terrified Li Ligua, Jiang Chen knew the intimidation had worked. Then he changed his tone, "But you have contributed somewhat to the company, so I'll let it go this time. But if you disappoint me again in the future, you should be aware of the consequences. Of course, if your future performance satisfies me, your achievements will definitely surpass just being a branch general manager. Using both kindness and severity is always the best way to win people's hearts." Li Ligua had some work abilities, and for the time being, Jiang Chen couldn't find a better replacement. "Yes, I understand, Chairman, thank you for your mercy. I will dedicate myself to the company in the future, spare no effort, and be willing to do anything for the company." Li Ligua suddenly felt as if a great burden had been lifted off his shoulders, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Tears welled up in his eyes as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards Jiang Chen. "You may leave," Jiang Chen said calmly. "Yes, thank you, Chairman, thank you, Chairman." Li Ligua hurriedly exited the office. To be honest, the feeling of being so high and mighty was truly exhilarating. This was the confidence and assurance that money and power brought. No wonder throughout history, so many people had risked everything to embezzle and climb their way to the top, just like the infamous Zhao Gao. As the saying goes, money is the hero's backbone, and gold is a man's waist, and it was absolutely true. Meanwhile, Su Qingya watched Jiang Chen with confusion. When he had dealt with Huang Xinglong and Huang Zicheng earlier, he had shown no mercy. She had expected him to handle Li Ligua in the same manner, but to her surprise, he let him off the hook. Puzzled, she asked, "Chairman, Li Ligua has embezzled much more from the company over the years compared to Huang Xinglong. Are you really planning to keep using him?" She believed that with a new leader in place, even if Jiang Chen didn't dismiss Li Ligua, he wouldn't allow him to continue as the general manager. This would serve as a warning to other employees, a lesson to be learned. Jiang Chen nodded. "I don't quite understand." Su Qingya continued. "Logically and morally, firing Li Ligua would be the wisest decision. Firstly, he is competent in his work and has made some contributions to the company. Secondly, dismissing too many people at once could create unrest among the staff. Most importantly, he hasn't offended me." Jiang Chen finished with a smile. After hearing the explanation, Su Qingya suddenly understood. The first and second reasons seemed unnecessary after all. Offending him was the real issue. "Chairman, today is your first day in office. I would like to invite you to dinner to celebrate. Do you have time to join me?" Su Qingya asked sweetly. She was extremely curious about this young chairman who had suddenly acquired 70% of Dingsheng Group's shares. Her curiosity drove her to engage in deep and multifaceted communication with Jiang Chen. A beauty's invitation should not be declined. "Of course, no problem," Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. In the past, being invited by Su Qingya, a stunning beauty, was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of. "Shall we go now? I know a Western restaurant with delicious food," Su Qingya suggested cheerfully. "Let's wait a bit. I have some matters to attend to first, and then we can go," Jiang Chen replied. Planning department of the company. I never would have imagined it. Jiang Chen is actually a hidden big shot. Indeed. If we had known Jiang Chen had such an impressive background, I would have been his lackey long ago. It's too late now, missing out on a wealthy brother. Yes. If that's the case, I would have titled my proposal, "My Chairman, My Mentor." I had already noticed that the chairman is exceptionally talented, with extraordinary features, surely a rare talent among men. Jiang Chen isn't here, who are you trying to flatter? Just shut up and focus on your work. Stop gossiping about the chairman, you've seen what happened to Huang Zicheng. Right, let's focus on work. Let's not discuss the chairman in the future. In a corner, a lone figure stood with a solemn expression, burdened with heavy thoughts. His colleagues seemed to sense his unease and taunted. "Li Feng, I remember you were the least compatible with Chairman Jiang, besides Huang. Now that he's the chairman, I guess your job is over." Upon hearing his colleague's words, Li Feng's expression grew even more serious. Especially considering Huang Zicheng's fate, he was indeed feeling fearful. He needed this job to support his family. If he lost the job, his father's illness. Thinking of this, Li Feng stubbornly said, "Don't compare me to Huang Zicheng. My differences with Jiang Chen are just about work opinions. I believe Jiang Chen is not a petty person." Although he said so, he was really anxious. Especially when he remembered how Jiang Chen dealt with Huang Zicheng ruthlessly just now. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Jiang Chen walked in with Su Qingya and Li Ligua. Everyone was startled, then quickly stood up and respectfully greeted, "Good chairman, good secretary Su, good manager Li. Please, sit down." Looking at the solemn faces of everyone, Jiang Chen gestured for them to calm down. It was evident that they were afraid he was going to reprimand them, so he smiled and said, "Don't be so formal, I am still the old Jiang Chen, your good colleague." Everyone inwardly cursed, "Damn, you've become our chairman, how can things be the same as before?" Indeed, leaders always speak in such an infuriating manner. Jiang Chen continued, "I have two main things to discuss with everyone. First, I want to thank each of you for your care and help over the past 3 years, I appreciate it. Second, I know all of you are very capable, so I have decided to give each of you a bonus of 50,000 and an additional 2,000 raise on your current salary." As Jiang Chen finished speaking, everyone's breathing quickened. 50,000 bonus plus 2,000 raise, hitting the jackpot. "Thank you, Chairman, long live the chairman." Someone suddenly shouted in excitement, and others immediately followed suit. "Wow, Chairman, you're awesome. You're so cool. Chairman, I love you." Hearing the cheers from everyone, Jiang Chen felt very happy. He could completely empathize with their feelings. There was a time when he too looked forward to salary increases and bonuses every day. Next, Jiang Chen walked step by step towards Li Feng, who was sitting in the corner. All eyes were on Li Feng. Some looked sympathetic, some pitiful, some relieved, and some gloating. Indeed, Jiang Chen couldn't tolerate this person who always opposed him. Li Feng was extremely nervous at this moment, on edge, feeling like he had a target on his back, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Seeing Li Feng's uneasy demeanor, Jiang Chen seemed to see his past self capable, hardworking, but suppressed. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm not that petty. We just occasionally have different opinions at work, which is normal, all for the sake of the company. I know you are very capable, and I appreciate your character and work attitude. So, starting today, you will take over Huang Zicheng's position and become the head of the planning department. Show your abilities and don't let me down." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Feng suddenly looked up, eyes filled with tears of disbelief. "All right, everyone, get back to work." After speaking, Jiang Chen left the planning department. He probably wouldn't come back to this room where he had spent 3 years. As Jiang Chen left the office, Li Feng seemed to awaken from a dream, his expression firm, looking gratefully at the door. Thank you, Jiang. No, thank you, Chairman." Unexpectedly, the chairman not only didn't make things difficult for him but also fully recognized his abilities and promoted him. He would always remember this appreciation and kindness. This sudden turn of events made the others around Li Feng look at him with envy and jealousy. Outside the company, Jiang Chen went to a small supermarket downstairs and bought 2 bottles of Waha mineral water. Just after making the payment, Jiang Chen heard the mechanical synthesized sound of the system. 500 million? Damn! Buying 2 bottles of mineral water actually gives back a critical hit rebate of 500 million, this system is awesome. I made 2 purchases today and got critical hit rebates both times, Jiang Chen exclaimed in wild joy. Later, he bought some snacks at a small supermarket, but this time, he didn't trigger a critical hit rebate. However, he was not disappointed. In less than a day, he not only obtained shares worth 10 billion but also received a reward of 500 million in cash, making him a confirmed billionaire. He then got into Su Qingya's Maserati and headed to the restaurant. Under Su Qingya's guidance, the car stopped in front of a restaurant named Marriott Western Restaurant. "Chairman, please go in first. I'll park the car," Su Qingya said. "All right, I'll wait for you upstairs." Jiang Chen nodded and got out of the car. The restaurant's decor was not as luxurious as imagined. The ambience was good but somewhat dim, giving him a bar-like feeling. As he entered the restaurant, a tall and good-looking female waitress approached. After sizing up Jiang Chen, she calmly asked, "Sir, may I help you with something?" Although this young man in front of her was extremely handsome, his attire was very simple, probably not totaling more than 300 yuan. So, with just one glance, she categorized Jiang Chen as an ordinary person. Having worked in upscale Western restaurants for a few years, she had encountered some wealthy and powerful tycoons, so subconsciously, she also considered herself among the elite. Therefore, she couldn't help but look down on Jiang Chen, a seemingly ordinary person. Jiang Chen glanced at the waitress, tall with a stunning appearance, but the hint of disdain in her eyes made him slightly annoyed. However, he didn't pay much attention, as the usual clientele they served were not like him. He then casually replied, "I came to the restaurant to eat." "Then, please follow me." The waitress, though indifferent, gestured for him to follow. Instead of taking Jiang Chen directly to the restaurant, she led him to the front desk. Several waitresses were standing at the front desk, each around 1. 75 meters tall, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs comparable to flight attendants. Another waitress asked, "Sir, do you have a reservation or a membership card?" "No." Jiang Chen shook his head. This upscale Western restaurant was his first time here, so naturally, he didn't have a membership card. "Sir, the thing is, our restaurant uses the freshest imported ingredients, and any leftovers at the end of the day will be discarded, so the cost is relatively high. Guests dining here must have a reservation or a membership card. If you don't have either, we are truly sorry." The waitress wore a professional smile on her face, spoke politely, but lacked warmth. In this society, appearance is the first impression, especially in upscale places, where it's easier to look down on others. "How can I get a membership card here?" Jiang Chen asked calmly. Hearing this, the several waitresses showed surprised expressions. They thought this poor guy would back off after hearing the explanation earlier, but he was now asking about the prices. "Sir, in our restaurant, recharging 1 million makes you a regular member, 2 million a gold member, 5 million a diamond member, and 10 million a supreme member." Although they knew this poor guy in front of them probably couldn't even come up with 10,000 yuan, Zheng Ting still explained. The surrounding people stared at Jiang Chen, sneering, silently mocking him. The gazes of the several waitresses were all captured by Jiang Chen. He had seen this kind of gaze before and could face it calmly. Jiang Chen took out a black bank card and said lightly, "Alright, then let me upgrade to a supreme member first." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zheng Ting's face instantly showed astonishment and disbelief, her mouth wide open enough to swallow a youtiao. Recharge to a supreme membership? That requires a whopping 10 million dragon coins. There were many wealthy and influential people dining at their restaurant, and many of them upgraded their memberships, but never had anyone directly upgraded to a supreme member on their first visit. The most upgraded was only to a diamond member. Could it be that this seemingly down and out, even a bit rustic young man was actually a top-notch wealthy elite pretending to be poor? "Yes, sir, are you serious? Do you really want to upgrade to a supreme membership card? That's 10 million dragon coins." Zheng Ting stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief, her voice starting to stutter. If the person in front of her really recharged 10 million at their restaurant, she could at least receive a performance bonus of tens of thousands. Several waitresses looked eager to join in the fun, wanting to say, "If you can produce 10,000, I'll perform a striptease in front of you." Some even thought to themselves, "Is the 10 million you mentioned real money?" But such words were still too embarrassing to say. After all, they were waitresses and had rules to follow. Just as Jiang Chen was about to speak up, "What are you all doing huddling together? Don't you have work to do?" At this moment, another cold voice rang out. Looking over, it was a woman of similar stature, fair-skinned and beautiful. She appeared to be around 30 years old, with a cold demeanor and a somewhat authoritative air. Her most prominent feature was her assets were large, exceptionally large, almost intimidating, to say the least. At least a D+ cup. Jiang Chen glanced at the woman's name tag, Meng Yurong, the restaurant manager. Indeed, Meng Yurong is truly worthy of her name. Jiang Chen evaluated in his mind. Zheng Ting briefly recounted what had just happened to Meng Yurong. Meng Yurong walked up to Jiang Chen, wearing a professional smile on her face. "Sir, I completely understand your desire to invite friends for a drink and chat, but are you sure you want to spend 10 million to upgrade to our restaurant's supreme membership?" Her tone was polite, more intelligent than the surrounding waitresses, showing surprise but not disdain. No wonder she was the manager. "Otherwise? Are you afraid I don't have the money? Or is your restaurant unable to process 10 million? Jiang Chen smiled and asked. No, I just want to confirm, please wait a moment." Meng Yurong looked at Jiang Chen, who was calm and composed, gritted her teeth, and entered a series of numbers. Then she lightly swiped the bank card on the POS machine. Payment successful. Bank card payment of 10 million yuan in full, buzz. At the moment the mechanical synthesized sound rang out, Meng Yurong and Zheng Ting were stunned as if struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. He really has 10 million? Zheng Ting's face was full of disbelief. Soon, this shock and disbelief were replaced by deep regret and despair. If only she had tried to swipe the card earlier, those tens of thousands in bonuses would have been hers. Meng Yurong was the first to snap out of her surprise, quickly apologizing to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, I'm extremely sorry for the unpleasant dining experience you had just now. I would like to personally offer you 2 bottles of our restaurant's fine vintage wine as a gesture of apology. Please forgive us for our ignorance." Meng Yurong looked at Jiang Chen with a beaming smile, almost laughing out loud. A pair of large weapons, especially excited, became extremely active, jumping up and down incessantly. "It's okay." Jiang Chen nodded lightly, admitting that Meng Yurong was quite good at handling things, then said, quickly arrange a place for me to eat. However, he was puzzled. The first two consumptions triggered critical rebates today, but unexpectedly, the recent 10 million consumption did not trigger any critical rebates. Originally thought that the higher the consumption, the greater the chance of critical rewards and the better the rewards obtained. It seems not to be the case. Alright, Mr. John, please come in. Meng Yurong nodded and bowed, extremely humble. Jiang Chen felt that even if he asked Meng Yurong to bite him on the spot, she would definitely not refuse. Money can make the devil push the mill. Indeed, it's absolutely true. Money, it really is a good thing. Watching Jiang Chen and Ma Yurong enter the private room, Zhang Ting and several waiters around felt regretful. If they had just received them, wouldn't this sudden wealth and glory fall on them? Even if it didn't fall on them, at least it wouldn't leave a bad impression on the handsome guy just now. Being able to casually recharge 10 million in the restaurant, that is definitely the top-tier real tycoon. If there could be some connection, that would be a huge win. But now that things have happened, even if they regret it to death, it's no use. After all, there is no regret medicine in this world. Alas, all is fate, not a bit controlled by humans. Let's get back to work properly. Next time we encounter such a guest, we'll keep our eyes open and not judge people by their appearance. Zhang Ting sighed helplessly to everyone. Jiang Chen was quickly taken to the so-called supreme private room, and it was only then that Su Qingya walked in. Mr. Zhang, can we start ordering now? Meng Yurong respectfully asked on the side. After sneakily glancing at Su Qingya next to Jiang Chen, she felt a sense of loss. Originally, she was thinking of discussing the mysteries of human nature with Mr. Zhang after he finished eating, but now with that exceptional beauty by his side, she had no hope. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded, then pointed at the menu and started ordering. These three, no, bring everything else. Since he was making money every second now, in the words of the system, he was spending as much as he could, creating as much as he could. Alright, please wait, it'll be ready soon. Meng Yurong happily shook her large weapon and ran out of the private room. Su Qingya sat opposite, chin resting on her hands, her watery eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked, "Do you think I look like a nouveau riche?" Of course, he also felt like a nouveau riche who suddenly went crazy with retaliatory spending when he got rich. Not at all. Su Qingya sweetly smiled. Chairman, this is called being versatile. I didn't expect you to be a flatterer, Jiang Chen chuckled. The first impression he had of Su Qingya was aloof, quite aloof indeed. There was no smile at all when facing others. Unexpectedly, now that they were alone together, she was smiling so sweetly. Could it be that the domineering aura he exuded was so strong that it had won her over in just one day? Of course, I'm not an emotionless machine, Su Qingya continued to smile. Meanwhile, in a private villa in the suburbs of Linhai City. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it, you useless dog, trash, bumpkin, I refuse to accept this, I refuse to accept this. Huang Zicheng angrily smashed the furniture in the living room. He never expected to be humiliated by that useless person today. More importantly, he and his nephew might soon face the prospect of permanent imprisonment. Uncle, say something, what should we do now? After the smashing and looting, Huang Zicheng looked at Huang Xingwang, who was full of resentment. Don't worry, Zicheng, if we don't settle this today, I, Huang Xingwang, will never show my face again. A brat who hasn't even grown up yet wants to bring me down. It's not that easy. Huang Xingwang's eyes were full of malice. Having been in the workplace for decades, he wasn't easily defeated. But that waste is now the chairman of Dingxing Group. We are no match for him at all. Although angry, Huang Zicheng had regained some rationality at this moment. They had both been fired and were no match for Jiang Chen. Moreover, once the evidence Jiang Chen had collected was handed over to the legal department, they would face imprisonment. And that day would surely come soon. Humph. If we can't beat him openly, we'll do it covertly. Huang Xingwang smirked coldly, a chilling smile on his face. Seeing his uncle's confident smile, Huang Zicheng immediately asked, Uncle, do you already have a plan to deal with this? Good boy. It's just the two of us now, just call me Dad directly. Huang Xingwang gently patted Huang Zicheng's head, indulging him. Remembering 29 years ago, it was a dark and stormy night. His older brother had gone to work in another city, so he had taken on the duties of a husband to help his brother, and then the next year Zicheng was born. Dad, please tell me quickly. What's the plan? Huang Zicheng didn't waste any time, eager to know how to take down that waste Jiang Chen. I've already paid off some thugs, they will take care of that waste tonight, then we'll give them some money to lay low abroad, and this matter will soon be over. Huang Xingwang said confidently. Although they couldn't confront Jiang Chen openly, when it came to playing dirty, he was still too inexperienced. Dad, you're so wise. It's only you who can come up with a solution. We'll turn that waste into a vegetable directly. Let's see if he dares to oppose me then. Thinking of this, Huang Zicheng's mouth curled up to his ears. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Marriott restaurant. Jiang Chen and Su Qingya had almost finished their meal. He had just transferred 1 million to his father. Before, he had no money, no ability to improve his parents' lives. Now that he had money, he wanted to make his parents' lives a little better. The significance of returning in glory might be to bring more smiles to his parents' faces, less teasing in front of relatives and friends, and more respect. Although he wanted to transfer 1 billion directly to his father, he was afraid it would shock them too much. Ding dong, just a minute after the successful transfer, his father's video call came in. This was also within Jiang Chen's expectations, so he answered the call. Hey, you little rascal, why did you transfer so much money to me? Tell me honestly, did you rob a bank? If you did something illegal, let's go and surrender, try to get a lighter sentence. Jiang Haidao's voice was loud, making Jiang Chen's ears buzz. It was clear that his father was still in good health. Su Qingya couldn't help but burst into laughter on the other side. The chairman's father was quite humorous. Dad, do you think so poorly of your son? Even if I starve to death, die outside, or jump from here, I will never do anything illegal. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Son, we believe you wouldn't do anything illegal, but this 1 million is just too much. This time it was his mother, Xiao Xiaohong, speaking. Her voice was not cheerful, but filled with worry. Mom, this money was earned legally and properly. It's for you to enjoy, so just spend it without any burden. Jiang Chen said earnestly. Son, did you really earn this money? Jiang Haitao obviously still had some doubts. His son hadn't been home for years, indicating that he must not have been doing well outside. When he called him last night, he could tell that his son was feeling low, so how did he suddenly have an extra million today? Although he believed that his son would never do anything illegal or improper, but that amount of money was just too much for a rural person. Well, I actually started a company. Business wasn't great in the past 2 years, but today I landed a big contract and made a few million, Jiang Chen could only say evasively. After all, he couldn't tell anyone about the system, not even his own parents. Oh, I see. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong believed Jiang Chen's words. Then Xiao Xiaohong's voice came again. Son, even though you've made money, you should keep it for yourself. The company needs working capital, and we don't really need much money back in our hometown. It's okay, Mom. Just consider this money as savings for me. You know how young people spend money recklessly. If I keep it in my account, I might spend it all in no time, Jiang Chen said with relief. Alright then, we'll keep this money for you, and when the time comes, we'll use it for your wedding. Oh, son, how about your leave request? That girl I told you about who just returned to the village, you should come back soon. There are a lot of single guys in the village these days, and I heard that the guys who went on blind dates with her are lining up at the east end of the village. It would be troublesome if other guys catch her attention. Clearly, Xiao Xiaohong cared more about finding a suitable daughter-in-law than the million yuan. Jiang Chen was speechless. On the other side, Su Qingya couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Jiang Chen glared at the mischievous Su Qingya, then a plan formed in his mind. What the heck? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Qingya stopped laughing, feeling that something was amiss. Before she could speak, Jiang Chen smilingly said, Mom, actually, I already have a girlfriend. And I'm having dinner with her right now, so you can leave that diligent girl for other guys. What? Really? You have a girlfriend? You brat, you've grown up. You actually hid such a big thing from us, let us see. You brat, give the phone to my daughter-in-law, I want to talk to her. Upon hearing this, the two elders instantly lost their composure. Jiang Chen, your girlfriend, could it be me? Su Qingya stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. How did she end up being eaten during this meal? Cough. Help me out. The family is pressuring me. If you don't help, I'll have to go find that Meng Yurong from earlier. Jiang Chen immediately pleaded with Su Qingya. He really detested blind dates because the prospective partners were strangers he had never met before, and besides cars, houses, and money, there seemed to be nothing to talk about when they sat together. Moreover, he had seen some bizarre blind date videos in recent years, which had left him with a shadow about blind dates. Su Qingya gave Jiang Chen a beautiful eye roll and whispered, Remember, you owe me a favor. Jiang Chen's parents were getting anxious. Could this brat not want to go on a blind date and just bring a girl over to deceive us? Jiang Haitao anxiously rubbed his hands as he stared at the dark screen of his phone, feeling more anxious than when he went on a blind date himself. That won't happen, I know our son, Xiao Xiaohong said confidently. Just then, the phone screen suddenly lit up. Immediately, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared on the screen. A head of jet black hair was coiled up, long eyelashes, skin as delicate as a double-layered eggshell, a straight and slender nose, and thin cherry lips set on that delicate melon seed face, forming an unparalleled beautiful visage. Wow! Such a beautiful girl. She's even more stunning than the girl from the neighboring village. She's like a star, Xiao Xiaohong exclaimed in amazement. She had thought the female celebrities on TV were already beautiful enough, but she hadn't expected this woman on the phone screen to be even more beautiful than those stars. Moreover, she exuded an elegant and classical temperament that those female celebrities completely lacked. Well done, my son is indeed discerning, he takes after me. Zhang Haitao also expressed his satisfaction, rubbing his hands in approval. Just one sentence and they all praised her. It must be said that speaking is truly an art. Just then, Su Qingya spoke up, Uncle, Auntie, hello, I am Jiang Chen's girlfriend, Su Qingya, nice to meet you. After saying this, even with Su Qingya's composure, a blush quickly swept across her face. Oh my! Oh, that's wonderful. Qingya, such a lovely name, truly living up to it. The two elders were so excited they couldn't even form coherent sentences. With such a beautiful daughter-in-law, if Jiang Chen could bring her home, it would probably make the sisters next door green with envy. Su Qingya didn't know what to say next. After all, pretending to be someone's girlfriend was something she had never experienced in her 20 years of life, so she lacked experience. Qingya, are you really Xiao Chen's girlfriend? Xiao Xiaohong, who had recovered from her surprise, asked to confirm. Although she believed her own son was very handsome, the most handsome in her eyes, and excellent in every aspect, but Su Qingya in front of her was obviously a very beautiful and outstanding girl, looking like one of those rich young ladies in TV dramas, the kind of girl who would have high standards for a partner. Yes, Auntie, I am indeed Jiang Chen's girlfriend, Su Qingya said shyly. Great! Our old Jiang family is blessed to have such an outstanding girlfriend for Xiao Chen. The two elders' faces relaxed into smiles. They say joy makes one feel rejuvenated, as if they had suddenly become several years younger. All the praise made Su Qingya's face even redder. Hey, you brat, you must bring Qingya home for the new year this year, or I'll treat you to stir-fried pork with old bamboo shoots and cold seven wolves salad. Zhang Haitao's hearty voice rang out again, while Jiang Chen wore a wry smile. Yes, Qingya, you must come with Xiao Chen to visit us this year. If you don't come, both your uncle and I will feel miserable. Xiao Xiaohong also chimed in. Don't worry, Auntie, if I have the time, I will definitely come to see you. Su Qingya nodded with a smile. That smile left Jiang Chen somewhat intoxicated. Su Qingya was already an exquisite beauty, and this smile truly captivated hearts, stunning and enchanting. They chatted for over 40 minutes before Xiao Xiaohong reluctantly ended the video call. Thank you. Jiang Chen awkwardly smiled. Although he had been a bit reserved at the beginning of the conversation, he could see that Su Qingya was enjoying herself later on. No need to thank me, I quite like Uncle and Auntie too. But, you haven't been home for 2 years, are you planning to go back this year? Su Qingya asked. From what Uncle and Auntie had just said, Jiang Chen hadn't been home for 2 years. She couldn't quite understand why Jiang Chen, who was so wealthy, hadn't gone home. Isn't returning home in glory every young man's dream? Of course, I'll go back. Didn't you hear my dad say that if I don't bring you back this year, he'll treat me to stir-fried pork with old bamboo shoots? Jiang Chen said with a grin. You really think of me as your girlfriend? Su Qingya pouted, seemingly not angry. Jiang Chen continued to smile. Whether or not I consider you my girlfriend is not important, but my parents seem to have decided that you are their daughter-in-law. Su Qingya blushed instantly, unsure of what to say. It seemed like her uncle and aunt did indeed like her. But her lifelong decision was not something she could determine. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound was heard. Come in, Jiang Chen said lightly. Meng Yurong walked in, looking at Jiang Chen with a flattering expression. Young Master Jiang, would you like to add a few more dishes? In any case, she must serve this young Master Jiang well today. Whether she could rise to the top in the future, enter the elite circle, depended on whether she could latch onto this big tree. No need, let's settle the bill. Jiang Chen shook his head. Although the Western cuisine was delicately prepared, he wasn't particularly interested in it. Especially the sashimi and bloody steaks, he really couldn't get used to them, preferring a simple braised beef with potatoes. Alright, young Master Jiang, excluding the complimentary bottle of red wine, your total comes to 328,888. We offer discounts for members here, and as the first supreme member of our store, you are entitled to a lifelong 50% discount, making it 164444 after the discount. I'll round it down for you, swipe 160000 and you're all set. Meng Yorong's attitude was extremely humble, afraid that the god of wealth in front of her would be dissatisfied. No need for the discount, I'm not short of this money, just charge me the full amount. Don't try to save me money. Jiang Chen waved his hand arrogantly. Joking, he could earn 8 million a day just lying down now, so he really didn't care about a few thousand. Besides, his expenses were linked to critical hit rewards. If he missed the chance for a critical hit rebate just for the sake of a small discount, he would be at a big loss. What a tycoon! This is the real tycoon. Meng Yurong stared at Jiang Chen in admiration, her eyes in another place starting to sparkle, nodding quickly. Alright, young Master Jiang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for dining expenses of 328,888, triggering a critical hit rebate, reward, boxing champion level free combat skills, damn. Indeed triggered a critical hit rebate, luckily she didn't opt for the discount. Jiang Chen's face was full of excitement. He never expected that the critical hit reward would not only include shares and cash but also combat skills. This was really awesome. Later, Jiang Chen and Su Qingya directly took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Chairman. Su Qingya just started to speak but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Don't call me chairman anymore. If you consider me a friend, just call me Jiang Chen. It sounds more comfortable to me. Jiang Chen. Although it was easy to call Jiang Chen when she was video chatting with her uncle and aunt just now, it felt a bit awkward now that they were alone. By the way, what did you want to say just now? Jiang Chen asked. Su Qingya's expression turned serious. Regarding Huang Xingwang, from what I know, he is a cunning and vengeful person. Today, not only did you dismiss him, but you also plan to send him to the sewing machine. I'm worried. Seeing Su Qingya's slightly furrowed brows, Jiang Chen teased, Are you worried about me? Yes. Su Qingya was very natural, nodding directly, meeting Jiang Chen's gaze. You are the chairman of the company. If something happens to you, who will I go to for my salary? Jiang Chen naturally knew that Su Qingya was joking, confidently saying, Don't worry. They no longer have the capital to deal with me. This confidence came from his current financial strength and the boxing champion level free combat skills just rewarded by the system. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking lot. The lights were very bright, with no difference in brightness from outside. However, the parking lot was quiet, eerily quiet. Jiang Chen and Su Qingya both furrowed their brows slightly. Something doesn't feel right. Su Qingya looked around warily. A woman's intuition told her that there was something strange about this place. Ah, I also sense a dangerous vibe. Jiang Chen nodded calmly. Perhaps it was due to his recent training in heavyweight free combat techniques that gave him this ability to sense danger. Swish! Almost as Jiang Chen finished speaking, several figures suddenly emerged from behind a few cars in front. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 6 people, all looking like thugs, wearing black vests, showing off their muscular arms, and holding steel pipes. They tapped their left hands lightly with the steel pipes in their right hands. At first glance, they resembled the villains in TV dramas. They might as well have were thugs written on their faces. See? I told you Huang Xingwang is cunning and ruthless, he will definitely seek revenge on you. Su Qingya furrowed her brows slightly and whispered. She hadn't expected Huang Xingwang to act so swiftly. He had been fired in the morning and already sent these thugs for revenge in the afternoon. Seems like you know Huang Xingwang quite well. But since he dares to do such a foolish thing, it looks like he's really going to end up behind bars this time. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. His calm expression made it seem like he didn't care about the thugs in front of him at all, leaving Su Qingya astonished. Because Jiang Chen looked frail, like someone who didn't exercise much. It was unexpected that he could remain so composed in the face of such fierce thugs, showing no signs of panic or fear. His courage was indeed much stronger than others his age. This guy is more courageous than I imagined. Su Qingya thought to herself. But there was no time for further contemplation. She whispered, Don't worry about whether Huang Xingwang will end up behind bars, think about how we should handle this next. I've studied taekwondo and basic martial arts before, I should be able to handle 2 or 3 of them, but I'm helpless against the rest. Even if they called the police now, it would be too late. Jiang Chen was surprised to learn that Su Qingya was skilled in martial arts. Confidently, he said, Leave the rest to me. It was a good opportunity to test the heavyweight free combat techniques the system had just rewarded him with on these thugs. A system product shouldn't disappoint him. And for a true free combat champion, dealing with a few thugs would be as easy as a college student dealing with kindergarten kids. You? Su Qingya was taken aback, furrowing her brows again. Are you sure? Clearly, she didn't believe Jiang Chen, thinking that his frail body wouldn't even withstand a single punch from the opponents. Don't underestimate me, my combat skills are at the champion level, I can take down these small fries with 1 punch each. Jiang Chen said confidently. Just then, the Scarface leader on the opposite side spoke up, clearly the big boss among the thugs. Brothers, get him. As per the employer's instructions, render that guy incapable of taking care of himself. Once this job is done, we can retire and enjoy life abroad. The scar-faced man wasted no words, knowing that villains often meet their end due to talking too much. After nodding, the other thugs gripped their steel pipes and charged towards Jiang Chen. "They're after you, when you get a chance, run," Su Qingya whispered to Jiang Chen, then she took off her high heels, executed a beautiful spinning kick directly at the chin of the thug charging at the front. The young hoodlum was instantly kicked to the ground, while Su Qingya executed a perfect backflip and landed gracefully. "Wow! You're quite skilled." This move was much more impressive than the techniques taught by those thugs online. The moment of shock was fleeting. Jiang Chen's cold, snake-like gaze locked onto the scar-faced leader. Catch the thief by catching the king. With this thought, Jiang Chen dashed towards the scar-faced man in an instant. Whether it was due to the system's reward or the potential unleashed in the crisis, he felt faster than usual. "Little brat, do you really consider me a target?" The scar-faced man sneered, not taking Jiang Chen seriously. After all, he had been in the thug world for years, honing his fighting skills through real combat. A skinny little boy like Jiang Chen could have his head cracked open with just one slap. As Jiang Chen closed in within 5 meters, the scar-faced man tightened his grip on the steel pipe. "You've picked the wrong guy, you little trash." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen was less than 2 meters away. In an instant, Jiang Chen leaped into the air, aiming a flying knee straight at the scar-faced man's chin. The chin is a relatively weak spot on the human body, which is why boxers like to use uppercuts. Time flew by from Jiang Chen's attack to the present, barely 2 seconds. The scar-faced man had no chance to react at all. Bang! Crack! The dull collision and crisp sound of bones breaking echoed through the entire underground parking lot almost simultaneously. The scar-faced man was sent flying 5 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. His jawbone was completely deformed, blood oozing from his mouth as he passed out. After easily dealing with the scar-faced man, Jiang Chen didn't pause for a moment and turned towards the nearest thug. A standard liver punch turned the other thug into a helpless shrimp, lying on the ground incapacitated. Jiang Chen's agility was ghostly. A free-fighting champion's prowess wasn't just in his fists, his footwork was also top-notch. Bang! 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 The low thuds of collisions continued as one thug after another fell to the ground. Although these thugs had street fighting experience, the difference compared to a boxing champion was too vast. To put it bluntly, Jiang Chen could make countless mistakes, as these thugs had no knockout power. But if they made one mistake, it would be fatal. In less than 3 minutes, all 6 thugs were groaning in pain on the ground. Some had their faces disfigured, while others clutched their stomachs, emitting pig-like screams. Su Qingya looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, her eyes shining with admiration. She never expected the seemingly weak Jiang Chen to possess such formidable fighting skills. The recent battle was like a series of precise strikes, fast, accurate, and ruthless. Each punch hit the thug's weakest spots with precision. "Jiang Chen, are you really a free-fighting champion?" Su Qingya asked in disbelief. She even thought that even a free-fighting champion might not be as fierce as Jiang Chen just now. Of course, as I said, I took them down one by one." Jiang Chen proudly tilted his head. In his heart, he was also incredibly excited. He never expected the boxing skills rewarded by the system to be so powerful. During the fight just now, he felt like he was possessed by the spirit of a boxing champion. The thug's attack methods and speed were simply crude and posed no threat at all. "You really surprised me," Su Qingya murmured softly, then looked at the scattered small cards on the ground. "What do you plan to do with these people?" "Call the police," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Since these people are trouble outside, let them go to jail and learn a lesson there." "All right." Su Qingya nodded and took out her phone to call the police. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen walked up to the scar-faced man, squatted down, staring at him disdainfully. The man was awake by now, holding his chin in pain. "Speak! Who sent you?" Jiang Chen asked calmly. He knew it was Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng, but these people had to admit it for it to be considered evidence. You won't succeed. Even though you're powerful, we are principled thugs. Even if you kill me, you won't get this answer from me." The scar-faced man's mouth was indeed tough, refusing to confess even in such a situation. Obviously, he was certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't really kill him. A cooked duck with a hard mouth, Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. Bang! He punched the scar-faced man hard in the mouth. Then he looked at all the thugs and sneered, "Let me introduce myself. I am the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Now, I'll give you a chance to confess the mastermind. Of course, if you don't confess, I have ways to find out. I have enough power to make you rot in jail until death, and..." Jiang Chen paused, a cruel smile appearing on his face. "Believe me, I have enough power to make you disappear from this world reasonably." As soon as these words were spoken, all the thugs were stunned, looking up at Jiang Chen's cruel smile. An unprecedented sense of fear of death instantly spread among them. Even Su Qingya couldn't help but shudder. Jiang Chen's expression just now was indeed not an act. Several terrified thugs immediately knelt in front of Jiang Chen, tears streaming down their faces. "Brother." "No, sir, it was Huang Xingwang who instigated us. Please spare our lives." Half an hour later, Jiang Chen, Su Qingya, and the 6 thugs were taken to the police station by 4 officers. The thugs truthfully confessed everything to the police. Su Qingya introduced Jiang Chen's identity to the director, briefly explained the situation, and immediately ordered the arrest of Huang Xingwang and his nephew. At the same time, all the officers looked at Jiang Chen with respect. Even though he was the chairman of a 100 billion group, they didn't dare to provoke him easily. Moreover, Jiang Chen was the victim in this matter. Soon, Huang Zicheng and Huang Xingwang were brought back to the police station. Seeing Jiang Chen unharmed, the two were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The thugs they hired were known to be ruthless. How could they not have taken down such a weakling? "Gentlemen, are you disappointed to see me standing here unscathed?" Jiang Chen coldly looked at the two. "Jiang Chen, you poor loser, you country bumpkin, don't get too cocky. I didn't kill you this time, but there will be a next time, and I will definitely kill you." Huang Zicheng completely lost his composure. Yesterday, he had ruthlessly trampled on a lower-class person, and today that person had climbed up and defied him. He couldn't accept it, absolutely couldn't accept it. "Oh, I'm sorry, you may not have another chance, because for the rest of your lives, you will be accompanied by sewing machines," Jiang Chen said disdainfully. He had already met the detectives and lawyers arranged by Su Qingxue. They had investigated everything Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng had done. These things were enough to keep them in jail for the rest of their lives. "Don't be too pleased with yourself, you little brat," Huang Xingwang sneered coldly. Although he knew that those thugs had definitely betrayed him, he remained unfazed. "Even if I admit to hiring someone to beat you, so what? At most, it would be considered intentional injury without causing death, and the most severe punishment would be administrative detention. And even if you investigate all my embezzlement, bribery, misappropriation of public funds, tax evasion, what difference would it make? We might just be detained for a while." Huang Xingwang obviously knew that Jiang Chen had thoroughly investigated some recent illegal activities they had done in the company, and he was speaking frankly and without reservation at the moment. Even if all these things were exposed, they couldn't be locked up for life. "Exactly, you country bumpkin, even after I come out, I'll still be a hero. I will make you regret," Huang Zicheng said arrogantly. Obviously, he was determined about making Jiang Chen regret. Hearing the two of them being so arrogant, the police officers nearby couldn't bear it. They had seen many arrogant criminals, but rarely this audacious. They were already in the police station, yet they were shamelessly boastful. However, what Huang Xingwang said was indeed true. If he had only committed these crimes, there was no way he would be sentenced to life imprisonment. Watching the two's arrogant attitude, Jiang Chen looked at them as if they were idiots. "It seems that's all you've got, my esteemed chairman. I really wish to spend my whole life sewing in there, or better yet, be shot on the spot. I'd love to experience that." Huang Xingwang looked smugly at Jiang Chen. At this moment, he had nothing to lose, so annoying this jerk felt good. "Damn! I've never heard such a despicable request in my life." The police officers were also infuriated. They were too damn arrogant. "Want some free peanuts? Old man, I'll grant your wish," Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. Then he took out a folder, opened it, and began to read with a smile. On August 15, 2014, which was 10 years ago on the Mid-Autumn Festival, a man named Huang Xingchang was murdered, and the killer has not been caught to this day. "If I'm not mistaken, that Huang Xingwang is your elder brother, Huang Zicheng's father." "Oh no, I mean your elder uncle." Thud. After hearing this, Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng were instantly scared stiff, sitting paralyzed on the ground. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on their faces, and even their complexion turned extremely pale in an instant. "Mr. Jiang, may I see this document?" Director Bao Chang widened his eyes and asked earnestly. He had been involved in the Huang Xingchang case 10 years ago. However, after 2 years of investigation, the murderer could not be captured and it eventually became an unsolved case. Moreover, at that time, Huang Zicheng's family had expressed that they would no longer pursue the matter, so it was left unresolved. But looking at the current state of Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng, it seemed that this case was related to them. "Of course, Director Bao, feel free to look." Jiang Chen handed the document to Bao Chang. Then, looking at the two sitting on the ground, he sneered, "Tisk tsk tsk. Truly, the world is going downhill. People's hearts are not ancient anymore. Seizing one's sister-in-law, murdering one's own brother, I thought only novels dared to write such plots." With these words, Huang Xingwang instantly felt despair. He had lost, utterly defeated, and it seemed like his wish for free peanuts was about to come true. Director Bao, it seems there's nothing left for us to do, so I'll take my leave. With the situation basically settled, Huang Xingwang and Huang Zicheng were done for, and Jiang Chen was ready to leave. I'll see Jiang off. Director Bao quickly followed. Not only because Jiang Chen was the chairman of the Dingshang Group, but more importantly, he had helped solve this buried murder case of 10 years. They walked to the door. Director Jiang, I really appreciate what you did this time. Whenever you have time, come over to my place. I'll have my wife prepare some dishes for us to enjoy a few drinks together. Chief Bo expressed his gratitude. Sure, as long as Brother Chang and your wife don't mind the company, I'd love to taste her cooking. Also, you are older than me, so just call me Xiaochuan from now on. Since Chief Bao was keen on making friends, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Although the chief's position wasn't high, he was still a public servant. Alright, Xiaochuan. Chief Bao patted Jiang Chen's arm satisfactorily, feeling happy. He had encountered many rich kids before, all of whom looked down on him as the chief. But Jiang Chen, as the chairman of a $100 billion group, remained humble and polite, destined for greatness in the future. This was the most important reason why Chief Bao wanted to befriend Jiang Chen proactively. Xiaochuan, I have to go now. Here's my personal number. Give me a call when you're free, Chief Bao said before turning back to the group. Half an hour later, Su Qingya dropped Jiang Chen off at the bottom of the rental apartment building. The surroundings were poor, with garbage piled up everywhere, emitting a nauseating stench in the air. Is this really in Linhai City? If she couldn't see the tip of the Baida building from here, she would have thought they had left Linhai City. It was hard to imagine that such a rundown and backward old neighborhood existed in the prosperous Linhai City. Ha ha, of course, it's Linhai City. Quite surprising, right? Jiang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's understandable, you've never seen such a scene before. Just like how those high-ranking officials living in the clouds don't know that half of the population in Longhua earns less than 1,000 a month. It was probably not that those high-ranking officials didn't know, but rather they didn't want to know, unwilling to admit it. Hence, they went to great lengths to fabricate the mirage of a million yuan average annual income on the internet. Su Qingya was shocked by Jiang Chen's words, never expecting a billionaire to speak like this. Seeing Su Qingya lost in thought, Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Do you want to come up and sit for a while? No, it's getting late. I should head back too. Su Qingya shook her head after coming back to her senses. Alright, drive safely. See you tomorrow. Jiang Chen waved goodbye, watched Su Qingya leave, then turned and went upstairs. Lying on the bed, Jiang Chen felt like everything he had experienced today was like a beautiful dream. Yesterday, he was a working man at the bottom of society, with less than 10,000 in his account. But now, he had transformed into a chairman with $1 million fortune. While he was studying the system mall, his phone kept buzzing incessantly. Opening it, he found himself inexplicably pulled into a WeChat group chat. The group was named, Class 6 of Senior 3 Classmates Exchange Group. At Jiang Chen, is what they're saying true? Did you really hit rock bottom and had to drink water from the trash can? At Jiang Chen, reply. Were you really taken to the police station by the cops today? Hey Jiang Chen, if you're in trouble, just say so in the group. We're all classmates. I'll treat you to a $2 farmer's punch. Drinking water from the trash can is too low. The group kept mentioning him. Jiang Chen was utterly confused. Drinking water from a trash can? What was going on? Even if he was down on his luck, he wouldn't go as far as drinking water from a trash can. He had no idea who was spreading these rumors. But about the police station, he did go there today. Of course, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, watch the video. The one sending the message this time was a girl named Li Tingting, who seemed to be a high school classmate. Soon, Li Tingting posted a video in the group. In the video, Jiang Chen skillfully retrieved a half-empty bottle of mineral water from the trash can and drank it all in one go before the video ended. Another video showed the scene where Jiang Chen and Su Qingya were taken to the police station today. Jiang Chen watched the video. The second one was indeed real, without any traces of editing. However, the first video, although it was him, the scene of picking up water to drink from the trash can was clearly reversed. Originally, he had thrown the empty bottle into the trash can after drinking the water. It seems like someone is deliberately trying to smear me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. In the past, he might have argued and fought back. But now, does an elephant need to pay attention to the discussions of a few ants? Kai Koen, I also heard that Jiang Chen ended up in the police station because he was dumped by his girlfriend, fell into despair, borrowed money at high interest rates to gamble, and got caught. I don't know if it's true or not. Rumors spread like wildfire, but the truth runs away. In this highly developed internet society, Rumors are like invisible daggers that can kill. Wang Shui, damn it, Kaikuan, if you dare to spread rumors about my brother again, I'll slap you so hard your mouth will shut forever. Do you know that spreading rumors is illegal? Zhang Hai, a bunch of scum, this damn group can go to hell. Zhang Chen glanced at it and decisively left the group. These elementary, middle, and high school groups were no longer about simply building relationships like before. They had become a tool for gossip and showing off for these people. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Just then, the phone rang continuously with WeChat notifications. Zhang Chen opened it and saw a message from his 3 best friends from high school in their private group. Wang Shui, little fourth, why didn't you tell second brother when you encountered difficulties? Are you looking down on second brother or what? Zhang Hai, exactly, you little brat, you don't say a word when you have problems. Do you think us older brothers don't exist? Duan Tao, hurry up and accept the transfer, or you'll be disrespecting me. After speaking, the 3 of them each transferred 3,000 in the group. Zhang Chen felt warm in his heart. Although he hadn't seen these brothers for a long time, they truly cared about him. It's not about having many brothers, as long as they are true, one is enough. He felt lucky to have these 3 good brothers. Big brother, second brother, third brother, I'm doing well. I don't need money, it's just rumors in the group. Zhang Chen quickly sent a voice message. Don't talk nonsense, accept the money if you recognize me as your brother. Wang Shui's tone was firm. Although their chances of meeting had decreased after high school graduation, as they were all busy with their studies and lives, their brotherly bond did not fade due to the lack of meetings. Exactly, if you don't accept the money, don't call me brother. I don't have a brother like you. Duan Tao's attitude was tough, with an angry expression behind his words. Xiaochuan, we are all brothers, we share blessings and face difficulties together. If you keep refusing, we will be really upset. Zhang Hai also sent a voice message right after. Seeing the strong attitude of the 3 brothers, Zhang Chen could only accept the money because he knew that with their personalities, if he didn't accept it, they would feel disrespected, and they would be unhappy. At the same time, he silently vowed that he would make sure these brothers would have the best lives in the future. These are true brothers. When we have time during the Chinese New Year, we must gather together. I have some matters to attend to at the company now. Remember, if you have any problems, you must tell Big Brother, and we will find a solution together. Wang Shui reminded. I have to go help my daughter with her homework. Xiaochuan, being alone outside, you must learn to take care of yourself. Zhang Hai said earnestly, also sending a tired emoji. Xiaochuan, it's been 2 years since you last came back. Come back this year. Uncle, aunt, and all of us miss you. Looking at the messages from his brothers in the group, Zhang Chen's eyes were already teary. Although not a biological brother, he is better than a biological brother. Zhang Chen tightly held his phone, his eyes firm, determined to repay the brotherly affection of these 3 brothers. Let's go back tomorrow. Zhang Chen made up his mind. With Li Ligui in charge at the company, he was completely hands-off, no need to worry. Whether it was a loss or a profit, it was not a big deal for him. Just as Zhang Chen was about to go to sleep, his phone rang again, so he had to open and check it. Shueli? Looking at the name, Zhang Chen was somewhat surprised. Shueli was his classmate for 3 years in high school, and they were also deskmates for 2 years. In his memory, Shueli was a petite and lovely girl, with a doll-like fair face that was very cute. In high school, he loved pinching Shueli's chubby doll-like face whenever he had the chance, the touch was so good. And back then, it seemed like Shueli was interested in him too. After all, during high school and college, girls' criteria for choosing a partner were not so practical. They liked guys who were handsome, academically excellent, or good at playing basketball. And when Zhang Chen was in school, he completely met these 3 criteria, so there were quite a few girls who had a crush on him, and Shueli was one of them. Zhang Chen, do you still remember me? Smiling face with smiling eyes, of course, my little chubby deskmate, how could I forget? Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Because Shueli used to have a baby face, he gave her the nickname Little Chubby. Don't call me Little Chubby anymore, humph. Pouting face Sigma_angle, I'm not chubby at all now, you're not allowed to call me Little Chubby anymore. Okay, Little Chubby. Zhang Chen replied with a smile. Let's get to the point. Just now in the class group chat, it was mentioned that you seem to be facing some difficulties. Do you need any help? Shueli asked seriously. In fact, she didn't believe it when she saw the message in the group. Zhang Chen was so outstanding, and she had heard that he was also very excellent academically during college. For such an outstanding guy, no matter how much he might have fallen, he couldn't possibly end up rummaging through the trash can for water, right? Well, I have indeed encountered some difficulties, but it's not that unbearable. And the rumors about borrowing from loan sharks and gambling are purely false. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't mention his current net worth of billions to anyone. Firstly, even if he did mention it, others would think he was just a fool talking nonsense. Secondly, it would easily attract jealousy. Lastly, only when you have no money can you truly see through people's hearts. Oh, that's good then. Shweli seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then quickly added, what I mean is that facing difficulties is not scary, as long as you stay away from loan sharks and gambling. It was clear that she cared about him. Shweli seemed to remember something and suddenly asked, by the way, you should know about Wang Shui and Zhang Hai, right? You were the best of friends in high school. What happened to them? I have no idea. Jiang Chen shook his head in confusion. They were just chatting together earlier, but he didn't hear them mention anything. I thought you knew. Tell me quickly, what happened to them? Are they facing difficulties? Jiang Chen asked eagerly. Shuili's tone gave him a bad feeling. Yes. Shuili nodded, not intending to hide anything. Wasn't Wang Shui running a building materials company? It seems that he offended someone a while ago. His business is doing very poorly, almost on the verge of bankruptcy, and because of debt issues, their house is also going to be repossessed by the bank. Now the whole family is living in great difficulty. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a pang in his heart. His eldest brother was facing such great difficulties. Not only did he not say a word just now, he even transferred 3,000 yuan to him. That 3,000 might not mean much to him, but it was definitely a lifesaver for his eldest brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt his heart twisting like a knife, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing on his chest. Then, what about my second brother? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Zhang Hai's situation is even worse. Shuili paused, a hint of sympathy showing on her face. He has a 3-year-old daughter, who was diagnosed with a congenital disease in June. The surgery almost depleted all the family's savings. They sold the house, and finally heard they took out a high-interest loan. Now, debt collectors come knocking every day for money. Buzz. Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his head buzzing loudly. Clearly, they were all struggling, yet they still worried about their younger brother. What made him even more guilty was that he had no idea about any of this. Thinking of this, his heart ached like being stabbed with a knife. Phew. Taking a long breath, Jiang Chen replied, thank you for telling me all this, thank you. Don't be so polite with me. By the way, I don't have much money on hand. Take these 30,000 first to ease the urgent situation. Don't refuse. This is not a gift, it's a loan to you. Repay me when you become successful in the future. Shuili knew Jiang Chen had a strong sense of pride, so she knew he wouldn't accept a gift, hence she framed it as a loan. Jiang Chen naturally understood Shuili's intentions, never expecting that besides his 3 brothers, someone would be willing to lend him money in such times. Sincerely, he said, thank you, little chubby girl. Humph. Call me little chubby girl again, and I'll really get angry. Shuili pouted. Then she said seriously, Jiang Chen, although we may encounter many difficulties and setbacks in life, we must believe that there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Well, I'm going to bed now. You should sleep early too. Good night, okay? Good night. Ending the video call, Jiang Chen was very worried about his elder and second brother's situations. But it was too late now. He would go to Jin County early tomorrow. At 4 in the morning, Su Qingyao was sound asleep when her phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was from Jiang Chen, which quickly woke her up. What's wrong, Jiang Chen, calling so early? Su Qingyao's voice was sleepy and soft. Sorry for disturbing you so early. Jiang Chen first apologized, then said, I'm planning to go to Jin County immediately. Can you arrange a car for me? It's better if it comes with a driver. He hadn't experienced this kind of treatment before, so he felt a bit embarrassed to ask. You are the chairman, such a small matter is no problem. By the way, besides the car and driver, do you need anything else? Su Qingyao's sweet voice asked gently. No, thank you. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. He then quickly packed up and went downstairs. An hour later. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of a supercar engine, a brand new McLaren Senna supercar smoothly stopped in front of Jiang Chen. Looking very domineering, Jiang Chen was somewhat fascinated. After all, a supercar was every guy's dream car. This McLaren Senna supercar was worth a whopping 23 million, and it was priceless. Jiang Chen had never dared to dream of such a multi-million supercar before. So cool. No wonder so many women like to gather around supercars waiting for their owners. Looks like I need to get one for myself someday. Jiang Chen thought to himself. This kind of multi-million supercar, even guys couldn't resist its allure, let alone those girls who cherished money like their lives. Or, do you want to drive? Looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, Su Qingya suddenly said in a teasing tone. Puzzled, how could a billionaire chairman be drooling over a mere 20 million car? No need, you drive, my driving skills are not good. Jiang Chen waved his hand in refusal. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive, but he simply didn't have a car before. So even with a driver's license, he couldn't handle a supercar all of a sudden. Then he glanced at Su Qingya, who was still dressed in a black dress today. Her two snow-white jade shoulders were exposed, with a fair neck and visible collarbones, truly enticing. Although they say clothes make the man, it seemed like this saying was completely reversed when it came to Su Qingya. It felt like even if he put on any random piece of clothing, he could lead the fashion trend. Alright, come on up. We should reach Jingxian in about 3 hours. Su Qingya seemed not to notice Jiang Chen's gaze. After getting in the car, she stepped on the gas and sped away. By 8 in the morning, the two had already arrived in Jingxian. Let's go, I'll take you for breakfast. After saying that, Jiang Chen took Su Qingya to have breakfast. Even though they had a lot to deal with today, food was essential. Soon, they arrived at a breakfast shop. They ordered 2 baskets of steamed buns and 2 cups of hot soy milk. The total cost was 30 yuan. Jingxian was the largest county in Linjiang City, covering an area of 2,000 square kilometers with a population of over 1.8 million. Therefore, in terms of consumption, it was higher than the average city level. In recent years, the government had been vigorously developing and expanding Jingxian, attracting many large enterprises and companies to set up here. Su Qingya was about to pay the bill when Jiang Chen stopped her. Let me. How can I let a girl pay for breakfast? Jiang Chen said as he scanned WeChat. His actions made Su Qingya very satisfied. In fact, Jiang Chen paying the bill had another purpose, to trigger a critical hit reward. Indeed, as the payment went through, the system's electronic synthesis sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on spending 30 yuan on breakfast, triggering a critical hit rebate, reward, random precognition for the next 10 opportunities. The moment Jiang Chen heard the system's electronic synthesis sound, he began to tremble. Excitement. Unparalleled excitement. If yesterday's reward of boxing champion level free combat skills after dinner surprised him, then this reward could only be described as shocking. Precognition. This was truly a supernatural ability. Wow! This is so awesome. To think there's such a supernatural reward. Jiang Chen felt his heart pounding. This kind of reward was completely beyond scientific explanation. But then again, the existence of the system itself was not scientific. Jiang Chen, why are you shaking? Having breakfast shouldn't make you this excited, Su Qingya, who appeared cold on the outside, said disdainfully as she watched Jiang Chen trembling all over. You're the one who's excited. I just thought of something happy, Jiang Chen retorted unkindly. Unexpectedly, the usually aloof Su Qingya could say such things. What happy thing? Share it. Su Qingya looked at Jiang Chen with a curious expression. For some reason, Jiang Chen always felt particularly relaxed when he was with Su Qingya, and he had an urge to tease her. But when he was with other men, he didn't feel this way at all. In fact, he even felt disgusted talking to those men. Jiang Chen nodded generously. I suddenly remembered that my sow at home gave birth today. Tisk. If you don't want to say, forget it. Afterwards, Jiang Chen went to the bank again and came out carrying 3 safety deposit boxes. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the garden residential area. It was a newly built residential area, quite spacious for a county-level city, with a total of 30 residential buildings. The landscaping and design inside the community were quite advanced, making it a high-end residential area. Building 24, Unit 2, Apartment 901. This was the home of Big Brother Wang Shui, as he had mentioned in the group before. Just as the two were about to knock on the door, they heard the sounds of the eldest brother and his wife arguing inside the room. Wang Shui, do you have any idea how tight things are at home now? The workers haven't been paid, our parents' medical bills are still pending, the mortgage is due soon, and yet you gave your brother the money for the baby formula. When we're broke, why do you pretend to be a big shot? How do you expect me to get through this? If we can't make it, then we can't. You're just finding fault with me for not being capable enough. Wah! Wah, fine, so you're willing to give up our home for your brother. I didn't mind you supporting him before, but look at the state of our family now. How could you spend the baby's formula money like that? You're pushing me and our child into a corner. Wah, as Chu Xiaowei in the room grew more upset with her words, she eventually broke down in tears. Outside, Jiang Chen felt a heavy heart listening to their conversation. He then knocked on the door gently. Soon, the door opened, and Wang Shui's face lit up with surprise and embarrassment upon seeing Jiang Chen. Xiaochuan, how did you end up here, you rascal? You could have at least told me you were coming. Come in quickly, who's this? Your sister-in-law? Excitedly, Wang Shui patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and noticed Su Qingya behind him. No, big brother, she's Su Qingya, my secretary, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Ha ha, I get it, secretary for work. No work. It's all the same. Wang Shui chuckled and exchanged a knowing look with Jiang Chen. You understand nothing. It was a hopeless case to speak the truth these days. Seeing Jiang Chen and Su Qingya enter, Zhu Xiaowei quickly wiped her tears and turned around with a blush, saying, "Oh, it's Xiaochuan. Both of you, please sit down. Haven't had breakfast yet? Let me make you some." "No need, sister-in-law, we just ate." Jiang Chen hurriedly declined. "It'll be quick, just a moment," Zhu Xiaowei said as she headed to the kitchen to prepare. "Big brother. I missed you." Looking at the weary Wang Shui, Jiang Chen felt the urge to give him a hug. "Get lost. How come you disappear for 3 years and come back all soft and girly?" "I'm not interested in girly men," Wang Shui said with disdain. Although his name was Wang Shui, he was far from handsome. With a slightly chubby body, dark skin, and a round face, it was a mystery how his wife fell for him. "Big brother, you shouldn't have said that about sister-in-law just now. She's a good woman who has endured so much with you. Don't regret losing the person who loves you the most because of your temper," Jiang Chen said earnestly, glancing at the kitchen. In today's society, good women like his sister-in-law were hard to come by. Despite blaming her husband for giving money to Jiang Chen, she still went to prepare breakfast upon seeing him. Even a biological sister might not do the same. Wang Shui paused, also looking at the kitchen with a helpless expression. "I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to argue. It's tough being poor, and sometimes it's hard to control one's emotions. Big brother, why didn't you tell us about the difficulties you're facing? You've always said that brothers should share both blessings and burdens," Jiang Chen said seriously. Their eldest brother was always the first to help when the other siblings faced challenges. But when he faced difficulties, he remained silent, bearing all the pressure alone. "It's nothing, just that business has been slow lately." Sigh. "It's hard to explain." Wang Shui shook his head helplessly. "What exactly happened?" Jiang Chen squinted and asked. "Do you remember CFAG? "I don't remember." "It's that fat guy from class 5 in high school, CFAG, whose family owns a construction materials company." "You mean that fat guy from class 5 who likes to stir up trouble? That's quite a vivid description." "Yes, that fat guy. Recently, his family wanted to acquire my construction materials company. After I refused, he secretly played tricks, monopolizing my previous buyers and suppliers." The more Wang Shui spoke, the more helpless he felt, and even the tightly clenched fist loosened. In this dog-eat-dog society, reality is just so cruel. Without money, one will be ruthlessly trampled upon. There's simply no chance of turning the tables. "Brother, don't worry first. Which companies were your previous buyers and suppliers? Can you re-establish cooperation with them now?" Jiang Chen also asked with a furrowed brow. Unexpectedly, CFAG dared to treat his elder brother like this. It seemed necessary to bankrupt their family. "Mainly Dingsheng Group, they were my main buyers and suppliers before." Wang Shui actually just wanted to vent and make himself feel a bit better by speaking out. He knew there was no turning back from this situation. The recent suppression made him completely understand that he couldn't contend with those in power. Even a small amount of capital can easily crush an ordinary person. It might even be easier than squashing an ant. Dingsheng Group? Damn it. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Wasn't that his company? Then he looked at Su Qingya and said, "Make a call to confirm if Dingsheng Group, as my brother mentioned, is our company. If it is, I want to meet the person in charge in Jingxian immediately. Have them come over to apologize to my brother within 10 minutes, or else they can just get lost." "Okay." Su Qingya nodded quickly and started making the call. She could tell that Jiang Chen was genuinely angry this time and didn't dare to slack off. Wang Shui, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of astonishment. Then he chuckled, "Hey Xiaochuan, when did you learn to brag? I remember you used to be very honest. But from what you just said, you're not going to tell me you're the general manager of Dingsheng Group, right?" After a moment of astonishment, Wang Shui smiled and said, "How could his brother, who had been in the big city for 3 years, suddenly start bragging?" "Not exactly." Jiang Chen shook his head. "That's what I thought. I'm not the general manager, I'm the chairman of Dingsheng Group." "What? What did you say?" Wang Shui looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Was his brother delirious from hunger these days? How could he start talking nonsense in broad daylight? And that sister-in-law, why was she also pretending? The acting seemed pretty good. Was Xiaochuan hiring professional actors now? Just then, Zhu Xiaowei came out with breakfast. A few slices of bread, a couple of fried eggs, and 2 steaming cups of milk. "Xiaochuan, hurry up and eat. My cooking isn't great, but don't be picky," Zhu Xiaowei said with a smile. Although Zhu Xiaowei wasn't particularly beautiful, she exuded a very gentle aura. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Jiang Chen nodded quickly. You and your sister eat first, I'll go downstairs to buy some food, get a bottle of wine. You brothers haven't had a good drink together in a long time, I'll join you later. After saying that, Shu Xiaowei prepared to leave. Despite the arguments, she knew deep down that her man's stress was greater than anyone else's. But sometimes, couples argue like this, and it's just uncontrollable. It's not that they want to keep the worst emotions for their loved ones, but because at such times only the other half can bear each other's temper. It's just a way to release inner pressure. Sister-in-law, please have a seat. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring any gifts. I want to give you something to make you happy. Jiang Chen called out to Chu Xiaowei. Ha! Chu Xiaowei was stunned. At that moment, Jiang Chen directly took out a document and handed it to the two of them. What's this? Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei both looked puzzled. After taking a look, their faces showed an extremely surprised expression. This is the contract for clearing the housing loan? Is it for our house loan? The two looked at each other, then incredulously at Jiang Chen. Xiaochuan, what? What is going on? Wang Shuai asked with a furrowed brow. Well, consider it as a wedding gift I'm giving to my big brother and sister-in-law. I couldn't attend your wedding, which has always made me feel guilty. I hope my big brother and sister-in-law can forgive me, Jiang Chen said earnestly. When his big brother and sister-in-law got married, he really wanted to attend, but that scoundrel Huang Pizzi forcibly held him back. This has always made him feel very guilty. No, we can't accept this, it's too precious. Wang Shuai directly handed the contract back to Jiang Chen. Their housing loan still had over $1 million, and this gift money was just too precious. Big brother, you said that brothers should share blessings and hardships together. If you don't accept this, it's like you don't recognize me as your brother. I'll leave right now. Besides, this is a gift for sister-in-law, not for you, Jiang Chen said firmly. This. Wang Shuai tightly held onto the contract. Chu Xiaowei was also moved to tears. This contract was indeed too precious for them. Just a few days ago, they were worried that the house would be taken by the bank after defaulting on payments. After a minute of hesitation, Wang Shuai gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Good brother. It's been years, big brother, how come you've become so sentimental? Jiang Chen laughed happily, genuinely happy from the heart. You brat, dare to call me big brother? Wang Shuai's eyes were filled with tears of joy. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Xiaochuan, thank you, really thank you. Shu Xiaowei thanked Jiang Chen with red eyes. She felt ashamed of what she had said just now. Jiang Chen immediately interrupted her. Don't say anything, sister-in-law. I understand your difficulties. He is my big brother, you are my dear sister-in-law, we are family, no need to be so polite. With that, Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei shed tears. Oh, big brother, there's also this. This is a gift for my little nephew. Jiang Chen placed a box he was holding on the dining table. What's this? Looking at the safe box, the two seemed to realize something. It's nothing, just some gifts for my little nephew, Jiang Chen said with a smile. They quickly opened it and were once again dumbfounded. The safe box was filled with neatly stacked bundles of 100 yuan bills. They were holding $1 million in their hands. Xiaochuan, this. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Don't say anything, I'll leave if you don't accept it, Jiang Chen said seriously again. Ah, Xiaochuan, I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Shuai burst into tears on the spot. Jiang Chen's gift was indeed too precious. This money was like a lifesaver for their family. If you're brothers, don't say thank you. Looking at the expressions of his elder brother and sister-in-law, Jiang Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment at this moment. That feeling, truly incomprehensible to anyone. Xiaochuan, you and your elder brother wait here, I'll go downstairs to buy some wine and food. Don't leave today, you two brothers should have a good drink. Chu Xiaowei wiped away her excited tears, her face full of gratitude. Yes, today we must drink until we drop. Wang Shuai regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. Jiang Chen shook his head confidently. No need to trouble yourself, sister-in-law, someone will come to invite us for dinner soon. Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei looked puzzled. Since their company went into debt, they had no friends left. Even those relatives who used to be close now treated them like strangers, avoiding them as if they were the plague, afraid that they would ask for money. No one would invite them for a meal. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the two's confusion but turned his gaze to Su Qingya. Su Qingya quickly spoke up. I just asked, our group does have real estate development and building materials business in Jin County. In fact, Su Qingya wouldn't usually care about such a small county, so she didn't know. I see. Is the person in charge coming soon? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Yes, I've arranged for them to come over within 10 minutes as you instructed, Su Qingya replied. Hearing the conversation between Jiang Chen and Su Qingya, Wang Shuai and Chu Xiaowei looked at each other in astonishment. Even if they had $1 million in cash in front of them, they still found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen was the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Wang Shui hurried to open it. Two middle-aged strangers in suits and leather shoes appeared at the door, their faces wearing flattering smiles, with a hint of panic flickering in their eyes. "Who are you?" Wang Shui asked in confusion. "Hello, I'm Yulin, the project manager of Ding Sheng Group in Jin County. Is Secretary Su Qingya inside?" The middle-aged man in front asked with a smile. She is. Please come in." Wang Shui nodded awkwardly. After coming to his senses, his eyes showed a look of shock. This middle-aged man was actually the project manager of Ding Sheng Group? And he referred to Su Qingya, whom Xiao Chuan had brought, as Secretary Su. Could it be that Xiao Chuan was really the chairman of Ding Sheng Group? "Secretary Su, I apologize for the oversight in welcoming you. This is truly regrettable." Upon seeing Su Qingya, Yulin immediately nodded and bowed obsequiously. Secretary Su was the personal secretary of the chairman of the branch office in Linhai City, a position much higher than his as a project manager. Su Qingya gave Yulin a cold glance, showing her disdain for such opportunistic behavior, and said coldly, "You don't need to apologize to me. This is our newly appointed chairman of Ding Sheng Group, Chairman Jiang Chen." She didn't emphasize the branch office chairman because she knew that Jiang Chen already owned 70% of Ding Sheng Group's shares. With 70% ownership, he was already the majority shareholder, making Jiang Chen the actual president of Ding Sheng Group. Chairman? Yulin was instantly terrified, quickly bowing down in a standard 90-degree gesture, his voice extremely respectful. "Chairman, please forgive my ignorance for not recognizing you." His body was trembling slightly as he bowed. Wang Shui and Xu Shelwei looked at each other, both seeing the incredulous and shocked expressions in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen glanced at Yulin and suddenly reprimanded, "Yulin, how dare you have the audacity to terminate the cooperation with my elder brother?" With a single word, Yulin and his assistant behind him felt the temperature around them drop by several degrees, leaving them as if plunged into an icy cave, their faces filled with confusion. "Who the hell is the chairman's big brother?" "Chairman, I swear, I really don't know who our big brother is. If I knew, even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to stop cooperating with our big brother." Yulin was now drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had only met the chairman for the first time today. How could he possibly know who the chairman's big brother was? And as a small figure himself, how could he possibly be involved with the chairman's big brother? "Humph, have you heard of Xiaoshui Building Materials Company?" Jiang Chen asked coldly. Xiaoshui Building Materials Company? Yulin tried hard to recall this name. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Right. It was a small company they had collaborated with a few months ago, but he had handed over the subsequent cooperation to his nephew, Zhao Bin. Could it be that the ugly guy who opened the door just now was the chairman's big brother? No wonder he looked somewhat familiar just now. "It seems you remember. You better give me a satisfactory explanation, or..." Jiang Chen coldly smiled, not finishing his sentence. Thud. Yulin was so scared that he knelt in front of Wang Shui with a thud. Tears streaming down his face, he clung to Wang Shui's thigh. "Big brother, please forgive me. I really didn't do this. I handed all the cooperation with you over to Zhao Bin. It must have been that bastard's doing." As an employee of Ding Sheng Group, he naturally knew the terror of Ding Sheng Group. As a small character like himself, a single word from the chairman could not only cost him his job but even crush him effortlessly. Now he really wanted to slap that bastard Zhao Bin to death. How did he manage to provoke such a big shot? "Ah, manager, you, please get up." Wang Shui was at a loss. With his status, it was impossible to meet Yulin before. Now such a big shot was kneeling in front of him asking for forgiveness. It was simply unbelievable and getting more and more absurd. "Big brother, if you don't forgive me, I dare not get up." Yulin looked at Wang Shui with a pitiful look, as if trying to melt him with loving eyes. "All right, General Yu, I forgive you, please get up." Wang Shui quickly nodded. He was naturally soft-hearted, and the sudden change had left his head buzzing in shock. Yulin dared not get up. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen with a pleading gaze. "Since my big brother asked you to get up, then get up," Jiang Chen said lightly. Judging from his expression just now, he really seemed unaware of this matter. "Thank you, Chairman, thank you, big brother." Yulin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Yulin, I'll make a note of this matter for you. You know what to do next, I don't need to remind you, right?" "I understand, Chairman." Yulin nodded repeatedly. At this moment, Wang Shui and Xu Shelwei were already experiencing a storm of shock and amazement in their hearts. Over the years, Jiang Chen had not returned home, and they thought it was because he was not doing well outside and was embarrassed to come back. Little did they expect that this kid had become the chairman of a 100 billion group in just 3 years. This kind of shock was beyond words. Xiaochuan has really changed, he was so domineering just now. Chu Shelwei whispered to Wang Shuai. Of course, you see whose little brother he is. Wang Shuai said proudly. Humph, look at you being all smug. My brother has made it big, can I not be smug as the big brother? But, although Xiaochuan has changed, our brotherly bond hasn't changed. At this moment, Yulin continued respectfully, Chairman, I just booked a table at the Haitian Hotel for a banquet. Please grace us with your presence, so I can have the opportunity to make amends for my mistakes and apologize to my brother properly. When he received a call from Su Qingya earlier, he realized that something big was happening and quickly arranged for a banquet. Alright, Jiang Chen nodded. It also meant that his sister-in-law didn't have to cook. He then turned to his elder brother and sister-in-law, smiling, elder brother, sister-in-law, let's go together. You can also discuss future cooperation with Yulin. The two of them excitedly nodded. They felt that this sudden happiness was almost overwhelming, as they had been worrying about survival just this morning. But now, there was a sudden turn of events. Not only did they become millionaires in an instant, but their company was also revived. Soon, they arrived at the Haitian Hotel. The Haitian Hotel was a newly opened 5-star hotel last year, known for its excellent facilities and service. Yulin had booked the VIP room. It was said that the room fee and service charge alone amounted to 100,000. Only VIPs with a net worth exceeding 5 million could reserve the VIP room. Chairman, the hotels in our small county cannot compare to the grand hotels in the coastal city and provincial capital. Please forgive us. Yulin bowed respectfully and obsequiously. It's just a meal, no need to worry, please have a seat, Jiang Chen said casually. However, he felt a bit bitter inside. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even imagine being in a place like this small county hotel Yulin mentioned. The room fee and service charge alone were 100,000, a place ordinary people could never afford to visit in their lifetime. They wouldn't even dare to step foot in there. While ordering food, Yulin excused himself to the restroom. He then made a call. Hey, brother-in-law, what's up? Zhao Bin, I order you to get to the VIP room at the Haitian Hotel as fast as you can, Yulin commanded in a cold voice. It was this bastard who almost caused him to lose his job. When he got back, he would definitely teach this idiot a lesson. What's going on, brother-in-law? I'm in county right now. I can't come over in such a short time. Zhao Bin asked in confusion. He couldn't understand why his brother-in-law suddenly sounded so cold. He couldn't remember what he had done wrong. Stop the nonsense. I command you to get here within an hour, or you're out. And when you get back, I will beat you to death. After saying that, Yulin hung up the phone directly. Back in the VIP room, he resumed his deferential attitude. Soon, the dishes were served, including Australian lobster, abalone, and sturgeon caviar, all top-notch ingredients. There were also 2 bottles of Fei Tian Mutai and 2 bottles of Lafite red wine. Wang Shuai and Chu Shelwei looked eagerly at the premium ingredients on the table, swallowing hard. Although they had been living a comfortable life running their company, this level of consumption was beyond their means. Brother, sister-in-law, let me propose a toast to you. Thank you for taking care of me like a real brother during our high school years, protecting me. Thank you, sister-in-law, for looking after this unromantic elder brother of mine all these years. Let me drink first. Jiang Chen opened the Fei Tian Mutai, poured a glass for Wang Shuai and himself, and downed it without waiting for their response. If it weren't for the protection of these 3 brothers during high school, he might have been a victim of bullying. He always cherished this favor. And the 3,000 yuan from yesterday was more precious to him than 3 billion in his eyes. Xiaochuan, you. Good, bottoms up. Wang Shuai's words stopped at his lips, and he also downed his drink in one go. Between brothers, it seems that not much needs to be said, everything that needs to be said is in the wine. Xiaochuan, this glass of wine should be a toast from my sister-in-law to you. Thank you for pulling our whole family out of the abyss. Chu Shelwei picked up the wine glass and stood up. After speaking sincerely, she emptied the wine in one gulp. She knew that if it weren't for Jiang Chen today, their family might really not have been able to hold on. Mortgage, debts, overdue wages, children's milk money. These expenses had long been suffocating them. Jiang Chen remained silent, raising his glass once again and drinking it all in one go. Chairman, big brother, sister-in-law, and Secretary Su, I toast to you. Thank you for forgiving my foolishness, giving me a chance. I'll do it, as you wish. Yulin also cheerfully drank up the wine in his glass. Soon after, they began chatting happily about family matters. They talked about high school memories, the ups and downs of life in recent years. Before long, this harmonious atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the noisy sound outside. Mr. Xia, you can't go in. The private room is really occupied. Let me arrange another room for you. The pleading voice of the waiter reached everyone's ears first. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention, but Yu Lin beside him instantly turned cold. After finally obtaining the chairman's forgiveness, who was this fool trying to cause trouble? Get lost. Do you know who I am? In the whole city of Jinchang, besides me, who else is qualified to dine in the private room? A voice full of arrogance followed. The tone was even more domineering than Zhang the patriarch. Mr. Xia, you really can't disturb the guests inside. The waiter continued to intervene. Get the hell out of here, you blind lowlife. Keep pushing me, and I'll make you lose this job, believe it or not? Smack! Xia Feiji slapped the waiter directly in the face, threatening him. The waiter was instantly stunned. Creak! Just then, Xia Feiji entered with 4 bodyguards. Wang Shuai. The moment he entered, Xia Feiji saw Wang Shuai. He only knew Wang Shuai in the entire private room. After a moment of daze, he burst into laughter. Ha! Wang Shuai, you stinky country bumpkin, you dare to come to the Hai Tian Hotel and act like a big shot? What gives you the courage to step into my exclusive private room? Seeing Xia Feiji, Wang Shuai clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. This fat man in front of him almost caused his company to go bankrupt and his family to fall apart. Meeting the enemy, he was especially resentful. Xia Feiji, you beast, you won't have a good death. Wang Shuai trembled with anger. You ignorant country bumpkin, how dare you curse me? It seems the punishment I gave you before wasn't harsh enough. If I don't break your dog legs today, my name isn't Xia. Xia Feiji looked at Wang Shuai in surprise. This guy had always been submissive in front of him, but today he dared to curse him. Instantly, he was furious. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood up and walked over to Xia Feiji. With icy eyes, he stared at Xia Feiji as if looking at a dead man. So you're the so-called Xia Feiji? That's right, I am Xia Feiji, the young master of the Xia group. And who do you think you are to call out my name so boldly? Xia Feiji arrogantly raised his head. The next moment, Jiang Chen grabbed the white wine bottle on the table and smashed it with full force on Xia Feiji's head. Crack! The bottle shattered, Xia Feiji's head split open, blood gushing out. Ah! In an instant, the sound of a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the private room. Jiang Chen gave Yu Lin a cold glance and ordered, Yu Lin, beat him to death for me. If he dies, I'll take responsibility. Understood, Chairman Dong. Yu Lin immediately nodded. Then he nodded to his assistant behind him. This assistant of his was no ordinary person. He was a retired Special Forces soldier who had helped him in times of trouble before and had been following him ever since. Dealing with a few ordinary people was a piece of cake. After receiving the order, the assistant, Han Zhan, swiftly moved forward. In less than a minute, the 4 bodyguards brought by Xia Feiji were knocked down to the ground, groaning in pain. Wang Shuai watched in horror. I never thought that the little brother we needed to protect in high school has really grown up. His actions were so decisive. Xia Feiji was already covered in blood, trembling in fear, with a pool of yellowish liquid around him. As the saying goes, the bold fear the resolute, and the resolute fear the reckless. At this moment, Xia Fei was filled with immense fear. The person who had just attacked him seemed like a terrifying demon. However, despite his usual arrogance, he couldn't swallow his pride at this moment, even if he was angry. Lao Si, let's forget about it, okay? This could end up in a fatality. Seeing Xia Feiji covered in blood, Wang Shuai was also greatly frightened. Even though Jiang Chen was the chairman of Dingshang Group, causing a fatality would still be very troublesome. Yes, Xiao Chuan, let it go. Don't get yourself into trouble for a scum like him. Chu Shelwei quickly interjected. Su Qingya just looked on coldly. Yu Lin was trembling with fear, never expecting the seemingly young chairman to be so ruthless. Jiang Chen just smiled faintly, then squatted in front of Xia Feiji, grabbed his hair, and said, Remember, today is just a warning. If you dare to cause trouble for my brother again, I won't hesitate to break your legs. Even though it's a society governed by law now, the saying money talks never goes out of style. Damn hillbilly, you're dead meat, how dare you hit me? You won't be saved even if Jesus comes, I'm telling you. If I don't kill you hillbillies today, my name isn't Xia Feiji. Xia Feiji suddenly lost his composure, roaring with eyes wide open. Fear was one thing, but such humiliation and anger were intolerable. Xia Feiji immediately took out his phone and made a call. Dad, I'm about to be beaten to death in the Tianhai Hotel's private room. Hurry up and bring everyone here. If you're late, you'll lose your son. After speaking, he even took a selfie of his beaten face and sent it to his father. Jiang Chen didn't stop him. If they were going to clean up, they might as well take care of his father too to avoid future trouble. Lao Si, let's leave quickly. Xia Chankuan has trained dozens of thugs under him. If they really come over, we'll be at a disadvantage for sure. After Xiafeiji made the call, Wang Shui hurriedly spoke up. They were only 6 people now, and 2 of them were women. They would definitely be at a disadvantage in a fight. Even though Han Zhan was skilled in combat, he wouldn't stand a chance against dozens of thugs. Xiao Chuan is right, a wise man knows when to retreat. Let's get out of here first. Chu Shelwei also urged anxiously. This was the first time he had seen such a situation, especially with Xiafeiji being the one beaten. Although this scumbag was despicable, his father Xia Changkuan was indeed powerful and influential in Jin County. Seeing the worried expressions of the two, Yulin suddenly spoke confidently, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, don't worry. Xia Changkuan is just a piece of trash in my eyes. As long as I, Yulin, am here, if Xia Changkuan dares to harm the chairman, I swear I'll make him disappear from Jin County." Although Yulin appeared gentle in front of Jiang Chen like a pet dog, he was, after all, the project leader of the flourishing Jin County Dingshang group and naturally did not regard small bosses like Xia Changkuan highly. "Chairman, rest assured, in Jin County, no one dares to act recklessly in front of you." It was evident that Yulin had great confidence in himself. After speaking, he took out his phone, composed a message, and sent it out. "You're quite impressive. Once this matter is resolved, you won't be left unrewarded," Jiang Chen said casually. In this world, over 99% of relationships require benefits to be maintained, which is why money is the best way to win people over. Upon hearing this, Yulin was instantly thrilled and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. It seemed that he was about to turn a misfortune into a blessing today. Meanwhile, in a villa elsewhere, Xia Changkuan's square face looked as dark as if ink was about to drip from it. He slammed his fist fiercely on the desk. "I never expected that in Jin County, someone would dare to treat my son, Xia Changkuan's son, like this. It's outrageous. I swear I will personally crush your bones one by one and make you realize who the boss in Jin County truly is." "Chairman, all the thugs have been assembled," Secretary Lu Ming said tremblingly. "Set off immediately for the Tianhai Hotel. Whoever dares to harm my son, I will make them pay with their blood." In the private room at the Tianhai Hotel, they had been waiting for over 10 minutes. Xiafeiji's face was already scabbing with dried blood. Boom! The next moment, the door of the room was forcefully pushed open. A group of bodyguards stormed into the room, surrounding Jiang Chen and his group. An angry voice followed, "No one in this room today will escape. Dare to harm my son, and you will regret ever coming into this world." "Dad! Daddy! I'm here, save me." Upon hearing his father's voice, Xiafeiji clung to it like a lifeline and burst into tears. All his grievances and fears poured out in that moment. "Beat them to death for me. I'll take responsibility for it." A middle-aged man with a big head and ears walked in. Seeing this man, Wang Shui and Chu Shelwei couldn't help but show expressions of fear. This man was none other than Xiafeiji's father, Xia Changkuan. He was said to be a notorious thug in Jin County in the past, known for his ruthless methods and loud reputation. "Xia Changkuan, you're quite audacious to bark in front of me, the chairman of Dingsheng Group. Seems like you're tired of living." Just as Xia Changkuan entered, Yulin's mocking voice rang out. Although he was meek and submissive in front of Jiang Chen, almost like a harmless little lamb, his demeanor changed instantly when facing Xia Changkuan. This voice. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xia Changkuan's face darkened, and a feeling of fear instantly gripped him. He turned around abruptly, and his entire demeanor wilted in an instant. "You, big brother you, it's you?" Xia Changkuan never expected that the one who attacked his son would be Yulin. This was bad news. Although he had a good standing in Jin County and knew many people, he was well aware of Yulin's background. Not only did he have the support of a billion-dollar company like Dingshang Group, but his methods were also extremely ruthless. He then cast a cold glance at Xiafeiji lying on the ground, wishing he could strangle the scoundrel. Why did this little bastard have to provoke Yulin of all people? "Xia Changkuan, you're quite audacious. Not only did you send your son to provoke my big brother, but you also want to kill us. Do you really think Jin County belongs to your Xia family?" Yulin spoke coldly once again. He had been worried about not having a chance to impress the chairman, but unexpectedly, Xia Changkuan and his son cooperated so well, providing him with the perfect opportunity to shine. "Misunderstanding, this must be a misunderstanding. Brother you, please don't be angry. This little brat offended you, I will definitely deal with him properly." Xia Changkuan repeatedly apologized with a smile, his eyes narrowed to slits by the fat on his face. "Dad, what are you doing? It was these bastards who hit me. Hurry up and get rid of these stinking bumpkins." Xiafeiji seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation, starting to vent his grievances to his father. Smack! The next moment, Xia Changkuan slapped Xiafeiji's bloated face heavily, leaving him dazed. "Shut up, all you know is causing trouble for me. Do you know who you've offended? If you say one more word, I'll slap you to death." He was at least a smart person, How did he raise such a fool? In this situation, can't he see what's going on? He quickly looked at Yulin and pleaded, "Brother Yu, it's indeed this little brat's fault this time. I will make him kneel and apologize to you now, and later I will personally come to apologize. Please forgive this little brat." Yulin glanced disdainfully at Xie Changkuan and said coldly, "I can't make the decision. The person he offended just now is the chairman of our Ding Sheng group. Whether to forgive or not depends on the chairman's mood." Chairman of Ding Sheng group? Xie Changkuan was shocked. Then he glanced at Zhang Chen and Wang Shuai. These two looked like they were in their 20s, not at all like chairman. Seeing Xie Changkuan's confusion, Yulin respectfully walked up to Zhang Chen. "This is our chairman of Ding Sheng group, Chairman Zhang." Although Xie Changkuan was extremely shocked, he quickly realized. With a thud, he knelt directly in front of Zhang Chen. He couldn't even compete with the project manager of Ding Sheng group, let alone the chairman. "Chairman Zhang, my son has offended you, please forgive him. Spare him, and from now on, Xie Changkuan will be a dog by your side." Jokingly, being a dog by the side of a chairman of 100 billion group, what's wrong with that? It's not humiliation, it's an honor. Humph. Zhang Chen sneered, "To be my dog, are you worthy? You can spare your son, he threatened to break my brother's leg just now. If you go over and break one of his legs now, I will spare him. Of course, if you can't bear to do it, I can ask Han Zhan for help." Chairman, this. Alright, as long as Chairman Jiang is happy. Xie Changkuan's eyes briefly showed a hint of resentment, but it quickly disappeared. Then he took the iron rod from the thug's hand, and with a dark look, walked towards Xie Feiji. "Dad, what are you going to do? I'm your own son, your beloved son. That bastard beat me like this, hurry up and break his damn leg." Xie Feiji saw his father approaching with a steel pipe and was instantly covered in cold sweat. Originally, he called his dad to stand up for him, but now the situation seemed to be going in a different direction. "Shut up, you useless troublemaker. How did I raise such a blind fool like you?" Xie Changkuan scolded angrily. Besides the frustration of not seeing improvement, there was also a strong sense of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Dad, no, I'm Feiji. You can't hit Feiji." Xie Feiji kept retreating in fear. Xie Changkuan was also ruthless, "No more nonsense." He raised the steel pipe and smashed it heavily on Xie Feiji's left leg. Crack! Along with a crisp sound of bone breaking, a pig-like miserable scream echoed through the entire compartment once again. After a few screams, Xie Feiji fainted from the pain. Xie Changkuan looked at his son, whose head was bleeding and leg broken, feeling a deep pain in his heart. Today's events are far from over. But as he turned to Zhang Chen and Yulin, the malice in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a fawning demeanor. "Chairman, brother Yu, I have broken this brat's leg, can we call it even now?" Yulin looked to Zhang Chen for approval. He had no decision-making power in this private room. "Alright, you can take that waste and leave. Remember well, my name is Zhang Chen. If you seek revenge, come find me anytime." Zhang Chen nodded lightly. He could clearly see the resentment in Xie Changkuan's eyes just now. To handle the situation so calmly with dozens of henchmen, even going as far as breaking his own beloved son's leg, showed a level of restraint not possessed by ordinary people. This guy was like a venomous snake. Once gaining power, he would pose a deadly threat. "Chairman, you jest. It was my son's fault to begin with. I am already grateful that you are letting him go. How could I possibly seek revenge on you?" Xie Changkuan's smile seemed genuine, but the hand gripping the steel pipe tightened. "Very well," Zhang Chen sneered. "Then, Chairman, brother Yu, I will take my leave. Carry this brat out." With that, Xie Changkuan had his men drag Xie Feiji out of the room. Meanwhile, Wang Shuai and Xu Shelwei seemed still in shock from the recent events. They couldn't believe that Xie Changkuan, a prominent figure in Jingxian County, had just knelt before Zhang Chen to ask for forgiveness, and he had directly broken Xie Feiji's leg. It all felt too surreal, like a dream. After swallowing hard, Wang Shuai finally snapped out of his shock and said with concern, "Lao Si, you have truly offended Xie Changkuan this time. He dotes on Xie Feiji the most. I heard you never even dared to scold him before, yet you let him break Xie Feiji's leg. You better leave Jingxian County quickly, take uncle and aunt to Linhai City." Wang Shuai knew Xie Changkuan well, cunning and vengeful. Moreover, he had ties to the underworld, so who knew what kind of retaliation he might unleash. No need to worry. Zhang Chen remained indifferent. "Chairman, brother is right. Although Xie Changkuan seemed to yield just now, I sense deep resentment in his eyes. He will surely seek revenge in the future. From what happened just now, it's clear he has great endurance. Such people are like venomous snakes, sometimes catching you off guard." Yulin nodded in agreement, offering a reminder. Although Xie Changkuan had concealed his resentment well earlier, Yulin saw through it. "Humph, revenge will come in due time. Do I need to teach you how to handle such matters? Jiang Chen glanced at Yulin and said calmly. He knew well that Xie Changkuan's fear was not directed at him, but at Yulin. This guy definitely had the capability to deal with Xie Changkuan. I understand, Chairman. Yulin suddenly realized. Helping the boss clear away dangers and obstacles on the path was what a competent employee should do. Well said, you are smart and reliable. Jiang Chen patted Yulin's shoulder with a smile. Then he asked, how much is your current salary? Chairman, including base salary, bonuses, and year-end rewards, it's around 100,000 a year. Yulin nodded excitedly. Was the chairman going to give him a raise? Too little. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. Yulin had excellent insight and was very clever, understanding things quickly. He had done a good job just now. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen said lightly, from today onwards, I will increase your annual salary tenfold, from 1 million to 10 million. 10 million, just a day's worth of the system's reward. For him, it was truly a drop in the bucket. Sigh. Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room took a sharp breath. Even Su Qingya looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. 1 million might not be much for Jiang Chen, but for a mere project manager in a county town, how could he deserve it? Even Li Ligua, the general manager of the Linhai City branch, with his salary and bonuses combined, probably earned around 5 million. Wang Shui and Chu Xiaowei were once again stunned in place. 10 million, an astronomical figure they had never even dreamed of. Thud. After a moment of daze, Yulin directly knelt in front of Jiang Chen, his eyes red, breathing rapidly, looking at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at his own birth parents in excitement. Chairman, from now on, I, Yulin, will be the most loyal dog by your side. If you tell me to go east, I dare not go west. If you ask me to chase dogs, I dare not catch chickens. This statement came straight from his heart, with a sincerity of 1000%. It should be noted that in the entire Long Kingdom, there were only 3 to 4 million people with assets exceeding 10 million, accounting for about 0.25% of the national population. In other words, his income for just 1 year exceeded that of 99.75% of the population. Alright, work hard with me in the future. As long as you are absolutely loyal, you will not be short of benefits. But if you have other intentions, I advise you to think twice. Jiang Chen continued in a calm tone. To successfully win someone over, you must give a sweet date along with a slap. Yes, yes, yes. I swear, my loyalty to the chairman is as endless as the surging river, unstoppable like the flooding Yellow River. Yulin quickly raised his hand to swear. After decades of experience, he had learned a profound truth: never have conflicts with money, especially not with wealthy people. Let's continue eating. Jiang Chen was not disturbed by the incident with Xie Feiji and his son, still enjoying the meal. Mainly because the dishes on the table were so sumptuous, the first time he had eaten such a high-class banquet. He couldn't stomach the food he had at the Western restaurant yesterday. The Chinese dishes on the table were more to his liking. The private room returned to calm, and the conversation resumed. Outside the hotel, Xie Changkuan finally dropped all pretenses. His eyes turned cold and ruthless. Looking at his son who had fainted, his fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh. Damn it! Damn you all! I will make you pay 1,000 times for today's shame. Yulin, and that mongrel, I will make you pay with your lives. They might be richer and more powerful than him, but so what? If he wanted them to disappear from Jingxian without a trace, he had a way. Regardless of being a chairman, even if a fierce dragon came to Jingxian, it would have to lie down obediently. At that moment, 3 people suddenly hurried over. Seeing the newcomers, Xie Changkuan's face instantly softened his viciousness. Then he quickly approached with a smile. Manager Zhao, why are you here? Manager Zhao was Zhao Bin, who had just received a call from Yulin. Upon receiving the call in county, he had returned to Jingxian at the fastest speed. Mr. Xie, did you just come out of the hotel? Isn't that your son, Xie Feiji? What happened to him? Did he hit his head? Zhao Bin glanced at Xie Changkuan, then looked at Xie Feiji with scabs all over his head, his face full of puzzlement. Although Xie Changkuan and Xie Feiji were not considered big shots, they could barely be regarded as local tyrants in Jingxian County. Who dared to beat Xie Feiji into such a miserable state? Yes, Manager Zhao, this little brat accidentally offended Brother Yu just now, so he was taught a lesson. Were you also called here by Brother Yu? Xie Changkuan nodded. Yes, I received a call from my brother-in-law an hour ago. How did you end up in conflict with my brother-in-law? Zhao Bin was puzzled. Xie Changkuan knew his brother-in-law, and their cooperation was very close, so even if he borrowed some courage, he would never dare to go against his brother-in-law. Ah, it's all because of my useless family members' lack of insight. By the way, Manager Zhao, Brother Yu calling you here might also be for questioning, so you better be prepared. After this reminder, Xia Changkuan left with his son. Zhao Bin entered the hotel with a puzzled expression. As soon as he entered the private room, he saw the gloomy-faced Yulin and Wang Shuai. Zhao Bin's face turned cold, disdainfully saying, "Mongrel, who allowed you to sit here? Get the hell out, or I'll break your dog legs." He knew Wang Shuai. This guy was the boss of Xiaoshuai Building Materials Company, and they had some business dealings in the past. Initially, their cooperation was fine, but later, Xia Changkuan offered too much. Smack! As Zhao Bin's words fell, a wine bottle burst on his head. "You idiot, kneel down for me." Yulin, holding a broken wine bottle half, angrily reprimanded. "Ah, brother-in-law, why are you hitting me?" Zhao Bin covered his head, looking at Yulin in horror. Why was his brother-in-law so terrifying today, completely like a different person? And he actually laid hands on him. "You blind fool, this is our chairman's elder brother. How dare you bark in front of the elder brother? Do you think you have a long life?" Yulin's tone was extremely cold. "Chairman? Chairman?" Zhao Bin was even more confused. "Han Zhan, get this idiot out of here and break his dog legs while you're at it." Yulin ordered Han Zhan beside him directly. Only this way might spare his foolish brother-in-law from more suffering. "Yes." Han Zhan nodded and dragged Zhao Bin out. In a state of confusion, Zhao Bin was dragged out, followed by a painful scream from him. Jiang Chen remained calm throughout, not saying a word. Yulin was even more decisive than he had imagined. He would break his nephew's legs without hesitation. Wang Shuai and Xu Shelwei seemed stunned, their expressions hardly changing. An hour later, Jiang Chen finally finished eating. He had intended to pay the bill, but Yulin beat him to it. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, Wang Shuai's phone rang. Checking the phone, it was a message from his second brother Zhang Hai. "What's wrong, big brother? Does second brother need something from you?" Jiang Chen asked with narrowed eyes. Last night, Shueli mentioned that second brother's family was in a difficult situation, and his niece had contracted a strange illness. He had planned to visit second brother after dinner, but now second brother had sent a message. Wang Shuai furrowed his brows slightly. In the past year, Zhang Hai had rarely contacted him. Every time he did, it was almost when he had reached the end of his rope and had to ask for help. It seemed that this time, he must have encountered an insurmountable problem. He then opened the voice message. "Big brother, can you lend me some money? I urgently need it." Zhang Hai's voice trembled, sounding like he was about to cry. Just as Wang Shuai and Zhang Chenggao were about to respond, the other party suddenly initiated a video call. Wang Shuai quickly answered. However, what he saw was not Zhang Hai but a face that looked extremely fierce. This person had a scar nearly 20 centimeters long on his face, running from the eyebrow down to the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold, his demeanor icy, giving off a very intimidating vibe. "You must be Zhang Hai's older brother, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhong Tianhao. Your little brother borrowed $1 million loan from me, come and repay it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and Wang Shuai frowned. Beside them, Yulin's face instantly changed color. Jiang Chen also took notice of this scene. He then asked in a low voice, "Who is this Zhong Tianhao? Is he very powerful?" From Yulin's expression just now, it was evident that he was wary of this guy named Zhong Tianhao. "Yes, he's the chairman." Yulin nodded decisively, furrowing his brows, and explained, "This person is the chairman of Tianhao Group. He used to operate in both the light and dark sides. Although he's now on the path of whitewashing, he has many powerful henchmen. He is undoubtedly the kingpin of Jin County. Moreover, almost all the lending companies in Jin County are his businesses. Besides, this guy's personal strength is terrifying. Even Han Zhan probably wouldn't last more than 2 rounds against him." Although Yulin's introduction was concise, Jiang Chen listened with a furrowed brow. It seemed that this guy was indeed not to be trifled with. Su Qingya also furrowed her brows. She knew that such people were ruthless and capable of anything. Moreover, they possessed extremely terrifying combat power, akin to a ticking time bomb. Jiang Chen became interested upon hearing this and had other thoughts in mind. Repaying $1 million was just a tip of the iceberg for him. He could easily earn $1 million in 3 hours with his eyes closed, not to mention the money Ding Sheng Group helped him make. However, after hearing Yulin's introduction, he decided to recruit Zhong Tianhao under his wing. With such explosive combat power and many henchmen, he would surely be a valuable underling. Thinking this, Jiang Chen snatched the phone from Wang Shuai's hand. He then smiled faintly and said, "Brother Hao, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Hai's 4th brother. I can repay you double the amount he owes you. Are you sure?" Zhong Tianhao's face in the video showed a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a cold expression. "You better not be playing me. Otherwise, not only will Zhang Hai be in trouble, but you will also pay the price for it." How could a poor student like the one in the video have 2 million? This kid must be trying to deceive him, but anyone who dared to deceive him would pay a painful price. Rest assured, I won't deceive you for a mere 2 million, but I need to make sure my second brother is unharmed. Jiang Chen continued. Those who lent money at high interest rates were all ruthless. His second brother must have suffered a lot. Zhong Tianhao aimed the camera at Zhang Hai. At that moment, Zhang Hai was tied up to a chair, with 2 smelly socks stuffed in his mouth. There was a woman and a 3 or 4-year-old girl beside him. Both the woman and the girl were thin, fearful, with pale faces and dried tear marks on their faces. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's heart suddenly ached, and he instinctively clenched his fist. This scene was too heartbreaking for him. Immediately untie my second brother and them, then send me the account number. Jiang Chen suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. Soon, a string of account numbers was sent over. Jiang Chen promptly transferred the money. Good lad, looks like I underestimated you. I never expected someone like you, with such a poor appearance, to actually come up with 2 million. Alright, although I, Zhong Tianhao, am not a good person, I am very trustworthy, I keep my word. You guys, quickly release Zhang Ducai. Zhong Tianhao was quite reliable. As soon as he received the money, he immediately released Zhang Hai and the others. Kid, being able to spend 2 million to save your brother, that's loyal, I admire your loyalty. Consider being my right-hand man? Zhong Tianhao's face lit up with a hearty smile. Despite everyone calling him a ruthless villain, he believed he was doing well in terms of honesty and loyalty. So, naturally, he appreciated someone like Jiang Chen, who valued loyalty. After all, in this society, there are too many fake brotherhoods, and genuine loyalty is hard to come by. Not interested, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Alright, let's end it here. I'll tear up Zhang Hai's IOU right away, consider this debt settled. Hope we have the opportunity for future cooperation. Zhong Tianhao tore up Zhang Hai's IOU right in front of Jiang Chen. Speaking of cooperation, I have a business proposition now that involves the lives of your entire family. Are you interested? Jiang Chen asked with a faint smile. Just now, he had used his ability to foresee the future to predict Zhong Tianhao's fate. Although this ability to foresee the future was limited to 10 times, it was undeniably useful. Kid, are you threatening me? Do you know the consequences of threatening Zhong Tianhao? Zhong Tianhao, who had a smile on his face just a moment ago, turned cold upon hearing this. His gaze, filled with killing intent, locked onto Jiang Chen. After all, he had been in the underworld for 20 years, and today, he was being told what to do by a greenhorn. Did he really think he could threaten him just because he had some money? Don't misunderstand, I'm not threatening you. On the contrary, I'm trying to save you. Jiang Chen remained calm in his tone. Based on his ability to foresee the future just now, he foresaw that Zhong Tianhao's entire family would soon die in a car accident. And this accident was no accident, it was deliberate. Kid, I did appreciate your loyalty just now, but don't think you can act recklessly in front of me just because of that. If you dare to say such things again, I'll make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Zhong Tianhao's voice was icy cold. His family was his weak spot, and if anyone dared to threaten his family, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. Tomorrow would be cloudy, maybe even rainy, so he probably wouldn't see the sun. Don't rush to threaten me either. How about we make a bet? If I win, you become my underling. If I lose, I'll give you 10 billion, deal? Jiang Chen still wore a faint smile on his face. This kind of smile exuded immense confidence. Even Zhong Tianhao couldn't fathom why this kid was so confident. 10 billion? Are you sure? Zhong Tianhao suddenly became interested. As the chairman of Tianhao Group, he had many small companies in Jin County. But being just a county town, his assets amounted to only 1 billion. The temptation of 10 billion was still significant. However, after a moment, he realized. This young brat might have some money, perhaps he was from a wealthy family, but there was no way he could come up with 10 billion. Even in the entire Jin County, the number of people who could immediately produce 10 billion in cash as a bet was probably very few. But before he could speak further, Jiang Chen seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Don't doubt the authenticity of my earlier statement. As the chairman of Dingsheng Group, 10 billion is nothing to me. Chairman of Dingsheng Group? Zhong Tianhao was stunned. This guy who didn't even look like he had grown a full beard was the chairman of Dingsheng Group. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhong Tianhao, don't use your suspicious eyes to question the ability of our chairman. I can testify. Yulin spoke up from the side. Yulin? Zhong Tianhao frowned. If it were someone else speaking, he wouldn't believe it, but he would naturally believe Yulin. After all, this guy was the project manager of Dingsheng Group in Jin County, he shouldn't lie. It seems I was mistaken. The chairman of Ding Shang Group is indeed promising. So, what do you want to bet? How do you want to bet? Zhong Tianhao immediately asked. Then he secretly pressed the record and screen recording buttons. It's simple, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, you should take your wife and child to attend a banquet, right? If you don't want to die, don't drive your own car, change it, or else your whole family will die in your beloved car. Of course, if you want to die, you can choose not to listen. Jiang Chen remained extremely confident. The precognitive ability rewarded by the system would definitely not be wrong. TSK. Zhong Tianhao snorted, I thought it was some kind of bet, turns out it's a charlatan. Get ready with that 10 billion. You can run, but Julin, you probably can't. After saying that, Zhong Tianhao hung up the phone directly. Although he absolutely didn't believe what Jiang Chen had just said, for some reason, there was a vague sense of unease lingering in his heart at this moment. The last time he felt this way, he almost got chopped to death by his enemies. The scar on his face was also left from that incident. How good, sister-in-law and young master are here, it's already 2:10, should we set off? At this moment, a henchman suddenly walked in and asked, Let's go. Zhong Tianhao nodded. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already returned to Wang Shuai's house. Zhang Hai also rushed over with his wife and daughter. Upon meeting, he knelt directly in front of Jiang Chen. Fourth brother, thank you. Thank you for saving our family. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. Zhang Hai was moved to tears. This past year had been too suffocating and painful for him. Since his daughter was diagnosed with that illness, he had been working like a dog every day. Working tirelessly to earn money, but in the face of the exorbitant surgery fees, it was still a drop in the bucket. In the end, he had to resort to borrowing from loan sharks. And today, if it weren't for Jiang Chen's help, he might have really been thrown into the sea by Zhong Tianhao. If it was just himself, he could accept death, as he would be a hero again in 18 years. But he couldn't rest assured about his wife and daughter. If he really died, leaving them orphaned and widowed in this world, they would be pitiful. So at this moment, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was their savior, the sudden light of hope that shone into their darkest hour, like a reborn parent. Second brother, get up quickly, what are you doing? There's no reason for an older brother to kneel to his younger brother, are you trying to shorten my life? Jiang Chen quickly helped Zhang Hai up. At this moment, he realized that his once handsome and carefree second brother had been worn down by life. He looked extremely thin, with a yellow complexion, sporting 2 faint dark circles under his eyes, clearly a result of long-term malnutrition. Zhang Hai's wife, Li Shueru, was not faring any better, extremely frail with a waxen complexion. Their little girl beside them was quite cute, like a Barbie doll, but with a pale face and wearing a flower hat. Perhaps her hair was shaved during dialysis. Xiao Chuan, sister-in-law thanks you for saving us, thank you, Wu Li Shueru said as she knelt down towards Jiang Chen. Over the past year, they had already lost hope. Especially just now, she had prepared to die with Zhang Hai and their child. Sister-in-law, what are you doing again? You are my brother's wife, I really can't bear it. Besides, isn't it only right for a younger brother to help his older brother? Jiang Chen was deeply moved. He could clearly feel the gratitude from his second brother and sister-in-law. Big brother, stop standing there and come help. Jiang Chen glared at Wang Shuai. This guy really lacked insight. Xiaochuan, maybe this will make second brother feel a little better. Wang Shuai said seriously. Because he had experienced Zhang Hai's feelings just now, he could understand that gratitude very well. Feel better my foot, come and help already. Jiang Chen said impatiently. When he was in high school, his older brothers had always helped him. They took him out to eat, fought for him and others. Whenever there was something good to eat, they never forgot about their little brother. So every time they helped him, he remembered it. So he really couldn't bear such a big gift from them. It took a full 10 minutes for Zhang Hai and Li Shueru's emotions to slightly calm down. Then they quickly pushed the little girl in front of Jiang Chen. Fourth brother, this is my daughter, Yining. Yining, this is daddy's brother, real brother, call him fourth dad. He didn't let his daughter call him uncle, because he felt that Jiang Chen could bear the title of fourth dad. Fourth dad. The delicate little girl's voice rang out. The little girl was very, very cute, but her face was extremely pale and looked very tired. Ah, good niece. Jiang Chen touched Zhang Yining's cheek with a heartache, feeling a bit sour at the tip of his nose. A little girl who had only been in this world for 4 years had already suffered more than many people would in a lifetime. Xiaoya, hurry and kowtow to fourth dad. Li Shueru was about to make Zhang Yining kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Chen. Alright, sister-in-law, if you keep acting like this, I'll really get angry. Didn't we agree when we were together? Brothers should share blessings and hardships together. Jiang Chen said somewhat angrily. Fourth dad, don't be angry with mom and dad, it's all Enin's fault, Enin got sick and burdened mom and dad. Little Enin said, tears the size of beans falling from the corners of her eyes. Although she was only 4 years old, she was clearly much more sensible than many 13-year-old little devils. Enin, be good, fourth dad is not angry, come, fourth dad hug you. Zhangchen smiled gently and lifted Enin up. She felt very light, probably around 20 pounds. This was definitely not the weight a 4-year-old child should have, and his heart ached again. Hee, fourth dad is so handsome. Even more handsome than dad said. Enin looked at Zhangchen, smiling happily. After putting Enin down, Zhangchen took out another safe box. Second brother, sister-in-law, there is 1 million in cash inside. It's a gift for Enin from me. Zhangchen directly opened the safe box. Zheng Hai and Li Shueru were shocked. It was the first time they had seen so much cash, and they were speechless. 10 seconds later, Zheng Hai looked at Zhangchen with guilt, his Adam's apple moving continuously, wanting to say something but unable to. Alright, why are you also learning to be so naggy like big brother? This is a gift for Enin, not for you. Zhangchen said firmly. Alright, second brother, just accept it. I accepted it just now, this kid had it prepared a long time ago. Wang Shui also quickly stepped forward to say. Alright, Qingya, find a way to contact the top experts in the country to treat Enin, no matter the cost, speed is key. Okay, Su Qingya nodded. The scene just now had deeply touched her as well. To be honest, she had never witnessed such brotherly affection before. She couldn't even imagine that the bond between several unrelated brothers could be so strong. Despite lacking blood ties, their closeness surpassed that of blood-related siblings. Zheng Hai and Li Shueru wanted to kneel down to express their gratitude, but Zhangchen stopped them. At this moment, it was unlikely that anyone could truly understand the joy of survival that Zheng Hai and Li Shueru felt. Evening quickly arrived. Chu Shelwei and Li Shueru prepared a sumptuous feast. They also bought 2 bottles of good wine. The 4 of them raised their glasses in unison. Lao Si, we won't say words of thanks, everything is in this wine. After speaking, they emptied their glasses of white wine. They knew that no amount of gratitude expressed now could repay Jiang Chen's life-saving grace. I understand. Jiang Chen raised his glass and also emptied it in one go. With a simple I understand, the 3 brothers shared a smile. The meal was incredibly joyful. Jiang Chen hadn't enjoyed a meal this happily in a long time. Su Qingya also contacted the most authoritative pediatrician in the capital, saying they would come to Jin County early tomorrow morning. This made Jiang Chen once again marvel at the power of money. If he didn't have so much money, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to queue up for an appointment with the top expert in the capital. Ding ling ling. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly rang. He checked and saw an unfamiliar local number. Hello, who's this? Jiang Chen answered. Hey, Master Jiang, Big Brother Jiang, it's Xiaohao. A very excited voice came from the phone. It was clearly Zhong Tianhao, who had video called at noon. After ending the video call at noon, he felt a strong sense of unease lingering in his heart. Then he remembered Jiang Chen's words, so he didn't choose to drive his own car to the hotel. Instead, he changed cars. Sure enough, halfway through the drive, the car's brake system suddenly failed, and the accelerator uncontrollably surged upwards. The speed soared to 250 miles per hour, crashing into the guardrail and causing a fire. The driver and 2 companions in the car were burned alive on the spot, and the car turned into a charred frame. This incident not only shocked and angered him but also reminded him of Jiang Chen's words. At the same time, he secretly felt lucky that he had inexplicably followed Jiang Chen's advice, otherwise, it could have been him and his whole family burned alive. In that instant, Jiang Chen became not only his savior but also a godlike figure in his mind. Oh, so it's brother Zhong Tianhao. You can still call me alive now, it seems you listened to my advice, but I still prefer your previous unruly self, so go back to that. Jiang Chen teased with a smile. Actually, he wasn't sure if Zhong Tianhao would listen to him at that time. After all, such people were very self-righteous. Moreover, what he said was quite mysterious, so probably 80% of people wouldn't believe it. It's like one day someone suddenly calls you and claims to be Qin Shi Huang, asks you to be Zhao Gao, or claims to be Ma Yun or Ma Huateng, and invites you to have a meal at 20. In normal eyes, these people are either scammers or lunatics, and they wouldn't pay any attention. Ahem. Big Brother Jiang, I was wrong, I was blind, you are truly a god. From today on, I am your true little brother, and you are my true big brother. Zhong Tianhao coughed awkwardly, showing utmost respect. Don't you suspect that I bribed your men, tampered with your car, and then made a bet with you? Jiang Chen asked with a laugh. Actually, according to normal logic, most people would probably have such thoughts. After all, people believe more in science than in gods. Actually, I had doubts at the beginning too. So, I hung up a few of my closest guys who had the chance to touch my car and beat them for 3 hours, and I got the truth out of them. This was done by a competitor of mine. Zhong Tianhao also said very honestly. When he returned to the company, Jiang Chen was indeed the first person he suspected. But after 3 hours of friendly interaction with his subordinates, he figured out the truth. You're not stupid, and you're very honest. Zhang Ji, according to our previous agreement, I'm your little brother now, Zhong Tianhao said excitedly. It was as if he hadn't lost this bet, but rather won it. And indeed, that was the case. Because not only did he successfully save his family's lives, but also becoming the chairman of Ding Sheng Group's little brother, it was definitely a win-win situation. Damn! Impressive, Lao Si. Was that really Zhong Tianhao on the phone just now? Zhang Hai stared at Zhang Chen in disbelief. Zhong Tianhao was like a terrifying demon in his mind. He never expected that the voice on the phone just now was as gentle as a little lamb. Yes, it was him. Zhang Chen nodded. He didn't expect that guy to be so obedient, and not only was he not angry after hearing he would become his little brother, but he was extremely excited. Gulp! My God! That guy is the big brother of Jin County, a figure who can command the winds and rain. It's really unimaginable. Zhang Hai still found it hard to believe. Then he looked at Zhang Chen. When did his fourth brother become so powerful? Just a few words made Zhong Tianhao willingly become his little brother, and he seemed very excited. Alright, Lao Er, stop being surprised here. We just need to know that Lao Si is now in existence we can't understand, Wang Shui said with a big smile. Naturally, he was extremely happy to have such a powerful younger brother. They would enjoy the benefits in the future. Okay, let's drink. Zhang Chen filled the 3 glasses with wine and started drinking. During the conversation, they also talked about the third brother, Duan Tao. Like Zhang Chen, Duan Tao went to a big city after graduation. Every time they called him, he said he was doing well, but they didn't know exactly what he was doing. Wang Shui and Zhang Hai took a few photos and sent them to the group, also mentioning Duan Tao. Duan Tao, damn. You 3 bastards finally got together. I envy you. I'm still working hard, and you guys are eating so well. After sending a voice message, Duan Tao went silent, probably off to work. Around 7 in the evening. Lao Er, Lao Si, let's just stay here tonight. We haven't slept together for a long time, let's reminisce a bit? Wang Shui said with a smirk. Back when they were in the dorm, they didn't have girlfriends, and their favorite activities were male bonding and games. Of course, these games didn't go too far. It had been 7 or 8 years since they last played. Get lost. I've long changed that habit. Me too. Just thinking about it now makes me sick. Sigh. Men really do change like eels. 3 girls were tidying up in the kitchen. Hearing the laughter of the 3 men outside, their faces also showed happy expressions. Qingya, when did you and Xiaochuan meet? Sister-in-law Chu Xiaowei asked. Su Qingya was exceptionally beautiful and had a very unique temperament. It was an elegant and classical temperament. Obviously only young ladies from prestigious families would possess such grace. That's why they felt Su Qingya and Zhang Chen were truly a perfect match. Both of them were a handsome couple, and with their unfathomable wealth, they were a perfect match in terms of social status. Yesterday, Su Qingya said awkwardly. What? Yesterday? Both the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law were puzzled. Yes, actually I'm not Jiang Chen's girlfriend, just his secretary, Su Qingya said with a smile. For some reason, she felt very relaxed and comfortable being with these strangers today. Qingya, don't blame me for being nosy, Xiaochuan is really outstanding. Look at his handsome appearance, wealth, talent, and his strong sense of loyalty. He's a rare good man. Since you are Xiaochuan's secretary, you should be the first to take advantage of the situation. You can't just let go of such an outstanding young man and miss out on this opportunity, Chu Xiaowei said with a smile. Although she had only spent about 10 hours with Su Qingya, her intuition told her that Su Qingya was a very kind and outstanding girl, and her family background must be very good. She and Xiaochuan were indeed a perfect match. Truly a golden couple. Exactly, character and loyalty are the most important criteria for choosing a boyfriend. You should be able to sense these qualities in Xiaochuan. When I chose Zhang Hai before, it was because of his character and loyalty, Li Shuaru quickly chimed in. Although she hadn't met Zhang Chen many times, from his performance today, he was indeed a very loyal and good brother, as Zhang Hai had described. If he were to be a boyfriend and husband, he would definitely be someone worth entrusting a lifetime to. Hearing Chu Xiaowei and Li Shuaru's words, Su Qingya blushed slightly. Yes, Zhang Chen is indeed outstanding, and he is very loyal. I will consider this matter carefully. In fact, she had her own difficulties. Girls from ordinary families have the right to pursue and fight for their own happiness, but she, Although her material life was very affluent and she never lacked anything, her future was not entirely in her hands. There were too many constraints. Even if she truly fell in love with Jiang Chen one day, it might not be possible for them to be together. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. Who could it be at this late hour? Wang Shui also looked puzzled. Since they had been living difficult lives, it had been a long time since anyone had knocked on their door. And at this late hour, he really couldn't remember who it could be. Wait a moment. After responding, he went somewhat crookedly to open the door. After opening the door, a familiar face appeared in his sight. Mainly because the scar extending from his eyebrow to the corner of his mouth was too conspicuous. How go? Wang Shui instinctively spoke. Zhong Tianhao, this was the local big shot in Jin County. And this guy exuded a domineering aura that made people feel scared just by looking at him. No way. Zhong Tianhao quickly smiled. He knew when he was video chatting earlier that the dark chubby guy in front of him was Jiang Chen's elder brother. How could he dare to act like a big shot in front of the big brother of his big brother? Then he licked his face and asked, Big brother, is Jiang big brother inside? He had already settled his wife and children, so he hurried over to thank Jiang Chen properly. Because Jiang Chen had truly saved his family's lives today. If he hadn't been reminded by him earlier, it might have been his whole family burned alive a few hours ago. This is a life-saving grace greater than the heavens. Come in, Hauge. Wang Shui nodded quickly. Although he knew that Zhong Tianhao was completely subdued under Lao Si's genes, he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Zhong Tianhao. Zhong Tianhao hurried into the living room. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, he knelt down with a thud. His calm expression from just a moment ago turned into uncontrollable sobs. Brother Jiang, thank you. Thank you for saving our lives. You are like our family's reborn parents. From tonight onwards, my life belongs to you, Brother Jiang. Alright, Hauge, since we are already brothers, there's no need for thanks. Get up. Jiang Chen smiled and helped Zhong Tianhao up. Watching the tearful Zhong Tianhao, Jiang Chen felt that this person was trustworthy. Firstly, he heard that this person was very loyal. Secondly, he was honest, and most importantly, he loved his family very much. A man who values his family generally has a good reputation. Brother, you can just call me Shouhao from now on, Zhong Tianhao said excitedly. Although he was 12 or 13 years older than Jiang Chen, society respects strength above all. If you have money, power, and ability, you are considered a big brother, even a father figure. If you have none of those, even if you are 100 years old, you can only obediently be someone's grandson. Jiang Chen naturally understood this principle, so he didn't insist. At this moment, Zhong Tianhao looked at Zheng Hai with embarrassment. Since you are my big brother's second brother, that makes you my second brother too. I hope you won't hold my past mistakes against me. If you feel uneasy, you can deal with me now, whether it's hitting or scolding, I won't say a word. Although he said that, it was clear that Zhong Tianhao didn't regard Zheng Hai highly. He only said that out of respect for Jiang Chen. No. We are now acquaintances, so let's be brothers from now on. Zheng Hai awkwardly shook his head. Alright, from now on, we are all brothers. Shouhao, remember, these two are my dearest brothers, understand? Understood. Brother Jiang, your brothers are naturally my brothers too. That's settled. Since we're here, let's have a drink together. Sure. By the way, big brother, here's 2 million. You transferred the money to me today, and I'm giving it back to you. That night, the four of them drank and chatted until 2 in the morning. After a few more drinks, Zheng Hai and Wang Shui also loosened up, calling Zhong Tianhao Little Five. In the end, Jiang Chen didn't even know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. My head hurts so much, looks like I really drank too much last night. Jiang Chen rubbed his head vigorously. After graduating, it was the first time he had a blackout from drinking. When he walked out of the room, he saw Wang Shui and Zheng Hai sprawled on the sofa in disarray. Obviously, they drank more than he did last night. Zhong Tianhao had a good tolerance for alcohol and didn't drink much last night. He probably left after the drinking session. Jiang Chen, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Just then, Su Qingye suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chen, smiling. What is it? Jiang Chen rubbed his temples and asked. If you can't handle it, don't play with it, and if you can't drink it, don't drink it. Su Qingye said impatiently. This jerk, after getting drunk last night, insisted on hugging and singing My Good Brother 8 times. Jiang Chen looked embarrassed and asked sheepishly, I didn't say anything embarrassing last night, did I? You hugged your big brother's slippers and sang My Good Brother for half an hour, and used to use diaper as a face towel. You were just one step away from hugging your 2 sister-in-laws and singing My Good Brother. What do you think? Oh my god, I'm going to wash my face. After a simple wash-up, seeing that no one else had woken up, Jiang Chen directly left with Su Qingya. It seemed that they had stayed up late last night, so everyone was exhausted. Mainly because the eldest brother and the second brother had been having a tough time recently, with a huge amount of mental pressure every day, probably not getting a good night's sleep. Suddenly, all the mental pressure was released yesterday, hence the sound sleep. The two had a simple breakfast. When it came time to pay today, there was no rebate. Jiang Chen, I need to go back to the provincial capital later. After breakfast, Su Qingya suddenly spoke up. At 8 o'clock this morning, he received a message from his father, saying there was something going on at home and he needed to go back. Do you need me to accompany you? Jiang Chen asked instinctively. According to the plot in most novels, when the female lead is called away at this time, she is likely to encounter difficulties. Or maybe there will be forced blind dates at home. Often in the plot, this is when the protagonist needs to show off his skills and win the female lead's heart. No need, just some minor matters. Su Qingya smiled and shook her head. Okay, if you need anything, just let me know. Within my ability, I will definitely help. Jiang Chen was not overly polite. Although he had been getting along well with Su Qingya these past 2 days, they had only known each other for 2 days, so their relationship was not particularly close. Alright, then I'll thank the chairman in advance. Su Qingya sweetly smiled, then resumed seriously, should I leave this car for you? I see you don't seem to have your own ride. As the saying goes, many times you don't need to speak, your ride will speak for you. Although this McLaren Senna is not a top-notch sports car, it should be considered good in Jean County. Of course, Su Qingya's words were already quite understated. Even in the provincial capital, the McLaren Senna was quite eye-catching. In this county, it was indeed considered the highest-class sports car. No need, a gentleman does not take what others love. When my driving skills improve, I'll buy one myself. Jiang Chen shook his head. Giving away a 20 million supercar just like that, it seemed Su Qingya's status was indeed extraordinary. Just as he had speculated when they first met, she must be a precious gem from some prominent family, experiencing life in such a small company. Alright then, see you in a few days. Okay, see you in a few days. After parting ways, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to buy a house first. He might have to stay in Jean County for a few days, and it wasn't quite appropriate to stay at his eldest brother's house all the time. After all, their house was a 3-bedroom apartment, not very spacious. And with his sister-in-law around, it wasn't always convenient. Now that he had money, buying a car and a house was just a matter of time. After the new year, he could bring his parents directly to the county to live. After checking online, he found that the housing prices in Jean County were quite high now. When he was in high school, it was only 5,000 to 6,000 yuan per square meter, but now it had risen to nearly 20,000. But this was understandable, as Jean County had been planned to be an advanced county about to be developed, and in a couple of years, it might be upgraded to a county-level city. In addition, Jean County was very suitable for living in terms of environment and climate, so housing prices were bound to be high. After some consideration, he decided to go see the villas at Dragonshino. 1 inch. He hailed a taxi, and half an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the sales department of Dragonshino. 1. Jiang Chen, is that you? Just as he entered the lobby, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Jiang Chen quickly turned around. Shueli, you work here? Although Shueli was recognized at a glance, the current Shueli is completely different from her high school days. She used to be a bit chubby in high school, but now she is curvy and slender. Her doll-like face seems to have remained unchanged. Chubby cheeks still tempting to pinch. The contrast between her face and figure instantly brought 4 big characters to Jiang Chen's mind. Baby face, well endowed. Some people may not like this contrast, but some people like it to the core. Only those who appreciate Teacher Song's LSP can truly understand the allure and value of those 4 characters above. I just got hired here recently. By the way, what brings you here? You're not here just to see me, are you? After Shueli said this, a blush appeared on her snow-white doll-like face, instantly turning pink, standing out from the crowd. Well, sort of. And maybe buy 2 houses while I'm at it. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Actually, he never thought he would see Shueli in this place. But since they met, he naturally had to be smooth in his words. After all, the day before yesterday, Shueli lent him 30,000 yuan. Anyone willing to lend you money when you're down and out is undoubtedly someone worth getting close to, even worth cherishing. What? You want to buy a house here? Shueli doubted her ears. Wasn't Jiang Chen down and out the other day? Although not to the point of rummaging through trash cans for water, Longshino. 1 is a villa area. The smallest villas here are around 600 square meters, costing around 10 million. This is not something an ordinary person can afford. And this kid Jiang Chen, asking for 2 houses straight away. Yes, It's almost Chinese New Year, right? Buying 2 houses increases the success rate of blind dates, Jiang Chen said with a grin. That makes sense. Shall I show you around then? Xu Eli didn't pursue the topic further but prepared to take Jiang Chen to see the houses. She knew Jiang Chen had a strong sense of pride. Even if he couldn't afford it, she couldn't say it to his face. Besides, customers have the right to view properties. Sure, let's go. Jiang Chen nodded. Just then, an untimely sneer rang out. Xiuli, you really don't know anything as a newcomer, do you? We're selling the most high-end villas in Jin County, not a market. You don't think just anyone can afford them, do you? Forgive me for being blunt, but look at this gentleman in front of you. His whole outfit probably doesn't add up to 200 yuan. Do you think he can afford a multi-million-dollar villa? Jiang Chen followed the voice and saw a woman in her 30s leaning provocatively on the counter, cracking melon seeds while speaking sarcastically. The look she gave Jiang Chen was downright contemptuous. A filthy beggar, not even a hint of potential. Xu Eli furrowed her brows slightly. The woman who spoke just now was Ma Xiaolu, last month's sales champion, now promoted to sales manager. Don't blame me for not warning you. With your lack of insight, you'll never sell a single house in your life. And you've been with us for 2 months now, and if you still haven't made a sale this month, you'll have to pack up and leave. With that, she smugly adjusted her freshly done hair. Jiang Chen gave the woman a cold glance. Vulgar and flashy, but quite cunning. Clearly used to being firmly in control by customers. Xiaolu, he's my friend, I'm just showing him around. Company policy allows customers to visit model houses even if they're not buying, Xu Eli said respectfully. At the same time, a hint of seriousness flashed in her eyes. She had been working here for almost 3 months now. Yet, she hadn't sold a single house so far. The people who came here to sell houses were just too much. The demands they made were impossible for her to meet, and she would never do them. TSK. Novice. Ma Xiaolu snorted coldly, disdainfully glanced at Jiang Chen, then said, You can show the house, but make sure to clean the floor when you leave. Don't let other customers smell that poor scent as soon as they walk in. Upon hearing this, Xu Eli's eyes also flashed with anger. Jiang Chen's eyes were icy as he spoke directly. If Xu Eli wasn't still working here, I would definitely break your dog legs for your foul mouth. Ma Xiaolu had intended to retort, but when she saw Jiang Chen's cold gaze, her heart skipped a beat. The words that were on the tip of her tongue were deeply swallowed back. Such a terrifying gaze. She even felt that if she made one more sarcastic remark, she might really lose her legs. Let's go, Jiang Chen, let's go see the house. Xu Eli was afraid that Jiang Chen would really hit Ma Xiaolu, so she quickly dragged Jiang Chen away. Just as the two of them walked out of the sales department, Ma Xiaolu's voice could be heard from outside. Oh, Brother Ba, you're here. How did you consider the house you saw last time? What? Are you really buying it? What's wrong? You don't trust your brother Ba? Of course not, Brother Ba, you're so rich, I have 100% confidence in you. Since that's the case, where should we go to look at the contract? The model house? The office or the bathroom? We've tried the model house and office before, let's go to the bathroom this time. Alright, hurry up, I can't hold it anymore. Don't rush. I'll get a hat for your little brother. Hearing the voices coming from the sales department, Xu Eli frowned. But after working here for 3 months, she had already become accustomed to such things. Take Ma Xiaolu, for example. In 1 month, she had to communicate with customers at least dozens of times. When business was good, it could be several times a day. She wondered if they were made of titanium alloy. Why were they so enduring? I seem to understand why you haven't had any results in 3 months. Jiang Chen looked at Xu Eli and said with a smile. Knowing Xu Eli as he did, even if she were starving, she probably wouldn't earn this kind of money. So, if you really have the ability to afford a villa, buy a few more. It's also helping your poor deskmate. Xu Eli looked pitifully at Jiang Chen, coquettishly. Of course. I'll definitely take care of my deskmate's business. Ah, what do you mean? Why do I feel like there's more to your words? No, I mean it literally. Jiang Chen, you jerk, stop right there and explain. Soon, the two of them had looked at several villas, the smallest being over 620 square meters, and the larger ones over 800 square meters. In this county town, such villas were already considered top-notch. How about it, Jiang Chen, were you satisfied with the villas we just saw? Xu Eli asked with a smile. In fact, she never thought Jiang Chen would actually buy a villa here. It was possible he came just to see his old deskmate, or maybe just to experience a villa. Too small. Jiang Chen shook his head seriously, a look of disappointment on his face. To be honest, the areas are too small, not very satisfactory, and they are all row houses. Are there any larger detached villas? Although 700 to 800 square meters of villas were not small, and they also had swimming pools and private parking lots inside. But such villas clearly did not match his current status and worth. Ah! Shueli was stunned for a moment. Originally thought Jiang Chen would be very satisfied after seeing those villas, even showing a hint of inferiority on his face. After all, the villas of 800 square meters just now cost at least around 15 million. For ordinary office workers like them who have just graduated 3 or 4 years ago, this is simply an astronomical figure. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen actually found the 800 square meter villa too small. Realizing this, he smiled and said, "There are indeed detached villas, a total of 2 sets, the Villa King of Longxino. 1, with a total area of about 2,000 square meters, but the prices are also ridiculously high." "How much for one set?" Jiang Chen asked casually. With over 400 million in his current card, not counting the company's money, buying 2 villas in Jin County would definitely be more than enough. One set costs 40 million, Shueli replied. These 2 villas were too expensive for someone from a county town, so hardly anyone had ever inquired about them. "Let's go, take me to have a look. If they meet my standards, I'll buy them all," Jiang Chen said arrogantly. One set of villas could be for his parents, younger siblings, and the other set could be kept for his own marriage. "Oh, all right." Shueli hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Since Jiang Chen wanted to take a look, why not? There wouldn't be any loss if it was just for viewing. The company also had clear rules that if a customer wanted to see a ready-built house, they could be taken to see it. Soon, the two arrived in front of the 2 villas. At first glance, they were indeed huge, almost as grand as a palace. Wow! So huge! Jiang Chen looked at the 2 villas, then glanced at Shueli's towering peaks, amazed. The detached villas were surrounded by walls and fences, with not only a 3-story European-style building inside but also a high green coverage. There was an underground parking lot, 2 or 3 pavilions, and even an outdoor swimming pool. "Do you men all like things big?" Shueli looked at Jiang Chen with a disdainful expression. It seemed that most of the guys she had met liked big things. She didn't know what kind of hobby that was. "Yeah, big things are definitely awesome. Don't you girls also like big things?" Jiang Chen chuckled and said, "TCH, I hope you're talking about the house." "Of course, I'm talking about the house. What else could it be?" The two soon reached the entrance of the villa. The first floor had 2 large living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 kitchens, 2 studies, and 2 bathrooms. The second floor was the bedrooms, with a total of 8 bedrooms, all large with attached bathrooms. "Wow! This is a detached villa. Truly extravagant," Jiang Chen marveled inwardly. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about buying such a villa, let alone have the courage to come in for a visit. But now, he could buy such a villa without hesitation. This was the confidence of the system. Let's go to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor mainly has a separate cinema, high-tech game room, indoor swimming pool, study, and more. Then the two went to the 3rd floor, where Shueli also introduced each room and its functions very seriously and professionally. Finally, they reached the rooftop terrace, half of which was covered with solar panels to ensure the villa could still use electricity during power outages. They spent a full hour exploring. Jiang Chen was also somewhat numb with shock. He couldn't help but silently admire how these rich people really knew how to enjoy life. "What do you think? Are you impressed?" "Actually, when I first saw it, I had the same expression as you," Shueli smiled and asked. It was quite normal, after all, they were just young people in their early 20s. As ordinary individuals from regular families, it was quite normal for them to have never seen such a high-end villa before. "It is indeed quite impressive. The interior is much more luxurious than I had imagined. If a villa like this is priced at only 40 million, it's really not expensive," Jiang Chen nodded very seriously. For a villa of such high standard, if it were in those first-tier cities, it would probably be hard to buy for anything less than a few billion. "Oh, here we go again with the bragging. Have you been watching too many short videos? Have those online influencers made you believe that the average monthly salary for people in this society is really 1 million? You don't even care about 40 million, Shueli said irritably. She noticed that since the emergence of short videos like mushrooms after the rain, the people around her had started to become a bit snobbish. Clearly earning 3 to 5,000 a month, they never considered 1 million. They even thought tens of millions were small change. It seemed like they had never really thought about how many lifetimes an ordinary person would need to earn tens of millions. "Ha ha, you're right. Short videos are really harmful." Jiang Chen chuckled, then asked, "It seems like it's already lunchtime. How about we go out to eat first and sign the contract when we come back?" Perhaps due to vomiting heavily after getting drunk yesterday, he had eaten 3 buns in the morning and was now starting to feel hungry. "All right, I'll treat you today." "How can that be? The two of us having a meal, how could I let a girl pay?" "Of course, I'll treat you. Don't worry, I can afford a lunch. Okay then. By the way, what did you just say? Sign a contract? Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to take Shueli to the Haitian hotel for dinner. However, Shueli felt that the hot pot outside offered better value for money, so the two of them ended up in a hot pot restaurant. But even now, hot pot wasn't cheap. They simply had some vegetarian dishes and 2 bottles of soda, which cost them 100 yuan. Jiang Chen was a true gentleman and insisted on paying the bill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 101 yuan, triggering a critical hit reward, receiving a modified Bugatti Veyron Super Sport worth 320 million, the title of Mount Akina Racing God, and driving skills due to the host's terrible driving skills. Just as the WeChat payment was successful, a synthesized electronic sound from the system suddenly came to mind. The next moment, Jiang Chen burst into excited laughter. He never expected that just by having a meal with his companion, he would trigger a critical hit reward, and the reward was a Bugatti Veyron Super Sport worth 320 million. And it also came with the divine driving skills of the Mount Akina Racing God. The Black Knight Sound was the most handsome and prestigious supercar in Bugatti, with only one in the world. It was said to have been bought by a super mysterious tycoon, and no one knew who that tycoon was. Moreover, the conditions for selling this car were extremely strict. Not just anyone with money could buy it. To purchase the Bugatti Black Knight Sound, one must first agree to 3 conditions set by Bugatti. Firstly, before buying the car, Bugatti would conduct a background check. If the person's background was not clean, they wouldn't even have the qualification to touch the car. Secondly, before purchasing the Black Knight Sound, one must pass an interview with Bugatti, as the company wanted to see if the buyer's image and demeanor were worthy of this top-tier supercar. If the image and demeanor were not up to par, they might not even be allowed inside Bugatti's doors and could be escorted out by security. Thirdly, after purchasing the car, the owner must not make any modifications to the car without permission, as the Black Knight Sound was already the world's top and most perfect supercar. Making unauthorized modifications would be seen as dissatisfaction and disrespect towards it. From this, it can be seen that to obtain this world-class supercar, it's not just a matter of having money. Even President Wang would probably only be able to drool from afar at the sight of it. While Jiang Chen was thrilled, he was also puzzled. Since there's only one Bugatti Veyron Black Knight Sound in the world, what does that make mine? Tonzi, explain it to me. What if driving this Black Knight Sound brings me unnecessary trouble? Honestly, besides being puzzled, he was a bit anxious. Because this supercar was originally the only one of its kind in the world. Now that he was driving it out, with the internet being so advanced, this matter would probably be discovered by Bugatti soon. It would be troublesome then. Even though he had the system now and was very wealthy, compared to Bugatti, his wealth might be insignificant. Host, don't be afraid. This Black Knight Sound was made overnight by the system for Bugatti. Its functions are much more awesome than a regular Bugatti Black Knight Sound. Don't worry, just drive it. Damn, Tonzi, you're awesome. It's you again. Thai killer Jiang Chen immediately felt relieved. Since the system said not to worry, then it should be fine. However, the system saying it was made overnight by Bugatti was probably just boasting. Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly smiling foolishly? Shueli beside him was puzzled. How could eating spicy hot pot make Jiang Chen look so happy? Ha ha, just suddenly remembered something happy. Alright, shall we go sign the contract? You go, really? Of course, why would I lie to you? When they returned to the sales department, it was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And not far from the sales department, right in front, there was a black supercar parked in the parking space. It looked very, very domineering from the outside, with a body made of carbon fiber and an aerodynamic design. Especially the 6 exhaust pipes at the back, they looked extremely cool, like a black steel beast exuding dominance. Is this the Bugatti Veyron Black Knight Sound that the system just rewarded? Dominant, too dominant. At the moment he saw the supercar, Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a very fond expression. Wow! Whose luxury car is this? It looks so cool. This car must cost several million at least, right? Shueli was also instantly captivated by the black supercar in front of her. Although most girls don't know much about cars, especially decent girls, they don't have a clear concept of cars. But judging from the appearance and design, they knew this car was definitely valuable. Yeah, if I say this car is mine, would you believe me? Jiang Chen nodded, then jokingly asked. He, I don't believe you. Shueli directly shook her head with a smile. After all, several million is a very large fortune for them, who had just graduated and worked for a few years. Probably no one would be willing to spend several million to buy a car, at least that's what she thought. Then she pointed to a Yachty electric car not far away and said, I think that car suits your style better, and it's also economical. Am I that unbearable in your eyes? Jiang Chen said disappointedly. Of course not, I just think this kind of sports car is too distant for us, Shueli said seriously. In her opinion, supercars were indeed too far away. Alright then, let's go sign the contract. Jiang Chen didn't explain further, but it was clear that Shueli was still as innocent as she was in high school, not yet tainted by this realistic society. Are you really going to sign the contract with me? Yes. Source text, 10,086. Flag. Translated text, do you think I came all the way here just to have a bowl of spicy hot pot with you? Isn't that the case? Of course not. I quite like those two villas, let's hurry and sign the contract. Soon, the two of them returned to the sales department. At this time, the salespeople who had just finished their meal also came back one after another. Wow! That sports car outside is so cool, I wonder which rich second generation it belongs to. If he can take me out for a joyride, I'll give him my precious 10,086th time tonight. Nonsense! That's a Bugatti sports car, I estimate it costs at least tens of millions. How can such a rich kid look at us working girls? Exactly, you guys better not even think about it, it's unrealistic. Several female waitresses quickly returned to their workstations. Hey, Shueli, why are you still bringing this country bumpkin around for a tour? It's been from morning till afternoon, could it be that he can't afford to buy? Just then, Ma Xiaolu walked in, continuing her sarcastic tone. Lu Jia, who said Jiang Chen can't afford it? He just set his eyes on those two villa kings, and now we're all ready to sign the contract. Shueli glanced coldly at Ma Xiaolu, unwilling to show weakness. Normally, she could tolerate this woman's mockery, but now she even dared to mock Jiang Chen. No matter what, Jiang Chen was a man she liked, how could she let this despicable woman mock him? Villa kings? Signing a contract? Ha ha, Shueli, are you trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Aunt Flower credit card? This kind of country bumpkin wants to buy a villa king, forget about a villa king, if he can afford any villa here, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Ma Xiaolu immediately burst into ruthless laughter upon hearing this. The surrounding female salespeople also cast curious glances. They didn't believe that the young man in plain clothes could afford a villa, but they didn't mock like Ma Xiaolu. Although they worked here, they were just ordinary workers earning a few thousand yuan a month. They had no right to mock others. Shut up, you ugly freak, it's because there are too many of you despicable people that even shit can become expensive because of you. Jiang Chen said impatiently. Always making empty promises to eat shit, just talking big, never seen them take a bite. You, stinky country bumpkin, if you have the guts, then buy it. What's the use of being sharp-tongued? And you, Shueli, do you know why you have no performance? It's because you're too stupid. With your kind of person, you'll never sell a house in your life, you'll always be a poor wretch. Ma Xiaolu instantly directed her madness towards the two. Humph, Shueli snorted coldly, so what if I have no performance? So what if I'm a poor wretch? Every penny I earn is clean and honest, unlike some people who can only make money by selling themselves. That kind of money is too dirty, I wouldn't even use it. Since she would be fired this month without any performance, there was no need to endure this nonsense. She didn't care about some doggone supervisor, even if the manager came, she wouldn't be afraid. You despicable person. How dare you insult me? What qualifications do you have to look down on me? Ma Xiaolu instantly became angry. Although everyone knew that she indeed achieved results by selling herself. But this matter was tacitly understood by everyone, no one dared to say it to her face. Unexpectedly, now a person without any performance dared to say such things about her. Smack! In the instant his words fell, Jiang Chen directly slapped her away. 5 clear fingerprints instantly appeared on her face. You! How dare you hit me? You stinky country bumpkin, how dare you hit me? You're finished, you're dead. Ma Xiaolu stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. She never expected this country bumpkin, the stinky country bumpkin, would actually dare to hit her. After coming to her senses, Ma Xiaolu immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. Hauga, it's Xiaolu, the one who cosplayed as a deer for you. I was beaten in the Longxi sales department, hurry and bring someone over. After hanging up, Ma Xiaolu pointed shakily at Jiang Chen, just you wait for me. You poor loser, you're doomed. Not even Jesus can save you now. Jiang Chen, maybe you should leave quickly? Although Ma Xiaolu is despicable, she knows quite a few wealthy and influential people. Shueli immediately looked worriedly at Jiang Chen. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to act so decisively, slapping Ma Xiaolu directly. Go print the contract, don't worry about me. I won't even bat an eye at this trash, no matter who he brings here, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. To be safe, he sent a message to Zhong Tianhao, asking him to come here as quickly as possible. After all, when dealing with some impulsive individuals, Zhong Tianhao acted faster than himself. Before long, Xueli had printed 2 contracts and brought over the POS machine. Jiang Chen, here are the contracts. Although she still couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had so much money to buy 2 villas at once, she had to proceed. Ha ha, Xueli, do you really think this bumpkin can afford villas? You're wasting the company's resources, do you know that? I'll tell. Smack. Before Ma Xiaolu could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen slapped her down to the ground. Lie down properly. He signed the contract and took out a black bank card. Swipe it. Oh, okay, Xueli nodded blankly. She swiped the card gently. Ding. Payment successful, 800 million yuan credited to account ending in 4065, hiss. Boom. In an instant, the entire sales department gasped in shock. Xueli and Ma Xiaolu were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. They never imagined that Jiang Chen was actually this wealthy. 80 million had indeed been paid. No, this can't be. That loser, how could he? How could he have so much money? Ma Xiaolu stood frozen in place, disbelief written all over her face. After a moment of shock, a wave of regret washed over her. If she had been the one to attend to this poor loser earlier, she could have sold those 2 villas herself. With an 80 million house, she could have earned at least 2 million in sales commission. Damn it! Damn it! 2 million slipped through her fingers just like that. More importantly, it seemed like it wasn't just about 2 million now. Someone who could easily produce 80 million to buy a house was definitely among the wealthiest of the wealthy. And she had just offended such a top-tier tycoon with her thoughtless words. Realizing this, Ma Xiaolu's face turned pale with fear, her eyes vacant. It's over. It's really over this time. Offending such a top-tier tycoon, even Hauge might not be able to save her. Jiang Chen, did the payment go through? Xueli was filled with shock and disbelief. She never thought the payment would actually succeed. Seeing Xueli's expression, Jiang Chen gently pinched her chubby face and asked with a smile, "Does it hurt?" The action, the strength, was just like back in high school. Xueli's face turned crimson instantly, filled with shyness. Besides Jiang Chen, she had never allowed any other boy to pinch her cheeks. It hurts. Ah, it's real. Feeling the pain, Xueli snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling, excitedly shouting, I sold it, followed by giving Jiang Chen a bear hug. The pair of white sneakers were completely deformed due to the strong squeeze, trembling in grievance. Ahem. Jiang Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Although he understood Xueli's meaning and could feel her excitement at the moment, the words were just too crude. Damn. A tycoon, buying an 80 million villa without even blinking an eye? Did Xueli step on dog poop when she went out? Such good luck. Oh my. Suddenly that young man looks so handsome. I really like him. Yes. He's 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times more handsome than Wu Yanzu. I admit, my envy is out of control. At this moment, the other salespeople also snapped out of it. Their gazes at Jiang Chen completely changed, like a pack of hungry wolves staring at a delicious lamb. Some salespeople even walked directly up to Jiang Chen. Young man, I want to have a monkey with you. If you don't mind, we can have it tonight. If you think it's too slow, we can have it right now. If you want some excitement, we can live stream it. Me too. I also want to have a monkey with you. Stop. It's common knowledge that humans can't give birth to monkeys. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. The saying is true indeed, when you have money, suddenly everyone around you is nice. Thank you, Jiang Chen, I really didn't expect. Xueli was still extremely excited at this moment. Although she didn't finish her sentence, the meaning was already clear. Even after accompanying Jiang Chen to see houses for so long, she never really thought he could afford a villa here. She didn't expect that he not only bought 1 but 2 of the most expensive villas. Thanks for what? I was going to buy anyway, just helping you improve your performance, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The female salespeople around were full of envy and regret. If they had been more enthusiastic when they first saw Jiang Chen, maybe this stroke of fortune would have fallen on their heads. At least they could have a share of the pie with Xueli. But now, it was too late. According to the company's sales commission, this time Xueli would receive a 2.5% performance bonus. That's a whopping 2 million. It's a fortune they couldn't accumulate in decades. Damn it. I worked day and night. Last time, for an 800,000 commission, I had to accompany that old man for 2 months. But Xueli, this B*TCH, clearly did nothing. How did this stroke of fortune fall on her head? Ma Xiaolu couldn't understand. She worked 100 times harder than Xueli. Why did she earn in one go what would take her several years to earn? Clatter clatter. Just then, a middle-aged man ran up to Jiang Chen and Xueli. Xiao Li, did you really sell those 2 penthouses? The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled. With an 80 million sales revenue, as a manager, he would also get a good commission. So, he was naturally overjoyed. Yes, Manager Wu, those 2 penthouses were bought by my friend Jiang Chen. Shueli nodded, still unable to shake off the shock in her heart. Good. Great. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Manager Wu smiled broadly. He quickly shook hands with Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I am Wu Qi, the sales department manager of Longxino. 1. Anyone who could casually spend 80 million on a villa was definitely among the wealthiest of the wealthy. Even in the coastal city, they would be a prominent figure on the rich list. Wu Qi was very clear about this. So no matter what, we can't leave a bad impression on this wealthy young man. Hello? Jiang Chen nodded symbolically. He really didn't have a good feeling about this kind of after-the-fact flattery. Mr. Jiang, you are now a VIP resident of our Longxino. 1 and a super VIP of our Longxi real estate. Whatever you need, we will do our best to satisfy. Wu Qi said excitedly, rubbing his hands with a smile. In fact, these 2 villas could be bargained for at least 5 million less. But the person in front of him was just too arrogant. Buying at 80 million without hesitation, not even bargaining. This allowed him to make even more profit. It was like his own cash cow. I do have a request. Jiang Chen smiled and then looked coldly at Ma Xiaolu. Ma Xiaolu's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Jiang, as long as it's something I can do, I will spare no effort. Wu Qi also gave Ma Xiaolu a cold glance. Obviously, Ma Xiaolu had underestimated someone again. In the past, she bullied only those honest people with no money, but this time she might have met her match. My request is simple, make that short-sighted, condescending woman leave immediately. And then, promote Shueli to be the sales manager here. Jiang Chen said calmly. No problem. Wu Qi immediately nodded. This was indeed a small matter for him as a sales manager. Then he gave Ma Xiaolu a cold look. You clueless idiot, get out of here now. Stop being a nuisance. Xiaoli, you did great today, and with the sales performance you achieved today, you will be the deputy manager of the sales department from now on. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen again, as if asking if he was satisfied with the result. Not bad. Jiang Chen nodded. Just as their conversation ended, a loud voice suddenly came from the entrance. Wu Qi, you have some nerve, daring to fire my woman. Do you think you've grown a longer life? Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned to look in that direction. They saw 5 people suddenly appearing at the entrance. Leading the way was a burly young man with triangular eyes. He looked to be in his early 30s, followed by 4 black-clad bodyguards. Zhong Xiao. Wu Qi's face changed at the sight of the newcomer. This person was also a resident of Longxino, 1, who had just bought a small villa from Ma Xiaolu last month. Of course, the most important thing was that this person was the general manager of Tianhao Group and also Zhong Tianhao's cousin. It was precisely because of this identity that many people in Jin County dared not provoke them. Wow! It's Zhong Xiao, things are getting interesting now. Oh my! When did Xiaolu's sister win over Zhong Xiao? Although that pretty boy just now is rich, in front of Zhong Xiao, he's as weak as an ant. Exactly, Zhong Xiao is someone even the police have to show respect to. I suddenly realized that pretty boy isn't that handsome. It's like my eyes suddenly went blind. Several salespeople turned against each other like grass on the wall in an instant. Shueli and Wu Qi's faces also became extremely serious in an instant, because they both knew Zhong Zihao and the power behind him. Who is that loser? Jiang Chen asked calmly. From the looks of Wu Qi and Shueli, it seemed that the guy who walked in was not someone to mess with. Mr. Jiang, his name is Zhong Zihao, the general manager of Tianhao Group and the cousin of the chairman of Tianhao Group, Zhong Tianhao. Wu Qi introduced in a deep voice. Oh, so he's Little Hao's brother. Why does he seem even more arrogant than Little Hao? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Zhong Tianhao exuded a special kind of aura, leaning more towards a heroic demeanor in his actions. However, this Zhong Zihao appeared more like an uncultured hoodlum. What? Xiao Hao, are you referring to Zhong Tianhao? Wu Qi looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. This kid actually dared to call Zhong Tianhao Xiao Hao? In Jingxian County, very few people dared to address Zhong Tianhao in such a manner. At that moment, Zhong Zihao appeared with 4 bodyguards in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Wu Qi, are you planning to dismiss Xiaolu? Zhong Zihao's sinister gaze fixed firmly on Wu Qi. It sent shivers down Wu Qi's spine. Although he was the sales manager of Longxino, 1, in the presence of Zhong Zihao, he felt as insignificant as an ant. After all, they were well aware of the power of Tianhao Group. Zhong Xiao, Ma Xiaolu offended our distinguished guest just now, so according to the rules. Before Wu Qi could finish his sentence, Zhong Zihao interrupted him. Shut your filthy mouth. Rules are meant to restrain the likes of you, not us. If you dare to dismiss Xiaolu today, I will make sure you can't survive in Jinxian County, or even make you disappear from this world legitimately, Zhong Zihao said with great dominance. His demeanor, like that of an arrogant emperor, clearly showed his accustomed arrogance. Wu Qi was instantly trembling with fear at his words. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of Zhong Zihao's threat. Because these people used to be part of the underworld, they were capable of such actions. Wu Qi could only look to Jiang Chen for help. Someone who could easily produce 80 million was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke. He wondered if he could stand up to Zhong Zihao. You scum, did you just hit my woman earlier? Zhong Zihao now turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen. Yes, that bitch has a loose tongue and deserved it. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. With just the four of them, he could easily handle their group. Good. Very good. You are even more arrogant than me. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. But I must remind you, arrogance comes with a price you may not be able to bear. Zhong Zihao said furiously with a smirk. He never expected someone in Jinxian County to speak to him like this. Is that so? I'll say the same to you. I hope you can maintain your arrogance later. Jiang Chen still wore a faint smile on his face. He simply didn't take this so-called Zhong Zihao seriously. Besides, he had already sent a message to Zhong Tianhao. He should be arriving soon. Very good. You are truly bold. I'm starting to admire you. I hope your tongue can remain as sharp after it's cut off. Zhong Zihao sneered at Jiang Chen, then turned to Ma Xiaolu lying on the ground and said, Xiaolu, how did this scum hit you earlier? Now, return it to him tenfold. Alright, thanks, brother Hao. Ma Xiaolu immediately got up and walked towards Jiang Chen. You poor loser, stinking scum, keep being arrogant. Ma Xiaolu was excited, feeling triumphant. She raised her hand, ready to strike Jiang Chen. But before her hand could fully rise, crack! A crisp slap echoed through the entire sales department. Ma Xiaolu's face instantly showed 5 distinct fingerprints, half of her face swelling up high. You! Stinking turtle, how dare you hit me? Ma Xiaolu looked at Jiang Chen in horror, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that with brother Hao backing her, the stinking turtle would dare to hit her face. You wench, get lost. Jiang Chen's words fell, followed by a heavy kick to Ma Xiaolu's abdomen, sending her flying 5 meters away. How go, kill this country bumpkin, oh my, it hurts so much. You brat, you've got guts, daring to hit my woman in front of me. I was going to teach you a lesson lightly, but now I'll personally break your dog legs. Zhong Zihao was instantly furious. Hitting Ma Xiaolu in front of him was like slapping his own face. Unforgivable. Smack! The next moment, another crisp slap resounded. 5 clear palm prints appeared on Zhong Zihao's face. His body was pushed back 4 or 5 steps by the force of the slap. In an instant, the entire sales department fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Silence. A deathly quiet. At this moment, everyone's only thought was, how dare this Jiang Chen? Is he seeking death? Looking at everyone's dumbfounded faces, Jiang Chen slowly said, you dog-like thing, even if Zhong Tianhao himself were here, he would respectfully call me big brother. Who do you think you are? Zhong Zihao was clearly stunned by the slap. His triangular eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen. How dare this country bumpkin? Apart from the big brother, even those police comrades wouldn't dare to slap themselves. Is this pretty boy in front of him an idiot? Doesn't he know the painful price he will pay for this slap? The few bodyguards behind him were also completely bewildered, not expecting such a thing to happen, caught completely off guard. It's over. It's really over now. Wu Qi was so scared that he sat down on the ground. If there was still a chance to salvage the situation before, now there was no chance left. Although he knew that Jiang Chen in front of him might have some money, compared to backgrounds, he was no match for Zhong Zihao in any way. Even if the person in front of him was a rich second generation from Jin County, his fate today would definitely be extremely tragic. TSK. That kid is so brave. He actually dared to hit young Master Zhong. It's over, I can already smell the scent of death. Although this pretty boy is courageous, he's too impulsive in his actions. Offending young Master Zhong, he's probably facing a dead end. Young people nowadays are so impulsive just for the sake of face. After regaining their senses, a few female salespersons began to whisper, Jiang Chen, you better run. Zhong Zihao has a strong background and is ruthless, he won't let you off. Shueli urged Jiang Chen to leave quickly. Although she didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly had money, she was very clear about Jiang Chen's background. Both his parents were from the countryside, and in terms of background, he was no match for Zhong Zihao in any way. Don't worry, I don't even put such trash in my eyes. And in less than 5 minutes, he'll be kneeling in front of me apologizing. Jiang Chen said confidently. Judging by the time, Zhong Tianhao should be arriving soon. You. Shueli wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Chen's confident expression, she swallowed her words back. You. How dare you hit me? You ignorant country bumpkin, today I will definitely cripple you. If I don't dismember you, I won't be called Zhong Zihao. After coming back to his senses from disbelief, Zhong Zihao instantly roared in anger. What are you waiting for? Cripple that country dog for me. At this moment, the bodyguards finally woke up as if from a dream, their fierce eyes glaring at Jiang Chen. Kid, daring to hit young Master Zhong, you're dead. You've dug your own grave, don't blame us for being ruthless. The four bodyguards instantly charged towards Jiang Chen. Just as the situation was escalating, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there. The voice was loud, full of vigor, exuding dominance. The four bodyguards who were about to act were also startled in place by this voice, because this voice was too familiar to them. When they turned their heads, they saw the face that was both familiar and intimidating. Tian Gu. Yes, the person who came in was Zhong Tianhao. Big brother, you finally came. This country bumpkin not only hit my woman just now but also hit me. Quickly disable him. Zhong Zihao saw Zhong Tianhao come in and immediately shouted hysterically. Zhong Tianhao just gave him a cold glance. Then he walked quickly to Jiang Chen's side. Everyone's gaze followed Zhong Tianhao in that instant. Big brother, I'm really sorry for being late. In the midst of everyone's astonishment and shock, Zhong Tianhao respectfully bowed to Jiang Chen. His demeanor and attitude were extremely polite, as if he were a junior meeting his elder. Indeed, you are a bit late. If you had come a bit later, they might all be lying down by now. Jiang Chen said calmly. Just a moment ago, those four useless bodyguards would have been lying on the ground like dead dogs within a minute. What's going on? That's Chairman Zhong. Why is he so respectful to that young man? Oh my! Could it be that Jiang Chen is a top rich second generation from some family? If he's a rich second generation from Jin County, Chairman Zhong wouldn't pay him any attention. This Jiang young man is likely from the city or the provincial capital. The people around were discussing animatedly, their words filled with shock. Wu Qi and Shueli, who had been trembling with fear just now, also looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Although they knew Jiang Chen was very wealthy now, they never expected him to make Zhong Tianhao bow his head. No wonder they said that even if Zhong Tianhao came, he would have to call him Big Brother. Big Brother, what are you doing? Why are you bowing to this country bumpkin? You are the chairman of Tianhao Group, even if the county magistrate comes, they should give you some face. Zhong Zihao ran up to Zhong Tianhao, questioning loudly. Shut up, you useless thing. Smack. Zhong Tianhao slapped Zhong Zihao across the face. Can't this useless guy see the situation clearly now? Big brother, you hit me. You actually hit me for a country bumpkin? Zhong Zihao covered his face, full of shock and anger. His cousin had never hit him before, even if he caused big trouble, at most he would be criticized a few times. He never expected that today, his cousin would slap him for a country bumpkin. In that moment, his inner anger reached its limit, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. Bang! Just as Zhong Zihao's words fell, Zhong Tianhao kicked him hard to the ground. You blind fool, causing trouble and even bringing it to my big brother's head. Now crawl over and apologize to big brother. If he doesn't forgive you, I'll break your dog legs when you go back. Zhong Tianhao's eyes were icy cold. Since Jiang Chen saved his family yesterday, in his eyes, Jiang Chen was not only a lifesaver but also his true big brother. He valued loyalty the most, repaying even a drop of kindness with a gushing spring, let alone saving their whole family, which was a huge favor. Big brother. Zhong Zihao wanted to say something more. Smack! Another slap landed hard on his face. Everyone witnessing this scene gasped in shock. The atmosphere was so tense that no one dared to breathe. Shueli, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Chen with endless astonishment in her beautiful eyes. What has Jiang Chen done over the years to make a big shot like Zhong Tianhao willingly call him big brother? Zhong Zihao was finally awakened by this moment. A hint of resentment and killing intent flashed in his eyes as he knelt before Jiang Chen. Big brother, it's my fault for being blind, because that damn woman offended you. Please forgive me, big brother, for my ignorance. Although he was apologizing, it was clear he was not convinced. Forget it, I'm a generous person. Jiang Chen smiled and decided not to pursue it further. Before the Zhang brothers could speak, Jiang Chen chuckled meaningfully. I can let you go, but your brother might not be so forgiving, considering the despicable acts you've committed. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zihao felt like the sky was falling on him. Had this peasant dog in front of him discovered his actions? Why else would he look at him with such meaning? Zhang Tianhao looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Don't understand? Jiang Chen asked. Zhang Tianhao shook his head. Yesterday, You only found out about your opponent, but have you considered there might be someone else behind this? Have you thought about who benefits the most if you die in a car accident, besides your competitor? Investigate thoroughly. To have a time bomb next to you and still be alive, I truly admire your generosity and courage. In fact, through his ability to foresee the future, he already knew about Zhang Zihao. And the mastermind behind yesterday's car accident was Zhang Zihao. Because if the Zhang family were gone, the entire Tianhao group would be his. Buzz. After Jiang Chen's words, Zhang Tianhao also felt like his world was collapsing, his mind buzzing. His eyes turned bloodshot, filled with crimson veins. Even if he was slow, he now fully understood what Jiang Chen meant. If he had truly died in the car accident yesterday, the Tianhao group would undoubtedly belong to his good cousin. This damn beast, he had always been so good to him, always treated him like a close brother to take care of. He never expected him to repay him like this, not only trying to kill him but also his wife and child. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Big brother, don't listen to him, you must not be deceived by this outsider. I'm your cousin, your dearest brother. I would never conspire with outsiders to harm you. Big brother, you must believe me. Big brother, I had nothing to do with what happened yesterday. It was all Chen Tianxiong. Panicked, Zhang Zihao was completely at a loss. He knew that his family was Zhang Tianhao's Achilles heel, touching it would mean death. Yesterday, he thought he had escaped unscathed, but this unknown peasant dog had brought it all back up. Zhang Tianhao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself quickly. In fact, when he saw Zhang Zihao's expression, he knew Jiang Chen was telling the truth. You truly are my good brother. Zhang Tianhao patted Zhang Zihao's shoulder lightly. The devilishly cold gaze made Zhang Zihao pale instantly. At this moment, everyone around was utterly confused. They had no idea what was going on. But they were all extremely curious about Jiang Chen's identity. Xiaohao, what do you plan to do about this? Jiang Chen asked seriously. For any man, his wife and child were his weak spots. Big brother, this beast won't see the light of tomorrow after what he's done. Zhang Tianhao's voice was calm, but his eyes were filled with a surge of killing intent. Obviously, he had murderous intentions towards Zhang Zihao. Although I don't want to interfere with your decision, I still have to tell you, this is a society governed by law, killing is illegal, and I don't want to lose you as a good brother. Jiang Chen said seriously. Looking at Jiang Chen's sincere gaze, Zhang Tianhao furrowed his brows and nodded slowly. I understand. I'll go and handle this matter first. With that, he took the terrified Zhang Zihao and left. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Jiang Chen had completely changed. When they first saw Jiang Chen enter the sales department, most people looked at him with disdain and contempt. But now, it was all awe and admiration. To make Zhang Tianhao nod and bow, there were probably only a few in the entire Jingxian county. Manager Wu Qi was especially excited. She thought today's matter would surely escalate and might even implicate them. But she didn't expect Jiang Chen in front of her to resolve the matter so effortlessly. Xue Li's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked Jiang Chen up and down. She suddenly realized that the present Jiang Chen was unfathomable, completely different from a few years ago. She didn't know who spread rumors in the class group, saying that Jiang Chen was so destitute that he drank water from the trash can. He casually spent 80 million to buy a villa, and even Zhang Tianhao called him big brother. How could this be considered destitute? It was clearly a rise to success. As for Ma Xiaolu, she looked ashen-faced, staring at Jiang Chen in horror. She couldn't figure out how a poor loser wearing street stall clothes could become Zhang Tianhao's big brother. In her heart, she cursed those bastards who pretended to be weak and were actually strong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 80 million on a house, triggering a critical hit reward, gaining 55% stake in Longteng Hotel, worth 5 billion. Just then, the system's electronic synthesized voice sounded in his mind. Longteng Hotel, isn't that a well-known 5-star hotel in the country? And there's one in Jingxian County. Jiang Chen felt great. Not only did he make a big show today, but the system also directly rewarded him with a stake worth 500 billion. This move was a big win. Ding-a-ling. Just a minute after the electronic synthesized sound, his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen took out his phone and saw an unfamiliar local number. He then answered the call. Chairman Jiang, I am Feng Jun, the general manager of Longting Hotel in Jingxian area. I wonder when you have time to come and inspect the hotel. The voice on the other end should be that of a middle-aged man, sounding very respectful. Damn! This guy is fast. The system just rewarded me with shares of Longteng Hotel, and he's already calling. Jiang Chen was surprised. He then casually said, I'll come over later. Okay, Chairman, do you need someone to pick you up? Feng Jun asked respectfully. No need, I'll drive over myself. After saying that, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. At this moment, Wuchi smiled broadly at Shueli and said, Shaoli, since Jiang is your classmate, I'll give you half a day off today to accompany Jiang and reminisce about your school friendship. It had to be said that this guy had quite the insight. Shueli then looked at Jiang Chen with an inquiring gaze. Her previous warmth and lack of courtesy were mainly because she thought Jiang Chen hadn't changed much, so she just treated him as an ordinary classmate and deskmate. But after the recent events, she deeply understood that Jiang Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. It seemed like they were no longer in the same world. During high school, Jiang Chen couldn't stand himself, and now he probably despises himself even more. In that instant, a sense of loss and inferiority surged within him. Manager Wu was right, let's go for a stroll. Jiang Chen saw through Shueli's thoughts and said with a smile, Shueli nodded happily. Then, amidst the envious gazes of everyone, the two walked out of the sales office. They later got into the Bugatti Veyron, revved the engine, and sped off into the night. Listening to the roar like a wild beast and feeling the thrill of the supercar's acceleration, Jiang Chen was ecstatic. No wonder they say a supercar is every guy's dream, they are absolutely right. Whether sitting in it or driving it, it's an incredible experience. Jiang Chen, slow down, I can't handle the speed. Alright, I'll slow down. Oh, this slow-fast combo is even worse, just speed up. Okay, hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate hard. At the entrance of the Dragon Rise Hotel, Feng Jun had already gathered all the employees. Each employee looked nervous, forming two rows and waiting for the chairman to arrive. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the parking lot. Shortly after getting out of the car, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Hey, isn't that Shui, the class flower? The two quickly turned to the source of the voice. They saw a heavily made-up girl intimately linking arms with a middle-aged man, both looking at them. Who's this ugly duckling? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Shueli. The moment she saw the girl, Shueli's delicate eyebrows furrowed. She's my college classmate, Jean Shower, Shueli said in a low voice. Shueli, you were the class flower in college, how come your taste in boyfriends is so poor, picking such a loser? Jean Shower glanced at Jiang Chen. Judging by his attire, it was clear he was a loser. Although he was good-looking, looks don't matter in this world, money is king. What's it to you who I choose? Shueli said coldly. For some reason, these classmates weren't so detestable in college. But after entering society, she found them all repulsive. Oh, Lily, although your classmate looks as disgusting as a pig, she seems quite filial, actually bringing her father out for a stroll. There aren't many girls as filial as her nowadays. Jiang Chen said lightly. Ha ha. Shueli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone could see that the greasy middle-aged man was definitely Jean Shower's boyfriend, and Jiang Chen was doing it on purpose. You loser, what did you say? This is my boyfriend, Jin Chun. Jean Shower glared at Jiang Chen in anger. Just one sentence had completely provoked her. Sorry, at your age, I thought he was your dad. Jiang Chen continued to laugh. He. Actually, I thought the same, Shower. Did you lack love since childhood, so you found yourself a sugar daddy, wanting to feel a father's love? But even if you want a sugar daddy, find someone a bit cleaner, this uncle is too greasy. Shueli immediately joined the fray. Your whole family lacks love. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Do you know his annual income? Jean Shower asked angrily. Clearly, she came over with a sarcastic tone, but didn't expect to be provoked by just a few words. What does that have to do with us? Shueli asked indifferently. Ah, so infuriating. It always feels like punching into cotton, making her very uncomfortable. Let me tell you, our family's Xinchun is the department manager of Longting Hotel, with an annual salary of 1 million. Do you know how much 1 million is? It's a thick stack like this, you poor bastards probably have never seen 1 million in your life. Jean Shower snorted coldly, then said proudly with a smug face. Shower, be more low-key. I'm about to be promoted to vice president soon, and my annual salary will soon be 2 million. At this moment, Jin Chun also said proudly. This feeling of showing off is really cool. Oh, so you're the department manager of Longting Hotel. Not bad, but soon he won't be. Jiang Chen said lightly. Fate is often so wonderful. Having just become the largest shareholder of Longting Hotel, he didn't expect to be provoked by such a little character. You little loser, what did you say? Do you even know the value of being the department manager of Longting Hotel? Forget it, a country bumpkin like you probably wouldn't understand even if I told you. I say, Shueli, you're at least the beauty of our class, how did you end up with such a pretentious loser? Jean Shower continued to mock. Alright Shower, why bother talking so much to these lower class people, even if you tell them, they won't understand. Let's go meet the new chairman of our hotel first, and after that, I'll take you to the presidential suite of our hotel. By then, we'll have a bath that even immortals envy, Jin Chun said proudly. Okay, dear. Jin Xiaoer tightly linked her arm with Jin Chun's, and both of her arms were deformed by the pressure. Then she disdainfully glanced at Jiang Chen and Shueli. You country bumpkins, even if you were sold, you wouldn't dream of staying in the presidential suite in this lifetime. Sorry Jiang Chen, you were embarrassed because of me. Shueli looked at Jiang Chen with a guilty face. It's okay, the more arrogant they were just now, the more miserable they'll be later. Jiang Chen smiled, then walked directly towards the hotel entrance. From afar, there were hostesses in uniforms on both sides of the hotel. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a suit, looking somewhat anxious and nervous. And the one who was just Jin Chun was behind the middle-aged man. Watching Jiang Chen and Shueli approaching, Jin Chun and Jin Xiaoer looked disdainful. Immediately, they shouted loudly, "You little losers, get out quickly, this is Longting Hotel, a place where you stinky losers have no right to be? That's right, get out quickly, security, kick these two poor bastards out." A security guard immediately walked up to Jiang Chen and Shueli. Feng Jun furrowed his brows slightly. Obviously, he realized that Jin Chun had conflicts with the young couple in front of him, so he took out 1,000 yuan, handed it to Jiang Chen. "Young man, I don't know what grudge you have with Jin Chun, but we are welcoming a very important figure now, so please leave here first for my sake, settle your matters privately." If the two young people in front of him affected the chairman's impression of him, it wouldn't be good. Mr. Feng, these two country bumpkins are clearly here to extort money, just tell the security to throw them out, then report them to the police, why bother giving them money? Jin Xiaoer immediately said sharply. Shut up! Are you, a mere waitress, teaching me how to do things? Feng Jun coldly glared at Jin Xiaoer, disdainfully. Although Jin Xiaoer is Jin Chun's lover, in his eyes, she is nothing. No, I dare not. I'm sorry, Chairman, I spoke out of turn. Jin Xiaoer quickly retreated to the back. Then she looked fiercely at Jiang Chen and Shueli. Jiang Chen, let's go. This is the most expensive 5-star hotel in the entire county, Shueli said with some concern as she looked at the grand scene before her. Jiang Chen gently patted her hand, signaling her not to worry. When his gaze fell on Feng Jun, it instantly turned cold. Feng Jun, you have truly disappointed me as the general manager. If you are unable to manage the hotel well, you should step down and let someone more capable take over. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Feng Jun was taken aback. You are Chairman Jiang. Feng Jun looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. Although he had sensed the chairman's young age during their phone call earlier, he never expected him to be this young, almost like a fresh graduate. Mr. Feng, that woman is my college classmate, and that man is her broke boyfriend. How could he possibly be the general manager? You must have mistaken them for someone else, Jin Xiaoer spoke up again. Shut your filthy mouth. Smack. Feng Jun turned around and slapped Jin Xiaoer hard across the face. The nose job she had just gotten a few days ago was now crooked from the impact. He then gave a cold glare at Jin Chun. He hadn't expected the chairman to arrive yet, leaving him with such a bad impression. At that moment, he wanted to get rid of these two fools. Chairman, I am deeply sorry for the oversight in my management that has caused you discomfort. Feng Jun quickly walked up to Jiang Chen, bowing his head respectfully. His body was trembling slightly. After all, if the chairman was not satisfied, his position as general manager would be at risk. The people around them immediately chimed in. Welcome, Chairman, for your guidance. Alright, you did well just now. But those two idiots. Jiang Chen didn't finish his sentence. Feng Jun immediately gave Jin Chun and Jin Xiaoer a cold look and instructed the security guards, throw these two idiots out. I now officially announce the dismissal of Jin Chun and Jin Xiaoer. Honey, what? What is going on? How could that poor loser be our hotel's chairman? The general manager must have made a mistake. Jin Xiaoer was still in disbelief after being thrown out by the security. She hadn't even recovered from the recent events. How could a loser like him become the chairman? Smack! A loud slap was the response she received. You bitch, get the hell out of here. If it weren't for you causing trouble and trying to show off, I could have lost my job, couldn't I? You are nothing but a jinx. Jin Chun was filled with anger at this moment. If it weren't for this bitch trying to show off, she would still be a successful manager with a 6-figure salary. She might have even been promoted to vice general manager in a few days. But now, everything had turned into a fleeting dream. Thinking about this, she really felt the urge to strangle this bitch. I didn't know Shueli would know our chairman, and you saw his loser appearance yourself. Jin Xiaoer still couldn't believe it. Smack! Another heavy slap landed on her face, snapping Jin Xiaoer out of her daze. How dare you hit me? Jin Chun, you scum, I'll fight you. You've lost your job now, you're just a useless old man. Why do you have the right to hit me? Jin Xiaoer screamed at the top of her lungs, wildly clawing at Jin Chun. Previously, Jin Chun was the hotel manager, her beloved husband, the best man in the world. But now, he was just a middle-aged, greasy uncle who had lost his job, no longer worthy of her admiration. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded at the hotel entrance. A heavily made-up woman and a greasy uncle were engaged in a fierce fight, like two enraged groundhogs. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already returned to the chairman's office. "Chairman, please have some tea. I admit my lack of discipline earlier. Please give me a chance to make amends for my mistake." Feng Jun nervously handed the freshly brewed tea to Jiang Chen. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would dismiss him if he showed any sign of displeasure. The thought of being fired made him want to strangle Jin Chun and Jin Xiao. They were idiots, almost getting him killed. "It's alright, you don't need to be so afraid. You handled it well earlier. So, you can continue in the position of general manager," Jiang Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun's face immediately lit up with joy. It seemed that this young chairman was quite good. "Chairman, I have arranged for a welcoming banquet in the VIP room for you. Would you like to go now?" Feng Jun hurriedly asked. "Let's go. I'm also hungry," Jiang Chen nodded. The group then proceeded to the VIP room. The room was designed luxuriously, giving the feeling of entering a palace. The waitresses were all beautiful, fair-skinned, tall women, standing at around 1.75 meters. Dressed professionally in black, they looked enticing. Xueli was even more amazed. Although she had dined at five-star hotels before, the VIP room was something ordinary people wouldn't dare to dream of. She looked at Jiang Chen with increasing curiosity. "Chairman, please wait here with this lady for a moment. I will call the kitchen to prepare the dishes," Feng Jun said respectfully before leaving the room. "Jiang Chen, you are becoming more and more unpredictable. I never expected you to be the chairman of Dragon Soar Hotel. What's going on?" Xueli finally asked, her face full of curiosity. Although she didn't know Jiang Chen very well, she had a general idea. His uncle and aunt were rural folks, so Jiang Chen couldn't possibly be born into wealth. Unless his uncle and aunt had hidden it well for decades. It was impossible to become the chairman of Dragon Soar Hotel in just 3 or 4 years of hard work. Could it be Jiang Chen has hooked up with a super rich woman? Yes. I often see such things online recently. Many handsome young men are unwilling to work hard and choose to rely on a rich woman. Jiang Chen is so handsome, there must be many rich women eyeing him, the possibility is too high. With this thought, Xueli looked at Jiang Chen with a strange gaze. "Hey, what's with that look? You don't think I'm being kept by some rich woman, do you?" Jiang Chen saw through Xueli's surprised act and said impatiently. Caught in her thoughts being exposed by Jiang Chen, Xueli awkwardly smiled. "Don't worry. I, Jiang Chen, am a man of integrity. How could I sell my soul?" "Are you sure you haven't?" "I really haven't." After finishing the meal, it was exactly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Feng Jun had wanted to send Jiang Chen off, but he was declined. Sometimes being too high profile wasn't a good thing. "Where do you live? Let me take you back." Jiang Chen looked at Xueli and asked. "I live in Jiufan Garden," Xueli replied somewhat disappointedly. She had thought that after dinner, Jiang Chen would take her to his villa, where they could have a passionate discussion about the true essence of the human body. But it turned out he had no such intention. However, it was understandable. In high school, she couldn't catch Jiang Chen's eye, and now that Jiang Chen was a billionaire, he probably looked down on her even more. After all, for these billionaires, the standard for choosing a partner was about matching social status. And obviously, he didn't have that qualification. "What's wrong with you? Why did your face suddenly turn pale?" Jiang Chen asked. "Nothing, it's just a bit stuffy in the room earlier, let's go." Xueli smiled. Soon, the two arrived at the spot where the sports car was parked. Several tall and slender women were standing by the car, constantly adjusting their postures. Obviously, they were waiting for the owner of the car to arrive. Could you please move aside?" Jiang Chen calmly spoke as he approached. He knew exactly what these women were thinking. He had seen such scenes before while browsing short videos, but he found them somewhat unreal. However, now he realized that his understanding of human nature was too one-sided. "TSK. The road is so wide, can't you walk somewhere else? Do you have to squeeze in here? Hurry up and move. If you scratch the supercar, can you, a poor loser, afford to pay for it?" The women glanced disdainfully at Jiang Chen. Although this young man was handsome, he was definitely not their target. Their goal was simple, to wait for the owner of this luxury car and then have a wonderful encounter. Jiang Chen remained silent and simply pressed a button on the car key. Honk honk. The Bugatti Veyron's headlights blinked twice. The women's pupils lit up at the sight. In that moment, their gazes towards Jiang Chen suddenly changed. Hey handsome, is this Bugatti supercar yours? Hey handsome, can we add you on WeChat? Hey handsome, can you drive your car and take me for a ride around town? I can have a cold drink tonight. The women's eyes, at that moment, were like ferocious beasts, and Jiang Chen became the tasty little lamb in their eyes. They almost wanted to rush up and devour him on the spot. Not interested. Jiang Chen glanced lightly at the women and then got into the car directly. Shueli quickly sat in the passenger seat. Hey handsome, here's my business card. If you need anything, make sure to contact me. I'm available anytime. A woman hurried over and handed Jiang Chen a small card. V-room. With a press on the gas pedal, the car sped away. They soon arrived at the Jiufang Garden community. It was an old residential area, with landscaping and facilities that couldn't compare to a garden community. Jiang Chen, do you want to come up and sit for a while? After getting out of the car, Shueli looked at Jiang Chen and asked. There was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. I have something to do, so I won't go up for now. We'll get in touch when we have time. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. If he went up at this late hour, he might not be able to leave tonight. Hearing this, a fleeting look of disappointment flashed in Shueli's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Okay, drive safely, I'll go up first. Shueli forced a smile. It seemed that there was absolutely no possibility left between herself and Jiang Chen. After all, the Cinderella story was just a fairy tale, something that could never happen in reality. The prince's other half would always be a princess, never Cinderella. Watching Shueli go upstairs, Jiang Chen drove back to the Dragon Soar Hotel. Living alone in such a big villa would feel lonely. Just as he lay down, his phone rang. It was a video call from his mother, Xiao Xiaohong. Jiang Chen immediately answered. Xiaochuan, have you returned to Jingxian? A neighbor from the village next door said they saw a young man in Jingxian today who looked a lot like you. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Xiao Xiaohong couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Chen awkwardly nodded. Yes, Mom, I just arrived in Jingxian yesterday, dealt with some matters and didn't come home first. You rascal, since you're back, why didn't you come home right away? Jiang Haitao scolded impatiently. By the way, did you come back with Qingya? Xiao Xiaohong seemed more concerned about whether Su Qingya had come back together. She was very satisfied with Su Qingya as her daughter-in-law. Well, we were supposed to come back together, but she had something to attend to at home and went back first, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Then come back tomorrow quickly. Your dad and I are waiting for you, Xiao Xiaohong continued. In fact, during the last video call, she could vaguely sense that Xiao Chuan and Qingya were not a couple. It wasn't that she thought her son wasn't good enough, but Qingya seemed too outstanding. Okay, Mom, I'll be back early tomorrow. Is there anything you need at home? Should I bring something back? Jiang Chen nodded and asked. No, we don't lack anything at home. As long as you come back, we'll be very happy. Okay, Mom, I got it. I'll be back early tomorrow. The next morning, Jiang Chen, who was eager to return home, also got up early, washed up quickly, and prepared to have breakfast. As soon as he opened the door, he saw several tall waitresses standing on both sides of the doorway. General Manager Feng Jun was standing prominently in the middle, wearing a lecherous smile on his face. Chairman, good morning. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen coming out, Feng Jun and the waitresses immediately stood up to greet him. This grand gesture startled Jiang Chen. What's all this fuss about so early in the morning? Jiang Chen spoke up. Although this kind of service felt good, it seemed a bit too ostentatious. Chairman, it's like this, I noticed that your outfit seems a bit ill-fitting, so I thought of getting you a few new sets of clothes, Feng Jun said with a grin. Mainly because that guy Zhen made a fatal mistake yesterday because he thought the chairman's attire was too ordinary. Now, he did this naturally to prevent a repeat of such a situation. In case one day the chairman suddenly comes to inspect the work, and then gets looked down upon by those short-sighted employees, he, as the general manager, would be in trouble. You're considerate. Alright, I was just planning to buy some new clothes myself. Jiang Chen nodded. In fact, he had wanted to go out and buy a few sets of clothes earlier so that he would look more presentable when he returned. Although he didn't have a strong pursuit of clothing, looking a bit better would prevent him from being ridiculed by the people in the village. In this modern society, even in the countryside, the spirit of comparison has long seeped in. If he were to be mocked or looked down upon, it would be fine, but if his parents were also despised, that was something he didn't want to see. Alright, should I have them help you change? Feng Jun was even happier and more unrestrained at this moment. He had been a little nervous just now, fearing that the chairman might enjoy playing the game of pretending to be weak and then striking. But now it seemed not to be the case. No need, I'll do it myself. But can you not smile so lecherously, or I'll think you're lusting after me. Jiang Chen gave Feng Jun a big eye roll, picked up 4 or 5 suits, and returned to his room. The few female waitresses giggled on the side, surprised that the chairman not only looked handsome but was also so humorous. They wondered which lucky lady would eventually win him over. A few minutes later, he picked a suitable suit, which was comfortable to wear, had fine fabric, and seemed to be a high-quality suit. As for how much it costs, he didn't know. But Fong Jun shouldn't buy something too cheap for himself. Jiang Chen was originally 183 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. When he put on a suit, his whole demeanor completely changed. With his upright posture, handsome features, he looked like the male lead stepping out of a novel. Wow! So handsome. The chairman is so handsome, I want to give birth to a monkey for him. If I could spend a night with the chairman, I would die without regrets. Several female waitresses whispered to each other. Chairman, you are so handsome, even an old man like me is a bit moved. Fong Jun also chuckled. Get lost. I'm not interested in the same sex, especially oily uncles. Jiang Chen glared at Fong Jun. Then, as if remembering something, he continued, Lao Fong, can I borrow your car? I'm planning to visit home, but the road there is not easy to drive on. My car's chassis is too low to go in. 3 years ago when he left home, many roads in the village were not paved. Although they have been paved now, some sections are still very difficult to navigate, and a sports car with a low chassis would struggle to get through. Ah, Chairman, my car is too old. Whatever car you need, I'll have the dealership send it to you immediately. Fong Jun seized the opportunity to impress. He only drove a Land Rover, and it had been a couple of months since he got it, clearly not befitting the chairman's status. Anything will do, as long as it has a high chassis and can handle mountain roads. Jiang Chen had no specific requirements. He wasn't knowledgeable about cars, so it didn't matter to him. Alright, you go to the executive lounge for breakfast first, and I'll make the call now. Fong Jun immediately dialed the dealership. Jiang Chen went to the executive lounge for breakfast. After breakfast, Fong Jun led Jiang Chen downstairs. Just outside the hotel's entrance was a very handsome black SUV. Chairman, this is the new car I've prepared for you. Do you like it? Fong Jun asked with a flattering smile. He had actually reserved this car a month ago, intending to drive it himself. But now, he saw the opportunity to give it to the chairman, hoping to win his favor. Although the car's price was only 4 million, it had a commanding appearance, impressive interior, and powerful performance. Moreover, it was a combination of a supercar and an SUV, matching or even surpassing sports cars in looks and power, something young people would likely appreciate. Is this a Lamborghini Urus? Although Jiang Chen didn't have in-depth knowledge of luxury cars, he had come across them occasionally while browsing short videos and recognized this type of luxury car. After all, these luxury cars held an irresistible allure for every man. Even though he might only earn a few thousand a month, it didn't stop him from admiring luxury car videos. Yes, Chairman, although this car may not be up to your status, with my abilities, this is the best I could arrange in a short time. Fong Jun quickly nodded. After all, luxury cars priced over a few million usually required pre-ordering. It's quite nice, I really like this car. Jiang Chen nodded, then added, you handled this matter well, your annual salary will double from now on. Thank you, Chairman. Fong Jun was almost jumping with excitement upon hearing this. His current annual salary was 6.5 million, doubling it would make it 13 million. The price of this car is only 4 million when it lands. This wave is simply making a killing. Alright, you go busy yourself. Just call if you need anything. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he stepped on the gas and drove away. This car is equipped with a 4.0T twin-turbocharged engine, with a maximum power of 471 kilowatts, and accelerates from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 3.5 seconds. This car combines the space of an SUV with the appearance of a supercar, definitely allowing the driver to experience the perfect fusion of a supercar and an SUV's charm. It is no exaggeration to say that this Lamborghini Urus is definitely one of the globally outstanding SUVs in terms of performance. Wow! This power is incredible. Driving a luxury car is truly different. Jiang Chen felt extremely comfortable driving this SUV, perhaps because of the spacious interior. It felt more comfortable than his own Night Fury. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen had arrived at Pinyin village. Along the way, he didn't encounter many young people, mostly just elderly people sunbathing and children playing. Although it was close to the Chinese New Year, most young people had already returned to the village, but they mostly stayed at home playing on their phones and games, rarely going out. Soon, Jiang Chen parked the car in front of his house. Perhaps the elderly and children in the countryside didn't have much concept of luxury cars, so no one came to watch. With a nervous and excited heart, just as he was about to push the door open, he heard voices coming from inside the room. Second brother. Is Jiang Chen not coming back this year? Look, both of our sons have been back for half a month already. It's been 3 years, and Jiang Chen hasn't come home once. Is he not doing well outside, so he feels ashamed to come back? The voice was very familiar. It was Uncle Zhang Hailang's voice. Big brother, Xiaochuan will be back soon. Zhang Haitao could only say awkwardly. The two sons of the eldest brother's family were indeed more successful. It was said that they were both in business, and their business was doing well. When they came back a few days ago, both sons were driving luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. Sigh. I told you a long time ago, going to college is useless. Nowadays, there are too many college students in society. In those big cities, you can throw a brick and hit a college student to death. I advised you a few years ago to let Jiang Chen drop out of school and work with his cousin, but you didn't listen. Now Jiang Chen probably can't even find a job, right? Should we ask Xiaolu to find a job for Jiang Chen in his company? The monthly salary will definitely exceed 3,000 yuan. Uncle's proud voice once again entered Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen clenched his fists slightly. A few years ago, when he got into college, Uncle's family was jealous, trying every means to prevent him from going to college and instead work as a laborer with his cousin. It seemed that now they finally had the chance to mock him. No need, big brother. Xiaochuan has a job, and he's doing well. Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Xiaohong said coldly. They naturally could tell that this time, big brother came to show off completely. Creak. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Chen walked in. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Looking at his parents on the sofa, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Seeing his parents in person, it seemed like they had aged much more in the past 3 years, which wasn't as obvious in the videos. Xiaochuan, it's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Seeing Jiang Chen at the door, Zhang Haitao's eyes also welled up with tears instantly. Xiao Xiaohong even ran directly to Jiang Chen, hugging him tightly. You little rascal, Mom missed you so much. Xiao Xiaohong wiped her tears, full of longing and grievance on her face. It's okay, Mom, I'm back now. Jiang Chen gently patted his mother's back, feeling a surge of heartache and guilt. Zhang Haitao also secretly wiped away his tears. Oh, Xiaochuan is really back. I thought your parents were just talking earlier. Zhang Hailang beside him finally reacted, then smiled, and said. Looking behind Jiang Chen, he noticed that he didn't bring anything. A smug expression appeared in his eyes. Xiaochuan, you haven't been home in 3 years, nor have you bought anything for your parents. You're not doing it right. My son Xiaolu and Xiaobo bought a bunch of high-quality nutritional and health products for me and your grandma. Zhang Hailang's voice was full of pride and boastfulness. Indeed, being a scholar is useless. What's the point of attending a top university? It still can't compare to one's own son. He couldn't even match a single hair on his own son's leg. Maybe Jiang Chen borrowed money for the fare to come back. It's good that you're back. Your return is the best gift for your parents. Mom doesn't need those nutritional products at all. Xiao Xiaohong gently stroked Jiang Chen's cheek, full of distress. Child, you've lost weight. Have you suffered a lot in these 3 years? No, Mom, I haven't suffered. I'm doing well now. Jiang Chen smiled very happily, feeling like he hadn't been this happy and content in a long time. Indeed, being able to be with his parents is the happiest thing. What? You're doing well? Are you trying to fool us? Your 2 cousins are millionaires now. How much are you worth? Zhang Hailang asked sarcastically. Zhang Haitao instantly looked displeased and said coldly, the atmosphere was good, and now it's ruined. How can I not be angry? And isn't Zhang Hailang just trying to mock Xiaochuan? Oh, your 2 cousins have been working for 10 years, and they're only worth $1 million now. How come they're such losers? Is being a loser hereditary? Jiang Chen said coldly. Respect others, and they will respect you in return. There's no room for showing off in front of me now. What? Are you looking down on your 2 cousins? Do you even know what being worth $1 million means? Come on. You actually look down on being worth $1 million. Then tell me, how much money do you have now? Zhang Hailang immediately became unhappy. Having $1 million at the age of 20 is like being a top tycoon in their small rural village. This is also his capital for showing off and boasting. Well, it's not much, just a few hundred small goals. Ha! Just a few hundred small. What? How many did you say? A few hundred small goals? Ha ha! Zhang Hailang burst into laughter. If Jiang Chen had said a few 100,000, there might have been a 1 in a million chance. But this kid really was bragging without a script, claiming to have a few hundred small goals. That's hundreds of billions. Even if you count his sperm, there probably isn't that much. You brat, no bragging. Zhang Haidao also blared at Jiang Chen. This kid never used to brag. How did he suddenly learn to brag? Even a few million is an astronomical figure for ordinary rural people like them, let alone hundreds of billions. This number is simply something they wouldn't dare to think about. Dad, I'm not bragging. I really am worth hundreds of billions now, Jiang Chen said earnestly. So I'm saying I don't have much cash on hand right now, just a little over 4 billion. But if you count the shares of Ding Sheng Group and Longting Hotel, it's indeed worth several hundred billion. Ha ha ha. Xiaochuan, are you trying to make Uncle laugh to death? You actually say such outrageous things. It seems that the quality of university students nowadays is getting worse. They even start lying without preparing a draft. Are you majoring in boasting in college? Zhang Hailang immediately mocked. Zhang Haitao and Xiaoxiahan looked embarrassed. Although they always thought their son was the best, they couldn't believe what he just said. Xiaochuan has only been out of college for 3 years. How could he possibly earn so much money? Even if he carried a sack to pick up, it's impossible to pick up several hundred billion in 3 years. Uncle, do you know there's a pitiful animal called a frog at the bottom of a well? Zhang Chen asked with a half-smile. Since he could remember, Uncle had such a personality, always mocking his parents and loving to show off. Whenever something good happened at home, he couldn't wait to announce it to the world. Brat, no matter what, he's your uncle, don't speak like that, Zhang Haitao quickly said. Anyway, the person in front of him was his own elder brother and Xiaochuan's uncle. It was indeed inappropriate for a junior to speak to his elder like this. Second brother, listen, is this the precious son you sent to college? Is this how he talks to his elders? Did your teachers teach you to contradict your elders at home? Haven't you learned the basic respect for elders? Your college education has really gone to the dogs. Zhang Hailang's face instantly showed an angry expression. He didn't expect Jiang Chen, after a few years of college, not only learned to boast but also became so sharp-tongued. Respecting elders is indeed necessary, but some elders are not worthy of respect. An elder who comes to my house to ridicule my father, why should I respect him? I didn't kick you out, it's out of respect for my dad. Do you want me to kneel down now and kowtow to you, and shed a few tears? Jiang Chen asked word by word. You. Fine. Second brother, you've really raised a sharp-tongued son, but what's the use? What this society values is money, understand? Boasting and contradicting elders are not skills. Zhang Hailang stared at Jiang Chen, saying coldly. Since this brat didn't respect him, he could humiliate him thoroughly. Let him know that this college student was already outdated. In front of money, so-called college students are nothing. Money? You're right, but unfortunately, the money your two useless sons earn combined doesn't even compare to the change in my wallet. Jiang Chen said lightly. Big brother, if you have nothing else to do, go back home. Xiaochuan just came back and needs to rest. Xiaoxiahong also said coldly. She didn't think her son was wrong. What can elders do anyway? Can elders come to ridicule their younger siblings and humiliate their nephews like this? Such elders are better off not being around. Yes, big brother, go back quickly. How much money your son earns is your business. It has nothing to do with me, and they won't use the money to support me. How much money my son earns has nothing to do with you. Zhang Haitao also said coldly. Zhang Hailang's face instantly turned dark. This jerk had to pretend to be smooth and slick today. He wouldn't leave until he finished pretending. Even if Jesus came, he wouldn't take him away. After that, he sneered at Jiang Chen and said, Jiang Chen, you just said your net worth is in the hundreds of billions. The net worth of my two sons combined doesn't even compare to the change in your pocket, right? Yes. Any problem with that? Before my son came back, he bought me a suite in the best residential area in the county, Jinyu Rinjia. It's said to be a large flat, not too big, just around 300 square meters. It cost over $1 million. What about you? Since you're so wealthy, have you bought a house for your parents? Zhang Hailang looked smugly at Jiang Chen. Thinking about his two sons buying a house together for him made him extremely happy. And it was a large flat of over 300 square meters. This was a place that ordinary rural folks could only dream of living in. Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong frowned slightly upon hearing Zhang Hailang's words. They indeed couldn't afford a house that cost over $1 million. Even for a down payment, they couldn't come up with it now. TSK. 300 square meters, indeed not that big. Jiang Chen coldly chuckled, looking teasingly at Zhang Hailang. Uncle, I thought you were just being modest earlier, didn't expect it to be that small, over 300 square meters, and it can't even compare to a bathroom in my house. He wasn't showing off, it was the truth. The area of the bathroom in the villa he bought was over 300 square meters. Damn it! This brat really knows how to piss people off. Zhang Hailang clenched his fists tightly. How come after 3 years, this brat's words were so infuriating? Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Since you look down on a 300 square meter house, Uncle wants to ask how big the house you bought for your parents is?" Humph. Today, he must thoroughly embarrass this brat to make him stop showing off in the future. "Not that big, I only bought my parents a standalone villa of over 2,000 square meters. The price was quite cheap, just a few tens of millions," Jiang Chen said casually. Put. Jiang Hailang was about to spurt blood. How could this guy keep boasting without thinking twice? Talking about a villa worth tens of millions, why not say you bought the whole planet? Ahem. Son. A little pretense is enjoyable, but too much can be harmful. Pretending too much can lead to disaster. Just pretend a bit. Jiang Haitao awkwardly coughed a few times on the side, then softly reminded. Jiang Chen also felt helpless. Nowadays, even parents wouldn't believe the truth? "Alright, I can't outdo you today, just you wait." Jiang Hailang, with red eyes, stumbled out. "Uncle, don't be angry. It's not good for your health." "Uncle, are you unable to outdo me, planning to bluff?" Jiang Chen watched Jiang Hailang leave and said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Hailang's disheveled appearance, Jiang Chen felt extremely satisfied. He had long wanted to slap this guy's face hard, but in the past, he didn't have the means or the courage. "You little brat, just wait for me, I'll see how you pretend later," Jiang Hailang threatened as he walked away. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. "Son, you went a bit overboard with the pretense just now. What if he asks you to take us to see the villa later?" Jiang Haito said with concern. Because he knew Jiang Chen simply couldn't afford to buy them a villa. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have the money. Tens of millions didn't just fall from the sky. How could it come so quickly? "Xiaochuan, what you said earlier, was it true?" Xiao Xiaohong stared straight at Jiang Chen. Seeing his son's confident appearance earlier, it seemed like he wasn't just bragging. "Yes, Mom and Dad, your son is truly a billionaire now." Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. Seeing the incredulous expressions on their parents' faces, Jiang Chen immediately opened his mobile banking app. A long string of numbers appeared on the screen. "Oh my, it's so long. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, billions. Oh my, is this really 4 billion? Jiang Haitao and Xiaoxia stared at the balance on the screen, counting it over and over again, their faces filled with shock. They never expected that their son wasn't just boasting earlier, he actually had big ambitions. "Oh my goodness. Son, did you really rob a bank?" Jiang Haitao stared at Jiang Chen in horror, clearly stunned by the long string of numbers. "Son, didn't I tell you that robbing a bank is illegal? Besides, banks might not even have that much cash," Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. "Oh my son has made it big." Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Chen with excitement, her trembling body showing her overwhelming emotions. For them, having billions was like an astronomical figure. They never even dreamed of seeing so much money one day. Yes, my son is amazing, truly my son. Come here, son, give me a kiss." Jiang Haito excitedly showered Jiang Chen's cheeks with kisses. "So, everything you told your uncle earlier was true? Did you really buy a villa?" Xiaoxia, now calmer, asked seriously. With billions in his account, buying a villa worth tens of millions was indeed within reach. "Yes, I bought 2 detached villas in Longxino, one in the county town, totaling 80 million. So after the new year, I want us to move there together." Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. The older generation in rural areas indeed had a special attachment to the countryside. Many were reluctant to leave this land, finding comfort and freedom in village life. They had more acquaintances and could gossip and chat together. However, with social development, fewer elderly people remained in the countryside. Many were taken to live in the city by their children, while some moved to the county town for their children's education. Nowadays, rural areas were quiet, lacking the liveliness of the past. As a result, the older generation's attachment to the countryside had weakened. "Let's consider this. After all, we're used to living here, and it might be uncomfortable in the city," Xiaoxia said seriously. Moving to the city indeed had many inconveniences. "Yes, let's discuss whether to move to the city later. Now, let's go to your second uncle's house." Jiang Haitao nodded repeatedly. "Ha? Why are we going to their house?" Jiang Chen and Xiaoxia were surprised. "To show off. Your eldest brother was showing off in front of us all afternoon. Now that my son has become a billionaire, shouldn't I go there and show off a bit? And take a look at those 2 useless nephews of his." Jiang Haito said matter-of-factly. It was only natural for brothers to reciprocate. Since his eldest brother had shown off so much at their house, it wouldn't be right for him not to return the favor. "Oh, come on, all this money was earned by your son, not you. Why are you showing off?" Xiaoxia said teasingly, but her smile was radiant. After all parents in the world hoped their children would have a better life. Now that her son had succeeded and become a billionaire, it naturally brought her immense happiness. This kind of happiness is not about them enjoying the benefits with their son, but about their son being able to live a happier and more joyful life in the future. That's enough. Hee, I was just kidding. Jiang Haitao laughed heartily. However, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. From now on, he walked through the village with his head held high. Xiaochuan, you haven't eaten yet, right? I remember you used to love the dumplings with shepherd's purse filling that mom made for you when you were little. I'll go make them for you right away. Xiao Xia hurried to the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, Jiang Haitao on the side excitedly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He handed one to Jiang Chen. Son, care for one? Now that his son was a 22-year-old adult with a net worth of billions, smoking and drinking were normal things. After all, he had seen in TV dramas that wealthy bosses often had social obligations. I won't smoke, Dad. Jiang Chen smiled and declined. He hadn't been doing well recently, his salary wasn't high, so he didn't have extra money for smoking and drinking. He wasn't very sensible in high school and college, had smoked for a while, but quit after starting work. Not smoking is good. You should smoke less of this stuff, Jiang Haitao said, smoothly pulling out a lighter. After lighting it, he took a deep drag. The father and son chatted for a while. Although Jiang Haitao was curious about how his son had amassed such a fortune, he ultimately didn't ask. Because he believed his son wouldn't do anything illegal. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, as he hadn't figured out what to say. The fewer people knew about the system, the better. Even his parents shouldn't be told unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Hailang, who had been humiliated, couldn't swallow his pride and brought his two sons to settle the score. Dad, is Jiang Chen really that arrogant now? I remember when he was little, he was as soft as a ripe persimmon. Even if he was bullied, he wouldn't dare to speak up. Now he dares to talk to you like that. It's unbelievable. Jiang Lu asked incredulously. In his memory, Jiang Chen had always been gentle and weak, handsome but somewhat timid. Yeah, Dad, not only Big Brother doesn't believe it, I find it hard to believe too. We know Jiang Chen's personality very well. He wouldn't even speak loudly to us. How could he be showing off? Jiang Bo also expressed doubt and disbelief. After all, in their memory, Jiang Chen was a well-behaved boy, someone they could easily manipulate. Even I can't believe it, that brat has become so assertive. And his bragging skills are unbelievable, claiming to have a net worth of billions, buying a villa worth tens of millions. I even suspect that boy has been driven crazy by reality, Zhang Hailang said. A net worth of billions? Does he think he's Ma Yun or Jack Ma? Billions. He only graduated from college 3 years ago, probably doesn't even have a 100,000 savings. If he had $1 million, I'd perform a handstand and eat shit on the spot. Jiang Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. A net worth of billions, that kid Jiang Chen actually had the nerve to say that. Is he talking about underworld currency? Jiang Bo also laughed along. Wait. Second brother, look at that car, is that a Lamborghini? Just as the three of them were laughing uncontrollably, they suddenly noticed a brand new black SUV parked in front of Jiang Chen's house. That's right, that's a Lamborghini Urus. And it looks brand new. The base price is 3,200,000. The price seems to be around 4 million. Heavens, which tycoon parked their car in front of Jiang Chen's house? What? This car costs 4 million? Are you kidding me? Of course not. I love studying luxury cars. I know Lamborghini very well. This supercar, the Lamborghini Urus, which combines a sports car with an SUV, is also one of my favorites. The three who were laughing just a moment ago were stunned at the sight of the Lamborghini Urus. The value of this car alone exceeded the total net worth of the two of them. Could this be Jiang Chen's car? Jiang Lu frowned, whispering, if this brand new Lamborghini Urus really belonged to Jiang Chen, then he might have truly struck it rich. Don't joke around, this is a 4 million worth car, even both of us brothers can't afford it. How could that kid Jiang Chen afford it? With his capabilities, he probably can't even buy a single wheel. Jiang Bo shook his head, immediately dismissing the idea. Right, after all, we brothers have been struggling in society for almost 10 years, that kid has only graduated for 3 years, how could he possibly afford such a luxury car? Jiang Lu also quickly nodded. He simply didn't believe, nor want to believe, that the car belonged to Jiang Chen. Stop guessing, let's go in and ask Jiang Chen. Jiang Haitao also furrowed his brows. If this car really belonged to Jiang Chen, then his path to showing off would be long and arduous. Soon, the three of them walked into the courtyard. Oh, uncle, you really went to call people, huh? Jiang Chen saw Zhang Hailang and his son walking in together, then teased with a smirk. TSK. You brat, don't get cocky. Didn't you just say you bought a villa worth tens of millions? Dare to show us? Jiang Hailang immediately said coldly. Even if he were beaten to death, he would never believe that Jiang Chen could afford a villa worth tens of millions. Jiang Chen, it seems like you've made a fortune these past few years. Why didn't you bring us, your brothers, along? Jiang Lu asked teasingly. Yeah, we are blood brothers, and we took care of you so much when we were young, you should bring us along when you make a fortune. By the way, I heard from my dad that you're already a billionaire now, how about lending me some money? Jiang Bo quickly followed suit, his mocking expression mirroring Jiang Hailang's. The sarcastic and mocking tone of this father-son trio was simply identical. Yes, I did make a fortune, but why should I bring you guys along? Bringing trash like you will only slow down my money-making speed. Even if I become a billionaire, what does it have to do with you? Are you my sons or what? Jiang Chen said lightly with a smile. Although his father and Jiang Hailang were blood brothers, the relationship between the two families was not good. From his earliest memories, this uncle had made things difficult for his father for various reasons. And these two cousins, taking advantage of their seniority, often bullied him and his siblings. Although these things had happened over a decade ago, the memories of being bullied were firmly etched in his mind, never to be forgotten. So, calling them cousins was even more repugnant than calling them strangers. Jiang Chen, you brat, don't get cocky. You're panting just from being called fat? Do you really think you're some big shot? A damn billionaire. If you can produce $1 million, I'll kneel in front of you with my dad and sing conquer. Jiang Lu's face instantly changed. This kid never dared to speak to the two of them like this before. Now, after working outside for 3 years, his wings seemed to have hardened, speaking in such an infuriating manner. Alright, big brother, we are people of status now, let's not lower ourselves to the level of this poor loser. On the side, Jiang Bo quickly spoke up. After all, they were millionaires now, belonging to the upper class, and had no need to associate with someone like Jiang Chen, who was just a poor loser. Moreover, if they were to beat up Jiang Chen now, it might affect their business later on, which wouldn't be profitable for them. After all, they were wearing high-end leather shoes, while Jiang Chen was just a barefoot poor guy. Younger brother, you're right. It's not worth getting angry over such a poor guy. Jiang Lu nodded quickly. Indeed, arguing or fighting with Jiang Chen now would lower their status. Upon hearing his son being humiliated one after another, Jiang Haitao couldn't sit still anymore and cursed at the two men. You two bastards have no status at all. Even your IDs were arranged by us. What right do you have to be arrogant? And you, Jiang Hailang, I've been tolerant because you're my elder brother. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you let these two bastards continue to humiliate my son, I'll break their legs. With these words, not only Jiang Hailang and his companions but even Jiang Chen was stunned. He never expected his usually gentle father to be so fierce. Jiang Hailang and the others looked at each other, clearly taken aback by Jiang Haitao's words. As the saying goes, you should never provoke an honest person, for once you push them too far, there's no room for regret. Wow, Dad, you're finally standing up for yourself. For a moment there, you were my idol, Jiang Chen said admiringly after the initial shock. Of course, I'm your father, Jiang Haitao boasted, tilting his head. You guys. Alright, you father and son are quite something. But Jiang Chen, didn't you say you bought a villa for your parents? If you're so capable, why don't you take us to see it? I really want to see your multi-million-dollar villa. Jiang Hailang couldn't continue provoking Jiang Haitao, so he immediately changed the subject. Today, they must expose Jiang Chen's lies. Humiliate them completely so they can't face the elders of Jiangdong village in the future. Sigh. I really didn't want to argue with you guys as ordinary people. I really didn't want to bother with you. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, then said firmly, but if you want to be slapped in the face, I'll grant your wish. Now get out of my house and don't disturb our family dinner. After saying this, Jiang Chen ignored Jiang Hailang and his son. He couldn't understand why their relationship had deteriorated to this point. Why did Jiang Hailang go to such lengths to embarrass his parents and himself? This was something he absolutely couldn't tolerate. If they wanted to show off and make his family look bad, then he would crush them. So they would never have a chance to show off again. Perhaps this was the only way to make them behave. What's with your attitude, Jiang Chen? Don't think I won't hit you. I'll tell you, when you were a kid, I beat you as easily as I would a grandson, and I can do it now too, Jiang Lu said angrily, glaring at Jiang Chen. He never expected the trash who couldn't even fart in front of him as a child would dare to speak to him like this now. Just you? If you dare, give it a try. With your trashy self, I'll make sure you regret it, Jiang Chen sneered, full of disdain. With his current boxing skills at a champion level, he could easily handle trash like Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo. So, whether in terms of wealth or fists, the two of them were nothing. The Jiang brothers were so enraged that they clenched their fists tightly, wishing they could rush up and knock Jiang Chen's teeth out to see if he would still be so arrogant. Alright, let's go out first. It's a perfect opportunity to have the villagers come and visit the billionaire's super mansion. Zhang Hailang immediately stopped his two sons. Although he also wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, it wasn't worth it. Just giving him a beating wouldn't satisfy his anger. The most satisfying way was to expose Jiang Chen's lies in front of the whole village. Let them be ridiculed by everyone. His younger brother cared a lot about his reputation. If things really escalated to that point, he probably wouldn't have the face to stay in Pingyang village anymore. He wouldn't dare to speak so loudly in front of him in the future. At that moment, the Jiang family was enjoying steaming hot dumplings in their room. Outside, a large group of people had gathered, mostly middle-aged and elderly villagers. Oh my! I always knew that Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo had potential since they were young, and now they have truly made it, both becoming millionaires. They mustn't forget us uncles and aunties. Exactly. I've always said that studying without ambition only turns you into a bookworm. Entrepreneurship is the way for young people. You're right. Look at the young people from our village who went to college, now earning only 2,000 to 3,000 a month, working like dogs, and all looking clueless. Especially Jiang Er from the Jiang family, a graduate from a prestigious university, now earning only 2,000 to 3,000 a month, right? Indeed, you can't compare Jiang Chen and the Jiang brothers. They are like heaven and earth, incomparable since childhood. The other day, my friend's niece's boyfriend said that Jiang Chen seemed to have been fired from his job and reduced to picking water from the trash cans. Really? Jiang Chen has fallen so low? It's true. I even saw those two videos before. Let me find them for you. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang Hailang's smile almost reached his ears. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo were also filled with pride, their smiles wider than the Yangtze River. Everyone, just now Jiang Chen claimed he bought a mansion for his parents in the county town. Let's go congratulate them together. Zhang Hailang said with a sly smile. What? A mansion? Jiang Chen must be dreaming. Can someone like us rural folks afford that? Exactly, he's just a poor student, how can he brag so much? Even if someone in our village could afford a mansion, it would definitely be Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo. Right, Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo are the richest businessmen in our village. Only these brothers could afford such a grand mansion. The middle-aged and elderly villagers echoed in agreement. Seeing that more than half an hour had passed and Jiang Chen's family had not opened the door, Zhang Hailang immediately went to knock. He couldn't wait to witness Jiang Chen's family being ridiculed by everyone later. Jiang Chen, open the door. If you're so capable of boasting, then have the guts to open the door. Are you hiding in the room and not planning to come out? Hurry up and take the uncles and aunties to see your multi-million mansion. Zhang Hailang kept knocking on the door. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the show. For them, the village hadn't been this lively in a long time. They couldn't miss out on this spectacle. Besides, Zhang Hailang had just promised that if they all went to see Jiang Chen's mansion in the county town, he would treat them to a meal. Watching a show and getting a free meal, no one would want to miss out on such a good thing. Creak! Just then, Jiang Chen pushed open the courtyard door. Then, in a cold tone, he said, "What's with the knocking? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated?" Jiang Chen didn't give any face to the people around him, because he knew very well that these people had come to laugh at his family. So, for such people, there was no need to save face for them at all. Causing trouble. What kind of jinx did the second son of the Jiang family give birth to have no manners like this? And he's still a university student, really embarrassing for university students. Exactly, after working for a few years, the quality is getting worse, no wonder he's so destitute that he's picking food from the trash. The people around immediately started pointing fingers. As long as they could humiliate Jiang Chen's family well, Zhang Hailang would reward them. One family was poor to the bone, while the other had become millionaires. They knew very well whom to flatter. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Chen coldly said, "Shut your filthy mouths. What does my quality have to do with you? You're all a bunch of old farts who are halfway into the ground, yet you still want to laugh at others. Are you living well? What qualifications do you have to mock me?" Exactly, the son said it well, can't even figure out their own death dates. What face do they have to wail outside our house? Zhang Haitao also came out and said sternly. The group of people gathered in front of them were the most annoying ones in the village. They loved to take advantage of others and lived a messy life themselves, yet they always liked to point fingers at others. Zhang second, what did you say? Like father, like son. With this kind of quality, they can still afford a villa. If you can afford a villa, I'll eat your family's villa. The voices of the people around grew louder. And this was a situation that Zhang Hailang and his son were very happy to see. Jiang Chen, didn't you say you'd take us to see your villa after dinner? Uncle is eager. Hurry up and take us there to broaden our horizons. After all, I've lived for over 50 years and haven't seen a villa worth tens of millions. Zhang Hailang also got straight to the point without any extra words. He had just experienced Jiang Chen's sharp tongue, which was truly cutting. In terms of verbal skills alone, they probably couldn't argue with Jiang Chen. After all, this guy was a real university student. That's right. Didn't you guys buy a villa worth tens of millions? If you have the guts, take us to see it. I think you father and son are just bragging. If you can buy a villa worth tens of millions, then the White House belongs to me. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over everyone present, remembering their disgusting faces. Originally, he had wanted to do something for the village once he had money, improve the infrastructure and help the people in the village get rich together. But now, it seemed that these people were not qualified to receive his help. With a cold look in his eyes, he said, "Since you want to see my villa, then let's go." Then he turned to Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong, "Mom, Dad, get in the car." After that, he walked straight to the Lamborghini Urus, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Xiao Xiaohong quickly locked the door and sat in the back seat amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. Hiss! What's going on? Is that car really Jiang Chen's? Jiang Lu's face immediately showed an incredibly shocked expression. Just now, they were still discussing whose 4 million luxury car it was, never expecting it to belong to Jiang Chen. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen, that waste, only graduated 3 years ago. How could he afford a 4 million luxury car? Jiang Bo also looked incredulous. I've been struggling in society for almost 10 years and still can't afford such a luxury car. How could Jiang Chen, a useless college student, possibly afford such a luxury car? Is this car very valuable? It does look quite imposing. Yes, it looks more impressive than Zhang Laosan's van, so it should be more expensive than a van. Humph. Nowadays, cars costing around 50 to 60,000 are designed very beautifully, and the price is probably similar to a van. I bet that car doesn't cost more than 100,000, and Jiang Chen must have bought it on credit. Several middle-aged people around started to disdainfully discuss. Although they knew nothing about cars, it didn't stop them from pretending to know. This million-dollar luxury car actually belongs to Jiang Chen. Does that mean he really has a villa worth tens of millions? Zhang Hailang's face suddenly changed. If he could afford a $1 million car, then buying a villa worth tens of millions seemed plausible. If that were the case, inviting so many people to visit Jiang Chen's villa would just be a slap in his own face, wouldn't it? Don't worry, Dad, many young people nowadays like to rent luxury cars near the new year to show off in the village. I think this car is definitely rented by Jiang Chen to show off. Jiang Bo immediately reassured Zhang Hailang. He would never believe that poor kid Jiang Chen could afford a $1 million luxury car. He must have rented it at a high price just to show off in the village during the new year. These people are all deceiving themselves out of their pitiful self-esteem. They've seen too much of it. Yes, that's for sure. That car is definitely rented by Jiang Chen. Jiang Lu also instantly chimed in. Oh, so close, I almost got fooled by that kid. So, that car is just rented by him. Let's go see the villa with him and see how he ends up later. Zhang Hailang suddenly felt enlightened. The gloom that had accumulated in his heart just disappeared at that moment. Then Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo drove their BMW and Mercedes, taking several middle-aged and elderly people, and followed Jiang Chen's pace. After about an hour, everyone arrived in the county town. Jiang Chen parked the car at the entrance of the Longxino 1 sales department. Jiang Lu and Jiang Bo followed suit. Is this Longxino 1? It's the largest villa area in Jing County. I heard even the smallest villa here costs 10 million. Jiang Bo's face changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. After all, he was convinced that Jiang Chen was just showing off. I say, Jiang Chen, you are too vain, actually spending a high price to rent a car to show off. We are all from the same village, we all know each other well, why pretend to be someone you're not? At this moment, a man in his 60s walked up to Jiang Chen, coldly sneering without any politeness. Rent a car? A frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Chen responded lightly. These people who followed Zhang Hailang to watch the excitement were all of low quality. Yes, Jiang Chen, what Uncle Wang said is right. We are all from the same village, can't we be more sincere? And renting a luxury car to show off, that's just being extremely low. Jiang Lu also sneered. Thinking that Jiang Chen would soon be embarrassed, he felt ecstatic. Just then, Wu Qi came out with Shueli and 7 or 8 female salespersons. Welcome back, Mr. Jiang. Wu Qi bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen, with a very polite tone. Uncle and auntie, long time no see. Then Shueli also stepped forward, elegantly greeting Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong. Who are you? Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong looked at Shueli, puzzled. This girl was very pretty, with a round face and good skin. Moreover, she had a large chest and buttocks, the kind of girl who seemed very suitable for bearing sons. Uncle, Auntie, I'm Shweli, Jiang Chen's high school classmate. I've been to your house before. Shweli replied gently with a smile. It had been almost 7 or 8 years since they last met, so it was normal for Uncle and Auntie not to remember her. So, you're Shweli. Women really change a lot as they grow older, becoming more and more beautiful. Xiao Xiaohong quickly praised with a smile. In fact, they still couldn't recall. No way! So many staff members here to welcome Jiang Chen? Could this kid really have bought a villa here? This neighborhood looks extremely luxurious, clearly a very high-end area. Has this kid really made it big? Seeing how respectful Wu Qi and the others were towards Jiang Chen, several middle-aged and elderly onlookers were also surprised. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this brat afford a villa here? Zhang Hailang was dumbfounded. Although he had 1,000 reasons not to believe it, the facts seemed to be right in front of him. If Jiang Chen hadn't bought a villa here, why would the staff treat him with such respect? Humph. You've really outdone yourself, Jiang Chen. Renting a luxury car was one thing, but now you're hiring actors too? Tell me, where did you hire these actors from? How dare you impersonate staff from Longxino? 1. You guys have some nerve. Jiang Lu stepped forward, sneering. He knew Longxino 1 very well. It was the most upscale villa area in the entire Jin County. Even a random villa here would cost millions, and the residents inside were either wealthy or noble. Jiang Chen glanced pityingly at Jiang Lu. Idiot, still pretending to be something he's not. With a brain like that, how did he manage to earn $1 million? At this point, Wu Qi seemed to have sorted things out. He then said to Jiang Lu and the others, please don't misunderstand, we are not actors. We are legitimate staff members of Longxino 1. I am Wu Qi, the sales manager of Longxino 1. Here is my work ID. If you have any doubts or disbelief, feel free to call and report. As for Mr. Jiang Chen, he is the most esteemed guest of Longxino 1 and the owner of 2 villas in Longxino 1. Hiss. Is this for real? No way. How could Jiang Chen, this kid, possibly? After hearing Wu Qi's words, everyone was instantly stunned in place. Even those with a bit of brains could tell that the people in front of them were not actors hired by Jiang Chen, but genuine sales department staff. It's fake. It must be fake. A useless college student like him couldn't possibly earn so much money in just 3 years. Zhang Hailang's face was as ugly as stagnant water. He had initially planned to humiliate Jiang Chen and his family, but what was happening now far exceeded his control and expectations. Dad, don't worry, this is absolutely impossible. Even if Jiang Chen worked his whole life, he couldn't afford a villa in this place, let alone the more expensive Villa King. These people must be actors. I don't believe he has such ability. I don't believe he's more outstanding than the 2 of us brothers. Jiang Lu shook his head like a rattle drum. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a useless poor student. Even if he graduated from college, he was just a good-for-nothing bookworm. Even if he found a job, his monthly salary would never exceed 5,000. How could he afford a villa worth tens of millions? Big brother is right, uncle and auntie, please don't be misled by Jiang Chen and these actors. They must be colluding to put on a show. On the side, Jiang Bo also quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly, think about it, that's 10 million. How could Jiang Chen, a poor student, possibly earn so much money? Old Wang on the side also nodded repeatedly. That's right, even if he has that much money, I suspect he must have obtained it through some improper means. I'm telling you, Xiao Chuan, it's fine to be a bit poor, but we must never engage in criminal activities, nor should we speak with a guilty conscience just to show off. The group of people who were wavering just now had firm expressions again. They would rather believe that Zhang Lu and Zhang Bo could afford a villa here than believe that Jiang Chen could. Looking at the faces of these people, Wu Qi on the side was speechless. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Mr. Jiang, do you want me to have the security guards kick these people out? Jiang Chen was the top resident here. Moreover, being able to casually take out 80 million and make Zhong Tianhao his subordinate undoubtedly meant that his methods were extremely terrifying. On the other hand, the group of people across from them were all dressed shabbily, clearly a bunch of bumpkins. So Mr. Jiang must not be taken advantage of by these people. No need. These uncles and aunts have always doubted my ability to buy a villa here, so I want to take them in to see for themselves and broaden their horizons. Jiang Chen also shook his head. Anyway, Zhang Hailang and his group were persistent. Let them see their own villa. It would be best to make them jealous to death. All right, Mr. Jiang. Wu Qi just nodded. Then he waved to the 4 security guards not far away. You guys are responsible for protecting Mr. Zhang's safety. Yes, Manager Wu. The 4 security guards also nodded respectfully. They had been working here when Jiang Chen bought the house, so naturally, they knew that Jiang Chen was the top VIP of Longxino. 1. Uncles and aunties, don't you want to see my multi-million-dollar villa? I'll take you in now. Jiang Chen smiled at the group of people, then took out an access card and swiped it to enter the community gate. The community management here was very strict. Apart from residents of this community, no one else could enter unless accompanied by a resident. At this moment, everyone's faces were solemn. After exchanging glances, they followed Jiang Chen closely. Wow! Is this the grand villa? It looks so magnificent. I've only seen it on TV before, never thought I could walk into such a luxurious villa in real life. Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong were full of surprise, looking around like they had entered a grand garden. As for the people behind them, they were equally excited. As pure rural folks, this was truly their first time in such a place. Wow! It's so beautiful. Is this the grand villa? Do you think Jiang Chen really is a resident here? I didn't believe it before, but now it seems true. I heard that in such high-end villa areas, non-residents can't enter. So, by mocking Jiang Chen and his family just now, aren't we making fools of ourselves? The people behind them started whispering. If Jiang Chen really was so wealthy now, their ignorant behavior had clearly caused them to miss an opportunity to climb the ladder of wealth. Zhang Hailang and his son, looking at the luxurious villa in front of them and hearing the murmurs of the crowd, had extremely ugly expressions. Although they were unwilling to believe that Jiang Chen was a resident here, and that he could afford a villa, the current situation seemed to be heading in a very unfavorable direction. After a full 10 minutes, everyone finally arrived in front of the standalone villa. These 2 villas look even more luxurious and extravagant. The yard is filled with various green plants. There are also fish ponds, swimming pools, and several pavilions, rockeries and flowing water, everything one could desire. Oh my, have I entered an ancient emperor's palace? This place is too luxurious. If I could live here, even if it means reducing my lifespan by 10 years, I would have no regrets. Sigh. We shouldn't even dream of living in such top-notch villas, it's impossible in this lifetime. Exactly, being able to admire the interior of the villa is already a great stroke of luck. Everyone whispered, their eyes filled with excitement. In their eyes, the villa in front of them was as luxurious as an ancient emperor's palace. Just entering or even just looking at such a place was considered a great stroke of luck. It was more beautiful than any scenic spot. Uncle and aunt, these 2 detached villas were just bought by Jiang Chen a few days ago. They are also the 2 largest villas in our community, each covering an area of 2,256 square meters, and one villa is priced as high as 40 million. At this moment, Shueli hurriedly introduced. In fact, she had a clear understanding of the situation just now. The group of people behind must have come to mock Jiang Chen. So when she introduced just now, she spoke loudly to ensure that everyone present could hear clearly. Is this true, Xiaochuan? Did you really buy these 2 villas? Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief written all over their faces. Although they had seen the balance on Jiang Chen's card before, looking at the 2 top-notch villas as luxurious as a palace still felt somewhat unreal. After all, such top-notch villas were too distant for them. These were luxury homes they could never afford in 10 lifetimes. Yes, Mom and Dad, I did buy these 2 villas, one for you and my siblings to live in, and the other one for my wedding. Jiang Chen nodded happily. Looking at the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, he felt truly proud. The meaning of returning in glory was to bring more happiness to his parents' faces and earn more respect from the neighbors when they saw his parents, with fewer taunts. Good, good. My son is truly remarkable, much better than me as a father. Zhang Haitao's body trembled with excitement. Then he glanced smugly at Zhang Hailang. It seemed as if he was saying, aren't your 2 sons awesome? Aren't they big shots? If they are capable, let them buy such a big villa for you too. Xiaochuan, is it really you who bought these villas? Wang Xiyu looked at Jiang Chen with a fawning expression, asking. At this moment, he completely believed that these 2 villas belonged to Jiang Chen. Who else would it be? Is it you? Jiang Chen replied coldly. The faces of those people from earlier were imprinted in his mind. Their disgusting expressions were truly nauseating. So, there was no need to be polite to such people. Ha ha, I knew it. Xiaochuan has been clever since he was young. I always knew he would be successful when he grew up. That's right, that's right. I've always said that graduates from prestigious universities are different. Xiaochuan is the most promising young person in our village. Xiaochuan, as the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Now that you're doing so well, you must help us, your neighbors. Zhang's second brother, I knew you were blessed. Xiaochuan is really making a name for himself now. Jiang's second brother, sister-in-law, you've truly raised a good son, making us so envious. In less than an hour, the faces of this group of people had undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiao were full of disgust. Although they knew these people were not good before, they never expected them to be so repulsive. When they mocked them just now, it was truly looking down on others. And now, they felt embarrassed to say such words with a straight face. The faces of Jiang Hailang and his son were as ugly as pig livers at this moment. They felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. It's impossible, I absolutely don't believe that Jiang Chen, this waste, could afford such a villa. You are all lying to me, Jiang muttered absent-mindedly. Although Jiang Hailang liked to show off, he was not a fool. At this moment, he naturally knew that everything Jiang Chen had said before was true. He really bought a big villa for his parents. Maybe this guy really was a billionaire. After all, being able to casually spend 80 million on 2 villas was beyond his imagination. Brother, how about it? Is our villa pleasing to your eyes? How does it compare to your family's over 300 square meter flat? Seeing Jiang Hailang's twisted expression, Jiang Haitao didn't miss the chance to strike back. Yes, uncle, you kept clamoring to see my villa earlier. Now that you've seen it, what do you think? Oh, by the way, do you want to see my property purchase contract? So you won't go around saying later that my villa is rented, Jiang Chen asked coldly. And no need. Jiang Hailang forced a smile uglier than crying on his face. He thought he would humiliate Jiang Chen this time, but it turned out that his own family was humiliated, and his face was burning with pain. Jiang Chen, don't get cocky. Even if this villa is yours, so what? It's just a villa worth a few million. Jiang Bo was both embarrassed and angry, about to burst out cursing, but was stopped by Jiang Hailang. Shut up. Xiaochuan has indeed made something of himself. It's me, as his uncle, who lacks foresight and insight. I hope Xiaochuan, considering we are family, can forgive his uncle's short-sightedness. Jiang Hailang quickly realized the reality. Perhaps due to his older age, he softened. Or perhaps he realized that in Jiang Chen's eyes, they were just a group of clowns. If Jiang Chen used this to suppress his 2 sons, their future days would be unbearable. Although Jiang Lu and Jiang Tao were unwilling in their hearts, they couldn't say a word of retort at this moment. Oh, uncle, you, who used to be so high and mighty, now admit that you lack insight? Quite rare. But then again, I prefer your original rebellious attitude. Please, go back to that, Jiang Chen said lightly, looking at Jiang Hailang. What could the uncle do? If you don't treat me as a close nephew, then you are nothing in my eyes. If you want to embarrass yourself, be prepared to be humiliated. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, a hint of resentment flashed in Jiang Hailang's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Then, with a wry smile, he said, Xiaochuan, indeed, this time uncle lacked foresight. Uncle will make it up to you. But no matter what, we are all family, right? Jiang Lu and Jiang Tao are your cousins, blood is thicker than water. Since you, as the younger brother, have already made it, naturally you should bring your cousins along to prosper together. This is in line with the unity and inheritance of our old Jiang family, don't you agree? Ha! Upon hearing Jiang Hailang's shameless words, everyone cast a disdainful glance. This guy really knows how to bend and stretch, his face is just too thick. How could he say such things? And say them without blushing or panting? Uncle is really overestimating me. How could I, with no qualifications, lead my 2 cousins to fortune? They are both millionaires, people I can't even look up to. Jiang Chen sneered. I must say, Jiang Hailang, you have no shame. Just now you were mocking your own nephew, and now you talk about being a family. I'm embarrassed for you. At this moment, old Wang on the side spoke up. He had thought Jiang Hailang's family was the big shot, so he wanted to hold on to that big shot tightly. Now he realized that Jiang Chen was the real big shot, while Jiang Hailang's family was like 3 jumping clowns. He was a smart man and knew who to flatter at this moment. Immediately, he smiled at Jiang Chen and said, Xiaochuan, I sincerely congratulate you. Yes, we do too, Xiaochuan. You are truly the pride of our Pinyin village. I've always seen you as clever since you were young, destined to be outstanding among people. It seems my judgment was spot on. Wei Shufan on the side also nodded repeatedly. Her eyebrows were raised in a caret shape. That's right, Xiaochuan, you are much more impressive than your 2 cousins. Xiaochuan, hurry and take us to see your villa. I've lived over 60 years and never been inside a villa. Exactly, let's go up and have a look. Later, you can treat us to a meal at a 5-star hotel. Now that you're so wealthy, you shouldn't forget us elders, right? Lao Zhao is right, that's what I think too. Now that you're so rich, it wouldn't be excessive to treat us elders to a meal. The group chattered, each saying their piece as if it were only natural. Jiang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong frowned, but ultimately remained silent, turning their gaze to Jiang Chen. Whatever decision their son made next, they would support him without hesitation. After all, the money was earned by their son, and how he spent it was his freedom. Shueli also furrowed her brows, surprised at how shameless these people were. Just before entering, they had been mocking and looking down on Jiang Chen. Now their attitude had done a complete 180-degree turn, faster than a Sichuan opera face-changing actor. Meanwhile, Zhang Hailang and his son's faces were completely dark. Especially after hearing what the group behind them had just said, their anger surged even more. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen's voice was cold as he said, "Humph. Weren't you all here to laugh at us with my uncle? Where do you get the face to let me treat you to a meal, and what qualifications do you have? I brought you in just to show you my villa. I don't recall inviting you to tour inside, did I? Now you have your answer, so you can leave now." The longer he looked at these people, the more nauseous he felt. "You, Jiang Chen, you're going too far. We're from the same village. We should respect each other. What do you mean by saying that?" Wei Shufan instantly became displeased. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so outrageous. They had already lowered themselves to speak nicely. What more did he want? "I meant exactly what I said. Got a problem with that? Can't you understand?" Jiang Chen smirked at Wei Shufan. He had enjoyed mocking her and old Wang the most earlier. Now, suddenly remembering they were all from the same village was quite ironic. "Jiang Haitao, your son is out of line, are you too? We're all from the same village, grew up together, and you allow your son to speak to us like this. I warn you now, make Jiang Chen apologize to all of us immediately, then respectfully invite us to visit the villa, and then take us to the hotel for a good meal, so we can forgive you. Otherwise, we won't have any friendship in the future." Wang Sifu directly threatened, looking extremely displeased. If Jiang Haitao and his son really lose face today, they will definitely not be able to stay in the village in the future. When Jiang Haitao heard this, his anger surged instantly. He never expected Wang Sifu to be so shameless, not only demanding his son to treat them to a meal but also asking for an apology. He sternly said, "Wang Sifu, who do you think you are to warn me? Why should my son treat you to a meal or apologize to you? And do you think I, Jiang Haitao, really need a friend like you? You, Jiang Haitao, don't regret saying that. Is it just because you have a little money? Do you really think having some money makes you superior and allows you to do whatever you want?" Wang Sifu, Wei Shufan, and others also tore off their masks and began to scold loudly. As for Zhang Hailang and his son, they were the masterminds behind this incident. At this moment, they were just watching the argument as if it were a show, with no intention of intervening. For them, the more intense the argument, the more advantageous it was for them. "Ha ha, have you lived for over 60 years and still not understood this principle? In that case, let me tell you seriously." Looking at them, Jiang Chen said word by word, "In this society, having money means being superior, having money means being able to do whatever you want. Do you think you are worthy to threaten my parents? Let me tell you, if I find out that you are threatening my parents again, I will make sure your children, relatives, never leave that piece of land in Pingan village. I hope you remember my words, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences." Jiang Chen's tone was exceptionally cold, devoid of any emotion. The angry crowd that was full of fury just now was instantly intimidated. They were completely sober now. Jiang Chen was right, in this society, having money really meant being able to do whatever you wanted. Perhaps in his eyes, they were as weak as ants. Jiang Chen's words made everyone blush with shame, wanting to retort but finding no reason to do so. Because what Jiang Chen said was indeed true, in today's society, having money meant power, and the wealthy could indeed act with impunity. Looking at the recent series of events in society, it was clear that the privileged few had too many privileges. The saying "the arm cannot twist the thigh" had reference value regardless of the era. Let's go. They are prosperous now and naturally look down on us poor folks. But I, old Wang, also have my pride and don't want to stay here to be humiliated, Wang Sifu said sourly. The others could only nod in agreement. After all, they all knew deep down that they had come here to mock Jiang Chen. Now that they had been thoroughly embarrassed, it was their own fault. "Zhang Laoda, you mentioned treating us to a meal in the county town, is that promise still valid?" At this moment, Wei Shufan looked at Zhang Hailang. This was something Zhang Hailang had promised them before coming. It was time to fulfill that promise. "Dream on. I don't have extra money to treat you to a meal. Weren't you just flattering Jiang Chen earlier? Let him treat you," Zhang Hailang said coldly. They were all too full of anger from what had just happened. How could they have the mood to eat now? At this moment, the father and son were so jealous that their faces turned purple. Even if a feast of delicacies were laid out in front of them, they wouldn't be able to take a single bite. Why are the people of the Zhang family so petty? And how can you go back on your word? Exactly, do you think there's nothing for us to do at home, following you here just to be embarrassed? Damn, who does he think he is? Talking is as cheap as farting. I don't care if you treat us to this meal today or not, you will treat us anyway. Wei Shufan and the others started cursing and complaining. After all, enjoying a good meal was a promise Zhang Hailang had made to them before. Now, wasting half a day's work they had left behind, they naturally didn't want to go back just like that. Son, let's go. Zhang Hailang pulled his two sons, wanting to leave. After all, every extra minute spent here made them feel 60 seconds more uncomfortable. Zhang Lu and Zhang Bo stared at Zhang Chen with intense jealousy, coldly saying, Zhang Chen, fortunes change, and the poor youth will have their day. Although Zhang Chen was currently doing better than them, the future was long, who could say for sure? Is that so? Forgive me for being blunt, but you two useless people will always be stuck in the east, never able to reach the west. Zhang Chen didn't give them any face, sneering disdainfully. You. Ah, so infuriating. This jerk not only had more money than them but also had a sharper tongue, capable of shutting people down with just a few words. Although they felt extremely uncomfortable at the moment, they couldn't find any grounds to refute Zhang Chen. In the end, the father and sons could only leave in disappointment. Wang Xiyu and Wei Shufan and the others could only leave the residential area grumbling. They had to spend over 10 yuan on bus fare to get back. Zhang Chen then took his parents back to the villa. Under Shueli's guidance, they toured the structure of the villa. Extravagant, this is too extravagant, it's like a palace fit for an emperor. I've lived for over 50 years, and it's the first time I've stepped into such a luxurious villa. After touring the entire villa, Zhang Haitao was excitedly rubbing his hands. For a genuine rural person, buying a house of over 100 square meters in the county town was already a very luxurious thing. Most ordinary people might work hard in the fields their whole lives and still not be able to afford a house in the county town. And now, they could actually live in a palace-like villa. This house is really beautiful, and the area is too large, there are over 10 bedrooms alone. If we live here in the future, I'm really worried I might get lost. Xiao Xiaohong also smiled happily. Originally, she thought the luxurious mansions portrayed in idol dramas were exaggerated, but now it seemed that the inspiration for those dramas came from reality. And sometimes reality seemed even more exaggerated than dramas. Mom, Dad, let's move in after the new year, there's nothing worth remembering in our old hometown anyway. The people in the village have long lost the simplicity and kindness of decades ago, and this time I've offended quite a few people, so in the village, I'm afraid you won't be comfortable. At this moment, Zhang Chen said seriously. The older generation's desire to stay in the village was actually very simple, mainly because they were surrounded by familiar faces. They could visit neighbors and chat when they had nothing to do. But now, the rural areas have changed drastically, both in lifestyle and mentality. So even if they stayed in the village, they wouldn't be able to visit neighbors more than a few times a year. Therefore, living in the countryside and living in the county town were basically not much different. The biggest difference might be that life in the county town was more convenient in all aspects. Whether it was buying groceries or using water and electricity, everything was more convenient than in the countryside. This, Xiao Xiaohong hesitated slightly, then turned her gaze to Zhang Haitao. After all, Zhang Haitao was still the head of the family, so as his wife, she naturally had to follow his opinion. It is indeed very comfortable to live here, but what I can't let go of is the dozen or so acres of land at home. They are all fertile land, it would be a pity if left uncultivated. Zhang Haitao also looked conflicted. Perhaps he had been used to working hard all his life, always feeling uneasy when not busy. Oh, it's just a few acres of land, right? There is plenty of space in our courtyards, you can plant whatever you want, Zhang Chen quickly interjected. There is a lot of empty space in these two courtyards, you can plant whatever you want. Besides, even if we live here, it doesn't mean we have to abandon our land at home. When you want to farm, you can go farm, and if you don't want to, you can rent it to others in the village, Zhang Chen added. Yes, uncle and aunt, Zhang Chen is right. He works so hard to earn money just to provide a more comfortable life for the family, right? If you stay in the village all the time, Zhang Chen might feel uncomfortable. Just listen to him. I work here, so if you feel bored, I can come visit you often and chat with you, Shueli quickly added. A few years ago when she visited Zhang Chen's family, uncle and aunt were especially kind to her, so she was particularly fond of them. Well then, let's move here after the new year. It's not far anyway, you can take a bus back whenever you want, Zhang Haitao nodded, looking at Zhang Chen's determined eyes. After all, it was his son's heartfelt wish, continuously refusing might make his son feel disappointed. Zhang Chen quickly nodded with a smile. By the way, Xiaochuan, do you remember Xiao Rui, who you were close to when you were young? At this moment, Zhang Haitao suddenly asked. You mean Dong Rui, right? Of course, I remember. But we've all been quite busy these years, so we haven't been in touch much. I don't know what he's up to now. Jiang Chen nodded. Dong Rui, he was from the same village, they were very close friends growing up. However, Dong Rui dropped out of school in junior high, and they lost contact afterwards. He remembered that Uncle and Aunt Xiangzi had never been in good health since childhood. He now has a stir-fry restaurant in the county town. Over the years, Uncle and Aunt Xiangzi's health has been deteriorating, they've been taking medication, and Xiao Rui has to take care of a big family. He's quite struggling. Jiang Haitao's expression dimmed as he spoke. Dong Xiangzi was 7 or 8 years older than him, and he had taken good care of him when he was young, so the relationship between the two families had always been good. When Xiaochuan was in college, their family helped raise 10,000 yuan. Although the borrowed money had been repaid, the gratitude remained in his heart. Yes. I also remember that Uncle and Aunt Xiangzi have never been in good health. And Aunt Xiangzi has always been very kind to me. She always gave me candy whenever I visited their home. Jiang Chen nodded. The warm and kind smiles of Uncle and Aunt Xiangzi also appeared in his mind. Xiaochuan, when you were in college, our family was poor, and Uncle Xiangzi didn't hesitate to give you 10,000 yuan to go to university. We must remember this kindness. So your dad and I mean, now that you have money, you should help Uncle Xiangzi and Xiao Rui, Xiao Xiaohong said very seriously. A drop of water when repaid will gush forth like a spring. Adding flowers to brocade may not be enough to be remembered, but sending charcoal in snowy weather is enough to be grateful for a lifetime. Back then, the 10,000 yuan from eldest brother was indeed a timely help for their family. Over the years, they had borrowed money from relatives, scraping together a few thousand yuan, while eldest brother had directly taken out 10,000 yuan. It was probably the money they had set aside for their own coffins. I understand your intentions, and I have always kept that favor in my heart. I will definitely repay Uncle Xianzi and the others for their kindness. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. Now that he had money, he couldn't let down those who had helped him in the past. Well, hearing you say that puts our minds at ease. Jiang Haitao nodded with relief. The worst thing is when someone's character changes drastically after becoming wealthy. It seemed that his son had not lost his true self because of money. In that case, let's go to Dong Rui's restaurant now, and see how I can help them, Jiang Chen suggested. The four of them then headed straight to Jin Rui restaurant. Shueli was initially hesitant to follow along but was eventually persuaded by Wu Qi to take a break. Jin Rui restaurant was about 100 square meters in size, quite spacious inside, although the decor was a bit outdated. Let's go in. As the four stepped into the restaurant, a slender man approached them. Dark-skinned with graying hair, he looked like a man in his 40s. Welcome. Dong Rui began but was suddenly filled with an incredible excitement. Jiang Chen, aunt and uncle, why are you here? What? Not happy to see me? How could you say that? I'm thrilled that you're here. Come in quickly with aunt and uncle. Dong Rui happily led the four into a private room. Xiaochuan, when did you come back? I asked aunt and uncle a couple of days ago, and they said you might not come back this year. I just arrived in the county yesterday and went to the village today. You rascal, since you arrived in the county yesterday, why didn't you come to see me? Are you looking down on me, your brother? Dong Rui lightly punched Jiang Chen's chest, pretending to be angry. No way, you're my brother who wore split pants with me. How could I look down on you? Jiang Chen quickly explained. Alright, just kidding with you. How could I not know you? Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Dongji also smiled happily. Then he said to everyone, aunt and uncle, please sit and have some tea. I'll go cook some signature dishes for you. And Jiang Chen, we haven't seen each other for over 3 years. Today, we must have a good drink together, no returning until we're drunk. Sure. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and nodded. Dong Rui then left the private room. Jiang Chen's smile froze instantly. He must have gone through a lot these years. At 24, he looks as weathered as a 42-year-old. Come on, no need to be so sentimental. Isn't this how rural kids end up after they stop studying? Jiang Haito was more understanding. Dong Rui dropped out of school at 14 and, besides working on construction sites, helped with farm work at home. The years of exposure to the elements naturally made him look more weathered than his peers. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at his parents. Mom, Dad, thank you. If you hadn't pushed me to go to school, I might be worse off than Dong Rui now. Stop being dramatic. Jiang Haitao scolded Jiang Chen. I was worried you'd hate me for forcing you to study back then. Hee, your son isn't ungrateful. I'll go to the restroom. Jiang Chen smiled and left the private room. The layout of the restaurant was simple, with 6 four-person tables in the front and 4 private rooms at the back. The kitchen is located behind the dining room, with a relatively compact layout. The bathroom is just across from the kitchen. Under such a tight layout, it's challenging to arrange things too logically. Passing by the kitchen, Jiang Chen happened to overhear Dong Rui chatting with a woman. "Dongzi, my parents' medical expenses are due soon, and the landlord here has reminded us about the rent 4 or 5 times. Today is the final deadline. If this continues, we'll really be at a loss." The woman's voice sounded desolate, extremely helpless, but without blame. In such a situation, perhaps every woman would feel helpless. "I understand, don't worry, I'll figure something out," Dong Rui replied in a low voice. In reality, he was just comforting his wife. Currently, he had no solutions at all. If he had any, he wouldn't feel so powerless. Sigh. "You're working too hard, husband. I know you're the one working the hardest in our family. But right now, besides helping you with the dishes, I can't do much else." The woman's voice was gentle yet filled with guilt. "Don't say that, wife. The happiest thing in my life is marrying you. Don't worry, as the saying goes, when husband and wife are of one heart, they can cut through metal and stone. As long as we are united, all hardships will pass, and all difficulties will be overcome." Dong Rui spoke firmly. The luckiest thing in his life was marrying such a gentle and understanding wife. His biggest regret might be not letting his wife live a better life. Since they got married, she had been enduring hardships every day. She never bought herself any decent jewelry, and she couldn't even wear new clothes throughout the year. The thought made him feel as if a knife was piercing his heart. Jiang Chen, listening from outside, felt a pang in his heart. At the same time, he envied Dong Rui. Their days were indeed tough, but the love between them made him very envious. They say poverty and hardship bring 100 sorrows to a couple, but maybe it's not entirely true now. In today's society, girls like her are probably rarer than pandas. "Okay, I believe you. The prawns are ready. I'll take them to uncle and auntie now." The woman's voice rang out again, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly hide in the bathroom. Half an hour later, the dining table was filled with a sumptuous home-cooked meal. There were prawns, crabs, and various types of seafood. Because Jin County was close to the sea, seafood here was relatively cheap and very fresh. "Xiaochuan, you, uncle, auntie, and your siblings, please eat quickly. I'll make a couple more dishes," Dong Rui, wearing an apron, said with a silly smile. "Enough, we're all family, don't make so many dishes. We can't finish them all." Jiang Chen pulled Dong Rui and Fan Jin to sit down. "Uncle, auntie, Xiaochuan, you've come a long way. Please don't mind the simple hospitality," Fan Jin said with a gentle smile. "Don't say that, sister-in-law, you make me feel a bit embarrassed," Jiang Chen said awkwardly, then couldn't help but glance at Fan Jin. Although her appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, she wasn't the kind of stunning girl, but she was pleasant to look at, with clear, large eyes, and there was a gentle and virtuous aura about her. Just this aura alone could captivate countless modern women. "Alright, enjoy your meal and drinks. I'll go outside to keep watch. We might have guests coming soon," Fan Jin said before leaving the private room. "Uncle, auntie, let me offer you a toast. And to Xiaochuan and my siblings, let's have a drink together." "All right." Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, raising his glass and downing it in one go. His throat and stomach instantly felt a burning sensation. Just then, an unpleasant voice sounded from outside the private room. "Dong Rui, get your ass out here now. If you don't show up, I'll smash this place." The voice was arrogant, causing Jiang Chen to furrow his brows. He asked Dong Rui, "What's going on? Could there still be such brazen gangs in society today?" "It's nothing, uncle, auntie, please continue eating. I'll go check outside." Dong Rui awkwardly smiled and left the room. "Xiaochuan, you go out and take a look too," Jiang Haidao said to Jiang Chen, concerned. "All right." Jiang Chen nodded. Stepping out of the room, he saw 3 unfamiliar men. The leader was a heavily tattooed bald man, looking repulsive, much like the bald guy questioning, "Is your name really Charlotte?" in a movie. Behind him were 2 shifty-looking henchmen. "Dong Rui, you think my words are a joke? I told you yesterday, today is the final deadline for rent payment. Where's the money?" The bald man glared at Dong Rui, spewing profanities. "Boss Lu, I'm truly sorry, I don't have the money these days. Please give me 2 more days. Just 2 days, and I'll personally bring you the rent." Dong Rui's face turned serious as he pleaded. "What 2 days? I've already given you a 3-month extension. Do you think I'm a pushover? Let me tell you, if you don't pay the rent today, I'll not only smash this dump but also break your legs." The bald man's tone grew more aggressive. It was all because Dong Rui had crossed the line. The rent was due 3 months ago and had exhausted his patience. "Boss Lu, please don't be angry. Let's keep it down. There are customers dining in my restaurant. Is this appropriate? Let them finish their meal, and I'll bring you the money right after." Dong Rui appeared utterly humble at this point. If the bald man asked him to kneel and apologize, he would do so without hesitation. This was the helplessness and despair of a man without money. I don't give a damn about your customers. I want the money now. You have 10 minutes. If you can't produce the money, I'll smash your shop immediately. Boss Lu sat at the table, issuing his final ultimatum. Dong Rui and Fan Jin looked hopeless. The annual rent for this place was 40,000, but they couldn't even come up with 4,000 now. Hey, Baldy, how much does my brother owe you? At that moment, Jiang Chen walked straight up to the bald man with tattoos and calmly asked, "Oh, who are you? Are you here to pay off Dong Rui's debt?" The bald man glanced at Jiang Chen, noticing his well-dressed appearance. The suit seemed branded and valuable. "Yes, I'll repay my brother's debt. How much is it?" Jiang Chen nodded lightly. Since it was a debt, it was only right to repay it. Rent, 40,000, but it's 3 months overdue, with late fees, totaling 50,000. The bald man extended 5 fingers, gesturing. To Jiang Chen, the amount didn't seem exorbitant coming from the bald man. Although 10,000 wasn't low, it was somewhat reasonable compared to loan sharks. "Alright," Jiang Chen nodded and then asked, "How much is this shop worth? Give me a figure, and I'll buy it. If it's just about paying the rent, such troubles might arise again in the future. So, it's better to just buy this shop and give it to Lin Rui. It can be considered as repaying their help back then." "Xiao Chuan, what did you say? Go in and have your meal, I can handle things here." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Dong Rui instantly panicked. Growing up together with Jiang Chen, he was very aware of the situation in Jiang Chen's family. 50,000 yuan is not a small amount for any rural family. Besides, Jiang Chen had only been working for 2 or 3 years, so he probably hadn't saved much money at the beginning. "Don't worry. I've saved some money from doing business these years, just leave this matter to me." Jiang Chen lightly patted Dong Rui's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to worry. He then turned his gaze to the tattooed bald man. The bald man looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. "Kid, are you serious? You better not mess with me, or I'll make you regret it. Cut the crap, give me a price. As for making me regret it, you probably don't have the qualifications." Jiang Chen's voice remained calm. He didn't really care about this little bald guy. "Alright, you're quite arrogant, looks like you have the capital for it. My storefront is in a bustling area, so the price is relatively high, let's say 3 million. If you can come up with 3 million, I'll complete all the procedures for you immediately." The tattooed bald man nodded. "Actually, the current market price for this storefront is just over 2,400,000. But making a little extra profit is always good. Plus, this kid would definitely haggle. Even if the price ended up no less than 2.4 million, he wouldn't lose out. Just 3 million, right? Open your payment code, I'll transfer it right now." Jiang Chen took out his phone to make the transfer. For him, 3 million was not a big deal. He made more than that in half a day. Alright. The tattooed bald man, seeing Jiang Chen's directness, smiled broadly and quickly opened his payment code. Dong Rui and Fan Jin were completely dumbfounded. Honestly, they didn't believe Jiang Chen could come up with 3 million. For ordinary people, that was a huge sum of money. Until they heard a crisp electronic sound. Ding! Alipay received 3 million yuan. This crisp electronic sound not only dumbfounded Dong Rui and Fan Jin but also surprised the tattooed bald man. They didn't expect this kid to casually produce 3 million. Damn, are young people these days all so wealthy? Spending 3 million without even blinking an eye. Damn, this kid is definitely a hidden wealthy man who pretends to be poor. The 2 little karami cats behind the bald man also swallowed hard. 3 million was also a huge sum for them. They never expected this kid to transfer the money without batting an eyelid. "Baldy, I've transferred the money to you, get all the procedures done within an hour. If you can't, just like you threatened my brother earlier, I'll break your legs. Believe me, I have the capability." Jiang Chen's tone turned cold. Alright, big brother, rest assured, I'll have all the procedures ready for you in half an hour." The tattooed bald man nodded repeatedly. He was a smart person and knew that someone who could easily produce 3 million was not someone he could afford to provoke. Perhaps he was a rich second generation from some big family. Even if such a wealthy young man didn't leave the best impression on him, he definitely couldn't afford to offend him. After speaking, the 3 of them disappeared from the restaurant in a flash. "Jiang Chen, when did you become so wealthy? That was 3 million just now." Dong Rui looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, his heart churning with shock. He knew Jiang Chen's family situation very well. Back then, in order to go to college, he borrowed money from relatives and friends all over. How did he become so wealthy in just 7 years? Being able to casually produce 3 million. I made some money in business recently. Alright, we haven't finished our meal yet, let's continue eating. Sister-in-law, come in with us. Let's temporarily close for business today. Jiang Chen grinned. Oh, okay. Fan Jin nodded as if waking from a dream. Everything just now felt so unreal. Wasn't Dong Rui saying that Jiang Chen had just graduated not long ago? And they even grew up together wearing open crotch pants. How come from his actions just now, he seemed more like a wealthy second generation? Just 20 minutes later, the tattooed bald man returned with all the documents. The smile on his face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Brother, here are all the documents for this storefront, please have a look. The bald man respectfully handed a file bag to Jiang Chen. No need to look. From today onwards, you have no relation to this storefront anymore. You shouldn't appear here again, understand? After taking the file bag, Jiang Chen said calmly, Understood, understood. Brother, do you have any other orders? The bald man nodded repeatedly. Today was truly profitable. He made 600,000 in one go. No, you can leave now. Alright, enjoy your meal. The bald man and his two companions disappeared in a flash. Jiang Chen then handed the file bag directly to Dong Rui. Take this. From now on, this shop belongs to both of you. You don't have to worry about rent anymore starting today. Both of them looked surprised and puzzled. This can't be, absolutely not. You bought this storefront for 3 million, I can't accept it. Dong Rui immediately shook his head firmly. Yes, Xiaochuan, this gift is too precious, we can't accept it. Fan Jin also nodded repeatedly. No work, no pay. They couldn't accept such a valuable gift from Jiang Chen. If they really accepted this 3 million gift, they might not be able to repay it in the future. Dong Rui, sister-in-law, you may not know the help your family once gave me, right? If it weren't for your helping hand back then, I probably wouldn't even have the opportunity to go to college, let alone have the ability to earn so much money. I, Jiang Chen, am someone who repays kindness. I hope you won't let me bear the name of being ungrateful. And if you don't accept this, my parents will probably scold me. Jiang Chen stared at Dong Rui, speaking seriously. The 10,000 yuan back then was probably everything to Dong Rui's family. He was only using a fraction of his current ability to help them. Dong Rui also stared at Jiang Chen, seeming to still be hesitating. Really don't want it? If you don't, I'll tear it up and throw it in the trash. Jiang Chen said, preparing to tear up the file bag. Brother, I'll accept it. Dong Rui took the file bag, tears welling up in his eyes as he gave Jiang Chen a big hug. Men shed tears not lightly, only when deeply moved. Alright. Two grown men hugging in public, it's not dignified. If you're not embarrassed, I am. Jiang Chen pushed Dong Rui away with a look of disdain. He could feel Dong Rui trembling with excitement. Source text, Xiao Guan, sister-in-law really doesn't know how to thank you. Sister-in-law kneels to you. Fan Jin's eyes were full of redness at this moment, with glistening tears in her eyes. She never expected that in their most difficult time, the one helping them would turn out to be Dong Rui's childhood playmate. At this moment, she truly didn't know how to thank Jiang Chen, perhaps only by kneeling down could she express this sense of gratitude. Sister-in-law, you can't do this. Dong Rui and I are brothers, so please don't be polite to me. Your constant kindness makes me a little embarrassed. Jiang Chen quickly helped Fan Jin up. At this moment, Zhang Haitao and Xiao Xiaohong also walked out of the private room. They naturally witnessed what had just happened and were very pleased with Jiang Chen's actions. Zhang Haitao stepped forward and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, his face filled with contentment. Well done, son, you make your father proud. Xiao Xiaohong was equally happy. One must know how to repay kindness, she had raised a good son. Not letting wealth cloud his kind nature. Hee, of course, Jiang Chen said proudly. The smile on Zhang Haitao's face grew even brighter. By the way, Uncle Xiang and Aunt are still in the hospital, right? Jiang Chen asked Dong Rui. On the way here, Dad had already told him everything about Dong Rui's family. Uncle Xiang and Aunt had always been in poor health, relying on medication to sustain themselves. This was a huge expense for an ordinary family. Recently, both of them had been admitted to the hospital, probably the reason for Dong Rui's current predicament. It was well known that hospitals, while places to save lives, had exorbitant costs. It was simply unaffordable for ordinary families, especially now that his family had two elderly people hospitalized simultaneously, adding insult to injury for a family not well off to begin with. Yes, Dong Rui nodded. The excitement on his face slowly dissipated. The doctor had said a few days ago that his father needed surgery, or else the situation would be extremely dangerous. Unable to raise the money, he could only delay it. Although the issue of rent was no longer a concern, they still didn't have the money for the surgery. We don't have each other on WeChat yet, let's add each other now. Jiang Chen took out his phone and added Dong Rui on WeChat. Alright, we've eaten, so we'll head back now. Don't worry too much about Uncle and Aunt's health. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'll visit Uncle Xiang and Aunt in the hospital in a couple of days. Zhang Chen patted Dong Rui's shoulder and said, Yes, thank you so much today, Zhang Chen. Dong Rui nodded heavily. He also silently vowed to work even harder in the future to earn money and repay Zhang Chen as soon as possible, so he could feel more at ease. We're brothers, so let's not use such formal words. We have some things to attend to today, so we'll leave now. If you need anything, remember to let me know, don't bear it alone. After saying that, Zhang Chen and the others left the restaurant. Donzi, Xiao Guan is truly a good person. We must properly thank him for saving our lives in the future, Fan Jin said solemnly. The 3 million just now might not be a huge sum for Zhang Chen, but for them, it was indeed enough to save their lives. So, it was not an exaggeration to call it a life-saving favor. Yes, I know. Dong Rui also nodded heavily. He would definitely keep this favor in mind and must repay it in the future. Ding! Ding! Just then, the phone suddenly rang with a notification sound. Then he saw the WeChat message sent by Zhang Chen. There was a red envelope and a transfer behind it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000? My goodness, 3 million. How come Xiao Guan transferred another 3 million to you? After looking at the long string of zeros in the transfer information, Fan Jin was dumbfounded. Dong Rui was also stunned, momentarily losing his ability to react. Just then, another voice message came through. Dong Rui quickly opened it. Brother, the money in the red envelope is for meals. Don't be in a hurry to get angry. Giving you money for meals is actually helping me out. I would be upset if you refuse. Take this 3 million, the health of uncles and aunts cannot be delayed. The health of parents is the top priority for us children, so please don't refuse. Consider this money as a loan from me, and you can pay me back when you make big money in the future. That's it, we must get you drunk when we have time. Carrot looking at the transfer information on his phone and listening to Zhang Chen's voice message, Dong Rui was already in tears. He stared at the phone screen for a long time. Dong Rui then said firmly to himself, Brother, Dong Rui will always remember this favor. Whenever you need me, even if it's risking my life, I will not frown. In the car. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 yuan on a meal, triggering a critical rebate, reward, 1 billion dragon coins. At the moment the electronic synthesized sound rang in his mind, Zhang Chen's hands trembled with excitement. When he was rewarded with 50 billion worth of shares by the system before, he didn't feel as excited. Indeed, only cash in the bank account could give people a real sense of satisfaction. You brat, slow down. I'm about to throw up. Feeling the sudden bumpiness of the car, Zhang Haitao hurriedly said. He still wasn't used to driving such a luxury car worth millions. Alright, Mom, Dad, I'll take you to buy some clothes. Zhang Chen nodded, then decided to take his parents to buy some clothes. In a society where everything revolves around money, dressing up is extremely important. Even if you are worth billions, if you dress poorly, you will still be looked down upon. Zhang Chen had experienced this firsthand a few days ago. So, he didn't want his parents to feel the disdain and contempt. Shueli also found a random excuse to get off midway. She was afraid that Zhang Chen would buy clothes for her too. If she couldn't repay him with her body later, she might not be able to repay Zhang Chen's kindness. Soon, the three of them arrived at a high-end clothing store called Jiame Clothing Factory and bought 5 sets of clothes for each of their parents. Although his parents strongly refused, they couldn't resist Zhang Chen in the end. The 10 sets of clothes cost a total of 200,000. Actually, compared to the custom-made clothes of the wealthy, these clothes were quite cost-effective. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200,000, triggering a critical rebate, reward, 67% stake in Jiame Clothing Group, worth 26 billion. The host has become the largest shareholder and chairman of Jiame Clothing Group. Just after the payment was successful, the system's electronic synthesized sound rang in his mind once again. Wow! Is the critical hit rate so high today? I spent twice and got 2 critical rebates directly. Zhang Chen was extremely surprised by this. And the combined value of these 2 critical hits was already over 30 billion. With the system in place, becoming a millionaire was surprisingly simple. I remember a few days ago Xiaoha told me that he seemed to be working at Jiame Clothing Factory. I should go check on him. Zhang Chen thought to himself. He had been busy with many things lately, neglecting his younger siblings. But there was still plenty of time before the Chinese New Year to visit them. After sending his parents home, Zhang Chen drove away. By the time he left, the entrance to the house was already surrounded by villagers. There were also a few people from the neighboring village, and their intentions for coming could probably be guessed with just a little thought. Even Wang Sifu and Wei Shufan left with smiles and greetings, carrying gifts in their hands. It seemed that his previous worries were somewhat unnecessary. Despite having humiliated them before, under the drive of self-interest, he didn't care about that humiliation at all. Judging from this situation, even if his parents lived in Pingan village, no one would cause trouble. In fact, the house would be even livelier than before. After leaving home, Jiang Chen did not return to Jin County but drove directly to Haidong City. His younger brother, Jiang He, was studying at a university here and worked part-time at Jiamei Clothing Factory in Haidong City during the holidays. Haidong City, Jiamei Clothing Factory's production workshop. A young man with a fresh and handsome appearance and clear eyes was working hard on a sewing machine. Although he worked diligently, it was evident that his hands were a bit inexperienced, and he was unfamiliar with operating the sewing machine. At that moment, a chubby man walked up to the young man and coldly glanced at him. "Jiang He, you've been here for almost half a month. Why are you still working so sluggishly and listlessly? Can you work or not? If not, pack up and leave to make room for someone more capable." "Sorry, Team Leader Zhou, I'll speed up." Jiang He quickly nodded repeatedly. "Are you a blockhead? Can't you see the crooked seam here? And why aren't the needles aligned properly? Do you know how troublesome it is to rework a piece of clothing? If it's sold with flaws, can you bear that responsibility? I can't be bothered to scold you anymore, so pack up and leave." Zhou Xian scolded with a furrowed brow. Actually, for a temporary worker, Jiang He was already doing quite well. But Zhou couldn't stand this damn good-looking guy, who not only was younger but also much more handsome than him, and most importantly, a cultured university student. Therefore, he tried every means to find fault and make things difficult for him. "Team Leader Zhou, please don't make me leave. My brother is going back home for a blind date this year, so I want to earn more money to help him." Jiang He pleaded firmly. He was well aware that most girls nowadays had high standards for their partners, and buying a car and a house before marriage was essential, not to mention the hefty dowry of hundreds of thousands that would be required. His parents didn't have much money, and his brother had only graduated for 3 years, so he couldn't earn that much. Therefore, he wanted to work during the winter break to earn some money, even though it might not be enough to buy a car or a house. As a younger brother, he would do his best to help. "Stop talking nonsense. What does your brother's marriage have to do with me? Besides, don't you understand that it's also a kind of kindness not to marry when you're poor? If your brother doesn't have money to get married, let him stay single, don't go harm those young girls." Zhou Xian's voice remained cold and impatient. That Jiang He is really pitiful, being scolded by Zhou Fatty every day. Yes, a university student enduring this. It seems like this kid is really short of money. In my opinion, university students are not suitable for earning this kind of money. They simply can't endure this hardship. They might as well go home and study. Indeed, this is not the place for them to be. Why does Zhou Fatty dislike Jiang He so much? Don't you know? I heard that Zhou Fatty's crush seems to like Jiang He, so Zhou Fatty is finding ways to target him. It's really an undeserved disaster. The people around slowed down their work and looked over, most of them sympathizing with Jiang He. Some even admired him, considering how precious university students were nowadays. They basically looked down on doing odd jobs in a clothing factory like this. Just as Jiang He was about to say something more, the factory door suddenly swung open, and 2 people walked in, one in front and one behind. Zhou Xian immediately turned his head and saw a familiar face, feeling overjoyed. Director Yang. He then wiggled his 200-pound butt and hurried over. At the same time, Jiang He also saw an extremely familiar face. Subconsciously, he murmured, "Brother." Yes, the handsome young man walking in the front was Jiang He's brother, Jiang Chen. "Ha? Who is that little brother walking in front of the director? So handsome." Yes, so handsome and stylish. The one qualified to walk in front of the director must be from a high-ranking family in the factory. Oh my! Suddenly I want to have a child with that handsome guy. I'm definitely not after his money or looks, I just feel like we have a connection from past lives and want to continue it. Damn! Talking about materialism so elegantly, I truly admire it. Several girls working there saw Jiang Chen and their eyes widened. Being handsome is one thing, but the fact that this guy could walk in front of the director meant his position must be higher than the director's. Handsome and wealthy, it's hard not to be attracted to such a man. By this time, Zhou Pengzi had already trotted over to the director. His face was full of smiles, and under the layers of fat, his eyes were completely squinted, resembling a eunuch meeting the emperor in ancient times. "Director Yang, hello, I am Zhou Xian, the team leader of this workshop. Warmly welcome your inspection." Yang Le did not look at Zhou Xian but respectfully turned to Jiang Chen. This young man in front of him was the chairman of their Jiamei clothing factory and also the largest shareholder. When the chairman suddenly came over and said his brother was working in the factory, Yang Le was taken aback. The chairman's brother was actually experiencing life here. He wondered if there were any troublemakers in the workshop who might offend the young master. Jiang He also stood up, somewhat incredulously approaching Jiang Chen. He couldn't understand how his brother was walking with the director, and even in front of him. Could his brother and the director be friends? Impossible. His brother had only recently graduated and was just an ordinary person. How could he know the boss of Jiamei Clothing Factory? Jiang He, what are you doing? Go back to your position and work. Can't you see this is a conversation between leaders? Zhou Xin coldly glared at Jiang He. Didn't this kid meet the director before? Why was he so clueless today? He is my. Jiang He pointed at Zhang Chen, about to tell them that this person was his brother. But before he could finish, Zhou Xian interrupted him. He is what? You don't mean to say the director's friend is your brother, do you? Are you out of your mind? You, a poor university student, also want to build a relationship with the director's friend. Zhou Xian immediately scolded. He couldn't believe that this obedient poor university student could know such a high-level figure. And judging by the way the other person was dressed, he was obviously from a wealthy family. How could he have any connection with such a poor student? Yang Lu carefully observed Jiang He. This kid was also handsome, fair-skinned, with clear eyes. There was a slight resemblance between him and the chairman. Suddenly, his body stiffened, a flash of realization crossed his mind, and everything became clear in an instant. It must be him. This kid in front of me looks so much like the chairman. He must be the brother he's looking for. With this thought, Yang Li's eyes, filled with determination, stared at Zhou Xian. Smack! The next moment, a solid slap landed on Zhou Xian's face. Director, what are you doing? Why did you hit me? Zhou Xian was dumbfounded in an instant. He seemed to have done nothing wrong just now, and he hadn't said anything offensive to the factory director, so why did he receive such a highly insulting slap out of the blue? Although it didn't hurt much because of the fat on his face, the low level of physical pain was overshadowed by the extreme insult. Jiang He beside him was also dumbfounded in an instant, and the others in the workshop looked at each other in confusion. Although Zhou Xian was usually arrogant, the factory director wouldn't just hit someone for no reason. Hey! Did you guys notice that I feel like there's a resemblance between the handsome guy next to the factory director and Jiang He? Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Could that handsome guy be Jiang Chen's brother? Don't joke around. Even if this kind of melodramatic plot appears in a novel, readers would criticize it, let alone in real life. You're right. If Jiang He really had such a powerful brother, he wouldn't need to work in a place like this. The crowd immediately began to whisper quietly. Although they all thought Jiang He and Jiang Chen looked somewhat alike, they didn't believe the two could be related. One was a rich second generation, the other a poor student. They were from completely different worlds. Zhou Xian, I never expected a mere team leader to be so arrogant, treating his subordinates with such a bad attitude. You don't deserve to stay at Jiamei Clothing Factory. As the factory director, I now announce that you are fired. Yang Lu said coldly. Regardless of whether the student in front of him was the chairman's brother, his actions just now were extremely wise. After all, the chairman would definitely not want to see bullying in the workshop. What? Zhou Xian heard this and his legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. It was only then that Jiang He looked at Jiang Chen in confusion and asked, Brother, why are you here? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Jiang He's words immediately widened everyone's eyes, looking at the two of them in disbelief. What? No way. It's really so melodramatic. That rich second generation is actually Jiang He's brother. Oh my! So Jiang He really is the rich second generation experiencing life. Why didn't I try to flatter him before? So frustrating. Feels like I missed out on a billion. As for Zhou Xian beside them, he was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, it felt like the sky was falling. This poor university student, who he had belittled every day, actually knew the factory director's friend. Xiao He, you've worked hard during this time. I'm sorry, brother. Jiang Chen gently patted Jiang He's shoulder, full of indulgence. The relationship between the three siblings had always been very good. Seeing his brother looking so thin, he felt extremely distressed. No, brother, I'm not working hard. I just want to earn more money so you can find me a sister-in-law soon. Jiang He laughed happily. Alright, your hard days are over from now on. Jiang Chen smiled and then looked at Yang Lu. At this point, Yang Lu quickly cleared his throat and said to everyone, let me introduce you all. This Mr. Jiang Chen is the chairman of our Jiamei group, and Mr. Jiang He is Jiang Dong's younger brother. From now on, Mr. Jiang He will be the new director of our clothing factory. Boom! Upon hearing this news, Zhou Xian felt like he was struck by lightning, his head buzzing incessantly. He almost fell to the ground. What kind of terrifying existence had he provoked? How did this poor university student in his eyes suddenly become the chairman's brother? And now he had become the new director of the clothing factory. In the past 10 days, he had been making things difficult for him. Wasn't this a disaster waiting to happen? Oh, my God. I thought that handsome guy was just the factory director's friend. Never expected he's actually our chairman. Heavens, our chairman is actually this young? Thank goodness. I'm lucky I didn't offend Jiang-hee, otherwise I'd probably be rolling out with that fatso Joshin today. Damn. So the second generation rich kid is right beside me. TV dramas wouldn't dare to script this, would they? Suddenly feeling Jiang-hee is really handsome, I really want to have his baby monkey. The others in the workshop collectively gasped. Regretful expressions appeared on their faces. If they had built a good relationship with Jiang-hee during this time, they would surely have benefited as well. But now it seems like it's too late for anything. As for Jiang-hee, the shock on his face was even greater than the others. He looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of confusion and disbelief. He even doubted if he was dreaming. How else could such a huge stroke of luck fall on his head? His brother actually became the chairman of Jiamei Group. And himself, now he's suddenly the new factory director? Brother, am I dreaming right now? Jiang-hee's dull eyes looked at Jiang Chen. All of this was just too unreal for him. Silly little brother, all of this is real, not a dream. From now on, you are the factory director here. As for those who have bullied you here, you handle it yourself. Even if it's this Yang Lu, even if you ask him to leave now, he wouldn't dare to make a sound. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Now that he's the chairman of the entire Jiamei Group, let alone a mere factory director, even if the general manager asked him to leave, he would have to leave. Jiang-hee, no, brother Jiang, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for you. It was my mistake. I should be punished. Please forgive me. I have a 90-year-old mother to support, and a house full of wives and concubines. I beg you to show mercy. Please don't fire me. Please don't hold a grudge. Treat me like a fart and let me go. Zhou Shen knelt down in front of Jiang-hee with a thud, and started slapping his chubby face, crying and begging for forgiveness. Jiang-hee looked at the crying and begging fatso in front of him, the one who had made his life difficult and oppressed him, and felt a deep hatred. After calming his emotions, Jiang-hee looked coldly at Zhou Shen. Zhou Shen, pack up your things and get out. Brother Jiang, no, Director Jiang, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I'm lower than a pig or a dog. Please don't fire me. I have no education, no skills. It's really not easy for me to reach this position. If you fire me now, I won't be able to find such a good job again in the future. Zhou Shen clung tightly to Jiang-hee's thigh, crying in deep sorrow. Zhou Shen, do you remember what you said to me just now? You have no relationship with me. Get out of here. Remembering Zhou Shen's troubles towards him during this period, and recalling what he had just said, Jiang-hee's attitude was unusually firm. Fatty Zhou, get out quickly. That's right, daring to offend the director, you deserve it. Director is wise and mighty, removing a big trouble for our workshop. I knew long ago that the director is destined for greatness, a dragon and phoenix among men. Damn, the way you flatter me, I really admire you for that. The others in the workshop also cheered for Jiang-hee's decision. Firstly, they could curry favor with the new factory director, and secondly, this fatso Zhou was indeed despicable. Relying on his position as a team leader, he often arbitrarily harassed everyone. In this workshop, almost everyone had been chewed out by him. Security, didn't you hear the new factory director's words? Throw this blind and ignorant fatso out for me. Yang Lu quickly gave the order at this moment. After all, leaving a good impression on the chairman is very, very important. Not long after, 6 security guards dragged Zhou Shen out. Xiuha, has anyone bullied you here before? We can fire them together. Jiang Chen's sharp gaze swept over every face in the workshop, his voice cold. No, no. Everyone else has been nice to me. Jiang-hee shook his head. That's good. Let's go. Accompany me for a walk. After nodding, Jiang Chen directly pulled Jiang-hee out of the workshop, leaving behind regretful faces. Yang Lu also followed eagerly. Brother, I'm just a college student who hasn't graduated yet. I've never been a factory manager. I have no work experience. I might not be competent for the position of factory manager. After leaving the workshop, Jiang-hee felt uneasy and hesitant. Although he had done many odd jobs before, they were mostly temporary. Now suddenly being made the manager of such a big factory, he truly felt inadequate. If his wrong decisions led to losses for the factory, he would be to blame. Don't worry, everything needs a familiarization and adaptation process. Consider this a test for you. Besides, it's just a small factory, just do your best. Whether it makes a profit or a loss, don't worry about it, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. He really didn't care about this small factory. Even if it went bankrupt now, he wouldn't bat an eye. Yes, manager, just do your best. Yang said, rubbing his hands, flattering. Well, alright. Seeing his brother unconcerned, Jiang He stopped resisting. But he was extremely curious, how did his brother suddenly become the chairman of Jiamei Group? I know you're very curious, when the time is right, I will clear all your doubts. Now let's go eat with me. After saying that, Jiang Chen took Jiang He to dinner. Inside a private room at the Intercontinental Hotel's Chinese restaurant. Xiaoha, I heard from mom and dad that you had a girlfriend recently, how's it going now? Bring her home for me to see this year. As they ate, Jiang Chen asked curiously. He didn't expect his little brother to be so successful, actually having a girlfriend. We broke up. Jiang He sighed, helpless. Just a few days ago, Yan Jinjin broke up with him. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Why did you break up? She thought I didn't have money. Jiang He clenched his fist, full of frustration. He thought their relationship could withstand the test. But he didn't expect Yan Jinjin to be so materialistic, dumping him because he had no money. I see, if it's about money, there's no need to be sad, it means she's not worthy of you. Although this kind of social atmosphere has formed now, Jiang Chen still believes there are many good women like Fan Jinsaw in this society. Yeah, I was quite upset in the first few days after the breakup, but now it's not as bad. I just feel stifled. 2 years of relationship, in the end, defeated by reality, Jiang He continued to smile bitterly. Although many things can be understood in hindsight, it still feels heavy and stifling. Abandoning you is her loss. There will be better girls waiting for you in the future, but be sure to be more discerning when choosing your next girlfriend. Jiang Chen continued to comfort. Okay, next time I find a girlfriend, I'll have you vet her for me. Jiang He also smiled in resignation. Since the matter has passed, let it go. There's no need to be sentimental about someone who doesn't belong to you. After finishing lunch, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaoha, have you got your driver's license yet? Leaving the hotel, Jiang Chen asked, do you remember last time Xiaoha mentioned he was taking his driver's license test? It should be quite simple for young people to pass the test. It should be easy to pass in 2 months. Yes, I got it last month. Jiang He nodded. Alright, in that case, I'll buy you a car. You are the factory manager now. It would be embarrassing if you don't have a car, Jiang Chen said as he took out his phone to make a call. No need, bro. My Amagia electric scooter is fine for now, and I just got my license, a bit hesitant to drive. Jiang He quickly refused. Even though his brother was wealthy now, he couldn't just spend his money recklessly. Besides, buying a car for himself would be a waste. Alright, it's settled then. At that moment, Jiang Chen had already dialed the phone number of Liang Renhao, the regional manager of Longting Hotel in the Asia-Pacific region. Manager Liang, I'm currently at the entrance of the Intercontinental Hotel in Haidong City. Please send a supercar over within an hour. A million level 1 will do, no specific brand required. Okay, that's settled for now. After a brief chat, Jiang Chen hung up the phone. Jiang He looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression, feeling that his brother had suddenly become so unfamiliar. Bro, can you tell me how you suddenly became so wealthy? Jiang He couldn't contain his curiosity. When his brother was in college, he had to borrow money for tuition. He had only been working for 3 years. How did he become the chairman of Jiamei Group? And to buy a million-level supercar with just a phone call, with the other party being so respectful. This brother of his had become both unfamiliar and mysterious. Ha ha, actually, half a year ago, I used all my savings to buy a lottery ticket and won 200 million. So I started a business with that startup capital over the past 2 months, and things went well. Jiamei Clothing Factory was just acquired by me yesterday. Jiang Chen naturally didn't tell the truth. If he revealed his system to his brother, he probably wouldn't believe it. After all, this was the real world, one had to believe in science, systems and such were too ethereal. Oh, I see. So, brother, you really are lucky. After hearing this, Jiang He's clear eyes showed understanding. It seemed that he believed the excuse from earlier. College students were indeed a very innocent group. As the two were talking, a pair of young people who looked like college students approached. The girl was dressed flamboyantly, heavily made up, with a somewhat worldly air. The boy had unruly yellow hair. Seeing them, Jiang He's brows furrowed instantly. Jiang Chen noticed this subtle change clearly. This change made Jiang Chen quickly realize the current situation. What's wrong? Could it be that the girl with all the makeup is Yin Jinjin? Yes, it's her. I didn't expect her to find another man so quickly. Jiang He clenched his fists tightly and nodded. Although he had just said he would let go, such a materialistic woman was not worth his distress. But when he saw her holding hands with another man, he couldn't help but feel a strange anger inside. Alright, since you've broken up, there's no need to be upset, Jiang Chen comforted. Jiang He took a deep breath and nodded. Let's go. Jiang Chen led Jiang He, preparing to leave. After all, it was best to quickly draw a clear line with such a woman, the farther away, the better. Just one more look made him feel like an insult to his eyes. At this moment, Yan Jinjin and the flamboyantly dressed young man with yellow hair walked towards them. Obviously, they had also noticed Jiang Chen and Jiang He. Yan Jinjin stood in front of the two first. Get lost, good dogs don't block the way. Jiang Chen gave Yan Jinjin a cold glance. Yan Jinjin, on the other hand, looked at Jiang He with disdain. Jiang He, is it fun to pester me like this? Don't daydream about trying to win me back through such despicable means. Your actions will only make me look down on you even more, understand? Clearly, she was here because Jiang He deliberately blocked him. Yan Jinjin, did you dump me to find a boyfriend like this? Your taste is getting worse. Jiang He glared coldly at Yan Jinjin, full of anger. Humph, are you jealous and envious? Li Shaokai is the son of the deputy factory director of Jiamei Clothing Factory, a true second-generation rich kid. He is thousands of times more outstanding than you. Yan Jinjin directly linked arms with the young man with yellow hair, rubbing against him with her own little dog. The son of the deputy factory director Li? Indeed, quite outstanding. But the world is really small. Jiang He smirked coldly. 3 hours ago, the identity of the deputy factory director's son would have made him feel inferior, even to the point of feeling insignificant. But now, even Li Gang himself wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of him, let alone a useless son. Oh, Jinjin, is this your useless ex-boyfriend? Didn't you say he was already screwing bolts in the Jiamei Clothing Factory workshop? Should I tell my dad to kick him out? Li Tian'er looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, sneering. Yes, he did go screw bolts a few days ago, probably already kicked out. There's no way around it, a waste, can't do anything. Yan Jinjin held Li Tian'er's arm even tighter. The little dog had long been squeezed out of shape. Yan Jinjin, am I really no good? If I'm no good, why did you moan so lewdly in bed? And you, playing around in the worn-out shoes I've worn, are you that fond of shoes worn by others? Bastard, what did you say? Do you know you're asking for trouble? Jiang He, you waste, I moaned loudly because you were choking me. Ugh, Li Shaokai, don't misunderstand, I never had any relationship with this waste. Hillbilly, kneel in front of me now, apologize, then lick all the dust off my shoes, and I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, you'll regret coming into this world. The two were instantly caught off guard by Jiang He's words. They glared angrily, as if they wanted to devour Jiang He. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, stood with his arms crossed, watching calmly from the side. His younger brother was already an adult, he should be able to handle this himself. Regret? You're not worthy. Jiang He shook his head. A few hours ago, such words would have indeed scared him, but now, with his brother by his side, he feared no one. Damn hillbilly, you shed tears only when you see the coffin. Li Tian'er's cold gaze fixed on Jiang He. He couldn't understand how a penniless loser dared to speak like this in front of him. You're still pretending, huh? Do you know how much Li Shaokai paid for this bag he bought me? Do you know how much Li Shaokai's car costs? Even if you screw bolts for a lifetime, you can't afford this bag. You'll never measure up to Li Shaokai, not even his little toe. Yan Jinjin managed to control her anger at this moment. She wanted to completely crush Jiang He's self-esteem under her feet and rub it in mercilessly. Jiang He gave the two of them a cold glance, like he was looking at a pair of clowns, took out his phone, and dialed Yan Li's number. Oh, are you planning to shake things up? I'm so scared. Watching Jiang He actually make a call, the mockery on the faces of the two became even more apparent. They simply didn't believe that Jiang He could call anyone for help. At most, he would just call his parents to come over and cry in their arms. However, Jiang He calmly spoke up, Uncle Yang, Li Gang's son, Li Tian'er, was showing off in front of me, so I immediately fired him. Then, check if he has done anything illegal or against the rules in the factory, investigate everything clearly. It would be best to send both father and son to the sewing machine. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang He with satisfaction. Yes, indeed, he was his own younger brother, their way of doing things was quite similar. Ha ha, this loser can really put on a show. Uncle Yang, are you Yang Lo? Are you trying to make me laugh to inherit my ant credit pay? Li Tian'er burst into laughter, unable to stop, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He had seen many show-offs before, but this loser in front of him was the first one who could put on such a good act. Ha ha, you even fired Uncle Li. Jiang He, who do you think you are? Do you think you're the factory manager who can fire anyone they want? If you have the guts, try firing someone for me. Yan Jinjin was also shaking with laughter at this moment, more of it was disdain and mockery. She didn't expect Jiang He, who used to be honest and straightforward, to act so pretentiously and skillfully. It seemed that after she dumped him, this loser had suffered a great blow. Otherwise, why would he start talking nonsense in broad daylight? Laugh all you want. Laugh as much as you can, and you won't have such happy smiles on your faces anymore in the future. Zhang He and Zhang Chen looked at the two as if they were idiots. It had to be said that Yen Jinjin's guess was quite accurate. You're still putting on a show, you think I'm giving you face? As soon as Li Tian finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. He quickly answered, "Dad, what's wrong? You beast, what have you done?" Angry roars instantly came through the receiver. I didn't do anything. What's wrong, Dad? Please don't get angry. Li Tian was also puzzled. Usually, his old man spoke very gently, so why did he start yelling as soon as he answered the phone today? Could it be that his dad found out about his stepmother's pregnancy? If that's the case, he's in big trouble. Did you offend our factory manager? Li Gang tried to suppress his anger as much as possible. Just now, he received a call from Yang Lo, saying that his little beast of a son had offended the factory manager and was directly fired. This made him both fearful and furious. No, I haven't seen Uncle Yang recently, how could I offend him? Your son isn't stupid, why would he offend Uncle Yang? Li Tian assured confidently. Thankfully, it wasn't about his stepmother. You idiot, don't you know we changed the factory manager here 3 hours ago? Li Gang was furious. He thought that such big news would have reached his useless son's ears by now. But he didn't know anything at all. What? We changed the factory manager? When? Why don't I know about it? Li Tian still looked puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked at Zhang He with disbelief. This kid just made a phone call, and he even called the other person Uncle Yang. It was indeed mentioned about firing Dad. Could it be that the useless person in front of me is really the new factory manager? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yen Jinjin said that this Zhang He is just a poor loser, and he's from the countryside. How could he have any connection to the factory manager? But if not, all of this is just too coincidental. Then, tentatively and anxiously, he asked, "Dad, do you know the name of the new factory manager?" Zhang He, Manager Jiang. Buzz. A buzzing sound in his head, Li Tian collapsed directly to the ground. His terrified gaze fixed on Zhang He. It's over. How could he be so blind and offend the new factory manager? It's all because of Yen Jinjin, that bitch. If it weren't for her, how could he possibly have offended Zhang He? Thinking this, Li Tian looked at Yen Jinjin with eyes that could kill. On the phone, Li Gang's roar sounded again, "You useless thing with no foresight. I don't care how you offended the manager, if you can't get the manager's forgiveness, I will personally break your troublemaking leg." After saying this, Li Gang decisively hung up the phone. And Li Tian, pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He knew very well that if it wasn't something very important, the old man wouldn't have spoken to him so loudly. "Li Xiao, what's wrong with you? Get up from the cold ground quickly, don't let our little brother freeze." Yen Jinjin, puzzled, hurried to help Li Tian. Li Xiao was his money bag, and his little brother was his source of joy. If he lost his little brother, it would be troublesome. "Get lost. You bitch, you've ruined me." Li Tian pushed Yen Jinjin to the ground, his eyes staring at her like a killer. If it weren't for this bitch, how could he have offended the new factory manager? "Li Tian, how dare you push me? You were saying last night that you love me and will protect me for a lifetime." Yen Jinjin looked at Li Tian incredulously, forgetting the pain she was in at the moment. This man, who was so affectionate with her last night, saying he loved her and would make her the happiest woman in the world. But now, just a day later, he treated her like this. Men are indeed pigs. "I don't love you, you've ruined me, I even have the heart to kill you, you bitch." Li Tian clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could punch this bitch in the mouth. But now, the most important thing is to beg for the manager's forgiveness. Otherwise, he might really get his leg broken when he goes back. And if the old man goes to work, his days as a playboy will be over. Thinking this, he knelt in front of Zhang He, crawling and begging, "Zhang He, I was wrong, please forgive me, I absolutely didn't mean to target you. It's this bitch who has been confusing me, she said you're just a poor loser." At this moment, Li Tian, who had been arrogant just now, looked pitiful with tears streaming down his face. Zhang Chen on the side did not speak, leaving everything to Zhang He to handle. Li Tian, if apologies were effective, the world would have been at peace long ago. Zhang He said coldly. "Zhang He, Zhang Xiao, I really know I was wrong, I shouldn't have fought with you over a woman, I'll give her back to you now." Li Tian was making a final struggle. "Li Tian, what are you saying? What do you take me for? I'm not an object, what right do you have to give me to that useless person? And aren't you the son of the deputy factory manager? Aren't you a second-generation rich kid? Why are you so respectful to that poor loser?" Yen Jinjin was equally furious. She wasn't actually angry about being given away. If it was a wealthier playboy, she might even be grateful to Lee Tae-honor. The problem is, Lee Tae-honor is actually going to give himself to Jung-hee, that waste, which is absolutely not acceptable. Shut your stinking mouth. If Jiang Shao fancies you, it's the blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. It's your ancestors' blessing shining upon you. Who are you to look down on Jiang Shao? Lee Tae-honor turned around and cursed at Yen Jinjin again. Boom! Just then, a flatbed truck was heading towards them. It quickly stopped in front of them. On the flatbed truck was a brand new white Koenigsegg Jerko. Although this sports car cost only around 30 million, both in appearance and power, it was definitely top-notch. After the car stopped, 7 or 8 staff members approached Jiang Chen and Jiang He. Mr. Jiang Chen, hello, I'm Chai-hu, the sales manager of Koenigsegg. The young man in a suit at the front hurriedly greeted Jiang Chen and respectfully handed him his business card. When they received the order earlier, they had already seen a photo of Jiang Chen. Moreover, the one who made the payment had repeatedly instructed them to provide warm and attentive service to Mr. Jiang Chen, the chairman of Longting Hotel, and not to offend him. Even without such instructions, they wouldn't dare to provoke such a big shot. It was just unexpected that the chairman of Longting Hotel was so young, much younger than themselves, truly promising. Well, hello. Jiang Chen also smiled and nodded. Chai-hu quickly took out a file bag and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, this is the Koenigsegg Jerko supercar you ordered earlier. Inside are the purchase contract and the car keys, please check it. If you need anything, I can explain more about the car to you. No need, I'm not knowledgeable about cars, and I trust you. Jiang Chen took the file bag, still wearing a warm smile. Alright, Mr. Jiang, if that's the case, we won't bother you further. If there are any issues with the car in the future, you can call me directly, and I will help you resolve them as quickly as possible. Chai-hu's voice was very respectful, and his posture was humble. After all, in front of such a top-notch figure, he was just a small worker. Okay, you can go back now. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Jiang He stared at the white supercar, his eyes fixed on it, almost drooling. A supercar was definitely every young person's dream car. Especially a supercar worth tens of millions, something Jiang He had never dared to dream of before. Lee Tae-honor was now trembling with fear. After all, he was only driving a BMW 3 Series. He never expected the other side to bring out a Koenigsegg Jerko. This was truly the king of luxury cars. Compared to this supercar, his car was nothing but a pile of scrap metal. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that poor loser Jiang He afford such an expensive car? Yen Jinjin's eyes widened in disbelief. After dating Jiang He for 2 years, she knew him very well. He was a complete and utter pauper, coming from a remote rural family. She had even met Jiang He's parents before, genuine poor farmers. That was why she had decided to break up with Jiang He. But now, what was going on? Xiao He, this car will be yours to practice with in the future. If you ever get tired of it, just tell me, and I'll buy you an even better one. Jiang Chen tossed the keys directly to Jiang He. The appearance of the Koenigsegg quickly attracted numerous passers-by. After all, it's not easy to come across a supercar of this level on the street. Even though the car wasn't theirs, it was still a sight to behold. Thanks, bro, I'll take good care of this car. Jiang He tightly held the car keys, as if afraid someone would snatch them from him. Damn! Those two are young masters from which big family, driving multi-million supercars? Is this a supercar? Honestly, it's my first time seeing one. Damn, it's cool. Damn. If I could drive a supercar like this in my lifetime, I'd feel content even if I die. This car costs over 30 million when bought new, us ordinary folks can only dream. People around were discussing the supercar. Yen Jinjin was completely dumbfounded. She indeed didn't recognize the car just now, but hearing people around saying it costs 30 million. 30 million, even if she sold pens her whole life, she wouldn't earn that much money. At this moment, she regretted deeply. No! Jiang Chen is so wealthy, I must firmly hold on to him. Yen Jinjin's eyes were determined, as if she had made a certain decision at that moment. Then she quickly got up from the ground and went straight to Jiang He. Ah He, I'm sorry, now I deeply realize that my heart only has room for you, the one I love will always be you, I can't live without you, forgive me, please? Yen Jinjin was about to hold Jiang He's hand, but he pushed her away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. He had seen shameless people, but never this shameless. The onlookers also started to curse. Jiang He coldly smiled. Yen Jinjin, I was blind to like a despicable person like you, but I thank you for letting me see your ugly face clearly. Now I just want to tell you, the me from yesterday you ignored, today you can't reach anymore. Bro, let's go. I feel disgusted just looking at her now. After speaking, Jung Hee opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Ah, Jung, take me with you. How can I live without you, ah he? Yen Jinjin burst into tears instantly. She cried in a heart-wrenching and desperate manner. Okay. Zhang Chen nodded, then got into his Bugatti Veyron Black Sound and sped away. Ah he, take me with you. How can I live without you? Yen Jinjin chased after the car for a distance, then collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly. Damn! Are they brothers? One driving a Koenigsegg and the other a Bugatti. Damn, they're cool. Damn, this world is so unfair. Sigh. Being born is an art, unfortunately, we didn't learn it. What's wrong with that woman? Crying so heartbreakingly. Bro, are you new here? Let me tell you, that woman is a complete gold digger. She abandoned the handsome guy who was driving the Koenigsegg just now and chose the blonde guy on the ground. Now regrets it after finding out he's an affluent young man experiencing life. I see. Ugh, such women don't deserve sympathy. Damn, this plot is more exciting than a novel. If one day I could slap my gold-digging girlfriend's face, that would be great, but alas, I don't have a mine at home, nor a rich dad. Sigh. Stop, your words make me wanna cry. You guys should be content, I don't even have a girlfriend now. I don't even know if that place tastes salty or sweet. Oh damn, I was so engrossed in watching the show, I forgot to ask for the contact information of those two handsome guys. Is it too late to chase after them now? Back at the factory. In Jiang Yi's tearful eyes, full of gratitude, he looked at Jiang Chen. What's wrong with you? Still feeling sad? Didn't I tell you, that kind of woman is not worth it. You will meet someone better in the future. Jiang Chen lightly patted Jiang Yi's chest and smiled. Brother, thank you. Thank you for helping me protect my self-esteem. Thank you for giving me courage. Jiang Yi's voice choked as he spoke these words. He knew that if his brother wasn't here today, he wouldn't have had the confidence or courage to say those words just now. Alright, since you know I'm your brother, stop saying such things. We are blood brothers, do we still need to say thank you? Jiang Chen said seriously. Okay, I got it. I won't say it again in the future. Jiang He obediently nodded. Ding-ling at that moment, Jiang Chen's phone suddenly beeped with a message alert. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was a WeChat message from Su Qingya. Jiang Chen, do you have time tomorrow? I want to introduce two good friends to you. Wavy dash, of course, I have time. Where are you? I'm in Linhai City, let's meet at the Marriott restaurant at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late, bro. If you have other things to do, go ahead. I will take care of things at the factory. Jiang Yi spoke up. Now that he was already the factory manager, with Yang Lu assisting him, managing a factory shouldn't be too difficult. Since his brother trusted him so much, he had to manage the factory well and try to earn more money. Alright, you go back and get familiar with Yang Lu, remember to come home before the new year. After saying this, Jiang Chen drove towards Linhai City. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up early, and after a quick wash, he received a message from Su Qingya. Jiang Chen, we are already at the restaurant, hurry up and come over. Okay. After replying, Jiang Chen left the hotel. The weather was gloomy, it was likely to rain soon. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the door of the exclusive room at the Marriott restaurant. Su Qingya was already waiting at the door, and when she saw Jiang Chen, she smiled brightly. Qingya, who are the friends you want to introduce to me? Jiang Chen asked straight to the point. He knew Su Qingya's identity was not simple, so if they were her friends, they must be remarkable individuals. One is my best friend, Miss Shangguan Ruoshi from the Shangguan family in the provincial capital, and the other is Lin Yun, the young master of the Borrowee group in the provincial capital. Su Qingya quickly explained. The young master of the Borrowee group? Jiang Chen was surprised. He had heard of the Borrowee group. It was a leading enterprise in the provincial capital, with a market value exceeding 200 billion. Although the assets and market value were not particularly terrifying, it was mainly because he heard that the head of the Lin family used to be a high-ranking official in the southern province. Although Mr. Lin had retired, his eldest son had smoothly climbed to his position. Therefore, in the entire southern province, the Lin family was definitely a true aristocratic family. Jiang Chen didn't expect Su Qingya to know such a big shot. As for the other Shangguan Ruoshi, Jiang Chen had never heard of this name before, not even the Shangguan family in the provincial capital. But Jiang Chen was very clear in his heart, there were too many wealthy and powerful people in Longwa. The visible billionaires and those invisible aristocratic families were incomparable, and the Shangguan family was likely one of those low-key top aristocratic families. Well, their personalities may be a bit arrogant, so you might have to bear with it later. If you can get to know these two, I think it will greatly help your future achievements. After nodding, Su Qingya said seriously. Jiang Chen, the chairman of Ding Sheng Group with a net worth of billions, felt like a child playing house in front of true aristocrats. "Alright, I got it, let's go in," Jiang Chen nodded. As they entered the private room, their eyes were met with a strikingly beautiful and elegant woman, whose features and figure rivaled Su Qingya's. She exuded an air of grace and luxury. Beside her stood a handsome young man of similar age to Jiang Chen, exuding a proud and aloof demeanor. The two, engrossed in conversation, turned their gaze towards Jiang Chen upon his arrival. "Qingya, is this the talented young man you mentioned?" the woman asked, eyeing Jiang Chen up and down. Handsome as he was, there seemed to be nothing remarkable beyond his looks. Talented? Jiang Chen was puzzled. When did he become a talent? "Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Chen, the chairman of Ding Sheng Group," Su Qingya said with a smile. The young man opposite remained cold and aloof, not uttering a word. After all, a chairman of a billion-dollar corporation was beneath his notice. The woman, with a light laugh, introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Shangwan Ruoshi. Please, have a seat and let's talk," Lin Yun said calmly from the side. He too gave Jiang Chen a once-over. Seemingly a tad more handsome, but fortunately not as wealthy. Just as Jiang Chen sat down, he felt a sudden headache. The next moment, two new memories flooded his mind. Clearly not his own, these memories featured Shangwan Ruoshi and Lin Yun, who were present before him. Is this the proactive triggering of future sight abilities? Jiang Chen wondered. "Jiang Chen, are you okay?" Su Qingya asked, concerned by his grim expression. "I'm fine. Just felt a bit unwell earlier." Jiang Chen shook his head, the discomfort vanishing after accepting the memories. "Mr. Jiang is truly remarkable at such a young age, becoming the chairman of Ding Sheng Group and possessing the gift of foresight, as I heard from Qingya." "Is that true?" Shangwan Ruoshi asked with a faint smile. Qingya had mentioned meeting an outstanding young man who, at just 22 years old, had become the chairman of Ding Sheng Group without any assistance, and also had the ability of foresight. This piqued her interest, but upon meeting him, she felt somewhat disappointed. Apart from being a bit handsome, he seemed quite ordinary. Foresight? Jiang Chen was also puzzled, looking at Su Qingya. When did he become someone with foresight abilities? I was there when you dealt with Zhong Tianhao last time, Su Qingya teased, sticking out her tongue playfully. Jiang Chen didn't even know Zhong Tianhao, yet he could predict issues with his car and ultimately save Zhong Tianhao and his family. It was not premeditated, but his accuracy was undeniable. There must be some ability there. After all, the world was full of wonders, and there were indeed some individuals with extraordinary skills. She believed Jiang Chen might be a disciple of such individuals. She had investigated Jiang Chen in the past few days and found his family background to be very ordinary, even extremely poor, with both parents being farmers. He was just a regular worker who had graduated 3 years ago. Being able to become the chairman of Ding Sheng Group in such a short time, she didn't believe there was anything special about her abilities. I see. Jiang Chen didn't expect Su Qingya to remember this matter. At that time, he did use the ability to predict the future to know that Zhong Tianhao's car had a problem. This could indeed be considered a skill of foreseeing the future. TSK. You guys don't actually believe this nonsense, right? It's already 2025, Shenzhou 15 has been launched. Still engaging in feudal superstitions, are you trying to make me laugh? Lin Yun sneered mockingly across the table. If this kid in front of him had some abilities, he would believe. But when it came to feudal superstitions, he was 100% unbelieving. Lin Xiao, Jiang Chen is really amazing. I witnessed it with my own eyes last time. Can I still deceive you? Su Qingya raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes last time, she wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen had such abilities. After all, this society advocates science. Qingya, even Lin Yun doesn't believe it. Actually, I don't quite believe it either. Shangwan Ruoshi glanced at Jiang Chen and shook her head lightly. If this kid had a refined appearance, maybe he could believe he understood some feng shui. After all, even their wealthy family believed in feng shui. But Jiang Chen didn't fit the refined appearance at all. He was most likely just a charlatan who deceived Qingya. Looking at the two skeptical and disdainful expressions, Jiang Chen said indifferently, believe it if you will, doubt it if you won't. To believe or not is your freedom and your right. Qingya, I have some things to attend to, so I won't dine with you. Different paths do not cross. After saying that, Jiang Chen prepared to leave. If the attitudes of these two in front of him were a bit better, he would have considered helping them. But since they had this attitude, there was no need to tell them about the visions of the future he had just seen. Stop. Who the hell allowed you to leave? Seeing Jiang Chen's attitude, Lin Yun suddenly stood up, glaring angrily. No one had dared to be so arrogant in front of him before. Just a chairman of Ding Sheng Group dared to show off in front of him. he couldn't tolerate it. Lin Xiao, what are you doing? If you don't believe Jiang Chen, why is he still here? Su Qingya also stood up immediately, staring at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, let it go. If he wants to leave, let him go. Shangguan Ruoshi also spoke up at this time. It seemed that this kid really had no abilities, just a deceptive charlatan. Now that they had seen through him, there was no face left for him to stay here. Then looking at Su Qingya, she said, Qingya, I think you've been deceived. Maybe the things you said were designed by someone else long ago, just to show you. No, I believe Jiang Chen is not that kind of person. Su Qingya shook her head firmly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was a bit touched. He had only known Su Qingya for a few days, but she trusted him so much. If he really walked out of this room today, wouldn't his reputation as a charlatan be confirmed? And in the future, Su Qingya would probably be ridiculed in front of them. Just then, Lin Yun spoke again. Kid, I can overlook your behavior just now for Qingya's sake. But now, you must tell me a fortune. If you're accurate, I won't trouble you, I'll even give you a large sum of money, and I might even kneel down to apologize to you. But if you're a charlatan, even if you're Qingya's friend, I'll make sure you rot in jail, to prevent you from harming others outside. After speaking, the three of them all looked at Jiang Chen in unison. Jiang Chen turned around and smiled. Lin Xiao, I can read fortunes, but my fee is quite high. I'm afraid you can't afford it. With that, the three of them fell silent. The next moment, Lin Yun burst into laughter. Ha ha. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who I am? Can't afford your fee? He was the young master of the Lin family in the provincial capital, worth billions. Shangguan Ruoshi shook her head in disappointment. It seemed that this kid was just a big talker. Alright, my fee for a reading is 10 billion. If you agree, I'll read your fortune, Jiang Chen said, ignoring their stares. After all, he had already predicted their near-future trajectories with his predictive abilities. 10 billion, no, maybe 20 billion, easy money. 10 billion. You're quite bold, kid. Alright, I agree, Lin Yun nodded without hesitation. After all, this guy was just a charlatan, he couldn't possibly take away his 10 billion. Then he added coldly, if your prediction is accurate, I'll kneel and offer you the 10 billion. If not, I'll break your legs and send you to jail. No problem. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. On the side, Su Qingya looked anxious and tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Jiang Chen, let's forget about this. Lin Yun really has that kind of power. She suddenly felt guilty for involving Jiang Chen. If she hadn't called him over, this wouldn't have happened. If Jiang Chen's prediction was wrong, Lin Yun would definitely follow through. And he was definitely capable of it. Why forget about it? It's 10 billion, easy money, Jiang Chen said confidently. Good kid, you've got some guts. Looks like I underestimated you earlier. But what I said stands, if you're wrong, I'll still break your legs, Lin Yun sneered. He didn't believe in fortune-telling, so he was sure of his victory this time. Forget about my legs for now, Lin Xiao, what do you want me to predict? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Shangguan Ruoshi looked at Jiang Chen, deep in thought. She had thought he was just a money-grabbing charlatan. But why was he so confident if he was just a charlatan? Or did he really have that ability? Then predict my fortune. Lin Yun grinned. He could already imagine the scene of breaking this kid's legs. But did this kid just insult him indirectly earlier? No need to predict your fortune, you'll face imprisonment today. No, your Lin family will soon face a catastrophe, Jiang Chen said calmly the moment Lin Yun finished speaking. The images he had seen earlier had given him the answer. Although the Lin family was a top-tier powerhouse in the southern province, with a senior government official in their ranks, a certain event in the near future would completely crush the Lin family. Their business would plummet, key members of the family would end up in jail, and the senior official would be investigated. This was the fate awaiting Lin Yun and the entire Lin family. If he didn't intervene, things would unfold as predicted. What did you say? Lin Yun's veins bulged instantly, his eyes blazing as he glared at Jiang Chen. You damn turtle egg, how dare you curse my Lin family? Do you know you're asking for death? His family was a billion-dollar powerhouse, how could they face a catastrophe? Moreover, his eldest uncle was the deputy secretary of the Zhenghai Municipal Party Committee. Apart from those few above him, who could bring disaster upon himself. Jiang Chen, what you just said was indeed a bit too much. Although I know you don't like Lin Yun, cursing someone like that is just not right. Shangguan Ruoshi's face also momentarily darkened. Even if it were an ordinary person, being suddenly told they would face disaster would make anyone furious, let alone Lin Yun. It seemed that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to leave here peacefully today. Jiang Chen, are you serious about what you said? Su Qingya looked up at Jiang Chen. But looking at Jiang Chen's extremely serious expression, she subconsciously felt that what Jiang Chen said might be true. For some reason, she always felt that Jiang Chen was very mysterious, so she subconsciously believed what he said, even though what Jiang Chen said just now seemed completely absurd. Jiang, you're dead. Not even Buddha can save you. If I don't break your 3 legs today, my name isn't Lin Yun. The anger on Lin Yun's face grew more intense. Having lived for so long, he had never heard such audacious words. To actually say that his family would face disaster. Looking at Lin Yun's gaze that seemed like it could devour him, Jiang Chen still wore a faint smile on his face. Then, with a calm expression, he asked, Lin Yun, doesn't your family have an emerald mine in Ruishi City? Humph. That's common knowledge, Lin Yun snorted. Although he wanted to break this bastard's legs right now, he still wanted to hear his final words. Do you know how the weather is in Ruishi City right now? Jiang Chen asked again. I'm not a weather forecaster. How would I know how the weather is in Ruishi City? Lin Yun suppressed his anger and said. He felt like this guy was playing him for a fool. Jiang Chen, just spit it out if you have any questions. Stop beating around the bush. Su Qingya quickly interjected. She was afraid that Lin Yun would lose patience and call in the dozen bodyguards downstairs. Even if Jiang Chen had the strength of a boxing champion, he would probably end up with broken legs. Alright, I'll tell you straight up then. Right now, there's a torrential rain in Ruishi City, and this rain has been going on for 12 hours since 8 o'clock last night, causing flooding and landslides in most areas. And at your family's mine, the rain is even heavier, and the situation is more severe. In half an hour, there will be a massive collapse at your mine, burying all the workers alive. Jiang Chen's voice remained calm, but there was a hint of seriousness and solemnity. He didn't just bring up this matter for Lin Yun's 10 billion, nor was it to align himself with the Lin family. It was because in the upcoming collapse accident, over 100 innocent workers would lose their lives. That was over 100 innocent lives, behind which were over 100 unfortunate families. If this accident really happened, many people would lose their sons, husbands, fathers. Since he already knew about this, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. After all, he was a flesh and blood person with a heart. Stop talking nonsense here. The safety index of my family's mine is so high, there's absolutely no possibility of a collapse. Lin Yun scolded with a furrowed brow. But obviously, at this moment, he was starting to feel conflicted. Although it was true that their mine had a very high safety index and hadn't experienced many collapses, being a mine, no matter how high the safety factor was, there would always be some uncontrollable factors, especially in this continuous heavy rain weather. Fine. Since you don't believe me, let's just pretend I never said anything. However, I need to tell you that there is less than half an hour before the mine collapses. If you call them now to stop working and leave the mine as soon as possible, there may still be hope for remedy. If it's too late, not even gods can save your Lin family. Jiang Chen's voice was confident and firm. In fact, from Lin Yun's tangled expression just now, he knew that Lin Yun was not very confident about the so-called safety index. Lin Yun stared tightly at Jiang Chen, as if trying to see a panicked expression on his face. However, the outcome disappointed him because Jiang Chen still appeared calm and confident, showing no signs of nervousness. This confidence made him even more anxious. At this moment, Su Guanruoxi suddenly exclaimed, Lin Yun, what Jiang Chen said just now is true. Ruishi City has indeed been experiencing 12 hours of continuous heavy rain, and the rain is still ongoing, with many areas experiencing large-scale landslides. After speaking, Su Guanruoxi looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Could it be that this kid was telling the truth just now? Ruoshi, do you believe this nonsense too? Weather forecasts can be checked in advance, and news reports about landslides can be seen. This doesn't prove anything. Maybe this guy investigated these things before meeting me, Lin Yun said coldly. Young Master Lin, don't be too harsh with your words. Before we met, I never told Jiang Chen that he would be meeting you. Since he didn't know he would be meeting you, how could he have thought to investigate these things in advance? Su Qingya was immediately displeased. Lin Yun, it's better to believe there is a problem than to believe there isn't. The heavy rain in Ruishi City is real, as are the landslides. In this situation, it is indeed possible for the mine to collapse. So, you should make a call to confirm. If Jiang Chen's situation really occurs, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Lin family. Su Guanruoxi also began to advise from the side. She knew that Lin Yun's uncle had plans to continue climbing up the ranks. But if such a thing really happened, not to mention climbing up, he would probably fall into an endless abyss with no chance of turning back. In fact, that official identity was a double-edged sword. If used well, it could help the family rise quickly. But if there were any stains, it would lead to a disastrous downfall. After all, there were countless people below them, always watching closely the positions of those above. Lin Yun was full of hesitation and conflict. Although he was starting to feel anxious inside, he felt it would be too embarrassing to make the call now. After pondering for a full 2 minutes, Lin Yun finally made a decision. Personal honor and disgrace were truly insignificant compared to the entire Lin family. He then took out his phone and dialed the mine manager's number. When the call connected, he couldn't wait and asked, "Uncle Zhang, is it raining heavily in Ruei City now? How is the situation at the mine?" "Young master, the rain is very, very heavy right now. I just watched the news, and many places are experiencing severe landslides. Our situation here is not good either. But when I called the old master just now to suggest temporarily stopping work and evacuating all workers, he rejected it," Zhang Xing said anxiously. Hearing Zhang's anxious voice, Lin Yun glanced at Zhang Chen with a more complicated expression. Zhang had been working at the mine for nearly 30 years and understood the situation there better than anyone else. Since even he said the situation at the mine was not good, it meant that it was indeed very dangerous there. Could it be that what Zhang Chen said was true? Would the mine really collapse? This kid still had a calm face, showing no emotional fluctuations. Lin Yun clenched his teeth tightly and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Zhang, listen to me now. Immediately gather all the workers and evacuate the mine at the fastest speed possible." "However, young master, just now the master said to continue mining. Listen to me on this matter, the safety of the workers is the most important, I will bear all consequences." Lin Yun gritted his teeth tightly. What Shangwan Ruoshi said just now was indeed correct. It's better to believe there is a problem than to believe there isn't. If such a large-scale casualty event really occurred, it would not only deal a devastating blow to their Lin family, but also cause the loss of lives of those innocent workers. "Yes, young master, I will arrange it immediately." Zhang Xing excitedly hung up the phone, then turned off his mobile phone directly, apparently afraid of the master calling again. Money is important, but their lives are more important. He immediately began to gather all the workers to leave the mine as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the private room, after hanging up the phone, Lin Yun suddenly deflated like a balloon. His arbitrary decision just now had exceeded his authority. If a collapse accident did not occur at the mine today, the losses and consequences would be unbearable for him. Phew! Zhang Chen also let out a long breath. It seemed that the lives of those workers had been saved. Soon, he turned his gaze to Zhang Chen. "Kid, I did as you said. If you miscalculated, I'll be damned by you. I just thought about it. Not only will I break your legs and send you to the sewing machine, Ding Shang Group will also compensate me." Su Qingya and Shangwan Ruoshi also looked at Zhang Chen. "Young Master Lin, are you ready for the 10 billion bet? Think about which position will be more comfortable when you kneel later." Zhang Chen said with a smile. The system's rewarded ability shouldn't deceive him, right? Time passed by minute. Half an hour later, Lin Yun's phone suddenly rang. "Dad!" Lin Yun called out nervously. The roar on the other end of the phone almost deafened his ears. At that moment, Zhang Chen slowly turned on the TV in the private room. Urgent broadcast, a rare continuous heavy rain has hit Ruei City, Tianyun Province. This heavy rain has been ongoing for nearly 13 hours from last night at 8 o'clock until now, causing natural disasters such as flash floods and landslides in most areas. Emergency broadcast, a collapse accident occurred at a large mine in Ruei City. Fortunately, all workers evacuated in advance, no casualties reported. The host's broadcast voice entered the ears of the four people. Zhang Chen remained calm as ever. Shangwan Ruoshi and Su Qingya, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed in shock at Zhang Chen. Shocked. Incoherent shock. He actually got it right. Even the timing is accurate. It's only been half an hour. Shangwan Ruoshi swallowed hard. The way they looked at Zhang Chen now was not one of disdain, but of respect and admiration. Su Qingya was equally shocked. Although Zhang Chen had displayed this ability before, seeing it again at this moment still stirred up waves of shock in her heart. "Lin Yun, you troublemaker, explain yourself properly to me, or when I come back, I'll definitely smash your dog head. You little bastard, you dare give workers a day off without permission, you dare to argue with me." The roaring voice from the other end of the phone grew louder, but Lin Yun seemed to not hear at all, his eyes fixed on the TV broadcast, his throat kept moving. Gulp. "Dad, I think you should watch the news first before deciding whether to smash my dog head." With that, he hung up the phone directly. At that moment, he felt a wave of fear, sweat had long soaked his back. If he hadn't listened to Zhang Chen just now, if he hadn't called Uncle Zhang, then now, those over 100 miners at the mine, along with some supervisors, would probably have been buried deep underground. Over 100 lives, such a thing would be enough to shock the whole country. When the time comes, don't just say that his uncle is just a department-level cadre. Even if he were a ministerial-level official, it would probably be difficult to suppress. By then, the fate awaiting the Lin family will definitely be, as Zhang Chen said, a disaster akin to doomsday. At that time, the old master, father, and the core members of the Lin family will definitely face imprisonment, and even being executed wouldn't be too much. Thinking of this, his body began to tremble violently due to extreme fear. At this moment, Shangwan Ruoshi and Su Qingya's eyes looking at Jiang Chen already showed some unusual brilliance. Especially Shangwan Ruoshi, besides being extremely shocked at this moment, she also had more appreciation for Jiang Chen. Just now, she thought this kid was useless except for being handsome, but now in her heart, he was as high as the clouds, out of reach. How about it, young Master Lin? Can I consider this bet as my win? Jiang Chen asked calmly, looking at the trembling Lin Yun. Thud. The next moment, Lin Yun, who had reacted, knelt down in front of Jiang Chen without hesitation. A grown man, his eyes filled with excited tears at this moment. Brother Jiang, I was blind and reckless just now. Please forgive my ignorance and impudence. If it weren't for your ingenious plan, my Lin family might have really plunged into an endless abyss. Lin Yun, full of embarrassment and guilt, with snot and tears streaming down his face, completely lost his previous arrogance. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? I would have been grateful if you hadn't broken my legs, Jiang Chen joked. It was clear that this kid was also a man of character. Just now so arrogant, but now he seemed like a neighbor boy who had made a mistake. However, this guy was willing to admit defeat. He was someone who could take a loss. Brother Jiang, please don't tease me. From now on, you are my real brother, no, even closer than a real brother. It's you who saved my life. Lin Yun, looking embarrassed and guilty, said. He had almost pushed the entire Lin family into an abyss just now. And at this moment, his awe for Jiang Chen was like an endless river, never ending. In his mind, Jiang Chen at this moment was like a great deity, with a halo of a heavenly god behind him. How could I dare to be your brother, young Master Lin? Jiang Chen continued to smile. No, Brother Jiang, just call me Xiaoyan from now on. Lin Yun shook his head repeatedly. Brother Jiang, please forgive my impudence just now. This scene left Shangwan Ruoshi stunned. Normally, this young Master Lin was so arrogant that even some elders didn't pay attention to him. Now he was kneeling in front of Jiang Chen, looking so humble. But it was completely understandable. After all, Jiang Chen's words just now had saved the entire Lin family, which was a huge favor. Su Qingya, on the other hand, was full of excitement, looking much more excited than Jiang Chen. Does the bet we made just now still count? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Although 10 billion was nothing to him, he still decided to see if this kid was trustworthy. Of course, it counts, Lin Yun nodded repeatedly. Then he quickly took out a black card and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, there are 15 billion in this card. 10 billion is for the bet just now, and the remaining 5 billion is as compensation to you. I know 5 billion is nothing to you, but please accept it. This is my sincerest intention. Just for saving their Lin family, even if he had to offer 150 billion as gratitude, it wouldn't be too much. However, he couldn't come up with that much cash at the moment. Alright, I'll take the money, and I appreciate your gesture, get up. Jiang Chen also accepted the black card without hesitation. After all, it was 15 billion, and he wouldn't refuse such a generous offer. No, if you don't recognize me as your little brother, I dare not stand up. Lin Yun shook his head, his face full of determination. He had just witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities, this big brother must acknowledge him. And at this moment, he also genuinely approved of Jiang Chen. Following such a big brother in the future, he couldn't go wrong. Alright, I agree. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Although this guy had been arrogant and rude before, he had paid the price for his arrogance. Moreover, having such a wealthy little brother would make many things easier in the future. Thank you, big brother. He. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's acceptance, Lin Yun happily stood up, a simple and honest smile on his face, no trace of the arrogance he had shown before. Just then, Lin Yun's phone rang again. It was his father calling. Although Lin Shuren's words were unclear, seeing the proud smile on Lin Yun's face, it was evident that he was being praised. Big brother, my father and grandfather just had a good chat with me, and they promised to reward me with 5 billion. Actually, the credit for this goes to you, so I plan to give you all of this 5 billion. Lin Yun excitedly said to Jiang Chen. From childhood to adulthood, his position in that family had always been that of a playboy second-generation rich kid. He hadn't made much contribution to the family, but this time, he could clearly hear the gratitude from his grandfather and father. The feeling of being recognized by the elders was truly wonderful. Compared to this feeling of recognition, 5 billion didn't hold much appeal to him. Forget it, since it's a reward from your grandfather and father, you should keep it for yourself. I've accepted the bet just now and your goodwill. Taking your money would be inappropriate. Jiang Chen shook his head. One shouldn't be too greedy, some money can be taken, while some shouldn't. Taking it would only make one feel uneasy. Alright then. Big brother, in the future, if you have any matters in the southern province, you can always find me. As long as it's not too big, I can handle it. Lin Yun expressed his gratitude. In the southern province, there were only a few people he couldn't afford to offend. Alright, there will definitely be opportunities in the future. Jiang Chen was waiting for this statement. Although he had a system now and wasn't short of money, in this world, having money alone wasn't enough. One also needed connections. And the Lin family tree was currently a good choice. Today, I am truly lucky and happy. Waiter, bring out all the best dishes and wines in your restaurant. I want to drink with my big brother until we're drunk. Lin Yun arrogantly told the waiter. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Jiang Chen, I thought bringing you here earlier was a wrong decision, but now it seems to have turned out well. Su Qingya whispered to Jiang Chen. It had almost ended in discord earlier, but now it had the best outcome. Jiang Chen helped Lin Yun resolve their family crisis, and in return, gained a good little brother in Lin Yun. Well, I have to thank you for this. I made 15 billion for nothing. No need to thank me. Just remember my kindness in your heart. That works too. Soon, the waiter brought a table full of dishes, foie gras, steak, caviar, and various fancy dishes, along with top-notch red wines. Although the beginning was indeed a bit discordant, the meal was very enjoyable. By the end of the meal, Jiang Chen was feeling a bit tipsy. Big brother, are you full? If not, I can ask them to bring more. Lin Yun asked with a smile. The service was truly attentive. It's alright. I'm full and satisfied now, let's call it a day for today. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling that he might get drunk if he had a few more drinks. He then took out his VIP card and handed it to the waiter. Brother, are you looking down on me? You've helped me so much, and now if I let you pay for the meal, am I still Lin Yun? Seeing Jiang Chen take out the membership card, Lin Yun immediately felt unhappy. Making his brother pay for a meal, he was being immature. Alright, I just made you 15 billion, so let me pay for this meal. Jiang Chen handed the black card to the waiter. He didn't really want to foot the bill himself, but what if it triggered a rebate? Seeing Jiang Chen's determination, Lin Yun stopped insisting. However, Jiang Chen felt a bit disappointed as there was no rebate triggered. He left the restaurant, called a driver, and left. Su Qingya and Lin Yun stayed behind. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with the friend I introduced to you? Su Qingya asked Lin Yun with a hint of pride. In fact, she introduced the three of them mainly to connect Jiang Chen with these two, which might benefit his future. A talented and capable young man like Jiang Chen would not stay in this small coastal city forever. But to break into a broader world without connections and background was truly difficult. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. But in today's society, even good wine fears the depth of the alley. Without connections and backing, it was extremely challenging for someone to develop themselves. What surprised her was Jiang Chen's remarkable abilities. He effortlessly made Lin Yun, a top-notch wealthy young man, his loyal follower. I'm very satisfied, you are my benefactor. But, in the future, just call me Xiao Yun. Calling me young Master Lin seems too formal. Lin Yun said shamelessly. In fact, Su Qingya was the one he should thank the most for today's events. If Su Qingya hadn't brought him to meet the big brother, he might have ended up not as a young master of the Lin family but as a prisoner behind bars. The entire Lin family might even disappear from the southern province after today. You, don't talk nonsense, Jiang Chen and I are just ordinary friends. If we talk about intimacy, I'm at most Jiang Chen's secretary. Su Qingya blushed and retorted coquettishly. Sister-in-law, I can tell that my big brother really likes you. Let me tell you, my big brother is truly capable. I genuinely admire his abilities now. Handsome and capable, a man like him will have a flock of admirers behind him. If you don't act fast, you might miss out on this opportunity. Lin Yun smiled and then said seriously. Although Jiang Chen was currently the chairman of a 100 billion company, his potential was limitless. Coupled with his handsome appearance, women who liked Jiang Chen could form an army. Among them, there might be some pearls from prominent families. Young Master Lin is right, Qingya, you better act quickly, the early bird catches the worm. If you're not interested in Mr. Jiang, then I'm ready to make a move. Missing out on such an outstanding handsome guy would be a shame. Shangwan Ruoshi also said with a mischievous smile. I've said that Jiang Chen and I are just friends. If you like him, go ahead and pursue him. Alright, since you don't care, I have a younger sister at home, I'll start matchmaking them. What? Introducing your sister to your big brother, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's fine, if they really get together, we'll each mind our own business. I'll call him brother, and he'll call me brother-in-law. Oh my! Such a lavish ride. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived at the rose garden where he currently resided. This residential area arranged by Su Qingya was said to be specially inhabited by the chairman and was also under the Ding Sheng Group's property. The chauffeur was a young man in his 30s. Even after getting out of the car, his face was still filled with excitement. Although he had been a chauffeur for 3 years, it was his first time driving such a luxurious supercar. His hands were trembling as he drove just now. As a car enthusiast, he naturally knew the value of this Bugatti Veyron Black Knight, a whopping 120 million. And it was said that only one of this car was produced globally, bought by a mysterious top tycoon, and unexpectedly, this mysterious top tycoon was right here in Longwa. Today, he had encountered him. However, he didn't know that Jiang Chen's Bugatti Veyron Black Knight was not what he thought it was. Moreover, after special modifications, its price far exceeded 120 million. Sir, how much? Jiang Chen asked after getting off the car. No need for money, Mr. Jiang, it's my honor to chauffeur you. I've been a chauffeur for 3 years and have never driven a Bugatti supercar before. Shifeng respectfully shook his head, still filled with excitement. The distance wasn't long, just about 20 minutes, and he had driven a supercar worth over 100 million. He felt like he was earning even if he didn't take any money. After all, he had experienced the joy of driving a supercar. No, that won't do, I must pay you. You earn your money the hard way. Jiang Chen shook his head. He knew the struggles of these chauffeurs, and now that he had money, he didn't want to take advantage of them. Then, how about $50? Shifeng quickly suggested. That was already a starting price. Alright, I'll transfer it to you. Jiang Chen immediately transferred $50 to Shifeng. From the Marriott restaurant to here, the distance was about 8 kilometers, so this should be the right price. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50 yuan, triggering a critical hit rebate, reward, insightful eye. Hearing the sudden mechanical synthesized sound in his mind, Jiang Chen, who had been a bit dazed just now, instantly woke up. Damn! I actually triggered a critical hit rebate. Just now, he was still upset about not triggering a critical hit after paying 2 million for the meal, but happiness was waiting for him here. Just by paying a 50 yuan chauffeur fee, he had triggered a critical hit rebate. And this time, the reward was not cash or shares, but the insightful eye. Although he didn't know the specific use of this thing, it must be a very powerful skill. Mr. Jiang, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Jiang Chen standing still, Shifeng spoke up. Wait, I forgot to tip you earlier, let me transfer some more. Jiang Chen was in a great mood at the moment and directly transferred a tip of 100,000 to Shifeng. Then he briskly walked upstairs, leaving Shifeng standing in the wind, looking disheveled. Gurgle a 50 yuan chauffeur fee, and a tip of 100,000, is this how rich people spend? Staring blankly at the transfer information on his phone, he felt it was so unreal. After working as a chauffeur for so long, no one had ever tipped him. Even those wealthy people driving luxury cars were more stingy than ordinary people, sometimes arguing with him over a few bucks. The rich second generation he met today was just too extravagant in his spending. 100,000 could equal his annual salary, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you so much. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Shifeng respectfully bowed. This 100,000 might be a drop in the bucket for Mr. Jiang, but for himself, it was a huge fortune. It's enough to change the current situation at home. Jiang Chen had already returned to his room at this moment. He couldn't wait to start communicating with the system. System, what is the function of this insightful eye of revelation? He felt that the insightful eye of revelation rewarded this time must have a very powerful function. In response to the host, the main function of the insightful eye of revelation is to allow the host to see through my appearance and perceive the most real structure, composition, and history internally, while also granting the host the ability to have a photographic memory when using this power. The insightful eye of revelation can be upgraded, unlocking more functions after upgrading, such as advanced prediction, insight into human hearts, keen perception, foreseeing the future, etc. Note, each use of the insightful eye of revelation will consume the host's mental power. Please use it carefully. With the continuous introduction by the system, Jiang Chen's breathing began to quicken at this moment. His body started to tremble violently. Excitement, unparalleled excitement. From the system's introduction just now, it could be inferred that the function of the insightful eye of revelation was extremely awesome. Even before upgrading, one could possess the ability to see through and have a photographic memory. With this ability, if one were to go to antique markets and jade markets, it would be like being an unbeatable player. What excited him the most was that this skill could actually be upgraded, with even more terrifying functions after upgrading. Advanced prediction, it seems somewhat similar to the Ultra Instinct in the anime Dragon Ball. Next was insight into human hearts, which should allow one to know what others are thinking after using it. The most awesome part was foreseeing the future. Wasn't this equivalent to having the ability to predict the future now? It's just that the current ability to predict the future that he possessed had a limited number of uses. Apart from the one active use earlier, he had passively used it twice today, leaving him with 7 more chances to use it. But if he were to upgrade the insightful eye of revelation, then in the future, it would be a permanent ability to foresee the future. This ability was simply heaven-defying. System, what are the conditions for upgrading the insightful eye of revelation? Jiang Chen immediately asked. In response to the host, the insightful eye of revelation can be upgraded through points, and the way to obtain points is for the host to exchange the wealth obtained through the insightful eye of revelation. 100 dragon coins exchange for 1 point. The next upgrade of the insightful eye of revelation requires 100 points. The system's voice quickly continued to resonate in his mind. I see. Jiang Chen silently thought in his heart, 100 dragon coins exchange for 1 point, which means I need to obtain 10 billion in wealth through the insightful eye of revelation to proceed to the next upgrade. With this kind of divine level ability, making money should be an easy task. Just casually go to antique markets and jade markets to find some treasures. Earning a few small goals should be a breeze. It looks like I need to go to the antique market and jade market recently. Jiang Chen had made up his mind in his heart. Even if it was to upgrade the insightful eye of revelation, he must earn more money. On the other side, Lin Yun had already returned to the Lin family. The senior members of the Lin family were gathered in the living room at this moment. Dad, I still have things to do on my end. Why did you call me over in such a hurry? Lin Xiaotang looked at Lin Qian, puzzled. Although he knew that there were some issues at their mine, fortunately, there were no casualties. This was not a big deal for their Lin family. Lin Qian remained silent. Only he and Lin Xiaoran knew about the recent incident. The reason why the Lin family was able to avoid this disaster was all thanks to the efforts of Lin Yun, their good grandson. If he hadn't evacuated all the workers in advance, the Lin family would probably have already fallen into an endless abyss. Grandpa, who are we waiting for? I still have business to attend to at my company, and there's an important meeting to be held later. The one who spoke up this time was Lin Feng, the son of Lin Xiaotang. He had just been deeply immersed in studying the structure of ancient characters with a dozen beautiful women when his grandfather suddenly called him over. This made him very uncomfortable, and after he arrived, his grandfather just sat there without saying a word, waiting for Xiao Yun. Lin Gong spoke calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it was full of authority. Looking at his white hair and aged appearance, he exuded a natural aura of power without anger. Therefore, even though Lin Xiaotang was a senior official, in front of Lin Gong, he behaved meekly like a little kitten. Lin Yun? Dad, why wait for him? Everyone in the southern province knows that Lin Yun is just a playboy. Who knows which woman's belly button he's enjoying himself on right now? Lin Xiaotang said discontentedly. If they were waiting for other important figures, he wouldn't say anything, but now all the key figures in the family were waiting for Lin Yun, which made him very uncomfortable. Even his own son, Lin Feng, had never been treated like this. Yes, Grandpa, why wait for him? You know that Lin Yun often doesn't come home. Lin Feng also muttered quietly. To be honest, he didn't think much of his cousin. Of course, he was also relieved that this guy was just a playboy, otherwise, he might have competed for the Lin family's inheritance in the future. But now he had no chance. Grandpa had already entrusted him with a third of the company's affairs to handle, and his father was currently the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, so ultimately, the Lin family's inheritance would be his. Hearing the words of Lin Xiaotang and his son, Lin Xian's face showed a hint of displeasure. Although his son was indeed incompetent on weekdays, if Xiao Yun hadn't made a decisive decision today, the Lin family would probably have ceased to exist soon. Just then, Lin Yun walked in. Seeing the solemn atmosphere in the living room, everyone looked serious, and Lin Yun was also taken aback. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle. Lin Yun respectfully greeted each person. Outside, he was the top young master of the Lin family, but at home, he wasn't so glorious. Lin Yun, do you know how long we've been waiting for you? Lin Feng coldly spoke first. Yeah, you're becoming more and more unreasonable. Lin Xiaotang followed suit. Sorry, uncle, brother, I just went to the mine to check the situation. Lin Yun's tone remained very respectful. What? You went to the mine to check the situation? What can you see? You're probably making excuses to avoid responsibility. Do you think I don't know you? You hardly ever go to the mine all year round. Lin Feng sneered sarcastically. Shut up. Before he could finish his words, Lin Gong shouted loudly. Grandpa? Lin Feng suddenly looked aggrieved. Grandpa had always loved him the most, so why was he suddenly so harsh on him today? Did he find out about his study of ancient characters with those beautiful women? Dad, what's going on? Lin Xiaotang also looked puzzled. The others were equally confused. In the past, Lin Gon had doted on Lin Feng immensely. He had even designated him as the future heir of the Lin family long ago. But his attitude towards Lin Yun was completely different, perhaps due to a desire for him to improve. So, he had never spoken kindly to Lin Yun. "Xiao Yun, come sit next to Grandpa." Ignoring the bewildered looks of everyone, Lin Gon patted the seat next to him directly. Others didn't understand, but he was very clear that without Lin Yun today, the Lin family would be finished. Lin Yun glanced at Lin Xiaoran, then happily walked over to his grandfather's side and sat down. As for Lin Xiaotang and his son, they were so angry that they were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists tightly. "Xiao Yun, it seems like my good grandson has finally grown up. You did a great job today. You were brave, decisive, and showed great courage, saving our Lin family. Grandpa apologizes for being cold to you before, and hopes you can forgive me." Lin Xian sincerely touched Lin Yun's forehead, his face beaming with a bright smile. "Grandpa, I am also a member of our Lin family, and those things are what I should do. As for the apology, I understand the efforts you have made for the Lin family." Lin Yun was also smiling happily at this moment. He had never seen his grandfather smile at him like this before. He naturally knew the reason behind it, and his gratitude towards Jiang Chen had reached a peak. "Dad, what exactly did Lin Yun do?" Lin Xiaotang finally couldn't help but ask. "Did Dad take the wrong medicine today? Or is he suffering from senile dementia?" In the past, it was his own son who received this kind of treatment. Why was it now Lin Yun, this useless person? This made him very unhappy. "Humph, you bunch of useless people. You've been struggling in the official and business circles for so many years, yet you have no foresight at all. If it weren't for Lin Yun's courage and foresight to evacuate over 100 workers from the mine without authorization, we would all be in jail now." Lin Xian's sharp gaze swept over everyone present, disappointment evident in his eyes. "What? No casualties at the mine, and it was because Lin Yun made the workers evacuate early?" Lin Xiaotang was instantly shocked. When he saw the news at the time, he was also puzzled. With such a large-scale collapse at the mine, why was there not a single casualty? It turned out to be done by Lin Yun, but how could he have such courage and judgment? Even he hadn't considered that at the time. "Grandpa, since it was Lin Yun's decision, doesn't that exceed his authority? Shouldn't you punish him for disregarding the family's interests and making the decision to evacuate the workers on his own?" Lin Feng was full of discontent. The differential treatment just now seemed to have made him lose his composure. "Shut up. The family's interests are based on the existence of the Lin family. If the Lin family is gone, what family interests are you talking about with me? Xiaofeng, it seems your vision is too short-sighted and not suitable for handling the company's affairs. So, let your second uncle take care of it for now. When you mature, then you can get involved in the company's matters." Lin Xian scolded loudly. He had thought his eldest grandson was very clever and his actions were in line with his intentions, but the words he had just spoken were as naive as a 3-year-old child's. "Dad, Grandpa, enough. I'm sure everyone knows about this matter, it's Lin Yun's credit, now everyone can disperse." Lin Xian waved his hand directly, interrupting the two. Then he looked at Lin Yun with a doting expression. "Xiao Yun, accompany Grandpa to the study, Grandpa wants to have a good chat with you." The next day, Jiang Chen slept until 10 in the morning. When he opened his eyes, he picked up his phone, a habit he had developed. The first thing he did after waking up was to look at his phone instinctively. He was startled when he saw over 50 unread messages from Lin Yun. Su Qingya had also sent him 2 messages. "Jiang Chen, are you still asleep? Are you feeling better? Jiang Chen, are you awake yet?" Equal to or succeeds equal to or precedes. Looking at the funny expressions, Jiang Chen replied, "I fell asleep as soon as I lay down last night, just woke up." Then he opened Lin Yun's WeChat. "Big brother, do you know? When I got home just now, my grandpa praised me like crazy, it feels so awesome. I've never seen my grandfather so happy in front of me before, nor have I ever received his praise. He even scolded my eldest uncle and cousin harshly. You have no idea how terrible my eldest uncle and cousin looked at that moment, almost like pig livers. It's the first time my grandfather has valued me so much, I feel so blessed. Big brother, are you there? Big brother, are you asleep? Big brother, what do you want for breakfast tomorrow? Xiao Union will bring it to you." Seeing message after message, Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Did this kid not sleep at all last night? Asking himself if he slept at 5 in the morning. A normal person would have fallen asleep by now, but it's clear he was really happy last night. He then made a video call. The ringtone barely sounded before the video connected. What the heck? A giant panda? Looking at the face on the phone screen, with huge dark circles under his eyes, listless, Jiang Chen thought he was video calling a giant panda. It seems this kid is seriously deficient in kidney energy. Normally, at this age, staying up all night is no problem at all. One should be full of energy in the morning. Big brother, you're finally awake. Lin Yun yawned, mustering a weak smile. What's going on with you? Do you want to be a national treasure with this appearance? Jiang Chen burst out laughing instantly. It seems this kid didn't sleep at all last night. He looks like the crazy shrimp from the sand sculpture animation. Grandpa and Dad praised me several times last night. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. By the way, big brother, what do you want for breakfast? I'll bring it to you right away. Lin Yun hurriedly asked. Forget it. I'm afraid you'll drop dead in the next second with that ghostly appearance. Just rest well. You don't have to worry about breakfast. I'll eat something later. Jiang Chen said seriously. All right. Let's have dinner together tonight. Lin Yun nodded. Although he really wanted to bring breakfast to his big brother now, he felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't closed his eyes all night, feeling completely drained. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen quickly freshened up. Then he went outside to grab some buns and soy milk. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang again. The caller ID showed an unknown number, but it was a local area code. Hello, who's this? Jiang Chen answered. I'm Shangguan Ruoshi, Mr. Jiang, do you remember me? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. We just had dinner together last night. Of course, I remember, unless I've lost my memory. Jiang Chen chuckled. Mr. Jiang, can I invite you to dinner? Shangguan Ruoshi asked expectantly. Last night, she truly witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities. If she didn't believe in metaphysics before, last night made her a firm believer. With just a few casual words, Jiang Chen saved the entire Lin family. So now she also wants Jiang Chen to calculate the future fortune of the Shangguan family. A beauty's invitation, of course, no problem. Jiang Chen decisively agreed. There's nothing special to do today anyway. Going on a date with Shangguan Ruoshi, a top-notch beauty, should be a very pleasant thing. What's more, Shangguan Ruoshi's background is definitely not simple. If he can become good friends with her, there will definitely be benefits in the future. Great! I'll be waiting for you at Devotion Coffee, don't stand me up. After saying that, Shangguan Ruoshi hung up the phone. Her happiness was evident in her voice. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at Devotion Coffee as agreed. Through the storefront window, he soon spotted Shangguan Ruoshi. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman in a black tracksuit by her side. As soon as they entered the cafe, Shangguan Ruoshi greeted them. Mr. Jiang, you're so fast. You arrived so quickly. Shangguan Ruoshi said sweetly. Are you praising me? Jiang Chen glanced at Shangguan Ruoshi somewhat speechlessly. Probably no man in the world likes to hear a woman say he's fast. Of course. Coming quickly shows that you have good driving skills and speed. Shangguan Ruoshi nodded innocently. But why do I feel like your speed is even faster than mine? He always felt like Shangguan Ruoshi was the one driving, but he had no concrete evidence. Don't worry about these details, please have a seat. I brought a friend, I hope you don't mind. Shangguan Ruoshi quickly pulled Jiang Chen to sit down. Jiang Chen shook his head, naturally not minding, because the girl sitting across from him was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with delicate features and captivating eyes, as if meticulously carved to perfection. Her long dark brown hair was tied back, and she wore black-framed glasses. Although she was dressed in sportswear, it couldn't hide her stunning figure. This girl's demeanor was completely different from Shangguan Ruoshi's, elegant and exuding a noble air between her brows. Jiang Chen, this is my good friend, Jiang Xinyan. Xinyan, this is the Jiang Chen I told you about, Mr. Jiang. Shangguan Wan'er quickly introduced. If it were yesterday, she definitely wouldn't have valued Jiang Chen so much. But Jiang Chen's performance yesterday had completely won her over. In her eyes, Jiang Chen was truly worthy of the title of a master. Hello. Jiang Chen politely smiled and nodded. Jiang Xinyan just nodded slightly in acknowledgement. There was no hint of emotion in her expression. Obviously, Jiang Chen didn't make her feel anything special. Shangguan Ruoshi felt a bit awkward. Obviously, Jiang Xinyan now, just like herself yesterday, didn't think much of Jiang Chen. This was completely understandable. After all, Jiang Chen gave the impression of being handsome, but nothing particularly outstanding. Miss Shangguan, inviting me here must be for more than just coffee. Just say what you need. Jiang Chen remained composed. Anyone who could be friends with Shangguan Ruoshi was probably not an ordinary person, so his attitude was understandable. Alright, since Mr. Jiang is so straightforward, I'll be direct. I also want Mr. Jiang to help me calculate my family's fortune. Likewise, I'm willing to pay you 1 billion as compensation.
Shangguan Ruoshi immediately stated her intention. Lately, she had been feeling a strange sense of unease. Thinking about Jiang Chen's abilities from yesterday, she wanted him to predict her family's fortune as well.
If this unease was just a misconception, that would be the best outcome. But what if this unease in her heart was a warning? No problem. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation.
When he saw Shangguan Ruoshi yesterday, he had already foreseen some things that would happen to the Shangguan family. Since he already knew, he might as well make a profit from this prediction. After all, it was a one-time use of his ability to predict the future.
Jiang Xinyan glanced at Jiang Chen, then looked at Shangguan Ruoshi with some confusion.
Her good friend was not someone who believed in superstitions. Moreover, she was a graduate of a prestigious university and should advocate for science, so why did she suddenly start believing in these things?
Xinyan, don't look at me like that, mister. Jiang's predictions are really accurate. When I first met Mr.
Jiang yesterday, I also found it unbelievable, just like you, but he really has the ability.
You'll see it soon. Shangguan Ruoshi naturally sensed Jiang Xinyan's doubt and then said seriously, oh really? Since even you say so, I really want to see it. Jiang Xinyan just smiled faintly. However, she didn't have much expectation for Jiang Chen in front of her.
Mainly because her first impression of him wasn't particularly good.
In her mind, although guys didn't need to be muscular, they shouldn't be so weak either. She could take on 10 of him alone. So, just being good-looking didn't earn him any extra points in her book. Jiang Chen then asked casually, Miss Shangguan, is your family attending a very important birthday banquet the day after tomorrow? Yes. Shangguan Ruoshi nodded quickly.
Jiang Chen continued, for this important banquet, your father has prepared in advance a blue and white porcelain vase depicting Xiaoyi chasing Han Xin under the moonlight, right?
Gasp.
Shangguan Ruoshi gasped in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen with an incredulous expression. Although she had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities the day before, hearing this still shocked her immensely. Just a few days ago, her father had spent 8 billion to acquire that blue and white porcelain vase as a birthday gift for a prominent figure who loved antique ceramics.
This matter was an absolute secret for the Shangguan family, known to only a few.
Those who knew were all close confidants of her father, so this information couldn't have leaked so quickly to Jiang Chen.
Don't be so surprised. If I didn't know about this, wouldn't your 8 billion expenditure be in vain? Jiang Chen smiled faintly at Shangguan Ruoshi's shocked expression.
Shangguan Ruoshi suppressed her astonishment.
Then she asked, this is indeed true, but what does it have to do with the fortune of our Shangguan family? Could it be that after her father gave away the blue and white porcelain vase, he would gain the appreciation of that prominent figure, leading the Shangguan family to prosperity? It was highly possible. After all, there were only 3 remaining pieces of the blue and white porcelain vase depicting Xiaoyi chasing Han Xin. 2 had already been unearthed and were in museums. Therefore, the last piece's collection value was undoubtedly high. Of course, because once you give away that blue and white porcelain vase, your good days at the Shangguan family might come to an end, Jiang Chen said calmly. How? How is that possible? What do you mean by this, Mr. Jiang? Shangguan Ruoshi was dumbfounded instantly. Didn't that prominent figure love collecting antiques? Why would the Shangguan family's fortunes end after giving away such a priceless treasure? Because the blue and white porcelain vase in your possession is fake. Jiang Chen's voice remained calm.
According to the future prediction, after Shangguan Hong gave away this fake blue and white porcelain vase, the prominent figure quickly discovered it.
Feeling deceived and disrespected, the Shangguan family became a target. In just half a year, the Shangguan family went bankrupt, and Shangguan Hong, consumed by extreme guilt and self-blame, met a tragic end.
Jiang Chen's words stirred up a storm in Shangguan Ruoshi's heart.
No, this is absolutely impossible.
My dad was worried that the blue and white porcelain vase was fake, so he invited several domestic experts to authenticate it, and they all confirmed it was genuine.
Realizing this, Shangguan Ruoshi shook her head repeatedly.
The cobalt blue porcelain had been appraised several times by top experts and masters in the country, and there was absolutely no room for error. Since the master said it's authentic, let your father investigate those masters. See who they've been in contact with recently, check their bank records, and for your family, the Shangguan family, this shouldn't be too difficult.
Jiang Chen's voice remained calm, but Shangguan Ruoshi instantly caught on. If those masters did it intentionally, wouldn't that mean someone wanted to harm their Shangguan family on purpose? Mr. Jiang, please wait. I'll call my father right away. Shangguan Ruoshi didn't dare delay for a moment and immediately made the call.
She recounted everything Jiang Chen had just said word for word.
Initially, Shangguan Hong didn't believe it. After all, those appraisal masters were highly paid and had long-standing reputations in the industry. However, with a mindset of better safe than sorry, he decided to seek more appraisals. This matter was extremely crucial. If Ruwashi's words were true, the consequences for the Shangwon family were foreseeable. This was a situation that required utmost caution. After all, multiple appraisals would only waste a bit of time for them and wouldn't have any negative impact. But if they mistakenly sent out a fake cobalt blue porcelain, the consequences would be unbearable. After hanging up the phone, Shangwon Ruwashi tightly gripped her phone, her delicate face filled with tension. This matter was too important. If the cobalt blue porcelain turned out to be genuine, her father might get angry. Miss Shangwon, there's no need to be so nervous. Everything I said is true. Just patiently wait for the results, Jiang Chen said calmly, taking a sip of his coffee. It was bitter, and to be honest, he wasn't used to it. Having endured so much hardship over the years, he found coffee tasted better with sugar. Seeing Jiang Chen's composed demeanor, Shangwon Ruwashi felt a sense of reassurance. Zhang Xinyan, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Chen with disbelief but chose to remain silent. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her. She had no interest in mocking others before the results were out. Time ticked by. Half an hour felt like an eternity to Shangwon Ruwashi. Ding-a-ling at that moment, her phone rang suddenly. Shangwon Ruwashi's body trembled slightly. She quickly checked her phone and indeed, it was a video call from her father. Dad, how is it? Is the cobalt blue porcelain real or fake? Shangwon Ruwashi couldn't wait to ask. I just had Master Yen and Master Chen appraise it again. This porcelain is indeed a fake. Shangwon Han's voice was heavy, but there was a hint of relief in it. He was immensely grateful that his precious daughter had discovered this. The consequences would have been unimaginable if that porcelain had been sent out. That's great. Thank goodness it hasn't been sent out yet. Shangwon Ruwashi was trembling with excitement. Fortunately, she had reached out to Jiang Chen today, otherwise, the entire Shangwon family might have suffered a fatal blow. When she looked at Jiang Chen again, her eyes had completely changed. Admiration, reverence, gratitude, and a hint of something different shone in her eyes. Yes, this time, we owe it all to you. Ruwashi, you are truly my outstanding daughter. Shangwon Han's voice was filled with excitement and relief. Dad, actually, I also received guidance from a master. By the way, those experts who appraised the blue and white porcelain earlier, you should now check if they have been in contact with anyone recently. It's best to look into their bank transactions, Sugwon Ruwashi chimed in. This was what Jiang Chen had just said. The meaning of this sentence was clear. Those experts who appraised the blue and white porcelain must have accepted benefits from others, then colluded to provide false appraisals. The mastermind behind this scheme definitely aimed to bring ruin to the Sugwon family. Yes, I've already sent someone to investigate. Those old folks actually dared to do such a thing. I will not easily let them off. And that person behind them, I will definitely expose him and make him understand the cost of offending the Sugwon family, Sugwon Hong declared with immense authority. Alright, now that things are clear, you go ahead and attend to your tasks. I'll stay here with my friend, Sugwon Ruwashi said. She knew her father had a lot to handle next. Not only did he need to investigate the appraisal experts and the person behind them, but he also had to find a congratulatory gift for the important figure they were planning to present it to. Leaving Jiang Chen aside didn't seem quite appropriate. Is the friend you mentioned the skilled person who saved our Sugwon family earlier? Sugwon Hong inquired. If it weren't for that skilled individual's guidance, the Sugwon family might have been in real danger. Yes, that's right. Sugwon Ruwashi nodded. Alright, you two have fun, I'll go deal with this matter first. Do not offend that skilled person, make sure to express my sincere gratitude. After I handle this matter, I will personally go to thank him, Sugwon Hong said before hanging up the phone. Obviously, someone was going to face consequences in the next few days. After ending the call, Sugwon Ruwashi stood up directly. Then, she knelt in front of Jiang Chen with a thud, tears of gratitude filling her eyes, her voice trembling. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you for saving our Sugwon family, you are our savior. My father asked me to thank you properly, and he will personally come to express his gratitude after he finishes his current tasks. Gratitude, heartfelt gratitude. No need to thank me. Our relationship can be considered a partnership and a transaction, so you don't need to go to such lengths. Please get up. Jiang Chen quickly helped Sugwon Ruwashi to her feet. Then he said with a smile, making 10 billion so effortlessly was simply unbelievable. What's more important is that the outcome made him feel like he gained a lot, and the Sugwon family didn't feel shortchanged at all. Is this kid really that amazing? I'm starting to suspect that Sugwon Ruwashi is in cahoots with him to fool me. Zhang Xinyan on the side looked bewildered. Could there really be such a powerful person in this world? Or is the end of science truly mystical? Can someone calculate so accurately? But just now, Sugwon Ruwashi's conversation with Sugwon uncle, coupled with her current behavior, didn't seem like an act. How could the dignified Miss Sugwon kneel to an ordinary person? This is definitely not something money can buy. Could everything that just happened be real? Mr. Jung, I won't say thank you. There are 2 billion in this card. Aside from the 10 billion as a gift, there's another 10 billion as a token of appreciation from my Sugwon family. Please accept it. From now on, you are the most esteemed guest of our Sugwon family, and if you have any needs, the Sugwon family will spare no effort to assist you. After standing up, Sugwon Ruwashi respectfully handed a black card to Jiang Chen. This was prepared before she arrived. Alright, I'll accept it then. Jiang Chen decisively accepted the black card. After all, it was 20 billion, a sum of money that could provide his parents and siblings with the most luxurious life. These past few days, I earned 5 billion. I plan to use it for my parents' retirement and as emergency funds. Seeing Jiang Chen accept the black card, Shangwon Ruwashi's face lit up with a smile. Mr. Jiang, it seems I underestimated you earlier. I apologize for my previous disdain. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan on the side finally spoke up again. To be honest, when she first entered, she didn't think much of Jiang Chen. But now, she had changed her initial opinion. Anyone who could be treated like this by Shangwon Ruwashi was definitely not simple. It doesn't matter, I'm used to this kind of disdain anyway. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. In the 3 years after graduating from university, he had seen the ups and downs of the world, endured the cold eyes of society. So the so-called disdain just now didn't bother him. More importantly, Jiang Xinyan didn't mock herself like others would do to their disdain. Mr. Jiang, shall we go for a meal later? You must agree, or I'll be scolded when I go back. Shangwon Ruwashi said with a smile, feeling extremely happy at the moment. Grateful to Jiang Chen and also very grateful to her good friend Su Qingya. If Su Qingya hadn't introduced them yesterday, she really couldn't imagine the consequences for the Shangwon family in a few days. Sure, but from now on, don't call me Mr. Jiang, and don't use you to address me. We are all peers, just call me Jiang Chen from now on. Jiang Chen nodded. Since he was quite free now, it was quite enjoyable to have a meal with 2 stunning beauties, more lively than eating alone. Ding-a-ling at that moment, Jiang Xinyan's phone suddenly rang. A match? Okay, I'll be right there. After casually responding twice, Jiang Xinyan hung up the phone. Then, looking apologetically at Shangwon Ruwashi and Jiang Chen, she said, Ruwashi, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry, I might not be able to have dinner with you later. There's a match at the martial arts gym, my big brother asked me to go. Ah, you finally agreed to come out, and now you're leaving so soon? Shangwon Ruwashi looked regretful. If you are interested in martial arts and combat, you can come with me to watch the match. After that, we can have dinner together. Jiang Xinyan said with a smile. Hearing this, Shangwon Ruwashi looked at Jiang Chen. She had no problem with it, but she was afraid Jiang Chen might not have time. Let's go together then. I'm very interested in free combat, Jiang Chen said with a smile. After all, he was someone with the skills of a boxing champion. Therefore, he also had a certain interest in free combat. It was a good opportunity to see if those people were his opponents. Mr. Jiang, are you also interested in free combat? Jiang Xinyan looked at Jiang Chen with some surprise. Her first impression of Jiang Chen was that he looked weak, like a delicate scholar who couldn't lift a hand or shoulder any burden. She didn't expect him to be so interested in free combat. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Shangwon Ruwashi couldn't wait to interject. I forgot to tell you, Xinyan, last night Qingya told me that Mr. Jiang is a boxing champion-level combat athlete. He once took down several thugs by himself. After parting ways with Jiang Chen last night, she also learned more about Jiang Chen from Su Qingya. What surprised her was that the seemingly weak Jiang Chen was actually a boxing expert. She just forgot to mention it to Jiang Xinyan. Really? Jiang Xinyan looked surprised. After all, Jiang Chen was the chairman of Dingcheng Group. People like him were usually very busy. How could he have time to learn free combat? Most of the time when going out, they are accompanied by bodyguards, so there is no need to learn free combat. Well, Ruwashi is right. I have indeed learned free combat. Generally, 3 to 5 peers cannot beat me. Jiang Chen did not hide it, nodding seriously. However, this combat skill was just a system reward. I really can't tell at all. No, I don't mean that. I'm just a bit incredulous that someone like you, a promising young chairman, still has time to practice free combat. At this moment, Jiang Xinyan looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Because she herself is very fond of traditional martial arts and free combat, hearing that Jiang Chen also likes free combat, the sense of estrangement between the two naturally diminished. Ha ha, Isn't it just taking advantage of youth to exercise the body well? Since Mr. Jiang is so skilled, we must spar when there is time. I have some basic research on traditional martial arts, free combat, and taekwondo. Alright, we must in the future. Okay, then I'll pay the bill, and then we'll go watch the match. Shangguan Ruoshi stood up to go pay the bill. Let me go. How can I let a girl pay when eating with a girl? Consider it an opportunity for me to show off. Zhang Chen stopped Shangguan Ruoshi and went straight to the front desk to pay the bill. In fact, his purpose in paying the bill was not primarily for the sake of impressing the two beautiful women in front of him. Mainly, he wanted to see if he could trigger a critical hit rebate. After all, he was only rewarded with the premium skill Insightful Eye for a $50 designated driver fee last night. This guy is quite a gentleman, even taking the initiative to pay the bill. Jiang Xinyan smiled slightly, her lips forming a beautiful curve. Yes. In fact, Zhang Chen also paid the bill last night. Shangguan Ruoshi stared at Zhang Chen intently. Miss Shangguan, are you starting to like Zhang Chen? Jiang Xinyan teased with a smile. Zhang Chen is so outstanding, it's normal to like him. Shangguan Ruoshi did not deny it either. In her mind, Zhang Chen was indeed a very outstanding young man. In his early 20s, he already had a net worth of billions. If $1 billion net worth was nothing to the Shangguan family, then the ability to calculate accurately was an extremely precious treasure for such a prominent family. Zhang Chen had already paid the bill by this time. Almost at the same time as the payment, the electronic synthesized sound of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 258 yuan, triggering a critical hit rebate, reward, physical enhancement note. Physical enhancement can double the host's overall physical attributes, including strength, speed, reaction ability, vision, hearing, perception, and endurance, etc. Upon hearing the electronic synthesized sound of the system, Zhang Chen suddenly felt invigorated. He lightly clenched his fist, feeling much stronger than before in his body. Even his hearing, vision, and sense of smell underwent a tremendous change in that moment. Wow! To think a critical hit would yield such a boost in physical attributes, today is truly a lucky day. Zhang Chen was ecstatic. In less than an hour, he not only earned 2 billion, but also triggered a critical hit rebate. It was indeed a bit expensive for these 3 cups of bitter coffee to cost 258 yuan. After suppressing his excitement, the 3 of them left the coffee shop. Mr. Zhang, why don't you take my car over there? Shangguan Ruoshi pointed to a pink Maybach Accelero not far away and asked. The value of this car is only 52 million, although it can't compare to my own Black Knight Sound. It can indeed be considered a top luxury car. No need. You guys lead the way in front, I'll drive my own car. Zhang Chen shook his head. It wasn't that the Maybach was uncomfortable to sit in, but rather she didn't quite trust these girls' driving skills. What if one accidentally mistakes the gas pedal for the brake, then wouldn't she be in trouble? Alright then. Shangguan Ruoshi also stopped insisting and then got into the car with Jiang Xinyan. They soon arrived in front of the Shangu Martial Arts Hall. Just as they parked the car, a burly, handsome young man trotted over to Jiang Xinyan and Shangguan Ruoshi. Xinyan, you finally came, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. This man in his 20s, handsome in appearance, exuded a masculine aura. But upon seeing Jiang Xinyan, he revealed his nature as a lapdog. Qinwu, why did you wait for me? Also, in the future, just call me Jiang Xinyan, no need for such formality. Our relationship isn't that close yet. Jiang Xinyan glanced disdainfully at Qin Wu, her voice cold. Xinyan, can you not understand my feelings? I really like you. If I don't see you for a day, I can't think about anything else. Look, I've even lost weight recently. Considering my dedication, will you be my girlfriend? As Qin Wu's words fell, a beautiful bouquet of roses suddenly appeared in his hand. He knelt down on one knee, his expression determined. Damn! Is this guy a magician? Zhang Chen was also stunned. He really didn't see where that bouquet of roses came from just now. He's called Qin Wu, the third son of the Qin family in Magic City, and also Xinyan's most loyal lapdog. As far as I know, this is his 338th confession. Shangguan Ruoshi whispered beside him. I can't believe he's still a loyal lapdog. But as the saying goes, a lapdog will end up with nothing. Zhang Chen looked at Qin Wu with some sympathy. This guy is very handsome, and his family background is also very good. I guess there are hundreds of girls chasing after him, so why be this pitiful lapdog? Yeah, this is probably what they mean by the one you can't get is always in turmoil. Shangguan Ruoshi smiled lightly. Just as their conversation ended, Qin Wu spoke again. Xinyan, look, not only am I physically strong, but I also come from a wealthy family, so I can satisfy you both physically and materially.
And I promise you, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I won't cheat more than twice a week.
Damn! That was hasty. I thought he was just a pitiful lapdog. Turns out he's a Sea King lapdog. Jiang Chen was speechless. No wonder Jiang Xinyan wasn't interested.
If she's even a little serious, she probably wouldn't look at this fickle guy.
And Jiang Xinyan doesn't seem to lack money. Sorry, Xinwu, I really don't have feelings for you.
Jiang Xinyan furrowed her brows, her voice still very cold.
It's okay, Xinyan, as long as I have feelings for you, and isn't it said that love grows over time? Xinwu smiled like a fool. I can't have feelings for you, we really aren't suitable. The disdain on Jiang Xinyan's face grew stronger.
Although Qinwu is indeed very devoted, she doesn't have even the slightest feeling for him.
Where are we not suitable? Can't I change? Qinwu clearly wasn't giving up.
I don't like guys who won't have children, so please don't bother me in the future.
Jiang Xinyan said helplessly.
Dealing with guys who like to pester you to death is sometimes really frustrating. Because no matter how many times this guy gets rejected, the next day he'll come back like a plaster on a wound to confess his feelings again. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Isn't this statement clear enough?
Seriously, which decent man would give birth to a child?
Qinwu was left dumbfounded on the spot.
And, I already have a boyfriend, Jiang Xinyan added. Then, whether intentional or not, she glanced at Jiang Chen. Qinwu's gaze also instantly shifted to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked helpless, feeling like he was being used as a shield.
Why does this feel like a plot from those melodramatic novels? This guy? How can this guy compare to me?
He's so weak, I could knock down 10 of him with one punch. Qinwu's face was full of disdain and disbelief. Even if Jiang Xinyan wanted a boyfriend, he had to be stronger than himself.
This guy seemed powerless, and Jiang Xinyan never liked such weak guys.
Yes, I suddenly like guys who are eloquent, witty, and understanding.
Is that not okay? Jiang Xinyan nodded directly. I say, you two, do whatever you want, but don't involve me.
I have no relation to you, I'm just here to watch the show, so I don't want to be your shield. Jiang Chen spoke calmly, looking at Qinwu's increasingly strange expression.
He didn't want to get involved with this playboy for no reason.
Not out of fear, but because he had nothing to gain, it was simply unnecessary.
Sorry. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Xinyan instantly looked embarrassed.
But she knew she was in the wrong.
Kid, whether you're Xinyan's boyfriend or not, I challenge you to a fight. Do you dare accept my challenge? I will break your legs within 2 rounds. Qinwu pointed at Jiang Chen, angrily issuing the challenge. Are you out of your mind?
I already said I have no relationship with this Jiang Xinyan. Why are you challenging me?
Jiang Chen felt speechless. This guy looked quite handsome, but why couldn't he understand simple words? Anyone with a brain could see that Jiang Xinyan clearly wanted to use him as a shield.
I don't care. Today I will knock you down and show Xinyan my superior strength.
As a man, do you dare accept my challenge? Qinwu seemed determined. He had to impress Jiang Xinyan today. Qinwu, stop causing trouble here.
I was just joking earlier, mister. Jiang and I are just friends.
Jiang Xinyan looked at Qinwu with disgust.
Then she glanced apologetically at Jiang Chen. She just wanted to make Qinwu give up. She didn't expect to cause trouble for Jiang Chen.
Forget it.
Since you're so persistent, I'll agree to spar with you, but fighting like this is a bit boring. How about we add a wager?
Jiang Chen suggested with a sly smile. Money doesn't grow on trees, and there might be a good opportunity to make some money right now. This not-so-bright rich kid could be a good target. A wager? What do you want to bet on? But I must remind you, as a weakling like you, you can never be my match. So no matter what we bet on, you will lose. Qinwu was full of confidence. Then let's bet 5 billion.
If I lose, I'll give you 5 billion. If you lose, you give me 5 billion. Deal? At this moment, Jiang Chen's smile was radiant, already seeing 5 billion beckoning to him. With his boxing champion level skills and his recently enhanced body, even if the world's top boxer came, he would be invincible against someone of the same size. So this Qinwu was already a loser.
TCH, that wager is too small. How about this? Let's add a bit more. How about adding 2 legs on top of 500 million? Qinwu seemed even more confident than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, don't gamble with him. This Qinwu is a 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo and has also received some training in free combat. Besides, he is taller and heavier than you. This is an unfair match. Shangguan Ruwashi quickly shook Jiang Chen's arm, reminding him with concern.
Although she knew Jiang Chen was also very skilled, in a situation where there was a significant weight difference, having rich combat skills did not give much advantage.
Qinwu, stop causing trouble here.
If you continue like this, leave from here.
Jiang Xinyan was also furious, feeling guilty towards Jiang Chen.
Kid,
Are you afraid to bet? I can give you a chance to admit defeat now.
If you crawl under my crotch, this matter will end here. Qin Wu spread his legs, staring arrogantly at Jiang Chen.
Stop the nonsense, let's get started. Jiang Chen said calmly. Good, a bit of backbone. I'm starting to appreciate you. Even when you know you will lose, you dare to be stubborn. Before long, the four of them arrived at a ring. This time, they were going for bare fist fighting, so the two only wore headgear and leg guards, without gloves. According to Qin Wu, gloves would hinder his performance. Ruwashi, do you think Jiang Chen stands a chance? Jiang Xinyan looked worriedly at the ring because the two had a huge difference in body size. Jiang Chen looked very frail, while Qin Wu was muscular all over. I don't know.
I haven't seen Jiang Chen in a fight with those thugs. But Xinyan, what you did this time was too much, putting Jiang Chen in danger for no reason. Whether he wins or loses, it's not good for him.
Shangguan Ruwashi said displeased. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Jiang Xinyan looked guiltily at Jiang Chen, hoping he wouldn't get hurt in this match.
At this moment, the referee in the ring signaled that the match could begin. Kid, I said I would knock you out within 2 rounds. Qin Wu smirked confidently. Jiang Chen didn't speak but gestured for him to stop talking and attack.
Arrogant brat, go down.
Qin Wu's face changed, and he instantly charged towards Jiang Chen. His speed was indeed fast. When he was 3 meters away from Jiang Chen, his body suddenly leaped up, followed by a flashy flying kick.
Jiang Chen easily evaded by stepping back 2 steps.
The next moment, he rushed towards Qin Wu like a cheetah.
Then, a precise uppercut hit Qin Wu's liver and chin. Bang! A deep collision sound rang out. The powerful uppercut was incredibly accurate.
Qin Wu's eyes went black, completely losing consciousness, and his body fell straight to the ground. The referee immediately shielded Qin Wu with his body, waving his hands crossed to signal the end of the match.
TSK TSK TSK. Is this the strength of a 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo? He can't even take a hit. Jiang Chen shook his head disinterestedly.
Then he leaped and jumped directly out of the ring's ropes. Shangguan Ruwashi and Jiang Xinyan were stunned, their mouths wide open in astonishment, enough to swallow a fried dough stick and 2 braised eggs.
Xinyan, did Jiang Chen win? I feel like I'm hallucinating.
Shangguan Ruwashi rubbed her eyes hard but still couldn't believe what she had just witnessed.
She saw Jiang Chen effortlessly defeat the 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo, Qin Wu, with just 1 punch. And it was a knockout victory with absolute strength. A 6th degree black belt in Taekwondo turned out to be so vulnerable? No, you're not hallucinating.
Jiang Chen really won, and with just 1 punch. Jiang Xinyan also swallowed hard, her tone filled with disbelief. She was well aware of Qin Wu's strength. Among peers, he was considered a master. But she never expected that he wouldn't last a single punch from Jiang Chen, losing consciousness instantly.
Is Jiang Chen really this powerful?
At this moment, Jiang Xinyan felt her blood boiling, her fighting spirit ignited.
Do you think it was just a coincidence? Shangguan Ruwashi still wore a face of disbelief. No, it wasn't a coincidence. It was absolute strength overpowering.
Jiang Chen's punch just now, whether in speed, power, or angle, was executed with extreme precision.
He's strong, very strong. I might not even be his match. Jiang Xinyan shook her head repeatedly.
Her beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration. The evaluation of Jiang Chen had suddenly soared to new heights. Jiang Chen had now approached the two of them, calmly removing his protective headgear and knee guards.
Jiang Chen, you're amazing. I want to give you.
Shangguan Ruwashi's face lit up with joy, but she was interrupted by Zhao Chuan.
What, you want to give me a baby monkey too?
Jiang Chen teased with a smile.
No, humans can't give birth to monkeys.
I'll be straightforward, I want to have a child with you, Shangguan Ruwashi said directly, her eyes sparkling.
You're still the young lady of the Shangguan family, can we be a bit more reserved? Jiang Chen blushed slightly.
The thought of the steps involved in having a child was indeed a bit thrilling.
Mr.
Jiang, I'm truly sorry for what happened just now. I hope you can forgive my recklessness. Jiang Xinyan had regained her composure, looking apologetically at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen had won, she admitted her actions were inappropriate. Forget it, no matter what, you helped me win 5 billion. Let's leave it at that, but I hope such things won't happen again in the future, Jiang Chen said seriously. Being used as a scapegoat didn't sit well with him. Alright, I swear I won't let such a thing happen again in the future, Jiang Xinyan quickly nodded. At that moment, under the assistance of the referee and 2 medical staff, Qin Wu also regained consciousness. He looked at Jiang Chen with a flushed face, staggering towards the ring until he stood in front of Jiang Chen.
I lost.
You are indeed better than me, and more suitable for Jiang Xinyan, Qin Wu said, deflated like a punctured balloon. Jiang Chen hadn't expected him to admit defeat so readily. It seemed he was a gracious loser. This changed Jiang Chen's impression of Qin Wu slightly. After all, many second-generation rich kids lacked integrity. Especially towards those inferior in status and strength, they rarely kept their word. Qin Wu seemed to be straightforward like Lin Yun.
I've said it, I have no relationship with Jiang Xinyan. You can continue pursuing her, but our bet just now cannot be voided. Jiang Chen spoke calmly.
Undeniably, Jiang Xinyan was indeed beautiful, with exceptional grace. But he wasn't the kind of person who would be swayed by a woman at first sight.
I understand, I admit defeat. There are 3 billion in this card, that's all I have now. I'll send you the remaining 2 billion tomorrow. As for these 2 legs, you can break them. Qin Wu looked pitifully at his own legs. Those legs had really brought him trouble. Alright, I'm not interested in your leg, but I'll take these 3 billion. Jiang Chen directly took the bank card. As for breaking Qin Wu's leg, he didn't dare. Since this guy is a rich second generation from the Magic City, his family's power must be terrifying.
If he really broke this guy's leg, he probably wouldn't live much longer.
Jiang Xinyan and Shangguan Ruoshi looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Qin Wu was full of gratitude. Jiang Chen, thank you.
You are indeed very powerful. I admire your strength and courage.
Tomorrow I will bring 10 billion. The extra will be considered as buying my leg.
After saying that, Qin Wu glanced at Jiang Xinyan again, then left desolately. In the following time, the three watched some boxing matches and martial arts competitions. However, perhaps because the skills of these athletes were quite average, Jiang Chen found it a bit boring.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Shangguan Ruoshi finally took Jiang Chen back to the Rose Garden community.
Jiang Chen, thank you so much for today.
If you need anything from the Shangguan family in the future, feel free to ask. As long as we can do it, the Shangguan family will not refuse.
Shangguan Ruoshi expressed her gratitude sincerely.
Great. I believe there will be opportunities in the future. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded.
We're already at your doorstep. Aren't you considering having a child?
Shangguan Ruoshi suddenly said mischievously. I don't mind.
Shall we
go in?
Jiang Chen scratched his head. Since a girl had said that, if he took action again, he might seem a bit cowardly.
Are you suggesting we go in for a chat or something else? Either is fine.
Forget it, just kidding. Watching Shangguan Ruoshi leave, Jiang Chen also returned to his room.
I made 33 billion today, the money came so easily.
Jiang Chen lay on the bed, feeling deeply moved. Just a week ago, 33 million was a huge sum for him, but today, he earned a full 33 billion in a day.
For an ordinary family, even if they worked since the time of the first emperor of Qin, they wouldn't earn this much money. Magic City, Qin Group's office.
A young man who bore a striking resemblance to Qin Wu sat with a gloomy expression in front of his desk.
What did you say? That useless Qin Wu actually lost 5 billion to someone else? And almost had his leg broken?
The young man's face was cold, his gaze sharp. Yes, young master, I have investigated that young man. His name is Jiang Chen, born in a remote mountain village in Jin County, near Linhai City.
He was relatively unknown until recently when he suddenly acquired the Ding Shang Group.
In the past few days, he has been getting close to Lin Yun from the Lin family in the southern province and Shangguan Ruoshi from the Shangguan family. Today, he even got involved with Jiang Xinyan. You know that third young master has always liked Jiang Xinyan, so today's events all started because of her. A middle-aged man in a suit introduced respectfully.
Interesting.
A mongrel from a remote mountain village dares to offend our Qin family. Although my useless third brother is incompetent, he is not someone this kind of mongrel can provoke.
This is a slap in the face to our Qin family.
Immediately have Shadow take care of that kid. Qin Wen played with the teacup in his hand, his tone icy to the extreme. Over the years, even in this magic city, few dared to provoke the Qin family. Now, a mongrel from the depths of the mountains dared to lay hands on a member of the Qin family. He must pay with his life. Young master, that kid is after all the chairman of Ding Shang Group, and he has connections with the Shangguan family, the Lin family, and the Su family's younger generation. If we directly take him out, it might stir up unnecessary trouble. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows slightly, reminding.
Just a bunch of clowns, nothing to fear.
As long as I want to, both the Lin family and the Shangguan family could go bankrupt within a month, Qin Wen said disdainfully, exuding immense confidence. This was the confidence instilled in him by his family. The Lin family relied on Lin Xian and the current deputy secretary of the municipal party committee. With just a word from him, he could make them kneel and sing conquer.
Yes, I understand.
The middle-aged man immediately nodded. It seemed that the young master's way of doing things was even more ruthless than the old master and the others.
Wait, there's also that Jiang Xinyan.
Since this whole thing started because of her, she needs to pay a price.
Qin Wen sneered coldly.
Jiang Chen had just woken up from his afternoon nap when Lin Yun called.
What's up, Xiaoyun? Is there something wrong?
Big brother,
my grandfather wants to meet you in person to thank you for saving his life. Do you have time now, or is it convenient? Lin Yun asked excitedly.
In fact, after telling his grandfather about the whole incident last night, he wanted to introduce him to his big brother. But because he had an important meeting in the morning, he had postponed the meeting.
Does Grandpa Lin want to see me? Of course, it's convenient. I'll come over in a while. Jiang Chen did not refuse.
Although Grandpa Lin had retired several years ago, his connections and influence were still strong. Getting to know such a figure would undoubtedly benefit his future development. And if he wanted to establish himself better in the southern province, it was indeed necessary to get to know some official figures.
It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Jiang Chen arrived in Zhonghai City.
As the capital city of the southern province, Zhonghai City's development was indeed much better than that of Linhai City.
Lin Yun had been eagerly anticipating Jiang Chen's arrival at the entrance of the Lin family's mansion.
When he saw Jiang Chen's car approaching, an extremely excited expression appeared on his face.
He hurried over to open the door for Jiang Chen.
This scene didn't look like a young master of the Lin family, it was more like a dutiful gatekeeper.
Big brother, welcome,
Lin Yun said with a happy smile on his face. Xiaoyun, you are still a young master of the Lin family. It's not very appropriate to be seen like this by others, Jiang Chen said, slightly uncomfortable.
What's wrong with that? Isn't it a matter of course for me to open the car door for my big brother? But come to think of it, besides opening the car door for Grandpa, this is the first time I've opened the car door for someone else, Lin Yun said with a grin. Well, I'm quite flattered by that. Hee hee, let's go, big brother, Grandpa and the others are waiting in the living room.
All right.
The Lin family's mansion was a huge estate.
After entering the gate, every step revealed luxury and nobility. It took a full 10 minutes to reach the Lin family's living room. Buying such a large estate in Zhonghai City would probably cost at least tens of billions. In the living room, there were a total of 6 people: Lin Qian, the patriarch of the Lin family, 2 middle-aged men beside him, Lin Yun's father Lin Xiaorun, and Lin Xiaotang and his son.
Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, this is the Mr. Jiang Chen I told you about, also my big brother.
Upon entering, Lin Yun proudly introduced him. Well done, indeed a talented and outstanding individual, Lin Qian spoke first, looking at Jiang Chen with satisfaction.
Young man Jiang Chen, I've met Lin Grandpa. Jiang Chen also showed great humility.
After all, this person used to be a prominent figure in Zhonghai City. Even though he was nearing 80, his dignity remained undiminished.
Ha ha, please have a seat.
In the future, treat the Lin family's home as your own, don't be reserved.
I see you and Xiaoyun are about the same age, and Xiaoyun even regards you as a big brother.
If you don't mind, you can call me Grandpa just like Xiaoyun does from now on. Lin Qian's face revealed a kind smile as he spoke. He was well aware that without Jiang Chen's help this time, the Lin family might have become history. So, he had no disdain for this younger generation, but rather gratitude and heartfelt approval. I am the one who is honored, Grandpa Lin.
Jiang Chen was not being pretentious.
After all, Lin Qian was nearly 80 years old and truly deserved to be called Grandpa.
Good, good. Modest and composed, not arrogant or rash. Xiaoyun will never go wrong following you in the future.
Lin Qian happily rubbed his hands together, and it seemed like some of the wrinkles on his face had diminished at that moment. On the other hand, Lin Xiaotang and Lin Feng's expressions were extremely unpleasant. Since the events of last night, they had noticed Lin Qian's attitude towards them had become very cold. And Lin Yun, who had always been looked down upon, had become the old man's favorite, making them very uncomfortable.
And this Jiang Chen, he seemed quite annoying. If it weren't for this meddling bumpkin, how could Lin Yun, that useless person, have been appreciated by the old man? Thinking of this, their gazes towards Jiang Chen became even more resentful. Lin Qian seemed to have noticed the two men's looks. Then, the kindness in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he declared in a cold voice, "All of you listen carefully to me. From today onwards, Xiaochuan is the most honored guest of our neighbors. Anyone who offends Xiaochuan, I will not forgive." With that statement, Lin Xiaotang and Lin Feng's expressions became even more grim.
Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart. In the past, when watching dramas and reading novels, he always felt that these wealthy people were heartless. They wouldn't care about the so-called debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Some would even directly throw money in the face of their benefactors, as if dismissing a beggar. Now it seemed that there was a difference between novels and reality. At least the old man Lin in front of him was different from those family heads in the novels. Xiaochuan, Xiaoyun, come with me to the study, Grandpa wants to have a private chat with you too. Afterwards, Jiang Chen and Lin Yun were taken to the study by the old man. Lin Xiaoran went to attend to other matters, while Lin Xiaotang and his son had faces as dark as ink, looking as if ink would seep out of them. Once in the study, Lin Qian turned directly to Jiang Chen and bowed deeply, showing utmost respect. Mr.
Jiang Chen, thank you for helping my Lin family. I, Lin Qian, am truly unable to repay this kindness.
This gesture startled both Jiang Chen and Lin Yun.
Grandpa Lin, what are you doing?
I can't accept such a grand gesture.
Jiang Chen quickly helped Lin Qian up.
It was indeed difficult for him to bear such a grand gesture from an elderly man of such age.
Mr. Jiang Chen, you saved my entire Lin family. The magnitude of this kindness is something you deserve. Lin Qian's expression was extremely solemn.
At this moment, Jiang Chen in his eyes was not just an unknown young man but a lifesaver who rescued their Lin family from peril. Even if he had to kneel and bow, it wouldn't be excessive to repay this debt of gratitude. However, due to his advanced age, he found it somewhat physically challenging to perform such a gesture.
Grandpa Lin, that matter is in the past. Let's not mention it again in the future. Jiang Chen quickly interjected.
That was his way, if someone showed him a foot of courtesy, he would give them a yard. The attitudes of Lin Yun and Lin Qian made him feel comfortable.
Take this card, it's a token of my appreciation for you.
At this moment, Lin Qian took out a black card and prepared to hand it to Jiang Chen.
Grandpa Lin, I can't accept this card. Xiaoyun already gave me money before. If you're still so polite, then I'll take my leave. Jiang Chen also said seriously.
Helping them at first was just a matter of cooperation.
His original intention was to save more than 100 innocent lives.
So, he couldn't accept this card no matter what.
Alright.
Modest and humble, not greedy for money, you are the most outstanding among people of your age that I have ever seen.
Xiaoyun can be your little brother, it's his blessing.
Lin Qian found Jiang Chen more pleasing the more he looked at him. If his two grandsons could be half as good as Jiang Chen, he would die without regrets.
Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the praise.
Xiaochuan, since you said that, I won't give you the card, but from now on, you are my grandson just like Xiaoyun, and I will do my best to help you solve any troubles you encounter in the future, Lin Qian said solemnly.
Well, thank you, Grandpa Lin.
Jiang Chen thanked him with a bow. Then the three of them chatted a lot. However, Lin Qian did not inquire about Jiang Chen's private matters, which made Jiang Chen feel comfortable during the conversation. After all, his secrets could not be known by anyone. Xiaochuan, tomorrow the Lin family is hosting a jewelry exhibition, and there will be some fun activities. You must make time to attend, Lin Qian said with a smile. The Lin family was originally in the jewelry business, so they would hold jewelry exhibitions or auctions from time to time. Yes, big brother, tomorrow's jewelry exhibition will be lively, and there will be some auctions of raw stones. With your mysterious ability, you must participate, you might find something valuable. And every jewelry exhibition and auction will attract business tycoons from all walks of life. It's an opportunity to meet wealthy people, Lin Yun said happily.
Alright,
I'm quite free anyway, Jiang Chen readily agreed. In fact, he was not particularly interested in jade and gemstones, and he had never delved deep into these things. But now that he possessed the insightful eye and this skill could be upgraded, he might actually be able to find something valuable at tomorrow's jewelry exhibition using the insightful eye. Then, he could accumulate more points to upgrade the insightful eye.
Alright,
I believe in your abilities, Xiaochuan, you will surely shine at tomorrow's jewelry exhibition. Lin Qian felt that Jiang Chen was very mysterious and powerful for some reason. It was this feeling that made him hold Jiang Chen in such high regard.
Ha ha,
I really don't understand jade and gemstones, so tomorrow I'll just enjoy the show at most, Jiang Chen modestly smiled.
They chatted for about an hour before going to eat.
After dinner, Lin Qian arranged a guest room for Jiang Chen. Lin Yun stayed by Jiang Chen's side like a shadow.
Xiaoyun, can you bring me some books on jade and gemstones?
I want to do a little research. He had never delved into this area before, but now with the insightful eye, it was necessary to review these things.
Sure, I'll go get them now.
Lin Yun immediately nodded. They had a lot of these books at home, and soon Lin Yun brought over a dozen thick ancient books.
Hee,
big brother, I brought quite a few, you can just skim through them, Lin Yun chuckled.
Alright, you go ahead and do your thing. Jiang Chen nodded.
Without the insightful eye, such a thick stack of books would indeed be a headache. Even if he read for a month, he probably wouldn't be able to finish them all, and he wouldn't remember much of what was inside. With the insightful eye, one should be able to remember a large portion of knowledge in just one night.
Alright,
just call me if you need anything, Lin Yun said before leaving the room. Jiang Chen casually picked up a book on raw jade and started reading. With a single thought, a dark purple light flashed in his pupils. Subsequently, the contents of the book began swiftly entering Jiang Chen's mind like tadpoles, with each page being firmly imprinted in his brain in a matter of seconds. Moving on to the next page. After about an hour, Jiang Chen felt that this speed was too slow. He then grabbed 2 more books and started flipping through them rapidly. At that moment, he seemed like an emotionless machine. For hours later, he had finished reading all the books. Almost all the knowledge from the books was now engraved in his mind. Jiang Chen felt incredibly exhausted at that point. His eyes were swollen with red veins, and the fatigue he felt was unlike anything he had experienced before. It was a sensation of being completely drained. Jiang Chen knew that using the insightful eye for too long had severe consequences on his mental energy. Phew! Rest well. Hopefully, tomorrow will bring good results. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Lin Yun began his wake-up service. Brother, are you up? Brother, it's time to get up. Brother, do you need help getting dressed? The voices were flattering. The door creaked open, and Jiang Chen, still half asleep, walked out. Perhaps due to the excessive mental energy consumption from the previous day, he was feeling a bit lethargic today. What's wrong, brother? Did you overexert yourself last night? Lin Yun teased as he looked at Jiang Chen's lackluster appearance. No, I also want to become a national treasure. Jiang Chen replied with a casual smile. They had a simple breakfast and then headed to the exhibition center. Lin Xian and Lin Xiaorun needed to go early to arrange and set up, so they had left around 4 in the morning. Lin Haotan, in terms of the Lin family business, usually did not intervene. Therefore, his presence was not seen. By the time they arrived at the exhibition, many people, including numerous merchants, had already gathered. Most of them were there to sell raw stones. Brother, why don't you use your ability to foresee the future to see which stone will yield green? Lin Yun asked with a grin. He wasn't short on money, but when he saw these raw stones, he couldn't resist the urge to play around. Just like playing poker or mahjong, this kind of thing could be addictive. Do you really think I'm a deity? Able to predict everything, Jiang Chen retorted sarcastically at Lin Yun. He then earnestly began examining the stones. The stones available at the exhibition had been carefully selected, hence their prices were relatively high. Some were as small as a fist but priced as high as 300,000. The lowest priced ones were around 100,000. These stones were not something an average person could afford to play with. After all, the gambling stone industry was a place where one could go from rags to riches or lose everything in an instant. The saying "one moment in heaven, one moment in hell" was not just a saying but a truth verified by countless personal experiences. Just kidding, brother, feel free to play today. I, Lin Yun, will foot the bill for all expenses today, Lin Yun said arrogantly. Even if he were to buy all the stones there, it wouldn't be a big deal for him. Forget it. I know you have money, but I'm not lacking in that department either, Jiang Chen said unenthusiastically. After all, the money he had made in the past 2 days was close to 5 billion. The two of them then went to look at the jade jewelry counter. Most of the jade jewelry inside was quite expensive. Some pairs of bracelets were worth tens of millions. And these jades were not even considered top-grade imperial green jades. Jiang Chuan found it really hard to understand the jade circle. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were just pretty stones, yet they could be sold for tens of millions or even billions. Moreover, better jades were priceless. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin from the Lin family? Are you here to join the fun today? Just as the two were strolling around, a teasing voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Yun frowned and turned around. Han Fei, what the hell are you doing here? Han Fei, the young master of the Han family from the Hangtong group in Zhanghai City, was also in the jade business like the Lin family, but besides the jade business, their family also dealt in hotels and real estate. At the same time, Han Fei's grandfather was a retired provincial leader, and his uncle was the current mayor of Zhanghai City. Just like Lin Xiaotang, Han Fei's uncle also aimed to climb higher, so there was fierce competition between the two in secret. Due to this dual competition, the relationship between the Jiang and Han families had always been strained. Han Fei and Lin Yun, in particular, clashed whenever they met. Lin Yun quietly shared this information with Jiang Chen. I'm here to have some fun, of course. What? The Lin family doesn't do business with me? Or are you afraid to do business with me? Han Fei said arrogantly. We do, of course. But you better behave yourself and not cause trouble here. Lin Yun warned. Don't worry, I'm really here to have fun. By the way, young Master Lin, how about we make a bet? Consider it a chance for you to seek revenge. What do you say? Han Fei seemed well prepared, with a confident smile on his face. This bastard. Lin Yun clenched his fists tightly. He had lost to Han Fei in the last race, and this guy had mocked him for a long time. He even lost his favorite Bugatti supercar to him. The thought of it made his anger surge.
Dare or not, let's make it big this time. Of course, if the noble young Master Lin from the Lin family is too scared to play, then forget I said anything. Han Fei continued to provoke. Lin Yun was itching with anger but didn't dare to gamble. Mainly because after losing last time, not only did he lose his beloved supercar, but also, his grandfather had scolded him harshly. Losing to Han Fei was not just about himself, it also affected the reputation of the Jiang family, and it wouldn't sound good if word got out after losing. So, seeing this guy so well prepared now, he was indeed a bit hesitant to gamble. Xiao Yun, make the bet with him. Since he's giving you a chance for revenge, how can you miss it? Watching the arrogant Han Fei, Jiang Chen calmly spoke up. After all, Lin Yun was now his little brother, how could he stand by and watch his little brother being humiliated like this? Okay, big brother. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Yun immediately nodded excitedly. Since big brother allowed him to bet, this was a sure win. Alright, I'll play with you. Today, I will take back all the losses from the previous few times. By then, don't cry and run home to mommy when you lose. Lin Yun was extremely confident at this moment, a slight smirk appearing on his face as he spoke to Han Fei. He, is that so? I think you're just daydreaming. With just you want to beat me? This time, I'll make sure you lose everything, not even your pants left. Han Fei crossed his arms, also full of confidence. In order to successfully embarrass the Lin family today, he had invited a top figure in the jade industry. As long as that big shot is around, the Lin family will surely lose face today. Oh my! Are these two young masters going to start gambling again? I heard that in the last race, Lin Yun not only lost his beloved race car but also 5 million to Han Fei. Although Han Fei is also a playboy, he is much more scheming than Lin Yun. This time, Lin Yun is probably going to lose again. Yes, but if Lin Yun loses to Han Fei on his own turf today, it will be a huge embarrassment. If he really loses, it won't just be embarrassing for Lin Yun, the entire Lin family will lose face. When the people around heard that these two were going to gamble again, they immediately gathered around. Their faces showed expressions of watching a show, while some looked at Lin Yun with a hint of sympathy. These two top young masters have gambled countless times, but most of the time, Lin Yun ended up losing miserably. Presumably, this time would be no different. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Yun's expression turned ugly. What these people said was indeed true. He had gambled with Han Fei many times, but victories were few and far between. However, every time he saw this guy showing off like this, he couldn't help but feel annoyed, unable to control his emotions. But with brother Jiang here today, he had 100% chance of winning. So, Han Fei, how do you want to gamble today? Lin Yun asked coldly. Very simple, since there are so many raw stones here, let's each choose one and see whose stone is more valuable. Han Fei was full of confidence. Alright, what's the wager? Lin Yun nodded without hesitation. 5 million. And let's also bet your Bugatti that you lost to me last time. But if you lose, you have to pay me the equivalent of that Bugatti on top of the 5 million. Han Fei's expression clearly showed his confidence in winning against Lin Yun. Fine. Today, I will make you lose everything. Lin Yun sneered. Meanwhile, in a small elegant room on the second floor, Lin Xian and Lin Xiaorun closely watched the events unfolding in the hall on the first floor. At that moment, the steward Gao Zhen suddenly walked in. Master, young Master Lin Yun is preparing to gamble with Han Fei again. And I just saw that Han Fei entered with Shi Lao one after the other. But after coming in, Shi Lao went to another place. I suspect Han Fei is setting a trap for young Master Lin Yun again. Steward Gao Zhan said respectfully. Shi Lao? Lin Xiaorun's expression changed upon hearing this name. Shi Hong, the expert in the jade industry with superb appraisal skills and reputation. It seems that Han Fei is indeed well prepared this time, even inviting Shi Lao over. Lin Qian, on the other hand, looked calmly at the scene below, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. He always felt a mysterious veil surrounding the boy, making him completely unreadable. Master, should I go and stop young Master Lin Yun? Steward Gao Zhan spoke again. If not stopped in time, young Master Lin Yun would probably lose miserably today. Losing a few million wouldn't be a big deal, as that amount of money was insignificant to the Lin family. But if he embarrassed the Lin family on their own turf, it would be unacceptable. No need. Lin Xian shook his head lightly. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. I am quite curious to see Jiang Chen's skills with my own eyes. I hope he won't disappoint me. Yes, master. Gao Zhan quickly nodded. Then he also turned his gaze to the hall on the first floor. It seemed that the master had great confidence in that young man named Jiang Chen. First floor hall. Oh my! Isn't that Shi Hong, the old stone expert? Exactly, I had the privilege of meeting Mr. Shi not long ago, and it was indeed him in person. Mr. Sure actually came to this exhibition. Could it be that the Lin family invited him? Didn't you see Mr. Sure walking towards Han Fei?
Clearly, he wasn't invited by the Lin family.
Damn! Could it be that Mr. Sure is Han Xiao's trump card?
If that's the case, then this bet is already without any suspense.
Amid the amazed and gossiping gazes of the crowd, a white-haired and youthful-looking old man walks slowly towards Han Fei. Han Fei's face revealed an even more arrogant smile.
On the other hand, Lin Yun's face darkened suddenly. Clenching his fists tightly, his face was filled with anger. He finally understood that Han Fei, that bastard, had come prepared once again. This scoundrel had even invited the old and stubborn Sure Hang.
Damn it!
I've been tricked by that scoundrel Han Fei again.
And that Sure Hang, didn't he announce that he wouldn't come out of seclusion? Lin Yun was getting angrier the more he thought about it. But the bet had already been made, and backing out now would only make the Lin family lose face even more. If such a shameful incident were to spread, Grandpa would probably break his own leg this time. Who is that old man? Why does everyone look at him with such fanaticism? Jiang Chen asked, looking puzzled. Since he had no previous involvement in the jade industry, he naturally didn't recognize the person. However, from the looks of others, it was evident that this old man was quite capable and held a high reputation in the industry. Brother, that old man is Sure Hang, the top appraisal expert in the jade industry of the southern province. Last year, he identified a 3-kilogram ice-type jade. Although reluctant to admit it, this old man's ability to identify jade is indeed remarkable, arguably the most discerning in the entire southern province. Lin Yun explained in detail, furrowing his brows. If he had known that Han Fei had invited Sure Hang, regardless of how he had provoked him earlier, he would never have agreed to the bet. Oh, Jiang Chen just responded lightly. He didn't care who the old man was or how powerful he was. Even if his eye for appraisal was sharp, it couldn't possibly be more extraordinary than his insightful eye. Brother, what does Euro mean? Do you have confidence? Lin Yun looked at Jiang Chen, who remained calm, and hope ignited within him. Having been influenced by Sure Hang earlier, he almost forgot that his brother was a master at calculations. This was a true expert. Sure Hang was probably nothing in front of his brother. So, his brother's calm demeanor at this moment was completely understandable. Yes, I am indeed confident. Don't worry, today you won't lose even if you want to, I guarantee it, Jiang Chen said confidently. There's a difference between being strong and being extraordinary. At that moment, Sure Hang had already walked up to Han Fei. Mr. Sure, I'm counting on you today. Han Fei greeted Sure Hang with a flattering smile. Sure Hang just nodded faintly. Obviously, he didn't regard this young master from the Han family highly. In fact, he had no intention of coming to such an exhibition in the first place. But the Han family had offered too much, to the point where he couldn't refuse. The four of them had now arrived at the counter displaying the raw stones. Sure Hang glanced indifferently at Jiang Chen and Lin Yun, full of disdain. Playing with these two juniors was beneath his status, he couldn't muster any interest at all. The surrounding area was already crowded with people, whispering and discussing in low voices. Han Fei's gaze was smugly fixed on Lin Yun, as if he had already won the bet. Brother, which raw stone should we choose? Lin Yun ignored Han Fei and looked earnestly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not answer verbally but instead, with a single thought, a dark purple light flashed in his pupils. The light vanished in an instant, too fast for anyone to see clearly. Even advanced capturing devices couldn't capture anything. After activating his insightful eye, Jiang Chen began to carefully observe each rough stone. The moment his gaze touched the stone, its surface layer seemed to decay rapidly. Subsequently, hints of green appeared in his sight. The internal structure became vividly clear before Jiang Chen's eyes. It's green, but the color is dull, the texture rough, and the purity lacking. After studying for 4 hours the previous night, Jiang Chen had a rough understanding of rough stones. Soon, Jiang Chen turned to the second rough stone. Although the 15th rough stone was priced at 300,000, there was no green inside. It wasn't until Jiang Chen looked at the 8th rough stone that excitement flickered in his eyes. After a quick glance at all the stones, he realized none matched this one. Xiaoyun, it's this one. Jiang Chen pointed directly at a rough stone the size of a volleyball in front of him. Through the insightful eye, he had completely seen the internal structure of this rough stone. The color was pure and uniform, the seed head at least of high ice quality, and the water head also top-notch. Good. Lin Yun nodded decisively without any doubt or suspicion. Although this rough stone was only worth 160,000, he had complete faith in Jiang Chen's abilities. Since Jiang Chen had chosen this stone so confidently, it must hold something extraordinary. Ha ha, who is this kid? Is he here to make trouble? He actually chose a 160,000 rough stone.
I heard this rough stone was dug out from a new pit, with a slim chance of being green.
Lin Yun might lose again this time. Oh my! Is this guy a master invited by Lin Yun? Master, are you kidding me? If he's a master, then I'm a super master.
Choosing such an ordinary material, if it turns out to be jade, I'll eat this stone directly.
Well, it looks like Lin will lose his pants again today. Yeah, this 160,000 might as well be thrown away.
The crowd instantly started joking in low voices. Even they, as outsiders, could tell that this rough stone was nothing special.
Moreover, the fact that the price was set so low meant it wouldn't yield anything good. After glancing at Jiang Chen, Shi Hong coldly shook his head.
It seemed that the young people nowadays lacked discernment.
Lin Yun, is this kid your strategist? Did you invite him here to make me laugh to death? Han Fei burst into uncontrollable laughter.
Even if this trash material was given to him, he might not want it. And now they wanted to gamble with this trash stone against him.
Shut your anus, stop spouting nonsense here, and quickly make your choice. The outcome is uncertain. Why are you showing off here?
Lin Yun retorted directly.
Fine, since you seek death, I'll grant your wish. Shi Lao, I'll leave it to you next. Han Fei couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Yun. He would have his time to cry. All right.
Shi Hong nodded lightly and walked directly to a rough stone the size of a bowl. Upstairs in the elegant room, Lin Xiaoran and Gao Zhan wore unpleasant expressions. They also had a deep understanding of rough stones. Therefore, they didn't have high hopes for the rough stone chosen by Jiang Chen and Lin Yun. The chances of a rise are really slim, to the point of being almost non-existent.
All right, just relax, I believe in Xiao Chen. Lin Qian's expression was much calmer.
Because looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he was incredibly confident and composed. This confidence and composure were not feigned, he must have confidence.
Lin Yun, go ahead and cut it. I can't wait to see your next exciting expression. After selecting the rough stone, Han Fei came over to taunt them again. The rough stone they had just chosen was worth a whopping 2.8 million.
Moreover, it was material from an old pit, and according to Shi Lao's judgment, this material was highly likely to yield glass-type jadeite.
Han, right? Since you are so confident in your own material, why don't you go first? I also want to see what you can produce.
Looking at Lin Yun's furious face, Jiang Chen calmly spoke up. He had already used his insightful eyes to see the material chosen by Han Fei and the others. Although it was decent, compared to the one he had chosen, it was like night and day.
Alright, if you want to see, then open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Han Fei did not refuse, because he was getting a bit impatient.
He then turned to Shi Hong respectfully. Shi Lao, please. Shi Hong nodded faintly. Then he began to cut it himself. Usually, only beginners would let the staff help cut their stones. Experienced players would cut them themselves. It was like buying a scratch card. If you let someone else scratch the one you bought, even if the winning number was revealed in the end, at least half of the joy would be lost. Before long, a corner of the rough stone had been cut. The surface was smooth as ice, crystal clear, deep blue in color, with dense white spots on it.
Wow! This is old blue snowflake cotton. Turn it over, this is a big rise.
As expected of Shi Lao, the first piece opened is this high-quality floating flower old blue water. This price has at least increased tenfold.
It's my first time seeing such high-quality floating flower old blue water. Indeed, you're the man. In an instant, the surroundings began to stir. Old blue water was already rare, and this kind of floating flower old blue water was even rarer.
At this moment, the smug look on Han Fei's face became even more pronounced. In this round, they were already in a winning position. To be able to open such a large piece of floating flower old blue water for 2.8 million was already a huge profit. Most importantly, today they had thoroughly humiliated the Lin family, which was what excited him the most. Some of the spectators around also came forward, ready to buy this jadeite. However, they were rejected by Han Fei and, after all, this piece of jadeite held more significance for him, and he didn't lack a few tens of millions. Lin Yun's face, at this moment, once again became extremely serious. As a young master of the Lin family, he naturally had a deep understanding of jadeite. This kind of high-quality floating flower old blue water was indeed very rare. Don't be nervous, ours is better. Looking at Lin Yun, whose expression was gradually becoming tense, Jiang Chen remained confident. Yes, I believe in Big Brother. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Yun nodded firmly. However, the people around them looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. TSK. At this point, this guy is still so calm, his ability to act cool is truly top-notch. To look down on floating flower old blue water, this kid is a bit arrogant. Since you're talking big, hurry up and open the material you chose, let us see. Exactly, if you have the skills, then bring out an imperial green piece.
Imperial green, ha ha. Just that piece of rock, seeing any green is already quite good. Exactly. Talking about imperial green, let's just sleep and dream about anything.
Hearing Jiang Chen's confident words just now, even Sure Hang furrowed his brows.
Then he glanced lightly at Jiang Chen. Young man, since you look down on the stone I cut, then show everyone your piece.
Let me, this old bone, also see the eyesight of young people nowadays, to see if it matches your confidence. Although this statement was still polite, the contempt between the words and expression was not hidden at all.
Alright, since Han Xiao and Old Sure want to see my stone, then I'll show you.
Jiang Chen smiled, then directly handed the rough stone he selected to the staff. Although he had mastered most of the theoretical knowledge of rough stones, he had no experience in cutting this one. So, he left this professional matter to the professionals.
Cut from here, please. Jiang Chen gestured a line on the rough stone, then said to the staff.
The staff were also polite. After all, this was the Lin family's place, and this young man was Lin Yun's friend. Naturally, they couldn't afford to offend him, they were very clear about this. Then they began to skillfully cut. Soon, a piece of scrap was cut along the line Jiang Chen drew.
Oh my! It's green, it's actually green.
This color, so pure, it's high quality.
Wow! I've never seen such high-grade jade before.
Wow, this piece has also increased in size. This color, this quality, it looks like imperial green. Wait, although the color and texture are top-notch, it's not pure imperial green, it seems to be between yang green and imperial green, but this quality of jade is still valuable.
At that moment, the people around suddenly started to boil.
Although it was just a glimpse of green, the color and quality were just too perfect.
If it were a bit greener, it would be the purest imperial green.
Such a large piece of glassy imperial green could definitely fetch a sky-high price.
No, it's impossible. How could such a piece of rough stone show such high-quality jade? Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. How could a piece of rough stone bought for a mere 160,000 show such high-quality jade? Even if it was just a tiny bit, the price could match his recently acquired piece of floating flower old blue water. The staff also snapped out of their shock at this moment. Then they looked at Jiang Chen and Lin Yun. They were now asking if they should continue cutting. Now that they had seen the green, and it was the yang green very close to imperial green, if they cut one more time and still saw green, the value of this stone would at least double. But if they cut and didn't see green, the value would naturally plummet. Brother, it's all up to you. If you say cut, we'll continue cutting. If you say don't cut, we won't. Even if we cut at a loss.
Lin Yun was also excited at this moment. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was like a towering deity.
Young man, Lin Xiao, don't continue cutting. I'm willing to pay 30 million to buy this piece.
Just then, a slightly bulky man in a suit, with a briefcase under his arm, hurried forward, smiling.
30 million? Are you kidding me? I offer 35 million. I offer 40 million. Lin Xiao, give me this piece. Don't fight over it. I'll offer 50 million.
Just then, several other wealthy individuals in glamorous attire also stepped forward, their faces filled with excitement. With just this side of jade, it could already make a bracelet. The leftover material could be used for some small pendants. 50 million is definitely worth it. And this is still the most conservative estimate. If more green could be revealed, the value would be unimaginable. Lin Yun also looked at Jiang Chen with excitement. 50 million is already a high price, and undoubtedly, he had won this bet. So, at this moment, he felt a bit hesitant.
Not selling. Master, please continue cutting. Cut here again. Jiang Chen directly refused everyone by shaking his head.
Because he knew that the price of this jade far exceeded 50 million.
The crowd looked heartbroken.
If it gets ruined in a while, it won't be as valuable.
All right. The staff suppressed their excitement and continued working.
This feeling was very exhilarating, like someone buying a supercar but giving you the chance to drive it first.
Everyone stared fixedly at the cutting machine.
Soon, another piece of leather was cut down. This side was also entirely green, without a single flaw. Green on both sides, almost 80% certain, this was a rare top-quality jade.
Phew!
Hiss! Everyone in the room kept gasping, their eyes fixed on the jade, drooling almost.
Brother, amazing!
Young man, I apologize for my ignorant words earlier. I am Wang Defa, chairman of Hanyu Group.
Please sell it to me. I'm willing to offer 1 billion. I offer 1 billion and 10 million. Stop competing with me. I offer 1 billion 500 million. A new round of bidding quickly began.
Everyone's eyes were shining. Sure Hang and Han Fei had long been forgotten by the crowd. Although the previous piece of floating flower old pit water was also good. But compared to the piece Jiang Chen chose, it was incomparable.
Ahem. Just then, Sure Hang squeezed into the crowd and awkwardly coughed twice. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chen. Young man, I was blind just now. I didn't expect your taste to be so unique. Let me apologize. After speaking, his greedy eyes sneakily glanced at the jade. This naturally didn't escape Jiang Chen's eyes. It seems this old guy also has his eyes on this rough stone. Jiang Chen sneered inwardly, waiting for Shi Hang's next words. Sure enough, he soon continued, young man, I also like this jade very much. How about you give up and sell me this rough stone? I'm willing to offer 2 billion. His Shi Lao actually wants to spend 2 billion to buy this jade. Forget it, since Shi Lao has made a move, let's not continue bidding. Everyone tactfully didn't raise the price further. Firstly, because the price had exceeded 2 billion, which was beyond most people's budget. Secondly, Shi Hang had spoken. If they continued to lower the price, it would be disrespectful to Shi Hang. Offending Shi Hang was not a wise decision if one wanted to survive in the jade industry. Sorry, Master Shi. This jade is only sold to those destined for it, and you happen not to be my destined one. Jiang Chen shook his head directly. This old guy was full of disdain for him just now. Besides, he didn't lack those 2 billion from him. Furthermore, the intrinsic value of this jade was not less than 2 billion. If he had to sell it, he would naturally choose someone who made him feel comfortable. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shi Hang's face changed, a shadow crossing it. He hadn't expected someone in the jade circle of the southern province to dare disrespect him like this, especially after he had already offered 2 billion. Young man, I know you are proud, but more friends mean more paths. I hope you will consider this carefully. Shi Hang's tone was noticeably different this time. Though not a direct threat, the undertone was clear. Ha ha, Master Shi is right. More friends mean more paths, but too many paths can lead to getting lost, don't you think? Jiang Chen remained calm, his voice steady. He wasn't afraid of the threat. Offending Shi Hang might mean trouble in the jade circle, but Jiang didn't plan to stay there for long, and with his insight, he wasn't worried. TSK. This kid is bold. He dares to refuse Master Shi so bluntly. It's just luck. Acting all high and mighty like this won't get him far. Such arrogance at a young age won't last. True, being unwilling to sell one's own things isn't wrong. What does that have to do with arrogance? Although Shi Hang is renowned, not everyone revolves around him. The surrounding crowd discussed, each with a different opinion on the matter. Mr. Jiang, can I buy this jade from you? I'm willing to offer 10 billion. A light, feminine voice suddenly sounded from behind. Jiang Chen turned to see a stunning face, capturing everyone's attention. In that moment, all eyes were on the breathtaking woman. The words bewitching beauty, irresistible allure came to mind. Just her perfectly round and straight legs were enough to captivate for years. Jiang Chen looked at the woman in confusion, he had no memory of her. Brother, this is Miss Shen Na from the MO capital, Lin Yun reminded him. Even his eyes showed surprise. The fact that someone from the Shen family of MO capital was at the exhibition today was unexpected. Oh, Jiang Chen simply nodded. He had no concept of these MO capital families as he had never had the chance to interact with them before. Miss Shen, I'm Han Fei from the Han family. Han Fei immediately approached Shen Na, greeting her obsequiously. Shen Na ignored him, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. She had been observing for over 10 minutes and sensed his sharp gaze. Despite his young age, he exuded a remarkable composure, far surpassing these aristocratic young masters. Wow! She's the young lady of the Shen family from MO capital. The Shen family from MO capital? Are they powerful? Of course, they are. They are in a league of their own compared to the Lin and Han families. These big shots from MO capital rarely come to the Central Sea. I wonder why they are here today. As people continued to gossip, Shi Hang also greeted her. Miss Shen, I am the old Shi Hang. He believed that his fame in the Central Sea's jade world was such that even these big MO capital families should have heard of him. Oh. Shen Na politely nodded, not saying another word, her gaze returning to Jiang Chen. Soon, a charming smile appeared on her face. Mr. Jiang, does the price I offered not satisfy you? Her voice was soft, like music to the ears. No, Miss Shen, the price you offered is a bit too high, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. This jade is indeed valuable, but at most, it's worth 5 billion. Someone like Shen Na, a jewel of a prominent family, should also see that this jade is not worth that much money. Rich people are not fools, they wouldn't want to waste so much money for no reason. There must be something unusual going on, perhaps she has other intentions. Ha ha, I just want to be friends with Mr. Jiang, Shen Na continued with a smile. A person who can make the young master of the Qin family attempt assassination must have his own abilities. Alright, since Miss Shen is so straightforward, then it's a deal. This jade is yours, Jiang Chen said without hesitation, handing over the jade.
Although he didn't particularly need the money, he needed at least 100 points to upgrade his inside eye, which meant 100 billion dragon coins. The 10 billion in front of him was just a tenth of that. Mr. Jiang is generous, Shen Na smiled and then said to the girl beside her, Wu Shuang, bring the money. Shen Wu Shuang immediately handed a black card to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, may I have a word with you? Shen Na then extended an invitation. Sure. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling that Shen Na had something to say to him. The two quickly walked to the side. Lin Yun looked at Jiang Chen with envy and admiration. I can't believe it. My big brother will always be my big brother, but he can effortlessly charm a beauty like Shen Na. They didn't even dare to dream of girls from such prestigious families. Unexpectedly, Shen Na wanted to be friends with his big brother. On the other side, Han Fei and Shi Hang's faces had turned extremely unpleasant. They had greeted Shen Na earlier, but she had ignored them and instead warmly greeted Jiang Chen. Were they, a top player in the jade industry and a scion of a prestigious family, really inferior to a poor country bumpkin like him? Han, stop staring. With your kind of frog, do you really think you can eat swan meat? Dream on. You better fulfill the bet we made earlier, right? The bet was 5 million, plus my Bugatti from before, totaling 70 million. So, you owe me 70 million. Lin Yun looked smugly at Han Fei. He was feeling quite pleased at the moment. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Han Fei remembered the bet and suddenly felt uneasy. 70 million was not a small amount for him. In just over 10 minutes, he had lost so much money. But if he didn't pay, it would irreparably damage the reputation and credibility of the Han family. What? Does young Master Han not have the money? If you don't, kneel down and call me Grandpa 3 times, and I'll waive the 70 million for you, Lin Yun said arrogantly. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think I would lack 70 million? Han Fei gritted his teeth and wrote a check for 70 million. But deep down, he was bleeding. 70 million might not be much for the entire Han family, but for him personally, it was a significant sum. He might not have any spending money for the next few months. TSK. Young Master Han is indeed generous. How about we have another bet? This time, let's raise the stakes to 70 million. If I lose, you take back this check, and if you lose, you pay me another 70 million. Lin Yun waved the check in front of Han Fei, then provocatively asked. Just a dozen minutes later, it seemed like the two had completed a perfect role reversal. Damn bastard, just because you won once? Don't get too cocky here, Han Fei gritted his teeth in anger. His fierce gaze then turned towards Shi Hong, feeling truly unsatisfied with his loss today. He naturally wanted to win back, but that guy named Jiang Chen seemed to have a unique eye and quite a bit of luck. Young Master Han, from my observation, that Jiang Chen guy just had better luck earlier. When he was choosing the material, he only glanced at it a few times with his naked eye, didn't even use a strong flashlight. I doubt he can even distinguish raw stones. He just randomly picked one earlier, it was just luck that let him stumble upon a gem. If we gamble again, I'm 99% sure I can beat him, Shi Hong, now also full of dissatisfaction, whispered to Han Fei. Losing to a young punk in his 20s was indeed hard for him to accept. And that kid's arrogant attitude earlier made him really want to slap his face hard. Let him know what experience means. Shi Lao, are you serious? If we gamble again, are you really confident you can beat that guy? Han Fei squinted at Shi Hong. The recent events made him doubt Shi Hong a bit, but now this guy was full of confidence again. Could it be that Lin Yun and Jiang Chen were just lucky earlier, stumbling upon success by chance? Exactly, based on my previous observations, that Jiang Chen doesn't know how to choose raw stones at all. He didn't even touch the stones, purely relying on luck. His luck was indeed better earlier. I don't believe one's luck can always be that good. Shi Hang said this with immense confidence, even fooling himself. Alright, in that case, let's gamble again. I want to win back everything I said earlier. Seeing Shi Hang so confident, Han Fei immediately agreed to gamble again. Meanwhile, in a relatively quiet corner, Miss Shen, just say what you need to say. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Na in front of him, his voice neither humble nor overbearing. This woman, around 25 or 26, with a face like cream and skin like snow, slender figure, and outstanding temperament. In all aspects, she was no less than Shangguan Ruoshi and Su Qingya. Alright, since Mr. Jiang is so straightforward, I'll be direct too. In a while, our province will hold an auction, and we are currently lacking a centerpiece treasure. I heard that the Lin family's exhibition will also have an auction section. There is a raw stone, highly likely to yield an imperial jade of glass type. So I would like Mr. Jiang to help take a look. Of course, if Mr. Jiang bids on it, I am willing to pay a high price to purchase it, Shen Na said very seriously. A woman's keen intuition told her that this young man in front of her was definitely not simple. Especially after seeing him gamble with stones just now, she was even more convinced of her intuition. That's why she wanted to get to know Jiang Chen.
Miss Shun, you misunderstand.
I just came here with a good friend to have some fun. I'm not really into stone gambling, Jiang Chen smiled and said.
Mr.
Jiang is too modest. Just now you randomly picked a piece of material and opened such a good jade.
How could you not have any knowledge?
Shen Na still had a beautiful smile on her face.
That was just luck.
Ha ha, luck and courage are also part of strength.
Alright.
Since Miss Shin thinks highly of me, if I can bid on that raw stone and you offer a price that satisfies me, I will definitely consider your offer first. Jiang Chen could only nod. Actually, Shin Na didn't understand what she had just said. Neither Lin Yun nor Lin Xian mentioned it. If there really was glass imperial jadeite at the auction today, it would be a good opportunity to make a profit.
Alright, then I'll thank Mr.
Jiang in advance, but I have one more thing to remind you of. Shin Na paused, her expression suddenly serious.
Miss Shin, please go on, Jiang Chen asked.
During this time, be careful of the Qin family.
After saying that, Shin Na walked into the crowd. The Qin family? The one in Modu? Is it because of Qin Wu's matter? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, keeping those words in mind. Soon, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. The auction officially began.
Brother, I just made another bet with Han Fei, this time on whose material would be more valuable. Lin Yun walked up to Jiang Chen, smiling mischievously.
Just thinking about Han Fei's expression after losing last time made him extremely happy.
It had been a while since he had seen that twisted expression on that guy's face.
You, making 70 million, still not satisfied?
Jiang Chen said with a smile. But as long as he was there today, Han Fei and that sure hang would only end up with a slap in the face.
He.
70 million doesn't have much appeal to me. I just want to see Han Fei get slapped hard in the face. Lin Yun laughed even more at this moment.
They had been at it for an hour now.
Gambling on stones was like this, one moment in heaven, the next in hell, some rejoicing, some despairing. Those who guessed right were all smiles, while those who didn't had nothing left to live for. At this point, only 4 pieces of rough stones were left in the auction. Everyone, next up for auction is stone number 31. This stone has been appraised by several masters and has a high chance of containing glass imperial jadeite. Starting bid is 2 million, increments of 100,000, the auction starts now. With the voice of the staff falling, everyone started shouting.
2, 1 million, 2, 5 million, I bid 3 million, I bid 4 million.
In just a few minutes, the price had already risen to 10 million. After all, this stone had been appraised by several master-level experts and had a good chance of containing glass imperial jadeite.
Lin Yun looked at Jiang Chen. Brother, how does this stone look? Should we bid?
The bidding at this point was getting a bit impatient. After all, they hadn't bid on the previous dozen stones.
Jiang Chen subtly shook his head.
He had already seen this stone earlier, and although it could contain jadeite, the color and texture were average, with many cracks.
10 million was already high enough.
Jiang Chen then glanced at Shi Hang and Han Fei, who seemed excited about this stone. A sly look flashed in his eyes.
Sha Yun, want to trick Han Fei and Shi Hang again? Jiang Chen suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Ah, I want to. I really want to. How do we do it?
Lin Yun immediately asked.
How could he miss such a good opportunity to trick Han Fei?
It would be best to make that guy lose everything. Then bid, start at 20 million.
Stop at 60 million. Remember, act naturally later. Jiang Chen whispered in Lin Yun's ear.
He brother, I got it, just watch. Lin Yun also smiled slyly, then raised his hand. I bid 20 million. Jiang Chen, to cooperate, kept his eyes fixed on that rough stone.
Damn! Lin Xiao bid 20 million. Could this stone really yield glass-type jadeite?
It's possible. That young man by Lin Xiao's side seems to know his stuff. Even if it can really yield glass-type jadeite, I dare not take the risk. I give up too. When Lin Yun raised the price to 20 million, the surrounding retail investors also gave up one after another. After all, 20 million was beyond their budget. And if they couldn't yield glass-type jadeite, they would probably be ruined. As for Lin Yun, who had just easily won 70 million, 20 million was indeed just average for him.
Sure Lao, should we raise the bid?
I see Lin Yun and that guy are quite interested in this piece. Han Fei looked anxiously at Shi Hang. Having just lost 70 million, if he lost again this time, he would be left with nothing. Shi Hang's gaze was sharp as he glanced at Jiang Chen. Making up his mind, he said in a low voice, continue bidding. He also had high hopes for this piece, and now Jiang Chen also seemed interested, indicating their mutual agreement.
This piece would definitely perform exceptionally well and must not be missed. Good.
Han Fei nodded excitedly and immediately raised his hand. 30 million. Then he provocatively glanced at Lin Yun.
Lin Yun's face showed anger. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand again. 40 million. His expression clearly showed his determination to win this stone. 50 million. Han Fei remained calm and proud. 60 million.
Lin Yun gritted his teeth, his expression even angrier.
70 million. Han Fei continued to raise the bid.
However, this time after he bid, Lin Yun did not speak but instead stared at him with a mocking smile.
What's going on? Why isn't that jerk bidding anymore? Wasn't he angry just now? Why is he suddenly so happy?
Seeing the smile on Lin Yun's face, Han Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, Shi Hong also immediately looked at Jiang Chen. He noticed that Jiang Chen's gaze had already left the stone and was now smiling at him.
Damn it! Those two bastards were just playing us together.
It finally dawned on Shi Hong, who then cursed without restraint.
Damn, those bastards are too much. I want to kill them.
Han Fei was also furious. When he saw the furious expression on Lin Yun's face earlier, he had felt a sense of satisfaction about his own performance. He didn't expect that guy was actually setting him up.
Oh,
Han, you're quite generous, casually throwing out 70 million.
Lin Yun mocked again.
The number 70 million instantly triggered Han Fei.
Alright, Han, don't stoop to their level. Let's cut the stone first.
If this stone is full of green glass type, not only can we easily break even, but we can also make a few billion effortlessly. Shi Hong had calmed down by now. Although those two had set them up based on his years of experience in gambling on stones, he believed this piece would perform exceptionally well.
Even if it wasn't full green glass type, breaking even should be a breeze. Okay. Han Fei suppressed his anger and nodded.
Then came the stone cutting process. As the blade fell, Shi Hong stood frozen in place, his face turning ashen.
He almost lost his balance, ending up sitting on the ground. It's over.
Looking at the cotton-filled cut wall, Shi Hong knew it was all over.
70 million went down the drain.
Although the quality of this piece of material is indeed good, and the color is acceptable, with so many intricate cotton fibers, there is simply no way to salvage it. Not even a bracelet can be made, at most just a few worthless trinkets. Han Fei witnessed this scene and instantly felt his blood boiling, his vision darkened, and he collapsed straight to the ground.
The onlookers sighed at this sight. Oh my! Is this the so-called expert in appraising treasures? Is this it? Losing 70 million in one go, suddenly I feel like I could be an expert too. It seems like this master sure is not living up to his name. Tisk tsk. Han Xiao actually fainted from anger. Losing 140 million in an hour, if it were me, I would faint too.
No, you're mistaken. It's not just 140 million, he lost 70 million before, spent another 70 million on this piece of junk stone, and he still owes Lin Xiao 70 million, totaling 210 million.
Wow. That's a lot of money, even the Han family would probably feel the pinch. The crowd looked at Han Fei with pity. Today, he really hit a brick wall. It's likely that when he returns, the young master of the Han family will receive a good beating. Meanwhile, in a small elegant room on the second floor, Lin Qian and Lin Xiaoran were rubbing their hands in excitement. Not because of how much money they could make this time. It's because Jiang Chen was truly amazing.
Xiao Chuan is truly a lucky star for our Lin family, Lin Qian said excitedly.
Yes. This kid is really amazing.
Lin Xiaoran was also filled with excitement.
If not for Jiang Chen's help, the father and son wouldn't have such good treatment. The auction continued. Next up was stone number 32. Jiang Chen spent 50 million and successfully won it.
After Han Fei's previous lesson, most people dared not raise the bid, fearing another trap set by Jiang Chen and Lin Yun. The remaining two pieces were all bought by Shin Na, because according to the information she received, that glass-type Emperor Green was stone number 34. She came for this. Big brother, it seems Shin Na came specifically for stone number 34. I wonder how this stone will perform? Lin Yun asked softly. This stone was too small, just slightly larger than a palm. If it could yield Emperor Green of glass quality, it would indeed be invaluable. But if the quality was poor, there might not be much profit.
Average.
It falls short compared to the previous one she bought from us, Jiang Chen said calmly. He had carefully examined the stone with his insightful eyes just now and confirmed it was not glass type but high ice type, not Emperor Green but Emerald Green. The grade of Emerald Green was actually slightly lower than Yang Green. Before long, the two stones were all cut.
Stone number 33 barely broke even.
As for the stone Shin Na had high hopes for, stone number 34, it was indeed as Jiang Chen had said, not the glass type she had heard of, but high ice type Emerald Green.
Miss, this. Shin Wuxuan's face instantly dimmed. Shin Na also looked helpless.
But the gambling stone industry was like this, even the most advanced instruments couldn't predict the internal structure. It was mostly luck. Even some stones with windows open could deceive people, let alone those completely covered. Sigh. Although this stone is very good, it doesn't qualify as the treasure to end the auction, Shin-na sighed. Then she looked at Jiang Chen. How would that last stone, number 32, perform? At this moment, not only her, but everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen. Because this was the last original stone, and Jiang Chen's performance today was indeed dazzling. I wonder if this time I will be mistaken. Jiang Chen calmly handed the original stone to the cutting staff. Master, please cut here, make a cut on each side. Jiang Chen directed the staff to cut. When his piece is revealed, it will surely shock everyone. It might even cause a huge stir in the jade world. Amidst the noisy sound of the cutting machine, everyone's attention was not affected, but instead, they all stared at the original stone. A corner fell off. Inside was not green, but red, a very bright red. It looked as if it had been soaked in blood, vibrant, and without any impurities. Wow! Red, this is red jadeite, and it's top quality red jadeite. I've never seen such a bright red jadeite before in all my life. It's so beautiful, and the cut looks at least of high ice quality. No, it looks more like glass type to me. Phew! What incredible luck is this? It's not just an increase, it's damn skyrocketing. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock, their faces showing incredibly excited expressions. Top quality red jadeite, many people have never seen it in their lifetime. And it's of such pure quality, red jadeite without any impurities. This blood-like color seems to symbolize its value. There has always been a saying in the gambling stone circle, 10,000 emeralds are easy to find, but one top quality jadeite is hard to come by. It refers to this kind of high-quality red jadeite. In the small elegant room on the second floor, Lin Xian, who was originally calm, was also shaken when he saw this scene. His face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. It's actually an extremely rare red jadeite. Could Jiang Chen really have the ability to predict the future? Lin Xian tried hard to calm his excited emotions, but he found that his body was still trembling violently. If once or twice could be attributed to good luck, then 3 times in a row cannot be explained by luck alone. This kid definitely possesses unimaginable abilities. We hit the jackpot. We're making a fortune this time. Just this piece of top-quality red jadeite is worth at least over 1 billion. Lin Xiaoran was also full of excitement at this moment. Although this red jadeite belonged to Jiang Chen, this move was evidently the best publicity for their Lin family's jade business. This is equivalent to telling everyone that in their Lin family's mind, they can produce such top-quality red jadeite. The appearance of this red jadeite is definitely more effective than spending billions on advertising. Mr. Jiang Chen actually unearthed red jadeite, and it seems to be top-quality glass-type red jadeite. This guy's luck is just too unbelievable, isn't it? In the first-floor hall, Shin Wuxuan was also full of excitement and astonishment. Originally, finding a piece of glass-type emperor green today was already very remarkable. The harvest was excellent. But never did they expect to see this top-quality red jadeite today. This kind of jadeite is extremely rare. Most of the jadeites on the market are either fake, dyed in the later stage, or of very poor quality. A natural top-quality red jadeite like this has definitely not appeared for decades. Damn it! Young Master Lin's luck is just too unbelievable, opening such good jadeites 3 times in a row. You don't seriously think this is just luck, do you? That guy truly has skills. Indeed. One person's luck cannot be consistently this good. That kid's strength is unfathomable. Exactly, if it were luck, why don't we have such good luck? Surrounded by a crowd of envious and jealous onlookers, discussions broke out. The players attending today's exhibition naturally had a clear understanding and in-depth research on both jade and jadeite. The value of red jadeite was also well known. The price of top-quality red jadeite, under the same quality conditions, far exceeded that of imperial green jadeite. This has to do with the origin of red jadeite. The red color in jadeite is not naturally formed. It is a result of jadeite being soaked in iron minerals after undergoing differentiation and transportation, making it a secondary dark color. Due to the post-soaking nature, most red jadeite colors only exist on the surface of the original stone, also known as red skin or red mist. Moreover, due to varying degrees of soaking, the color intensity of this red jadeite varies. There are distinctions between light red and deep red grades. In the jadeite market, most red jadeite is commonly seen in reddish-brown or dark red, with colors not as vibrant and overall appearance relatively subdued. Generally, this type of jadeite tends to have poorer water and head qualities, hence its lower price. Among red jadeite, the most top-notch is the coxcomb red. This type of red jadeite is simply the best of the best in red jadeite, with excellent water and head qualities. Therefore, it is extremely rare and commands a high price. The piece of red jadeite Jiangchen just presented clearly belongs to the top tier of the top tier. Both the water and head qualities are exceptionally high. Moreover, the color is as bright as blood, even more vibrant than coxcomb red, absolutely invaluable. Many people even hesitated to estimate its value. After all, for jade enthusiasts, this item is truly precious. Brother, no need to say anything. You're awesome. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen with envy and admiration in his eyes. His big brother was even more formidable than he had imagined. It's just a matter of luck. Jiang Chen remained relatively calm. After all, he had already examined the internal structure and color of the raw stone very clearly. Therefore, he was mentally prepared and did not show excessive excitement. Jiang brother, I am Li Yon, the general manager of Huashang World Trade Company. Can you sell me this piece of red jadeite? I am willing to purchase it for 1.2 billion. If you find this price unreasonable, we can negotiate further. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit approached Jiang Chen, his face full of excitement as he spoke. The red jadeite before him was undoubtedly the purest in color and the best in water quality he had ever seen in his life. Even ordinary jadeite did not have such good water quality, let alone the rarest red jadeite. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Shen Na suddenly stepped forward from behind and said, Mr. Jiang Chen, please give me this piece of red jadeite. I am willing to purchase it for 2 billion. In her eyes, this top-quality red jadeite could definitely become the highlight of the next gathering with friends. Therefore, she was determined to acquire this red jadeite at all costs. Li Yong's face dimmed instantly upon hearing Shen Na's words, because he truly could not afford 2 billion. Moreover, the offer came from the Shen family in the Magic City, making him even more reluctant to compete. After all, while the red jadeite was indeed very precious, it was not worth provoking the Shen family over a piece of jadeite. Jiang Chen began to contemplate. Through his insightful eyes, he had already examined the internal structure of this jadeite. There were no impurities inside, it was all top-quality red jadeite. So this price, at least, can be sold for 2.5 billion, if it's an auction, it could go even higher. Miss Shen, considering the information you provided me earlier, how about selling this jade for 2.5 billion? Jiang Chen said casually. This jade is definitely worth 2.5 billion. Even selling it would still be a loss. It all depends on whether Shen Na has the courage for it. If she's not willing to add another 5 billion, then so be it. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, both Shen Na and Shen Wuxuan furrowed their brows slightly. They felt Jiang Chen was somewhat raising the price unreasonably. Miss, this guy clearly knows we need a showstopper. That's why he's asking for such a high price. Although this top-quality jade is indeed priceless, 20 billion is already a lot, and he wants 25 billion. Shen Wuxuan lowered her voice. Any goodwill she had towards Jiang Chen just disappeared in an instant. Fine. 25 billion it is then. As long as it becomes the highlight of the auction, I believe it can be sold for that price. Shen Na could only shake her head. After all, they were really in need of this top-quality red jade. And 5 billion wasn't a huge sum for her. Selling this top-quality red jade at the auction would definitely bring profits, it's just a matter of how much. Alright, since Mr. Jiang says 25 billion, then it's a deal. Shen Na didn't hesitate and wrote a check for Jiang Chen. Then she took the red jade and prepared to leave. Miss Shen, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen suddenly called out to Shen Na from behind. What's the matter, Mr. Jiang? Is there something else? Shen Na turned back, puzzled. Did this guy think she paid too easily and wanted to raise the price suddenly? But Jiang Chen didn't seem like that kind of person. Miss Shen, don't misunderstand. I just want to tell you that this jade's value far exceeds 25 billion, so your money is well spent. When you get back, you can have it appraised, and you'll discover its true value. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Besides its external beauty, this red jade holds hidden secrets. It all depends on whether Shen Na and those behind her can uncover its mysteries. If they can't, then it's just their lack of insight. Alright, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Jiang. Until we meet again. Shen Na nodded and left with Shen Wuxuan. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the exhibition had ended. Relying on his insight, Jiang Chen managed to find some overlooked treasures around. But he only made a profit of 30 million in total. Compared to the previous 2 jades, there was really no comparison. At this moment, Shen Na and Shen Wuxuan had already returned to the city. In a European-style villa. Master Dong, this is the top-quality red jade I brought from the sea. Could you help appraise it and estimate its value? Shen Na carefully presented the top-quality jade. In front of her was an old man with white hair, exuding a sense of wisdom and elegance. All right. Master Dong nodded. Then he took out a magnifying glass and carefully examined it. The outer layer of the red jade had already been removed. After observing for a minute or two, Master Dong's face showed an expression of immense shock. On the other hand, Shen Wushuang said, "Miss, you've definitely been tricked by that guy surnamed Jiang this time. He may look decent, but he turned out to be someone who shamelessly raises prices.
No wonder the Qin family wants to deal with him."
Clearly, Shen Wushuang had no goodwill towards Jiang Chen at this point,
especially after his last act of raising the price unreasonably. "Don't say anything more, Shuang. Don't influence Master Dong," Shen Na whispered.
She did feel a hint of disappointment towards Jiang Chen's previous actions. "Young lady, you were completely mistaken with that statement just now. The boy named Jiang Chen didn't arbitrarily raise the price, he recognized the true value of this red jade." Master Dong furrowed his brow as he spoke.
"Master Dong, does this red jade have any special qualities?" "Oh, right.
When we were leaving the exhibition, Jiang Chen told me something. He said the value of this red jade far exceeds 2.5 billion and asked me to have it appraised properly." He sounded very confident when he spoke.
Shen Na quickly mentioned what Jiang Chen had said earlier. "Nah, that boy was absolutely right. You struck gold this time. The value of this top-quality red jade does indeed far surpass 2.5 billion. Master Dong's face lit up with excitement. "Master Dong, does this red jade have any special qualities?" Shen Na and Xin Shuang looked puzzled.
On their way back, they had observed it closely but hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. "Close all the curtains first, and you will soon witness the magical aspect of this red jade," Master Dong instructed. The two nodded quickly and proceeded to close all the curtains.
The room instantly dimmed.
Master Dong then took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on the red jade.
"Wow!
There's actually a small grass inside this red jade, how miraculous!" At the moment the flashlight was turned on, all three of them saw a vividly colored small grass pattern right in the center of the red jade.
"Master Dong, what's going on?"
Shen Na was witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time. After all, the jade she had encountered before had never displayed such characteristics.
"Ha ha, this is called a stone spirit jade. This is only the second stone spirit jade I've seen in my lifetime. The last time was 15 years ago. It was a top-quality Emperor's Green jade that was bought by a foreign tycoon at an auction for $426 million. Master Dong's hands trembled with excitement.
Never did he expect to see another stone spirit jade in his lifetime, especially one within a top-quality red jade.
$426 million. Shen Na and Xin Shuang were wide-eyed and speechless, waves of shock and amazement swirling in their minds.
This meant that 15 years ago, a stone spirit Emperor's Green jade had sold for nearly 3 billion.
Now, this top-quality red jade would undoubtedly fetch a higher price. Yes, the current top-quality red jade, in terms of color and texture, is no less than the Emperor's Green from back then.
Therefore, a conservative estimate would be
5 billion.
Master Dong stated confidently.
50 billion?
Shen Na and Xin Shuang were beyond words at this point.
They had initially thought Jiang Chen was exaggerating.
Little did they know the true value of this top-quality red jade was so exorbitant.
And 50 billion was just a conservative estimate.
If taken to auction and encountered a collector who particularly adored jade, the price could easily double. This windfall was simply unbelievable.
"Nah, do you have that boy's contact information? I'd really like to get to know him."
At such a young age, to have such keen insight, I truly admire this kid, Master Dong said excitedly. There aren't many young people nowadays who understand jade, let alone those who know about stone spirit jade.
In fact, many young people probably haven't even heard of the term stone spirit before.
I'm really sorry, Master Dong, I forgot to ask him for his contact information.
But don't worry, we will definitely have a chance to meet again in the future, and I will introduce him to you then, Shen Na said excitedly. She couldn't wait to show this top-quality red jade to her grandfather now. "All right." Master Dong nodded.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already returned to his residence.
The next morning, the phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but Jiang Chen answered decisively. "Brother Jiang, it's me, Jinwu."
A familiar voice came from the other end. It was the young man he had defeated yesterday.
"What's up?" Jiang Chen asked casually.
According to Shen Na's warning, he should be cautious of the Qin family.
He had no previous dealings with them except for yesterday when he defeated Jinwu.
However, the young man's tone and way of addressing him didn't seem hostile.
"Brother Jiang, where are you now?"
"I'm bringing the promised 1 billion to you."
Jinwu's tone remained respectful.
"All right, come to the Heartfelt Cafe. I'll be waiting for you there," Jiang Chen said before hanging up. He was puzzled. If Jinwu wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't call but would directly use the Qin family's power.
Inviting him out like this seemed suspicious. Could it be a trap?
Although he had such thoughts, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. As long as the other party didn't bring dozens of people, he could easily escape. His speed and endurance far surpassed that of an ordinary person. So, if he wanted to run, most people couldn't stop him, unless he encountered a top-notch expert. Soon, Jiang Chen arrived at the heartfelt cafe. Qin Wu entered shortly after, alone without bodyguards. Brother Jiang. Qin Wu greeted Jiang Chen warmly. He was completely different from the arrogant young man from yesterday. Just call me Jiang Chen, I can't bear the brother title, Jiang Chen said lightly. From the young man's eyes, he could only see enthusiasm and sincerity, nothing else. It didn't seem like he was here to cause trouble. He. Brother Jiang, you're so amazing, truly worthy of the title brother. And your performance at the Lin family's stone gambling event, I heard about it, absolutely impressive. Qin Wu looked extremely happy at the moment. After sitting down, he took out a bank card. Brother Jiang, here is the 10 billion I promised you yesterday. Jiang Chen accepted the bank card directly. It was his rightful winnings, and he had won fair and square. Qin, there must be more to why you sought me out, right? Jiang Chen asked calmly. He. Brother Jiang, you're perceptive. But from now on, don't call me Qin anymore, it sounds too distant. You can call me Big Brother, and I'll call you Little Wu. Qin Wu chuckled like a big-hearted man. This left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless. Was the information Shinna passed on false? There was no trace of deceit or conspiracy on this big-hearted man's face. Jiang Chen remained silent because he knew Qin Wu had more to say. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Wu grinned and said, Brother Jiang, I lost 13 billion to you this time, all my pocket money for the year. After hearing about your amazing feat at the exhibition yesterday, I made up my mind to learn from you and be your apprentice. But then I thought, if I call you master, it would make you seem too old. So I'm planning to learn the skill of stone gambling from you, big brother. Once I master the skill of stone gambling, I won't have to worry about running out of pocket money anymore. After saying that, he raised his head high, as if fantasizing about his bright future. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Wu in front of him and felt that this guy's mood was just like that of a child. A bit silly, even a little bit naive. As a prominent family in the Magic City, the Qin family really didn't know how they raised a top-notch playboy into this silly appearance. At the same time, it also made him believe that Qin Wu probably wouldn't make a move against him. If the information from Shinna earlier was true, then it meant that it wasn't Qin Wu who might make a move against him, but someone else from the Qin family. Big brother, say something. Seeing Jiang Chen still silent, Qin Wu said anxiously. Do you really want to learn skills from me? Jiang Chen asked, staring closely at Qin Wu. Yes, of course. I not only want to learn the skill of stone gambling from you, but also martial arts. Qin Wu nodded firmly. Alright then. Since that's the case, I promise you. Jiang Chen didn't refuse but nodded directly. Although Qin Wu was a bit silly, he was after all a young master of the Qin family. With such a person by his side, he should encounter less mockery and trouble when going to the Magic City in the future. Thank you, big brother, let's start now. My big guy has been eager for action. Qin Wu couldn't wait to say. Come on, do you think learning skills can be done overnight? Take it slow, Jiang Chen said speechlessly. This kid is really simple-minded. By the way, Xiaowu, did your family know about me defeating you yesterday? Jiang Chen asked tentatively at this moment. He wanted to see who exactly wanted to make a move against him. Yes, they know, but I didn't tell them, Qin Wu replied in a carefree manner. Thinking back to being scolded by his big brother yesterday, he felt really annoyed. Fighting is just like chasing girls, losing is normal, practice more if you're weak, get better and fight back. Chasing girls is the same, if you can't succeed, improve your personal charm, and then try again. As long as you have enough perseverance and keep changing your flaws, you will definitely succeed. However, Jiang Xinyan is an exception. He confessed to her 388 times, each time mercilessly rejected. And the reason she rejected him yesterday was that he couldn't bear children. This is something he can never change. So he decided not to pursue her anymore. Your big brother? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. In that case, it's very likely that Qin Wu's big brother is the one who wants to make a move against him. From what he just said, it's clear that the guy cares a lot about the Qin family's reputation. Perhaps he felt that by defeating Qin Wu, he had provoked their family's honor. Yeah, my big brother is called Qinwen, true to his name, always procrastinating. And he loves lecturing me. If he wasn't my big brother, I would definitely beat him up 800 times a day. Qin Wu also didn't seem to like talking about his big brother. After all, his personality was destined not to be friends with those who procrastinate. Ha ha, this kid is straightforward. Then Jiang Chen said, you go back today, and when there are more ways to make money in the future, I will naturally contact you. As for martial arts, I was just born with extraordinary strength. I don't understand martial arts at all.
Alright,
Then I'll head back first, big brother.
Shinwoo nodded immediately and got up to leave.
Because he didn't like being pestered by his male friends.
If it were a beauty, that would be a different story.
Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, a call came from Shangwan Ruoshi. Jiang Chen, congratulations on your success at the Lin family's exhibition yesterday. You really stole the show. You're already a celebrity in Zhanghai now.
Shangwan Ruoshi congratulated as soon as the call connected.
Ha ha, it was just good luck. I happened to cut a good piece of stone.
Jiang Chen replied calmly. Can you stop being so modest in front of me? Others might not know your abilities, but Lin Yun and I do, right? Shangwan Ruoshi said impatiently.
This guy was truly capable of predicting the future.
So yesterday's stone gambling was definitely not luck, but genuine skill. Alright, stop flattering me, just tell me what you need. Jiang Chen cut to the chase. Well, there's actually something I'd like to ask for your help.
The antique blue and white porcelain my dad prepared for that important person turned out to be a fake. That important person's birthday is coming up soon, but we can't find a good blue and white porcelain in time, so I'm hoping you can help.
If you can help the Shangwan family get through this, I will definitely show my gratitude. Shangwan Ruoshi hesitantly asked.
After all, they were just friends, and Jiang Chen had helped them once before.
Now asking for Jiang Chen's help again was a bit embarrassing.
But they couldn't find a better candidate at the moment, so they had to ask Jiang Chen again.
Oh, if I really help your Shangwan family solve this problem, how do you plan to thank me? Jiang Chen asked with interest. Well, how about offering yourself as a gift? Shangwan Ruoshi blurted out without hesitation. Alright, it's a deal.
I'll help you with this issue, and you'll accompany me to visit my parents during the new year.
Jiang Chen continued.
His parents had said they must bring a girlfriend back this year. The original target was Su Qingya, but she seemed busy lately.
So Shangwan Ruoshi, who was no less in terms of figure, looks, and background, was also a good choice. Deal. Shangwan Ruoshi agreed decisively. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, following Shangwan Ruoshi's instructions, Jiang Chen arrived at the largest antique street in Zhanghai.
This antique street had a history of several hundred years, renowned in the southern province, and famous even in the Jiangnan region.
The street was bustling with people, not only local players from the province but also antique enthusiasts from all over the country. Jiang Chen, over here. Seeing Jiang Chen, Shangwan Ruoshi waved her hand eagerly. Jiang Chen looked over, and today Shangwan Ruoshi was not wearing a dress but a pink sportswear outfit.
The fitted style of the sportswear perfectly showcased her exquisite figure flawlessly. She also wore a pink baseball cap, looking a bit less charming and a bit more playful. She had discussed with several girlfriends these past few days to figure out what kind of girls boys liked. Combining everyone's opinions, she finally chose this sportswear outfit. It was said that 99% of boys liked pink. How do I look today in this outfit? Do you like it? Shangwan Ruoshi ran up to Jiang Chen and spun around, asking with a cheerful smile. Anyway, her friends had all told her that guys liked this kind of pink. And wearing this kind of pink seemed to make her look even younger. Having never been in a relationship before, she could only dress herself according to the experiences of those girlfriends. Not bad, Jiang Chen nodded. It had to be said that this kind of dressing indeed gave off a feeling of a pure and innocent girl next door. It lacked a bit of that aloof princess vibe that kept people at a distance.
Thanks for the compliment, let's go. I'll take you to meet my dad. Shangwan Ruoshi boldly took Jiang Chen's arm without hesitation, regardless of whether he resisted or not. Sometimes, girls had to be a bit more proactive. Otherwise, this excellent and juicy little fresh meat might slip through someone else's fingers. As a young lady who had been influenced by business management since childhood, she naturally understood that many things in this world had to be actively pursued. Whether it was something you liked or someone, you had to seize the opportunity and cherish it. A slight carelessness could make it slip away. Jiang Chen didn't refuse either. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend at the moment. And the faint fragrance emanating from Shangwan Ruoshi's body did smell quite nice. Jiang Chen?
Just as the two were about to leave, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly and then turned to see a familiar and somewhat repugnant face.
Lin Siyu?
Yes, the woman who had just called him was none other than Wu Mengmeng's good friend Lin Siyu. It could be said that Wu Mengmeng had changed so much in recent years, from a relatively innocent college girl to a full-fledged materialistic woman, and she was inseparable from her current good friend.
What? Is this your ex-girlfriend? Shangwan Ruoshi glanced at Lin Siyu, then asked somewhat jealously.
The woman in front of her was average-looking and had a kind of willful and capricious feeling, but when Jiang Chen glanced at the woman just now, his eyes suddenly changed.
Shangwan Ruoshi's keen intuition made her feel that Jiang Chen might have some unclear relationship with this woman. How is that possible? Is my taste that bad? Jiang Chen shook his head lightly. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? You, a loser like you, dare to look down on me? You, a dead bootlicker, are not even worthy to lick my shoes. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Siyu's face immediately flushed with anger. She had never looked at such a poor loser with respect before. She never expected him to say he didn't like her. Surprised that I don't like you? Does your family not have a mirror? Do you have pee in your eyes? Can't you take a good look at your own ugly face? Jiang Chen's voice remained calm. You stinky peasant, poor loser. Lin Siyu was instantly furious. Then she glanced at Shangwan Ruoshi next to Jiang Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Because that girl was indeed much prettier than herself, and more elegant. Although she was very unwilling to admit it, that was the truth. Jiang Chen, should I go slap her twice? This woman's mouth is too foul. Shangwan Ruoshi's eyes suddenly shot out a cold light. She hadn't seen such a disrespectful and arrogant woman in a long time. Even Jiang Chen, such an outstanding guy, had become a stinky peasant and a poor loser in her eyes. Siyu, who are they? At this moment, the two girls beside her also spoke up. Humph. Isn't that Ming Ming's ex-boyfriend, that stinky loser Jiang Chen? Lin Siyu said sarcastically. Then he sneered at the two of them. I finally understand why you, Jiang Chen, were so bold before. Not only did you take the initiative to break up with Meng Meng, but you also dared to insult her. It turns out you've hooked up with a rich woman. Do you, a freeloader like you, have the right to look down on me? Looking at the demeanor of the girl next to Jiang Chen, it was clear she was from a wealthy family. It was unexpected that this kid Jiang Chen had such good luck to be able to hook up with a rich woman. No wonder he not only took the initiative to break up with Wu Mengmeng before but also dared to call her a fool. Jiang Chen did not speak further but coldly looked at Lin Siyu. If he had heard such words before, perhaps he would have been angry. But now, his mood was incredibly calm, to the point of wanting to laugh. Because now, whether it was Wu Mengmeng or Lin Siyu, they were no longer in the same world as him. Getting angry for such people was simply not worth it. So it's him. Didn't you say this kid was a very loyal lapdog before? He was so attentive to Meng Meng. I never expected him to be such a scumbag, changing his attitude after hooking up with a rich woman. Exactly. I despise men who live off women like this. The two girls next to Lin Siyu immediately started to mock as well. Wait a moment, I'll call Meng Meng. Lin Siyu immediately called Wu Meng Meng. They had come together earlier, but Meng Meng and her boyfriend had gone elsewhere. Now that they ran into Jiang Chen, of course, she wanted Meng Meng to see her useless boyfriend, and maybe tease him a bit. It would be great if she could give this scumbag a good slap. Jiang Chen, can you bear this? These foul-mouthed people, I really want to slap them, said Shangwan Ruoshi, her eyes cold. If it were any other day, she wouldn't even bother with these clowns. But now, these clowns were mocking Jiang Chen so much that she was starting to lose her temper. It's fine. Hitting people like them will only dirty your hands, Jiang Chen said calmly. Soon enough, Wu Mengmeng was walking towards them, intimately linking arms with a young man. Her face instantly darkened upon seeing Jiang Chen. Then came the smug expression. Her current boyfriend was quite something. He was the young master of the Huanyu group in Zhonghai City, a super-rich second generation. Jiang Chen, a country bumpkin like him, could never catch up even if he worked his whole life. Oh, Meng Meng, is this the useless ex-boyfriend you were talking about? He's quite good-looking. Zheng Kai cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen, his voice full of contempt. Then, when his gaze fell on Shangwan Ruoshi, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. Because this girl was much more beautiful than Wu Mengmeng in every aspect, be it looks, figure, or demeanor, she completely overshadowed Wu Mengmeng. That's right. This loser really looks decent, otherwise how could he hook up with a rich woman? Wu Mengmeng also looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. I mean Jiang Chen, after leaving me, you've really gone downhill. Now you're starting to leech off rich women, living off them? I remember you used to have some backbone, how come you become so weak like a dog now? She tilted her head arrogantly, like a proud wild chicken. I say, Wu Mengmeng, after leaving me, it seems your taste has deteriorated, resorting to these kinds of riffraff? Jiang Chen said lightly with a smile. Because he no longer cared, he didn't feel frustrated, not even a ripple in his heart. You poor loser, what did you say? Do you look down on me? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's mockery, Zheng Kai's face immediately turned angry. Unexpectedly, even the freeloading local dog dared to look down on himself. Even across the entire Zhonghai, there are not many young people who would dare to speak to him like this. Jiang Chen, do you know who my boyfriend is? He is Zheng Kai, the young master of Huanyu Group.
You, a stinking loser, can't even compare to a single hair on him. As long as young Master Zhang says the word, you won't be able to survive in the entire southern province. Wu Mengmeng immediately began to boast with a smug look on her face. As she spoke, she held onto Zhang Kai's arm even tighter. She wished she could crush her two apples. Zhang Chen, I suggest you kneel down and apologize to young Master Zhang and Mengmeng. Maybe they will give you a way out. Exactly. How can a group of losers like you have the audacity to compete with young Master Zhang for a woman? You really don't know your place. Mengmeng is so lucky to have left this stinking loser. Lin Xiyu and the other two girls also chimed in. These words instantly made Zhang Kai look satisfied. This kind of flattery felt really great. You waste, kneel down now and apologize to me and young Master Zhang. Then crawl under our crotches. We won't hold you accountable for what you said to me last time and today. Otherwise, I will make sure you have no place in the southern province. Wu Mengmeng's mouth was practically reaching the sky at this point. Obviously, this feeling was very enjoyable for her. More comfortable than reaching the high dynasty. Kid, are you deaf? Can't you hear Mengmeng's words? Quickly kneel down and apologize to this young master, then crawl under my pants. I will let you off today. After Zhang Kai arrogantly finished speaking, he directly spread his legs apart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. But on the side, Shangguan Ruoshi couldn't bear it anymore. Her face was so dark and frightening. She immediately took out her phone and sent a voice message. Uncle Zhou, bring a few people to the antique street. There are a few dogs here making too much noise, teach them a lesson. After speaking, Shangguan Ruoshi looked at the group as if they were already dead. In this Shanghai city, she knew some influential figures and top-notch wealthy young masters. None of them included the trash in front of her. So even if these people were taken care of, there was no need to worry at all. Oh, such audacity. A young lady really thinks of herself as a princess, huh? If you have the guts, go ahead and shut me up. I'd love to experience that. Wu Mengmeng and Lin Xiyu provocatively stared at Shangguan Ruoshi. Even if this woman in front of them was a young lady, she probably was just a club's young lady. With young Master Zhang around, they weren't worried at all. Hey, stinking local dog, this young master's patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, apologize to me, then crawl under my pants. I won't hold this against you. Otherwise, not only will you not survive in the entire southern province, but I will also break your dog legs. Zhang Kai was clearly losing his patience at this point. However, just as he finished speaking, a furious voice rang out from not far away. I'd like to see which dog bastard is so bold as to make my big brother kneel down. As the voice sounded, everyone turned their heads abruptly. They saw Lin Yun followed by 4 bodyguards, walking towards them with anger on his face. Phew! Shangguan Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Yun. Lin! Young Master Lin! And on Zhang Kai's face, a look of confusion and fear immediately appeared. Lin Yun was someone he naturally recognized, a well-known playboy in Shanghai. And a true wealthy young master, even 10 of him, Zhang Kai, couldn't compare to Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun had already walked up to the group. Lin Xiao, I never expected to see Lin Xiao here. It's truly a great fortune in this lifetime. Zhang Kai, who was just arrogant moments ago, turned into a loyal dog at the sight of Lin Yun. He bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle. However, Lin Yun ignored him and walked straight to Jiang Chen. With a face full of guilt, he said, I'm sorry, big brother, I'm late and made you suffer. It's okay. Why did you come to the antique street? Jiang Chen shook his head and then asked casually. Lin Yun never mentioned his interest in antiques. When I called you, you didn't answer, and you didn't reply to my messages. I asked Miss Shangguan and found out that you were with her, so I came over. Lin Yun said with a smile. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. Big brother, I will take care of the situation that made you suffer just now. I will make sure you are satisfied. With these words, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold light as he turned his head. Humph. You, trash, want my big brother to apologize to you on his knees? Do you want to break my big brother's legs? His tone was icy and his gaze pierced Zhang Kai like he was looking at a dead man. How dare this mere waste make his big brother kneel to him? If he didn't cripple this kid today, he would reverse his own name. Boom. Zhang Kai felt like the sky was falling on him. How could this ordinary guy be the top playboy Lin Yun's big brother? Didn't Wu Mengmeng and Lin Xiyu say that this group of losers were Wu Mengmeng's ex-boyfriends, poor as church mice? They not only had no money but also no background or support, right? Why was Lin Yun calling him big brother now? And why did he appear so respectful and humble in front of him? Lin Yun was not someone he could provoke. Even if his father came, he would have to address Lin Yun as young Master Lin respectfully. Lin Xiao, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding.
Could you have mistaken the person? This Jiang Chen is just my girlfriend's ex-boyfriend, a poor loser. Zhang Kai quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and then hurriedly confirmed. It must be because they looked alike that Lin Yun mistook him. Smack! In response, a loud slap echoed. You scum, I'm Lin Yun's big brother, could I make a mistake? Would you mistake your own father? He slapped Zhang Kai directly, leaving him dizzy. Zhang Xiao, who is he? How dare he be so arrogant in front of you? Since this guy is Jiang Chen's brother, he must also be a poor loser. Lin Xiu immediately said on the side. She knew many high society figures and top playboys, but she had never seen the person in front of her before. Yes, honey, who is this loser? How dare he hit you? Hurry up and have someone break their legs. Wu Mengmeng was shaking Zhang Kai's arm vigorously. Then she looked at Lin Yun and Jiang Chen. You two country bumpkins, how dare you hit my husband, you're finished. Even if a deity comes, they can't save you today. Just as Wu Mengmeng's words fell, a cold voice sounded from behind, is that so? I'd like to see which ignorant scum in this Zhonghai dares to trouble my big brother Jiang. Everyone immediately turned to look again. They saw a tall and handsome young man walking over with a cold expression on his face. Qin Wu. Jiang Chen, when did you get involved with young Master Qin? And that guy actually calls you big brother. Upon seeing Qin Wu, Shangguan Ruoshi and Lin Yun also showed surprised expressions. Although both their families were top forces in Zhonghai, the gap compared to the Qin family in Modu was exceptionally large. And now, the young master of the Qin family actually called Jiang Chen big brother Jiang, which truly made them feel incredulous. Especially Shangguan Ruoshi. She clearly remembered that just yesterday, Jiang Chen defeated Qin Wu with a single punch. At that time, their relationship was not very pleasant. How could such a big change happen in just one day? She felt like her brain capacity was not enough at the moment. Ha ha, this kid suddenly found me before, crying and insisting on being my little brother. I had no choice but to agree to him, Jiang Chen said helplessly. Qin Wu. Young Master Qin. It's over, it's really over. At the sight of Qin Wu, Zhang Kai's face turned ashen. He looked like his soul had been sucked out. Last year, during a fighting match, he had seen Qin Wu and naturally knew this top young master from the Magic City. Now even he was calling that Jiang Chen big brother Jiang. That guy was definitely not the poor loser or loser as Wu Mengmeng described, but a super big shot. And he had just boasted about making him kneel and beg for forgiveness. Just thinking about what he had said earlier, cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Another loser. Do you really think numbers matter? I say, Jiang Chen, how long are you going to play these tricks? Even if you bring 100 more people, would you dare touch a hair on young Master Zhang? Wu Mengmeng looked at Jiang Chen with disgust. In her eyes, these people were definitely actors Jiang Chen had hired, pretending to be top young masters. Just by looking at their loser appearance, she knew they had no connection to top young masters. At the sound of this, Zhang Kai's scalp tingled. This woman was really trying to get herself killed. Exactly, they're quite good at pretending. Come on, if you dare, touch a strand of my hair and see? Lin Xiu looked at Qin Wu with full disdain, then pointed at her own face. She was certain that these losers were just putting on a show and wouldn't dare touch her. As long as they dared touch her, if they didn't make her eat 4 dishes for the rest of their lives, she wouldn't be surnamed Lin. It's over. These two idiots, can't they see the situation now? Zhang Kai felt powerless. Brain-dead teammates were really hard to deal with. Smack! Just as those words fell, Qin Wu directly slapped her hard, sending her flying 5 meters away. Qin Wu didn't hold back with that slap. As Lin Xiu fell to the ground, her face instantly swelled up. 7 or 8 teeth were knocked out. Bastard! Such a perverted request, I've never heard of it in my life. Qin Wu coldly glanced at the already fainted Lin Xiu, then spat directly on her face. You loser, how dare you hit Xiu, you're finished, you're done. You'll spend your whole life in prison. You, a grown man, dare to hit a woman, what kind of man are you? The 2 girls next to Lin Xiu immediately started to harshly condemn him. Smack smack. Qin Wu directly gave them 2 big slaps as well. The 2 of them lay motionless next to Lin Xiu, looking neat and tidy. It was only then that Qin Wu walked up to Jiang Chen. The fierce look on his face instantly disappeared, turning into a silly smile. Big brother Jiang, are you satisfied with this approach? Not bad, very violent, very practical. Jiang Chen nodded. This guy was indeed a martial artist. When it comes to action, he doesn't hesitate. Young Master Qin, I suspect you have a violent tendency. What if you had slapped them to death just now? Lin Yun looked at Qin Wu, admiringly asking. Let her die. Such a despicable woman, wasting air while alive, wasting money while half dead, just perfect when dead. Besides, everyone heard it, she asked me to hit her just now,
I was just fulfilling her request, Qin said indifferently. Impressive. Lin Yun gave a thumbs up. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Qin family in the Magic City. His courage is indeed stronger than his own. Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang, I was wrong. I was blind and committed grave sins. I beg for your mercy, just treat me like a fart and let me go. I was misled by the nonsense of Wu Mengmeng and Lin Xiu. Zheng Kai realized the situation was turning against him and began pleading in terror. Smack! Qin walked over and slapped Zheng Kai to the ground. His tone was icy. You trash, do you even deserve to stand and talk to my brother? Kneel properly in front of me. Otherwise, believe me, I'll slap you to death. Zheng Kai's resistance to the hit was quite good. After being slapped by Qin, he quickly came to his senses. He crawled and knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, brother Jiang, I beg for your forgiveness. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Whether it was the pain from the slap or fear, Zheng Kai burst into tears. Bang! However, Lin Yun kicked him out. You scum! You don't even have the qualifications to call my brother a brother. Zheng Kai crawled back on his knees. Grandpa Jiang, sirs, I was wrong. Spare me. His pitiful appearance was so miserable and pathetic. But the pitiful ones often have their despicable sides. At this moment, more and more onlookers gathered around, all discussing animatedly. Especially when they looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes were full of doubt and curiosity. To make Lin Yun and Qin willingly become his followers, the onlookers couldn't help but think that this kid's identity was definitely extraordinary. Jiang Chen, let it go. There are more and more onlookers, it's not good to continue like this. At this point, Shangwan Ruoshi spoke up. After all, the people in front of her had received their due punishment. She was also a bit worried that Qin might accidentally beat someone to death. With the protection of the Qin family, he would naturally not face any punishment. But Jiang Chen's current status was far from matching Qin, so he might face big trouble later on. Well, let's go. Jiang Chen nodded, not wanting to escalate the situation too much. If the police came, it would be troublesome to handle. He also understood the principle that a tall tree catches the wind. Jiang Chen, please wait. I suddenly realized that I have always loved you. My heart can only hold you. Get lost. Afterwards, Jiang Chen left with the others. Brother, I just checked on that Zheng Kai. His family also runs a company, and they have cooperated with our Lin family. But I've already informed my dad to completely stop the cooperation with them. Lin Yun spoke. Your dad agreed? Jiang Chen asked. Of course, I briefly explained what happened just now. If my dad dares to disagree, Grandpa will break his legs. Hee. Damn. You're really damn filial. Jiang Chen, I also checked. My family had some business dealings with the Zhang family, but now we have completely terminated the cooperation. Thanks. Soon, everyone arrived at an antique shop called Treasure Pavilion. Inside, several middle-aged men were chatting cheerfully. Upon seeing Shangwan Ruoshi and Jiang Chen entering, one middle-aged man immediately stepped forward to greet them warmly. You must be Mr. Jiang Chen. The middle-aged man warmly shook Jiang Chen's hand. His tone, demeanor, and actions were all very respectful, as if he were facing an elder. The person in front of him was the savior of the entire Shangwan family, so he naturally couldn't afford to be impolite in front of his benefactor. If he had really taken back the piece of yuan blue and white porcelain to celebrate, and it had been discovered, the Shangwan family's business would definitely plummet. Their hidden adversaries would swiftly swallow them up, even leading them to ruin. Having mingled in the business world for decades, he naturally understood how ruthless it could be, where taking advantage of your weakness to take your life was the norm. Jiang Chen, this is my father. Shangwan Ruoshi quickly introduced. Mr. Shangwan, hello. Jiang Chen politely nodded in greeting. After all, he and Shangwan Ruoshi were considered friends now. Hey, don't be so formal. You're almost the same age as Ruoshi. If you don't mind, you can call me uncle in the future. If our age gap wasn't so big, I would want to become sworn brothers with you. Shangwan Hong was still quite humorous. However, Jiang Chen could see the excitement and gratitude in his eyes very clearly. Ha ha. Lin Yun chuckled and then said, you can't do that, Uncle Shangwan. If you become sworn brothers with him, then I'll have to call Jiang Chen uncle in the future, and that would mess up the generations. What's there to fear? We can just call each other whatever we want by then, Shangwan Hong said with a smile. This banter made everyone burst into laughter. Who is that kid? The head of the Shangwan family is so warm towards him, even wanting to become sworn brothers with him. At this, the other middle-aged men were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Shangwan Hong's status was prominent throughout the city of Shanghai. It was unexpected to see him being so polite and even respectful to a junior, a first-time occurrence. Even Lin Yun's grandfather, Lin Xian, didn't receive such treatment. In fact, when Jiang Chen and the others entered earlier, Shang Wanhong had noticed Qin Wu. He was very surprised, wondering why Jiang Chen was associating with Qin Wu. This kid was the young master of a prominent family in the Magic City, known to have a bad temper and character. It seemed that besides his keen insight, Jiang Chen possessed a special charm. Soon, they arrived at a private room.
Xiaochuan, Uncle is truly grateful for the information you provided us before. It means a lot to our entire Shangguan family. Feel free to let me know if you have any needs or require assistance in the future. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will not hesitate. Shang Wanhong respectfully bowed to Jiang Chen. He was well aware that without Jiang Chen's help a few days ago, the Shangguan family would have faced a different fate. Uncle Shangguan, you're too kind. I also received payment back then, so you really don't need to be so formal, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although he had used his precognitive abilities twice to save the Lin and Shangguan families, it was worth it. At least the behavior of these two families made him feel very comfortable. They were not the kind of opportunistic wolves. Brother Jiang, what exactly did you do to make the head of the Shangguan family so grateful to you? Qin Wu asked, looking puzzled. While the Shangguan family's status and identity might not match up to their Qin families, they were still a prominent enterprise in Zhanghai City. Surprisingly, a family was so polite to a young man, which must be a great favor. Ha ha, it's just some small matters, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said. Indeed, it was a small matter to him, but for the Shangguan family, it was a life-saving favor. By the way, Uncle Shangguan, I mentioned to Ruwashi last time to have you investigate the people behind those appraisal masters. Have you found out? Jiang Chen couldn't help but remind. With his ability to foresee the future, he knew there were masterminds behind those appraisal masters, aiming to drag the Shangguan family down into the abyss. And that mastermind was actually someone from the Shangguan family. Yes, I have already investigated everything. I have started to handle this matter, Shang Wanhong nodded, but did not reveal everything. After all, the mastermind behind this matter was someone from their own family. Family matters should not be made public, especially with outsiders like Lin Yun and Qin Wu present. It was not appropriate to discuss it openly. That's good. Jiang Chen nodded. If the mastermind behind the scenes was not exposed, such incidents would surely continue to happen in the future. He couldn't help the Shangguan family every time they faced difficulties. Xiaochuan, the reason I called you here this time is that I have another favor to ask. I don't know if Ruwashi has mentioned it to you? Shang Wanhong awkwardly spoke up. He already felt indebted to Jiang Chen for helping the Shangguan family through a difficult time. Now he had to ask for help again, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But at the moment, he had no other choice. It was impossible to find a substitute for the antique like the Yuan Qinghua in a short time, so he could only seek Jiang Chen's help. Maybe Jiang Chen could help him. Yes, she mentioned it before. Jiang Chen nodded. With his insightful eye now, helping to choose an antique was indeed a very easy task. He just didn't know if there were any valuable treasures worth over 100 million in this antique street. Nephew, I can offer the highest price for whatever you choose today, Shang Wanhong quickly said. Alright, let's go out and take a look. Then, they all left the private room. Jiang Chen looked around the antique shop but didn't find anything particularly valuable. The most valuable item was an ancient painting worth over 8 million, but obviously, such an item couldn't meet Shang Wanhong's needs. Later, they arrived at the antique street, ready to search for hidden treasures. Most of the vendors in the antique street were cunning and shrewd, with a keen eye for valuable items, making it very difficult to find hidden treasures. However, with the insightful eye, Jiang Chen was confident. 2 hours passed quickly. Lin Yun and Qin Wu felt bored and left first. Just then, Jiang Chen came to a small vendor's stall, where there were several scrolls and a few porcelain bottles. However, these bottles were covered with bubbles on the surface, and the glaze was uneven, clearly junk among junk. Of course, there were also some bottles with smooth glaze, looking exquisite, but Jiang Chen's gaze was always fixed on the longest bottle. Jiang Chen, is there anything good here? Shangguan Ruwashi saw Jiang Chen stop and look attentively, so she asked softly. There's nothing good. Just looking around casually, Jiang Chen smiled, shook his head, and then prepared to leave. Wait a minute, young man. It's fate that we meet. Take a look at these paintings of Tang Bohu, and these blue and white porcelain pieces. They are all genuine Yuan Qinghua. Since you seem to be knowledgeable, how about I sell them to you at a lower price? Actually, the boss had noticed Jiang Chen's expression just now, so naturally, he didn't want to let go of such a fat sheep. This kid looks so young, clearly has no knowledge of antiques. Moreover, dressed in luxurious attire, handsome appearance, outstanding temperament, he must be a rich second generation from some prominent family. These rich second generations with easy money are the easiest to deceive. Boss, you're not fooling anyone with this.
The workmanship of these porcelain pieces is too rough, yet you dare to claim they are yuan blue and white.
You tell lies without even batting an eyelid, said Shangwan Ruwashi impatiently.
Although boasting by these stall owners in the antique street is normal, after all, this is their livelihood.
But this kind of boasting is a bit too much, claiming to have authentic works of Tang Bohu and yuan blue and white. Why not say that thing resembling a chamber pot was used by the Queen Mother as a glass? Young man, this girl doesn't understand anything. I see you have a good eye. Look at these yuan blue and white pieces of mine, the color, the uneven glazed surface, all showcasing exquisite craftsmanship.
This unique design is also a pursuit of ancient art. After boasting for a while, even the boss himself couldn't continue. In fact, these things were all bought for a few bucks a few days ago. Boss, this vase looks particularly unique to me. It really looks like yuan blue and white. Jiang Chen stopped in his tracks, then squatted down and picked up the ugliest vase. Young man, you have a sharp eye. I knew this was yuan blue and white. You are truly my kindred spirit. The boss's eyes lit up instantly. He was right in his guess. This kid was indeed a rich second generation with money to spare. Cheating such people is even easier than cheating a pig. Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Ruwashi exchanged a glance upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, their expressions slightly changing. At this moment, some players also gathered around.
Young man, you call this yuan blue and white, do you really understand antiques? If you don't know, don't mess around, don't embarrass yourself here, okay? Someone finally spoke disdainfully. Although they knew it was not proper, they couldn't help it. Why does this kid look like a fool? Just a broken jar, yet he claims it's yuan blue and white. I don't understand, but I have money to burn, do you have a say in that? Jiang Chen turned around, speaking coldly.
Such people are always poking their noses into others' business.
Exactly, young man is right, you better shut up. Don't you understand the rules of this antique street?
The boss also stared coldly at the person who had just spoken. The person was instantly scared into silence. After all, he was well aware that most of the stall owners who could set up shop here were not to be trifled with. Boss, ignore these people, tell me, how much for this vase?
Jiang Chen asked calmly.
This made the smile on the boss's face even more pronounced.
Young man, I see you are a connoisseur like me. How about this, I'll give you a special price, 50,000, what do you say?
The boss's eyes narrowed with a smile.
Boss, you're going too far. Is this piece of junk really worth 50,000?
Jiang Chen, please don't believe this. Anyone with a bit of knowledge about antiques can see that this vase is just trash. Even if it's old, the craftsmanship is simply too poor. It's not worth much at all. Shangwan Ruwashi hurriedly interjected. Shut up, Ruwashi, don't disturb your nephew's decision.
Shangwan Hong directly reprimanded Shangwan Ruwashi.
Since he chose to believe Jiang Chen, all decision-making power was in Jiang Chen's hands. After all, it's just 50,000, not even a drop in the bucket for them. Jiang Chen didn't turn back, but looked at the boss with a mocking expression on his face.
I'm telling you, boss, I treat you like a brother. Are you trying to take me for a fool? You don't really think I'm stupid, believing this is authentic blue and white porcelain, do you? If you're going to ask for such a sky-high price, then I'll just leave, Jiang Chen said coldly. In fact, he had already used his insightful eye to carefully study the porcelain in front of him. This porcelain vase was far from being as shabby as it appeared on the surface. It held great value within. Even if he bought it for 500,000, he could make a huge profit. One could say that this porcelain vase before him was simply a massive leak. Wait, young man, don't be so impulsive. Doing business is all about bargaining. I've given you my price, and you can negotiate based on your budget, the boss said with a smile, hurrying over as Jiang Chen stood up to leave. A big fish like this, if it walked away just like that, it would be a huge loss. They must make a hefty profit from this lad today, no matter what. Well, what the boss says does make some sense. In that case, I'll start bargaining. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. After all, bargaining was indeed a common practice in business transactions. He then stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, how about 120? This statement shocked everyone around, who couldn't believe how harsh the negotiation was. To offer 160 for something worth 500,000 was quite a deal. However, soon everyone calmed down. After all, the vase did look like trash, and 160 wasn't a low price. The boss, on the other hand, looked bitter. He had thought the rich second generation in front of him was an easy target. He had hoped to swindle 30 to 50,000 from him, but this lad unexpectedly slashed the price so low. Young man, I asked you to bargain, not to bargain me. Your offer is like a knife to my neck, the boss lamented. Although the lad couldn't distinguish antiques, his bargaining skills were clearly learned from his grandmother who frequented the market. All right, give me 3,000, and the vase is yours. Consider it a favor for me." The boss realized it wouldn't be easy to deal with this young man. He then offered a rock-bottom price.
The price dropped from 500,000 to 3,000 in an instant, further convincing the onlookers that the so-called antique before them was just a worthless old vase.
280, no more, Jiang Chen stated firmly.
Judging by the boss's behavior earlier, it was evident he had no idea of the vase's true value.
So, 280 should be acceptable. Fine. Consider me your friend, 280 it is, the boss agreed reluctantly.
He feared Jiang Chen might regret it again, and he wouldn't even make the 280. After all, they hadn't made any sales that day, and the vase had been sitting there for days without anyone asking about its price. He had bought it back for $20 a while ago. Selling it for 280 was already a good deal. He had made a profit of over 10 times in just a few days. The boss is quite straightforward, Jiang Chen chuckled as he handed over $280 to the boss.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the antique for $280, triggering a critical hit rebate, reward, remote acupoint technique. Just as the transaction was completed, a synthesized electronic sound rang in his mind. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He hadn't expected to trigger a critical hit reward this time. Moreover, the reward is not money, but the ability to acupoint.
This ability is not seen in real life, only in some martial arts TV shows and novels.
I never expected to have mastered this magical ability now. Today is truly profitable.
Not only did I make a good deal, but the system also triggered a critical rebate.
Just then, the surroundings immediately became noisy.
This kid really has more money than sense, spending $280 on such a piece of junk. Even if this junk was given to me, I wouldn't want it.
This kid is really naive. Does he think he can really find treasures here?
Even if you want to find treasures, find something decent. This porcelain bottle looks like trash. At most it's worth a dozen or $20.
I don't even think it's worth $20.
At this moment, the people around started to discuss. After all, the boss and Jiang Chen had already completed the transaction. The antique market is all about buying and selling. Once the money is paid and the goods are delivered, even if you regret it later, or even regret it to the core, it's too late.
Jiang Chen paid no attention to these people.
After all, there are too many frogs at the bottom of the well in this society who like to criticize and educate others from a master's perspective,
not realizing they are the ones with shallow knowledge. Xiao Chuan, shall we continue to browse around? Shang Wanhong asked at this moment.
Although the porcelain bottle just now looked very ordinary, it was acceptable for only $280.
We can go back. Jiang Chen nodded. He was very confident in his insightful eye.
According to the observation of the insightful eye just now, there was more to this porcelain bottle.
In fact, inside the porcelain bottle, there was indeed a genuine yuan blue and white porcelain. Shang Wanhong also nodded immediately, because he had great confidence in Jiang Chen.
After all, Jiang Chen could tell that the yuan blue and white porcelain depicting Xiaoyi chasing Han Xian under the moonlight was a fake without having seen it before, a skill not possessed by ordinary people.
Just as the three of them were about to leave, three people suddenly approached them.
Leading the way was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, with a warm smile on his face. Behind him were a man and a woman, both outstanding in temperament, probably young masters and misses from some family. Although the old man was old, he walked briskly and soon appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others.
I am Yin Wenqing, may I have a look at the porcelain bottle in the young man's hand?
The old man looked at Jiang Chen's porcelain bottle with keen eyes and asked. Before Jiang Chen could speak, there was an immediate sound of shock around him.
Oh my god, it's actually Yin Wenqing, the chief appraisal master of the antique world in the Magic City. Yes, why would Mr. Yen come to such a small place like Zhonghai? What's going on? Mr. Yen seems very interested in that kid's porcelain bottle. That thing couldn't really be yuan blue and white, could it?
Don't joke, if that thing is yuan blue and white, I'll stand on my head and eat sh*t on the spot.
Exactly, Mr.
Yen probably wants to teach that short-sighted kid a lesson.
Hearing the discussions of the people around, Yin Wenqing's face changed.
At this time, Shang Wanhong respectfully spoke. I am Shang Wanhong, the head of the Shangwan family. I have met Mr.
Yen.
After speaking, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, showing great respect.
I am Shangwan Ruoshi. I have met Grandpa Yen. Shangwan Ruoshi also quickly stepped forward to greet him.
After all, as the jewel of the Shangwan family, she naturally knew such a big figure as Yin Wenqing.
Yin Wenqing just casually nodded.
His gaze lingered on Jiang Chen and the porcelain bottle in his hand.
Xiaochuan, let me introduce you properly. This is Master Yen, an antique appraisal expert from the Magic City. Shang Wanhong quickly introduced Jiang Chen. "I've met Master Yin." Jiang Chen greeted simply.
Although such a figure was not usually seen, there was no need to leave a bad impression. "Impressive, to have such insight and courage at a young age, you're quite good."
Yan Wenqing nodded at Jiang Chen. He then asked, "Can I take a look at this porcelain bottle?" "No problem.
But please handle it carefully, as it is a true national treasure,"
Jiang Chen reminded.
According to his discerning eyes, the underglaze blue inside this bottle could fetch a high price of 230 million 10 years ago. With time passing, the value had naturally far exceeded that of 10 years ago. After all, in turbulent times, antiques flourished. This saying was not just empty words.
"Ha ha, is this guy trying to make me laugh to death?
Calling it a national treasure, this kid sure has guts."
He probably doesn't even know who he's facing, acting so arrogantly in front of Master Yin.
I really want to see what expression this kid will have after being proven wrong later.
The laughter from the crowd grew louder. Clearly, they were laughing at Jiang Chen's ignorance. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged.
There was no need to bother with such narrow-minded individuals.
"Noisy," Yan Wenqing frowned.
Then he looked around at the laughing crowd with a disdainful expression, clearly displeased. These so-called players not only had shallow vision but also mocked others. "If you find it too noisy, let's discuss inside the shop," a woman behind him said at this moment. The woman was also stunningly beautiful, with a cold demeanor that Jiang Chen didn't find appealing. Compared to her, he preferred Shangguan Ruoshi and Su Qingya.
"No need.
This is a good opportunity for these people to see how foolish their mockery was just now." Yan Wenqing shook his head. He had already taken the porcelain bottle by then. He handled it with extreme care, as if protecting a newborn baby. After looking at it for a minute, excitement and joy appeared in his eyes. He immediately turned to Jiang Chen. Excitedly, he asked, "Young man, have you figured out the secret of this porcelain bottle?" "Naturally, it contains a universe." Jiang Chen nodded, simply saying those words. If he hadn't figured out the secret, he wouldn't have bought such a seemingly useless porcelain bottle. "Good lad, you have a keen eye." It's hard to believe that a young man of your age has such insight, Yan Wenqing admired Jiang Chen. Then, in front of everyone, he took out a small hammer and smashed the porcelain bottle directly. He then said to the surrounding people, "A bunch of ignorant and shallow individuals, dare to call yourselves players.
Now, open your eyes wide and watch."
As the porcelain bottle shattered, pieces fell off. The expressions on the faces of the people around gradually became more exciting.
"Wow. This is really underglaze blue? Wow. The quality and patterns, the preservation is too perfect. Our eyes are dim, that young man is making a fortune today."
Indeed, with these patterns and quality, even from the Qing dynasty, it could fetch a sky-high price.
Can't blame us for our dim eyes. After all, this thing was wrapped in a porcelain bottle. Who could see what's inside?
Just as I see it, that kid just had better luck than dog shit earlier. Those who had just mocked Jiang Chen were now showing envy and jealousy on their faces upon seeing a genuine piece of yuan blue and white porcelain hidden inside that ragged item. After all, they were antique enthusiasts, so they naturally understood the value of a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain very well. Before long, the dust and dirt on the yuan blue and white porcelain had been mostly cleaned off, revealing its original appearance.
"Wow, isn't that the Gaguzi descending the mountain yuan blue and white porcelain?"
I saw an identical piece of yuan blue and white porcelain at an auction 10 years ago, and it fetched a sky-high price of 230 million back then.
My goodness,
if it could fetch 230 million 10 years ago, it must be worth at least 5 billion now.
5 billion? You're underestimating the yuan blue and white porcelain.
If this antique were to be auctioned now, it could very well fetch 10 billion.
Oh my, where did this kid come from? His luck is just too good.
At this moment, the people around them all gasped in shock. Something they had bought for a couple of $100 was now worth billions.
It was simply an incredible stroke of luck. Young man, your eye for things is truly extraordinary. Even I, an old-timer, wouldn't have paid attention to something like this on this stall. It seems the younger generation is surpassing the older one, wave after wave. Yan Wenqing looked at Jiang Chen with admiration all over his face.
Nowadays, young people with keen eyes are becoming rarer, but this young man seemed to have a sharper eye than himself. Perhaps to others, Jiang Chen had just stumbled upon a treasure, but to him, it was not so. Jiang Chen's ability to mention the phrase "there is a universe within" before buying this porcelain indicated that he already knew its secret.
"Mr. Yen, you're too modest."
"I just had better luck," Jiang Chen modestly replied.
"Don't be modest, young man. This kind of thing isn't just obtained through luck."
"If it were merely luck, you wouldn't have mentioned 'there is a universe within' earlier," Yan Wenqing said with a smile.
The more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him.
There was a desire to take him as a disciple and pass on his knowledge. But on second thought, it was better not to, as in the world of antiques, the more knowledgeable one becomes the teacher. In this situation, he really wasn't capable of being Jiang Chen's mentor.
At this point, Shang Wanhong's body was trembling with excitement.
He had initially thought Jiang Chen was just fooling around, but he hadn't expected this young man to have already seen the uniqueness of this vase. As for the vendor of the small stall, his eyes were now red, and he was regretting deeply.
Young man, it's fate that we met today. How about selling me this jar? I paid you $280 earlier, and now I'll give you 8 million. You've earned 1,000 times more in just a few minutes, which is already very good, right?
Suppressing his urge to die, the vendor quickly said with a smile.
As a shop owner in the antique street, he naturally knew the value of this yuan blue and white porcelain.
The Gagouzi descending the mountain yuan blue and white porcelain auction 10 years ago had fetched a sky-high price of 230 million.
If he could buy it back now for
8 million, it would still be a very profitable deal.
Hey, boss, you really think this young man is a fool? You want to acquire this yuan blue and white porcelain without 5 billion?
Exactly, we all thought that young man was a fool earlier, but now it seems the joke's on us.
Young man, I'm Wang Defa, the chairman of DeLong Enterprise. I love collecting antiques like this. I'll offer 3 billion, will you sell me this yuan blue and white porcelain? Young man, I'll offer 2 billion, give me this yuan blue and white porcelain, I also love collecting antiques. I offer 4 billion. The surrounding area suddenly became noisy. After all, they all understood the value of this yuan blue and white porcelain. Even if it was bought for 4 billion and then auctioned off, it would definitely fetch a higher price. Even if they could make tens of millions from it, it would be a considerable sum for them. Hearing the words of the people around him, Shang Wanhong looked somewhat nervously at Jiang Chen. This was what he needed most at the moment.
If someone offered a higher price next, he was worried that Jiang Chen might sell it. But he couldn't influence Jiang Chen's decision now, so everything depended on Jiang Chen's own intentions.
Young man, I am also very interested in this yuan blue and white porcelain. I offer 8 billion. How about you let this yuan blue and white porcelain go to me? Yan Wenqing obviously couldn't bear to part with this yuan blue and white porcelain, and then said with a smile. The price of 8 billion was already very high. Even if it was auctioned off now, it might not fetch such a high price. But for someone who loved studying and collecting antiques, it was completely worth it to get their hands on this well-preserved Gagouzi Shaoshan yuan blue and white porcelain in excellent condition for 8 billion. First of all, thank you, Mr. Yen and everyone, for your kindness. This yuan blue and white porcelain already has an owner, so I'm very sorry.
Jiang Chen then looked apologetically at Yan Wenqing. After all, he had promised to help Shang Wanhong with this yuan blue and white porcelain long ago.
After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the tension on Shang Wanhong's face instantly turned into excitement.
Jiang Chen also turned to look at Shang Wanhong, then smiled and said, Uncle Shangwan, this yuan blue and white porcelain belongs to you. As for how much you want to offer, you can just decide when the time comes. In fact, even if he gave away this yuan blue and white porcelain today, he wouldn't lose out. After all, he had just triggered a critical hit rebate. Damn! An 8 billion yuan blue and white porcelain, given away just like that. Who exactly is this young man? He doesn't even care about 8 billion. Could this young man be a wealthy young man from the capital? Judging by his demeanor and generosity, he does seem very likely to be from the capital. While shocked, the crowd also began to discuss one after another. Most of them were business owners, but they definitely couldn't casually give up 8 billion like this.
That's 8 billion. An ordinary person probably wouldn't earn that much money in several lifetimes.
Even for these small business owners, they probably wouldn't see that much money in their entire lives.
Good. Thank you, my nephew. Shang Wanhong's hands were trembling with excitement.
After calming his emotions a bit, he quickly spoke, but I can't let you suffer a loss.
Since Mr.
Yen just raised the price of this yuan blue and white porcelain to 8 billion, I'll give you 10 billion.
Shang Wanhong knew better than anyone else that this yuan blue and white porcelain might have a price for others.
But for him, it was a priceless treasure that was crucial to the future development of the Shangwan family. At this moment, he really wanted to kneel down and thank Jiang Chen.
Okay, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, that was 10 billion, not something to be rejected.
And this money could also help him upgrade his insightful eye.
Jiang Chen, thank you. To show my gratitude to you, can I invite you to eat dumplings tonight? Shangwan Ruoshi threw a flirtatious look at Jiang Chen, then lowered her voice and said, No, dumplings are too small, I like to eat buns. Jiang Chen decisively shook his head. But dumplings have dumpling skins, right? What's so good about the skins? I like the filling. Oof. You're really a tough guy. Yan Wenqing reluctantly handed the yuan blue and white porcelain to Shangwan Hong. Then he turned his fiery gaze towards Jiang Chen. Young brother, can we exchange contact information? If we come across such good stuff in the future, please let me have a look. His keen intuition told him that this young brother was not only insightful but also likely hiding many secrets. No problem. Jiang Chen nodded. This Yan was a person from the Magic City, and from what others had just said, he should also be a well-known appraisal expert. He might really come in handy in the future. Next, everyone dispersed. Only the vendor boss remained, regretting so much that he almost fainted. The yuan blue and white porcelain worth 1 billion yuan was sold by him for only 208. And he even thought he made a profit when selling it. Oh, it's so frustrating, so infuriating. I feel like I won't be able to sleep well for the next month. The boss was now holding a genuine painting by Tang Bohu, tearing and venting desperately. I say, Lao Lu, let bygones be bygones. Even if you anger yourself to death, that yuan blue and white porcelain won't fall into your hands. Besides, with your eye, even if that thing were given to you, it wouldn't be anything good, right? And didn't you buy it back for 20 bucks from someone else? Anyway, you made over 200, not bad. Another vendor boss nearby started to console him. If such a thing had happened to him just now, he might not have taken it so lightly. But since it had happened, getting angry at himself would be futile. One must learn to comfort oneself, deceive oneself, perhaps to live a little happier. Ah, although what you said makes some sense, I'm still so angry. The vendor boss bit down even harder. This feeling was damn unbearable. Alright, stop biting. What if this painting is indeed a genuine work by Tang Bohu? If you bite through it, you'll probably be so mad you'll jump off a building. The vendor next to him reminded once again. Hearing this, the vendor boss calmed down instantly. If it had been said before, he would never have believed it, but now it had some credibility. After all, just now, a broken jar had hidden a yuan blue and white porcelain worth 1 billion yuan, so this painting might really be a genuine work by Tang Bohu. By now, it was already evening. After eating something casually, Jiang Chen returned to the Rose Garden community. Shangwan Hong and Shangwan Ruoshi had just warmly invited him to their home, but Jiang Chen declined. Just as he reached the door, a very uneasy feeling suddenly rose in Jiang Chen's heart. His whole body shivered in that instant. It felt as if he was being targeted by a venomous snake, a chill piercing through him from head to toe. What's going on? How could I suddenly have such a feeling? This sudden feeling left Jiang Chen puzzled. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Was it just a misconception? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. The unsettling feeling suddenly disappeared, but he was already sweating profusely. Then he immediately looked around the corridor with vigilance, but found nothing unusual. After listening carefully for a while, he didn't hear any footsteps. Then he quickly checked the lock on his door and found no signs of tampering, finally breathing a sigh of relief. It seems that it was just an illusion earlier. Or maybe using the eye of insight too many times recently has consumed too much of his mental power, causing that erroneous sense of unease. After letting go of the guard in his heart, Jiang Chen also opened the door. Right now, all he wanted was to have a good sleep and quickly restore his mental strength. At the moment of opening the door, the coldness and unease from before instantly surged up again. This time, it felt even more intense than before. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, a sense of imminent death spreading through his whole body. Bang! Almost at the same moment, the light in the room was turned on. Immediately, Jiang Chen saw an extremely enchanting woman standing at the bedside table in his room. Clad in leather pants and a leather jacket, her figure was perfectly wrapped to perfection. The woman exuded a sharp killing intent all over her body, her gaze icy as she looked at Jiang Chen. Sensing the chilling intent, Jiang Chen felt as if death had locked onto him. At this moment, his intuition told him that the woman in front of him was incredibly powerful. Who are you? Why are you in my room? Jiang Chen suppressed his fear and asked in a cold voice. His intuition told him that this woman was definitely a top-notch assassin, as a murderous aura emanated from her body. This kind of aura was only possessed by someone who had killed before. At that moment, the woman across from him spoke. I am here to send you on your way. Don't even think about resisting or running away, as it will only make you suffer more. The woman's eyes were as cold as ice, showing no emotional fluctuations. The next second, a throwing dart gleaming with cold light appeared in the woman's hand. Although it was just a small dart, Jiang Chen felt as if he was being targeted by a sniper rifle. In any case, he was absolutely no match for the woman in front of him. Even with his boxing champion-level fighting skills and enhanced body, he was completely useless at this moment. After all, this woman was undoubtedly a top assassin. Wait, can I say a few words? If what I say next doesn't change your mind, then you can do as you please. Jiang Chen quickly spoke up,
trying to buy himself some time. His right hand tightly gripped the key in his hand. At the same time, he immediately used his ability to foresee the future, trying to predict the woman's next move. "I'll give you 10 seconds, if your words can't change my mind, then you have only one way to go." The woman's voice remained as cold as ever, like a death sentence from hell. The dart in her hand now seemed even colder. 5, 4, 3. The woman began counting down. "How much is your employer paying you?" "I'll give you 10 times that amount," Jiang Chen immediately said. After all, for all assassins, money was usually the motive. As long as he offered a higher price, the assassin would surely be tempted. However, when the words fell, Jiang Chen did not see any change in the woman's eyes. His heart suddenly turned cold. This woman was definitely not here just for money. "Sorry, your answer doesn't satisfy me, so, you must die." As the woman's words fell, she lightly flicked her right hand, and the dart flew straight towards Jiang Chen. Its speed was astonishing, almost reaching Jiang Chen in an instant. Jiang Chen swiftly dodged. Swish! The dart grazed Jiang Chen's cheek, leaving a shallow cut from which blood trickled down. If his body hadn't been enhanced, with greatly improved speed and agility, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge that dart. At the same time, as Jiang Chen dodged the dart, he forcefully flung the key in his hand directly. Dodged! He dodged it! Seeing Jiang Chen actually dodge her dart, the female assassin's face also revealed a look of immense surprise. Her darts were almost always on target, and basically no one could make her use a second dart. But this young man in front of her, who had no martial arts skills, actually avoided her dart. Crack! At the same time she was shocked, Jiang Chen's key hit her chest in an upward position. In that moment of swelling in her body, she suddenly felt completely unable to move. What's going on? Why can't I move my body? Sensing that her body was completely out of control, the female assassin's face instantly showed a look of panic. Growing up, she had never seen anything so strange. Her body was completely out of her control at this moment. Could it be that the guy in front of her had acupoint skills? But such things only existed in movies or TV shows. How could someone actually know acupoint techniques in reality? Huff, huff. That was really close just now. A few centimeters more and I might have met the king of hell. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also sweating from being scared. His heart was pounding wildly. If his reaction hadn't been so quick just now, he might have already been in a coffin. Looking at the female assassin afterwards, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At the same time, he secretly felt lucky. If he hadn't gone to the antique shop with Shangguan Ruoshi today, he might not have been able to master this acupoint technique. If he didn't have this skill today, he would probably have turned into a cold corpse by now. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen walked step by step towards the female assassin. There was a glint of coldness in his eyes. He really wanted to take out this female assassin, but if he did it in his room, it would cause a big commotion. After all, murder was a very serious matter. The female assassin's eyes were full of fear. She couldn't figure out why this seemingly harmless young man had such a fast reaction just now. And not only did he dodge her dart, he even managed to control her. "You better let me go, or else." The female assassin's eyes turned cold as she was about to threaten Jiang Chen. Crack! The next moment, Jiang Chen slapped her hard across the face. "Damn! You seem to have a hard time seeing the situation clearly. You're still so arrogant now, daring to threaten me. Do you believe I'll take you out right now?" Jiang Chen said in an extremely cold tone. The female assassin was also dumbfounded by this slap. Her eyes were puzzled as she looked at Jiang Chen. This kid had almost been taken out by her just now, and now he dared to hit her? Did he really not know she was an assassin? Was he really tired of living? "Tell me, what's your name? Who sent you to kill me?" Jiang Chen asked in a cold tone. In fact, just now, he had used his ability to foresee the future to learn all the information about this female assassin. This woman was called Shadow, and the mastermind behind her assassination attempt was Qin Wen from the Qin family, the older brother of Qin Wu. "TCH, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Even if you kill me, you won't get any answers from me." Shadow stared coldly at Jiang Chen. Her eyes made it seem like she was the victim. Crack! Jiang Chen slapped her again. "Humph, I like tough nuts like you. I really want to see how long you can hold out." Jiang Chen said calmly. This woman, in his eyes, was no longer considered a woman. A killer who could easily end someone's life for profit was no different from a butcher. Pah! Shadow spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, looking at Jiang Chen with a more sinister gaze. "Very good. Your bones are indeed tougher than I imagined." Jiang Chen smirked coldly. Rip! In the next moment, he directly tore Shadow's leather jacket to shreds, instantly revealing a large expanse of snowy white skin. 2 large white moles began to tremble uncontrollably.
What? What do you want to do? You scum, pervert, degenerate.
As the clothes were instantly torn, a hint of panic flashed across Shadow's face. The tone was no longer the same as before, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, but equally terrified.
What do I want to do? Of course, I want to have my way with you.
Dealing with normal people, I would naturally use the most normal means, but with someone like you, there's no need to talk about chivalry.
Jiang Chen's icy voice fell, followed by another frenzy of tearing.
In an instant, Shadow was left with nothing on.
You scum, I will definitely kill you, I swear I will kill you. Shadow finally felt fear at this moment.
But her body was completely immobilized, despair instantly taking over her heart.
Humph, even if I let you go obediently, you would still want to kill me. Since you want to kill me, can't I have a little fun?
Jiang Chen sneered and threw Shadow onto the bed.
Stop, shut up. You bastard, shut up right now. Do you know you're breaking the law? Shut up quickly. Shadow panicked, completely panicked.
Since the day she started working as an assassin, she knew she couldn't succeed forever. Sooner or later, she would pay the price for failure. But she never thought she would be taken down by someone, let alone in this way.
Do you know you're breaking the law too? If I'm breaking the law now, then isn't killing someone breaking the law? And you sneaked into my house silently, isn't that to bring me some benefits?
Jiang Chen didn't want to say more. Like a hungry wolf, he directly began to devour Shadow's body from all angles. It had to be said, even though she was an assassin, she was really
something. 3 hours later, the battle ended. The room was a mess.
Shadow lay face down on the bed. Even though she was a strong female assassin, her cheeks were now covered with traces of tears and grievances.
Alright, stop feeling sorry for yourself. What's done is done. I will take responsibility for it.
Jiang Chen sat in front of the bed, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then said solemnly,
You bastard. I will definitely kill you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Shadow was instantly furious.
She had preserved her purity for over 20 years, and today it was taken by this bastard. What was even more despicable was that she couldn't move her body just now, and had to let him pose her in all sorts of strange positions. The anger and shame in her heart had reached a peak. As an assassin, she had indeed considered the possibility of making a mistake and being killed afterwards, but she had never imagined such a humiliating experience. This was a combination of making a mistake and losing her virginity.
Hey, can you be a bit reasonable?
You were sent here to kill me. You almost took my life just now.
I only took your body. I didn't intend to kill you, and I didn't plan to hand you over to the authorities. Putting aside the facts, I've been quite considerate. Don't you think you should thank me?
Jiang Chen's expression remained very serious and solemn. After all, he had almost been killed by Shadow just now. It was just a casual encounter with her, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt like he was at a loss.
And that kind of thing was just like picking your nose.
Everyone knows that when you pick your nose, the comfortable part is definitely the nostril, not the finger.
You bastard, shameless scum. Stop messing with me here. The Phantom cursed angrily again, although he thought Jiang Chen had a point.
But he just couldn't swallow his pride. A top female assassin like himself, being pinned down and rubbed by someone. It was simply a great humiliation. And this guy even wanted to pat himself on the back, make him thank him. I'll be damned.
Beast, curse all you want.
When you're done cursing and don't feel like it anymore, we can talk about responsibility and cooperation.
Jiang Chen continued to leisurely light a cigarette.
The old saying is indeed true, a cigarette after an event is like living like a god. You scum, scoundrel, pervert, beast, animal, livestock, parasite. The Phantom cursed every possible word that came to mind, but still felt unsatisfied, deeply aggrieved.
Time passed slowly. Soon it was already 2 or 3 in the morning.
By this time, the Phantom was obviously tired of cursing, her voice getting softer. After all, the recent battle, although he was the one being dominated, had also consumed a lot of his energy.
Had enough of cursing?
If you're done, we can talk about business and discuss terms.
Jiang Chen looked at the weakening Phantom and continued to ask. Not enough? Bastard, shameless scum, social parasite.
The Phantom cursed loudly again. The thought of her pure body being defiled by the scoundrel in front of her made her voice rise again. Unconsciously, the two fell asleep together again. When they woke up, it was already past 9 the next day.
Jiang Chen woke up earlier, looked at the Phantom lying beside him, and had to admit she was extremely exquisite.
With a face like a peach blossom, skin like condensed fat, a straight and delicate nose, cherry lips. Her figure was also top-notch. Especially her abdomen, those obvious 8-pack abs and muscle lines, made countless men feel inferior.
Ah,
such a beautiful woman, why become an assassin of all things? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, muttering to himself softly. Although his voice was low, the moment the words fell, the phantom was awakened by the noise. This time when she woke up, she just gave Jiang Chen a cold glance, without continuing to curse loudly. Because she had cursed so much the night before, and even if she cursed fiercely, it wouldn't harm the guy in front of her in any way. She could only find a way to leave as soon as possible.
Hey, now that you seem to have calmed down, can we talk properly? Actually, what I did last night was out of necessity, after all. I didn't want to kill you directly, nor hand you over to the authorities. Jiang Chen spoke gently at this moment. After all, after the battle last night, the phantom had become his woman. You, shameless! How dare you say you were forced? Who exactly forced you? The phantom's chest heaved. This scoundrel clearly lusted after her body, yet dared to say he was forced. Shameless, truly shameless. Do I even need to ask? Of course, it was your mother who forced me. Your dart almost killed me yesterday. Jiang Chen also looked aggrieved. I don't want to talk to you about this, just let me go.
The phantom gritted her teeth tightly, speaking coldly. She didn't know what tricks this kid had used, but her body was still completely immobile up to now. I can let you go, but you must promise me that once I release you, you will no longer harbor any murderous intentions towards me. We have had intimate contact, almost like husband and wife, so you cannot plot to kill your own husband. Jiang Chen was naturally very afraid. After all, she was able to subdue the shadow last night mainly because she underestimated herself. In addition, she had just mastered the technique of acupuncture from a distance yesterday, which luckily helped her control the shadow.
However, after last night's events, the shadow would definitely be more cautious.
If she were to release her and try to control her again, it would be as difficult as reaching the sky.
Don't even think about it.
After what you did to me, I swear I will kill you, the shadow stubbornly declared. In that case, there's no room for negotiation. You better lie down properly in bed from now on, and I will feed you every day.
I think living like this should be more agonizing than death. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold immediately.
The shadow's expression changed instantly upon hearing this.
She couldn't stay here forever,
because then, no one would take care of her little brother.
Jiang Chen then spoke again.
I know it was Qinwen who sent you to kill me, and I also know that your attempt on my life was not just for money, but more to repay Qinwen's favor, right? After saying this, he glanced at the shadow's expression and saw an incredulous look on her face.
Because only the three of them knew about this matter.
Apart from that, no one else knew about this assassination mission.
Why did this guy in front of him know so much? And how did he understand so clearly even about repaying favors?
Jiang Chen continued, but I have to say, you are very foolish. You've been used as a pawn by your enemy for so long, and you still think about repaying your enemy's favor. You, this foolish woman, not only got sold out but also helped count the money.
I don't know how you became an assassin. What are you saying?
The shadow's expression changed instantly, her gaze piercing as she looked at Jiang Chen. I mean, Qinwen is not your benefactor at all, but your enemy.
Do you think the car accident 5 years ago was an accident? Do you think your brother's paralysis couldn't be cured for 5 years? Use your brain and think. Your parents were just ordinary people. Why did Qinwen, the top young master of the demonic city, spare no effort to save them after the accident, even arranging their burial? Do you really think that money came out of thin air for those people?
Or do you believe Qinwen is truly that kind-hearted? Also, why hasn't the driver who caused the accident been found yet? With the power of the Qin family, finding a hit-and-run driver should be a piece of cake.
Jiang Chen said each word deliberately.
In fact, last night, he had learned everything about the shadow through his ability to foresee the future. 5 years ago, while the shadow was on an assassination mission abroad, his parents and brother were involved in a car accident. All three were seriously injured, and that's when Qinwen stepped in, helping the family like a righteous savior. Eventually, the shadow's parents tragically passed away, and Qinwen even helped with the burial. As for her brother, he became paralyzed in that accident. Over the years, Qinwen had been searching for the world's top doctors to help him. However, instead of improving, his condition worsened. From the accident until now, everything had been orchestrated by Qinwen. After learning about the shadow's situation, Jiang Chen devised this plan. According to his ability to foresee the future, 2 years later, the shadow would have lost her usefulness and be captured by the authorities. When he visited her in prison, Qinwen revealed everything to the shadow. But by then, she had already been sentenced to death, only able to die in frustration and anger.
No, it's impossible.
Stop sowing discord here. The kindness Qinwen showed to our family cannot be erased by a few words from you.
The phantom's eyes were complex.
Although she said she didn't believe it, her heart was already starting to waver.
Jiang Chen's words just now were very accurate.
How could someone like Chinwon, a big shot, rush to save 3 unrelated ordinary people at the first moment of a car accident? Judging from the dealings they had over the past 5 years, that guy was ruthless, extremely cunning, and killing was just a piece of cake for him. In his eyes, the lives of ordinary people were as worthless as ants. For someone like him, profit comes first, and nothing gets in the way of that. How could he possibly help 3 unrelated ordinary people? Could it be that he had already figured out the identity of his assassin, so he tried every means to make himself owe him a favor? Even at the cost of killing his own parents. I think deep down you already have the answer. Chinwon values your outstanding assassination skills. Everything he does is just to make you his killing blade. As for your brother, if he had received emergency treatment at the time of the accident, he could have fully recovered. His deteriorating health over the years was completely manipulated by those so-called medical experts hired by Chinwon. Watching the Phantom's wavering expression, Jiang Chen knew that she was already about 70 to 80% convinced. Damn it! If that's true, I will never let that bastard off the hook. The Phantom clenched her fists tightly. She had never thought about this before because Chinwon always disguised himself well in front of her. But Jiang Chen's words just now made a lot of sense. Deliberately causing a car accident to kill her parents, then posing as a good person to bury her parents, treat her brother. In fact, it was all just to better control her as a killing blade. Let's make a deal. Jiang Chen looked at the Phantom, who obviously believed what he had just said, and spoke with a faint smile. The Phantom just glanced at Jiang Chen and remained silent. So, I will help you uncover the truth of this matter, even send Chinwon behind bars, but I have one condition. Jiang Chen said with a smile. In fact, before doing what he did last night, he had already considered his own way out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to force himself on a female assassin. Humph, do you think I need your help? If I find out the truth of this matter, I can take down Chinwon myself. The Phantom looked disdainfully at Jiang Chen. With her assassination skills, killing Chinwon wouldn't be too difficult. You're being too optimistic. The middle-aged man by Chinwon's side is much more formidable than you. It won't be easy to kill him. And, whether you succeed or fail in the assassination, your ultimate fate will be either being taken care of by the Chin family or going to the police station for peanuts. I know you're not afraid of death, but have you thought about how your poor paralyzed brother will survive if you die? How will the Chin family deal with him? Buzz. When these words were spoken, the Phantom's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, her mind buzzed. Yes, she wasn't afraid of death, but what about her brother? If she really died, leaving her brother to live alone in despair and pain, how unbearable and painful would that be? After hesitating for a long time, the Phantom's face kept changing, and after a full 10 minutes of silence, she finally spoke slowly. Jiang Chen. Let me go. I won't kill you. Are you serious? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Indeed, after his eloquent persuasion, he finally convinced this cold-blooded killer in front of him. After all, even as an assassin, there were things that weighed on her heart, and that was her paralyzed younger brother. Perhaps that was the only thing that Shadow cared about in the world. Really, what you said earlier is true. Even if I manage to kill Chinwon with my strength, I won't be able to escape in the end. By then, my brother will be left alone in this world, and I can't bear that. Shadow seemed to have been drained of all her strength at this moment, her eyes losing their sharpness. In fact, your brother's paralysis can still be treated. Maybe I can help. Jiang Chen spoke up again at this moment, just to make sure Shadow understood her role and wouldn't harbor any more thoughts of killing him. Are you serious? Can my brother really recover from his paralysis? Shadow looked at Jiang Chen in shock upon hearing this. The medical experts Chinwon had brought in from abroad had all said that her brother's paralysis was incurable. He could only rely on medication to live a peaceful life. But now, Jiang Chen was saying that her brother could recover. This brought a glimmer of hope into his despair. Why would I lie to you? I think you know that my methods and abilities are not as simple as you imagine. Jiang Chen said confidently. Of course, he currently had no way to help a paralyzed person recover. But as someone with a system, there was still hope. Shadow furrowed her brows and began to ponder. Indeed, when she first received this task, she thought Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person. But since last night, she couldn't move her body at all, thanks to some method he used. More importantly, he knew so much about her and Chinwon. That meant Jiang Chen was definitely not an ordinary person. He was much more terrifying than she had imagined. Fine, I promise you, I won't kill you, but I hope what you said earlier is true. If you can't help my brother recover, I will still hold you accountable. Shadow nodded solemnly. As long as she could help her brother stand up again, she was willing to pay any price. Good. After I release you, just tell Chinwon that the mission failed. You don't have to worry about what comes next. I will fulfill my promise, either sending Chinwon in completely or at least making sure he spends his days in prison. Secondly, I will find a way to help your brother as soon as possible. After all, that kid will be my nephew in the future. Jiang Chen said earnestly. Shadow was the first woman he had encountered in this world. Therefore, her brother was naturally his brother too. I understand. Shadow nodded. Jiang Chen then released her acupoints directly. Without hesitation, she quickly put on her clothes, her gaze towards Jiang Chen turning ice cold in an instant. What the hell? Are you trying to back out? Seeing the icy gaze that seemed to want to kill, Jiang Chen's whole body shivered. Slap, slap. Before he could react, Shadow fiercely slapped him twice. His face instantly felt a burning pain. This is for hitting me last night. I'm returning the favor now. Shadow stared coldly at Jiang Chen. After slapping him twice, she suddenly felt much better inside. It was a very balanced feeling. Damn! Is this woman really holding a grudge? Jiang Chen was also helpless at this point, having already released Shadow's acupoints. In this situation, he was definitely no match for her. Bang! Jiang Chen had not yet recovered from the pain of the two slaps just now. In an instant, another heart-wrenching pain shot through his groin. He quickly covered it with both hands. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his source of future happiness was gone. Damn it! My joystick! Wasn't this stinky woman just agreeing nicely a moment ago? How did she change her face faster than turning a page? Humph! Consider this punishment for its wrongdoing. But rest assured, I have controlled my strength well. It will only make you feel very painful, not lose it. Mei Ying looked at Jiang Chen, who was in pain, almost bursting into laughter. Seeing Jiang Chen in such pain made her feel particularly satisfied. Indeed, the ancients were right, women and villains are hard to raise. Jiang Chen was angry and in pain at this moment, but he had no choice, because this woman was fierce and powerful. Remember what you just said, and remember the promises you made to me. I'll give you 6 months. If you can't fulfill your promise, I will still kill you. Mei Ying finished speaking and got up to leave directly, leaving behind Jiang Chen, who was in pain. Damn it! Next time, I will definitely seal all your acupoints and whip you fiercely with a leather whip. Jiang Chen vowed silently. He couldn't swallow this anger today. He must make her kneel before him and beg for mercy. After resting for half an hour, Jiang Chen felt less pain. He then washed up briefly and went downstairs for breakfast. Breakfast was simple, just a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk. Ding! Congratulations, the host has spent 21 yuan, triggering a critical hit rebate, obtaining 80% of shares in Wantong Entertainment, worth 2 billion. Note, Wantong Entertainment's projects include film, music, live streaming platforms, etc. Hearing the sudden electronic synthesized sound in his mind, Jiang Chen's heart was calm at this moment. After all, his net worth was already several hundred billion, so he didn't show as much excitement as before for these 2 billion shares. Wantong Entertainment, I've heard of it before, produced many excellent works, but now it's on the decline. So, it can only follow the mainstream and enter the live streaming and short video industry. Jiang Chen had some understanding of Wantong Entertainment. It used to be a very good film and television company in Manhwa. But as more and more film and television companies emerged, the competition became too fierce, leading to its decline. Therefore, the company had to diversify and try to get a share in the live streaming and short video platforms. This was the trend, as in recent years, the live streaming industry and short video platforms had emerged like mushrooms after the rain. And the benefits brought by live streaming and short videos sometimes far exceeded those of making a high-quality TV series. It looks like I'll need to check out the situation at Wantong Company in a while. Jiang Chen could only keep this matter in mind. With more and more companies under his control, sometimes he was indeed stretched thin. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, ding ring ring, his phone suddenly rang. It's Xiao Xue's call. Looking at the caller ID, Jiang Chen was stunned, feeling guilty. Ever since he became wealthy, he had been very busy every day, with many things to do. So, he had neglected his little sister. He quickly answered the call. However, the voice on the other end was not his sister's, but a man's voice. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Chen? The man's voice was relatively polite. Yes, I am Jiang Chen. Who are you? Why are you using my sister's phone? Jiang Chen's expression changed suddenly. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. It couldn't be true, like a plot from a movie, that his sister had been kidnapped. Soon, the man's voice rang out again. Hello, I am Dr. Zhang Ke from the Second People's Hospital of Modu. Your sister has been injured and is currently receiving treatment at our hospital. She asked me to call you and have you come over. What? My sister is injured. Upon hearing this news, a surge of anger rose from the depths of Jiang Chen's heart, a murderous glint in his eyes. Yes, but don't worry too much, it's just some superficial wounds, nothing serious.
The man, sensing Jiang Chen's agitation, quickly tried to reassure him. Dr. Jiang, do you know how my sister got injured? Jiang Chen forced down his anger and asked. I don't know, you should come and ask your sister yourself.
After telling Jiang Chen the ward number, Dr.
Jiang hung up the phone. Damn it!
How dare they hurt my sister, whoever it is, I will make you pay with blood.
Jiang Chen's eyes reddened, exuding a fierce aura.
He immediately called Qin Wu and Lin Yun, asking them to go to Modu to help look after his sister. He also got into his car and headed to Modu.
3 hours later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Second People's Hospital of Modu.
At that moment, on the 6th floor of the inpatient department of the Second People's Hospital of Modu, in room 615, a pure-looking girl lay on the hospital bed, her face pale with several bruises, unconscious. A nurse and a doctor stood by her side. Just then, Jiang Chen rushed into the ward in a fluster. He saw his sister, Jiang Shui, lying on the bed, unconscious, with her pale face and multiple bruises.
A fierce aura erupted from his body. You must be Jiang Chen, Jiang Shui's brother, right?
The doctor quickly approached Jiang Chen and asked.
Yes. Jiang Chen suppressed his anger and nodded. Mr.
Jiang, you don't need to worry, your sister only has some minor injuries, perhaps she fainted again due to shock and excessive psychological trauma.
Dr. Zhang quickly explained. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. Jiang Chen nodded towards Dr. Zhang.
He then sat by the hospital bed, looking at his sister's pale face, feeling extremely guilty. In the past, their relationship as siblings was very good, but since he went to university and met Wu Mengmeng, he had focused all his attention on her and neglected his younger siblings. Recently, he had been busy with other matters and neglected his sister. If only he had come to Moto earlier, perhaps his sister wouldn't have had to go through this.
Mr. Zhang, the patient needs to rest, why don't you wait outside for a while? Dr. Zhang continued. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and walked out of the ward. He then asked Dr. Zhang, Dr. Zhang, do you know who could have done this to my sister?
Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, determined to make whoever had hurt his sister pay with blood.
I'm not sure, 2 girls brought her here. Dr. Zhang shook his head. As a doctor, his responsibility was to save the patient, so he wasn't very clear about other matters. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Dr. Zhang. Jiang Chen nodded.
Looking through the glass on the door of the ward, he saw his sister, covered in bruises and unconscious, and felt even more guilty at that moment. Just then, 2 girls carrying some breakfast walked over. Are you Xiao Xue's brother, Jiang Chen? One of the girls looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. She had seen a photo of her brother on Jiang Shui's phone before, and he looked very similar to the young man in front of her.
Yes, I am Jiang Shui's brother, Jiang Chen. And you are?
Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 girls in front of him. They were quite pretty, with a pure and somewhat naive look, dressed like college students.
We are Xiao Xue's roommates. I'm Xiaoye,
and she is Xiaowei. The 2 quickly introduced themselves.
Since you are Xiao Xue's roommates, do you know who injured Xiao Xue? Jiang Chen asked eagerly.
The 2 girls hesitated and looked a bit flustered. It was evident that they were wary of the person who had hurt Xiao Xue. Sensing their unease, Jiang Chen reassured them, don't worry, I won't let this affect you.
Jiang Ji, it was Chao Caixia who injured Xiao Xue.
One of the girls gritted her teeth and answered.
Chao Caixia? Who is she? Jiang Chen continued to inquire.
It was the first time he had heard that name. Chao Caixia is also from our school, a senior in her 4th year. She is a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans. Recently, she even signed a contract with Wantong Entertainment, so she often acts arrogantly at school.
Yes.
She used to bully others just because she was an internet celebrity, even teachers and school leaders didn't care about her.
Since signing with Wantong, she has become even more arrogant.
Xiao Xue didn't even come across her this time, but she claimed Xiao Xue bumped into her and had a few guys beat Xiao Xue up, the 2 girls revealed to Jiang Chen. Clearly relieved, they shared what had happened. After all, Jiang Shui was not just their roommate but also their closest friend. From their tone and expressions, it was evident that this Chao Caixia was a bully at school, disregarding even the teachers.
Is a mere internet celebrity with millions of fans so arrogant? And Wantong Entertainment actually signed such a person.
It seems those leaders are just figureheads. Such leaders are unnecessary.
Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly.
Not even a celebrity with millions or even tens of millions of fans could act arrogantly in front of him.
Today, no matter what, that woman must pay a painful price.
Everyone should know the dire consequences of offending his sister.
Jiang Ji, I know you're angry, but you need to calm down.
I heard that Chao Tsaisha's identity is not just an internet celebrity. She became popular because her brother is in a managerial position at Wanhong. People with money and power like her are not to be trifled with by a small fry, Xiaoye advised, furrowing her brows. Though the outcome might be harsh and unacceptable to many, that's just how the world works. To the wealthy and powerful, ordinary people are as insignificant as ants. The best they could do now was to stay away from such people as much as possible and avoid any interaction with them. That might be the best way to protect themselves. Yes, Zhang Ji, we ordinary people indeed can't compete with them. Even if Chao Tsaisha is at fault, we can only swallow our pride and accept our misfortune. Xiao Wei quickly added. Although they have not yet entered society, isn't the university campus a small society in itself? With more encounters and experiences, comes more understanding. Some people are not to be trifled with by ordinary folks like them. Blame it on their humble origins. At times like this, most people can only choose to swallow their pride. Well, thank you both. It's Snow's honor to have friends like you too. Zhang Chen sincerely thanked them. It is indeed fortunate to make such close friends in university. As the group conversed, Xin Wu and Lin Yun hurriedly arrived at the hospital, looking disheveled. Big brother, how's our sister? They quickly inquired. After receiving Zhang Chen's call a few hours ago, they wasted no time and rushed over, leaving all their work behind. The tone of their big brother's voice over the phone was filled with anger. There's nothing major, but I must make that woman pay for this. Zhang Chen shook his head and clenched his fists tightly. Even if it was a wealthy second generation who harmed his sister today, they must pay the price. Big brother, who dared to lay a hand on our sister? In this city, someone dares to harm our sister, Xin Wu. If I don't smash her dog head, I'll reverse my name. Xin Wu seemed even angrier than Zhang Chen at the moment. In this city, everyone knew the capabilities of the Qin family. So today, whoever it was, they must find that scoundrel and break their legs. Xin Wu. Xiaoye and Xiaowei's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Qin Wu's name. They had heard of Qin Wu, a graduate from the university in the city, known for his heroic deeds on campus. Of course, these deeds were not all commendable, like breaking a school bully's leg or making the principal leave with just a few words. He was undoubtedly a top-tier playboy in the city. They never expected such a top-tier playboy to know Snow's brother. And just now, he even called Zhang Chen big brother, which was beyond their imagination. Their gazes towards Zhang Chen had changed. After all, if even a top-tier playboy like Qin Wu called Zhang Chen big brother, it was evident that Zhang Chen was no ordinary person. You two, go to the university in the city, bring that internet celebrity named Chao Tsaisha to me. And also bring those men who hit my sister. Today, I will make sure everyone in the city's university knows that anyone who dares to provoke my sister, Zhang Chen, will regret being born. Zhang Chen's voice was icy cold. The university in the city? Alright, I know that place too well. Since our sister was bullied at the city's university, it means the leaders there are incompetent. It seems it's time for them to retire early. Xin Wu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. After all, this wasn't his first time dealing with such matters. Then the two immediately left the hospital. Xiaoye and Xiao Wei looked at Zhang Chen in bewilderment. Zhang big brother, can I ask, was that really Qin Wu just now? The playboy Qin Wu from the city's Qin family? No, I mean, the young master of the Qin family, Qin Wu? Xiao Wei swallowed hard, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, it's him. Zhang Chen nodded lightly. So Zhang big brother, you actually know such a wealthy second generation. It seems our warning earlier was unnecessary. Xiao Yu said excitedly. Although Chao Tsaisha's identity is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, her brother is a senior executive of Wanhong Group. But Wanhong Group is just like a sesame seed in front of the Qin family. It will not be taken seriously by the Qin family at all. Anyway, I still want to thank you for taking care of Xiao Xuan for the reminder just now. Zhang Chen smiled, then took out his phone and dialed a number. This was the number of Qian Lin, the general manager of Wanhong Entertainment. After the system rewarded Wanhong Entertainment's shares, it also included the contact information of the current person in charge of Wanhong Entertainment. Chairman? Hello, I am extremely sorry. I was going to greet you in person, but I had a meeting just now and couldn't make the call. Qian Lin's voice was very respectful. At the same time, there was some uneasiness. After learning about the change of chairman, he also wanted to greet the new chairman in person as soon as possible. It's just that there was indeed an important cooperation to discuss just now, so it was postponed. Hopefully, the chairman won't be angry because of this. Qian Lin, I don't care where you are now or what you are doing, get to the Second People's Hospital in Modu within an hour. If you don't show up within an hour, get lost. Zhang Chen's tone was cold, and he hung up the phone directly after speaking. This domineering momentum left Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei bewildered. Didn't Xiao Shui say that his brother was just an ordinary planner? But now, it doesn't seem like an ordinary person at all. This is more domineering than those top-tier rich kids. Beijing, Emperor Hotel Conference Hall. Xianlin still held his phone, his eyes filled with astonishment and panic. What's going on? Did this newly appointed chairman eat explosives? Or did I make him angry by not greeting him first? Xianlin was puzzled and couldn't figure it out. Generally, those who can rise to the position of chairman have a good mentality and vision. He was at least a general manager himself. Unexpectedly, he was scolded before he could even say a second sentence. Forget it, no matter what, I should hurry to Modu and see what's going on. At this point, he dared not think too much and immediately ended the meeting, driving to Modu at the fastest speed. After all, he was just a general manager, while the person who scolded him was the absolute controlling chairman. Indeed, with just one sentence, he could be dismissed from all his duties. Half an hour later, Qin Wu and Lin Yun had already arrived at the hospital with 3 men and a woman. The woman was heavily made up, dressed very provocatively, with a very large chest, even slightly deformed, either from long-term massage or purely silicone. Let me go, you poor bastards. Do you know who I am? I am a big internet celebrity with 2 million followers. You're finished, how dare you kidnap me, you're dead. The woman continued to curse wildly. The 3 men behind her were pale with fear. When these 2 young men brought them here just now, even the principal was trembling with fear. Anyone with a brain would know that these 2 young men were definitely not simple. Smack! The next moment, Qin Wu directly slapped Xiao Caixia hard in the face, knocking her to the ground. Shut up, you damn woman! How dare you offend my little sister? Today I will make you beg for life and not be able to die. Qin Wu's voice was sharp and extremely domineering. After all, being in Modu was equivalent to being in his territory. Not to mention a female internet celebrity with millions of fans. Even the pearls of those second and third-rate families, he dared to slap them with a big mouth. With a slap, Xiao Caixia indeed quieted down a lot. Brothers, what did we do wrong? Why did you bring us here? Even if you want to beat us, can you let us understand what we did wrong? At this moment, one of the boys still had some defiance in him. Smack! But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Wu slapped him to the ground. Damn it, my brother hasn't spoken yet, and you're blabbering nonsense. Shut your filthy mouth. The boy was left dumbfounded by the slap. The 2 boys behind him were instantly trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Because this burly man was just too damn fierce. When they tried to resist at school earlier, this guy knocked them down with a single punch. They were clearly not on the same level. Wang Xiaoye, Li Xiaowei, you 2 despicable women, what are you doing here? It was only then that Xiao Caixia noticed Xiaoye and Xiaowei, her eyes instantly turning resentful. Were these men in front of her brought here by these 2 despicable women? Smack! Qin Wu slapped again. You're treating my words as farts, huh? My brother hasn't even spoken. What right do you despicable scum, have to speak? Jiang Chen glanced at Qin Wu, even suspecting that this kid had violent tendencies. Why was he so quick to resort to violence? Although these scumbags in front of them deserved a beating, and it was indeed satisfying to watch. Let's go in. Jiang Chen gave the group a cold glance, then led everyone into the ward. By this time, Jiang Shui had already woken up. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, she first felt joy, but the next moment, tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. Brother! Wah! Jiang Shui cried, deeply saddened and aggrieved. It's okay, it's brother's fault, brother didn't protect you well. I promise this will be the last time. Jiang Chen quickly embraced Jiang Shui, gently patting her back to comfort her. Brother! Wah! I missed you, I miss mom and dad, I miss you all. Wah! Jiang Shui cried louder and more grievously. When one is most helpless, they long for their family the most. It's easy to imagine how helpless and desperate she must have felt when being bullied and beaten. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart ached terribly, feeling like it was bleeding. The pain made him feel suffocated. Damn it! My adorable sister, how could you heartless bastards bear to hit her? Damn it, you animals, die. Qin Wu looked at the tearful Jiang Shui, full of grievance, and proceeded to punch and kick the 3 boys. After crying for a while, Jiang Shui finally noticed the others. Seeing Xiao Caixia with a swollen face from being beaten, a hint of doubt flashed across her face. Then a look of panic appeared. Brother, I'm scared. It seemed that Xiao Caixia, who had bullied her, had already been reprimanded by her brother. But she also knew they were just ordinary farmers, and now her brother was getting into trouble for her sake, making the situation more serious. Don't be afraid. With me around, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Jiang Chen tightly held Jiang Shui's hand. Then he coldly glanced at Chao Caixia and the others.
Which one of you used your hand or foot to hit my sister? Jiang Chen asked coldly. These people would never learn unless they were taught a bloody lesson. The four fell silent instantly.
Jiang Shui, you're finished, and you brutes, you're all finished. Daring to offend me, Chao Caixia, I will make you regret it.
Do you know who my eldest brother is? My eldest brother is the HR director at Wanto Entertainment.
At this point, Chao Caixia unexpectedly resorted to threats, planning to use the mere identity of a director to intimidate Jiang Chen and his companions.
Smack! Qin Wu immediately engaged in a fierce confrontation. Then, looking disdainfully at Chao Caixia, he said, "Damn, is a mere HR director at Wanto Entertainment so impressive? I could make him completely disappear with just a word, do you believe that?
Don't mention a useless director, even if the chairman of Wanto Group came, he would have to kneel before me and call me grandpa."
Ahem. Jiang Chen awkwardly coughed twice. Brother, are you feeling unwell? Qin Wu quickly asked.
No. Brother, how should we deal with these useless people?
Lin Yun asked. In reality, in the Magic City, his influence indeed couldn't compare to Qin Wu's.
So, Qin Wu dared to do things he wouldn't. After all, in such first-tier cities, there were too many hidden wealthy and powerful figures. If they used their hands to hit my sister, break their hands. If they used their feet, break their legs.
Jiang Chen's voice was very calm. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, hitting someone was a serious matter. But for billionaires worth hundreds of billions, it was just a trivial matter. Money is a good thing, sometimes it can solve 99% of troubles. All right, Qin Wu excitedly nodded.
Then, he and Lin Yun dragged the three men into the restroom. Before long, sounds akin to pigs being slaughtered could be heard. You, come over and kneel down to apologize to my sister.
Jiang Chen's icy gaze flickered towards Chao Caixia.
That murderous gaze, coupled with the sounds of pigs being slaughtered from the next room, made Chao Caishia's legs go weak, and a pungent smell instantly filled the room. Just then, a furious roar suddenly sounded from outside the door. Dare to make my sister kneel down and apologize, let's see who dares. Immediately, the door was pushed open. A man in his 30s walked in, his eyes coldly fixed on Jiang Chen. Especially after seeing his sister Chao Caixia collapsed on the ground, the fury in his eyes surged even more. A mere scoundrel, dares to bully my sister, you must be tired of living. The man's voice was loud, his eyes extremely cold. Brother.
Wah! Sister was bullied, you have to stand up for me.
Seeing the man, Chao Caixia couldn't help but cry in grievance. This man was none other than Chao Caixia's brother, Chao Xiaoqiao.
He was also the HR director at Wanto Entertainment. Don't be afraid, now that I'm here, I will definitely seek justice for you today. None of the people present here today will leave standing. Chao Xiaocao's voice was also very domineering. After all, as the HR director of a company with a market value exceeding 2 billion, he had cultivated an aura of superiority. You sound quite impressive, don't you? Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't even bother to regard such a worthless person. Not to mention just a director at Wanto Entertainment, even if Qian Lin came, he would have to kneel and speak to him. To kill a poor loser like you would be a piece of cake. Bang! Just as Chao Xiaocao's words fell, Jiang Chen swiftly moved in front of him and delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of sour water sprayed out, his body curling up like a shrimp. In front of Jiang Chen, such a weakling was simply not worth a fight. If he hadn't deliberately held back his strength just now, that punch could have sent him to meet the king of hell. Then, Jiang Chen grabbed Chao Caixia by the hair and dragged her in front of Jiang Shui. Apologize. Otherwise, I'll make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but it carried the weight of an imperial decree, leaving Chao Caixia completely powerless to resist. She knelt down with a thud. Xiaoxue, I was wrong, I truly was, please forgive me. While apologizing verbally, his eyes harbored endless resentment. Brother, how about we let it go? Jiang Shui looked incredulously at the scene unfolding before her. She couldn't believe how unfamiliar her elder brother had become. She had never seen that look in his eyes before. And with just one punch, he had knocked Chao Caishia's elder brother to the ground. It's not that easy to let it go. If we let things slide so easily, it will only lead to more trouble. Since it's trouble, let's resolve it completely today. Jiang Chen shook his head. Although Chao Caixia had chosen to yield under his coercion, the resentment in her eyes showed her lack of acceptance. You're finished, you bastard. How dare you hit me? I'll make you understand the cost of that punch. Chao Xiaoqiao clutched his stomach tightly, his face contorted in pain but still threatening. He immediately took out his phone to make a call. Xiangu, Caixia and I were attacked by a despicable hick on the 6th floor, room 615 of the 2nd People's Hospital in Modu. Please bring the bodyguards.
Qianlin was not just his immediate superior but also the lover of his sister, Chao Caixia. It was this relationship that had enabled him to become the HR director of Wantong Entertainment at the age of 30. "You're doomed, you despicable hick dared to hit me. You're finished, today you won't leave Modu unscathed. I'll make sure you're beaten to a pulp, I'll even spell my name backward." Despite the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Xiao Xiaoqiao continued to threaten through gritted teeth. After all, he was the HR director of Wantong Entertainment, and more importantly, he had this delicate relationship with General Manager Qian. With both himself and his sister being attacked, General Manager Qian would not sit idly by. "Oh, so your backing is Qianlin. I'm curious to see what he can do to stop me from leaving Modu." Jiang Chen's face revealed a hint of mockery. "Brother, maybe I should apologize to Chao Caixia. I don't want you to get into trouble because of this." Jiang Shui looked anxious and guilty. She had never thought of calling her brother because she knew Chao Caixia had powerful connections. If her brother got involved, it would surely lead to trouble. They were just an ordinary family, with no means to compete with these wealthy individuals. She was well aware of this fact. "Don't worry, Xiao Xue. Since you've been wronged, as your older brother, I won't let you suffer in vain. Even if the heavens descend, they will have to kneel and apologize to you." Jiang Chen gently touched the bruise on Jiang Shui's face, causing her to flinch in pain. This only made Jiang Chen feel more heartbroken. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man rushed to the ward. Xiangu is here. "You despicable hick, you're finished today. Even if the heavens descend, they can't save you." At the sight of Qianlin, Chao Xiaoqiao and Chao Caixia clung to this lifeline. Their eyes instantly filled with smugness and arrogance. Chao Caixia quickly got up from the ground and glared viciously at Jiang Shui. Creak! As the door opened, Chao Xiaoqiao hurried to Qianlin's side at lightning speed. "Xiangu, it's this stinky tortoise. Not only did he hit me and Caixia, but he also made Caixia kneel down to apologize to his sister. Today, no matter what, you must teach the stinky tortoise a lesson and give us some satisfaction." Chao Xiaoqiao was full of excitement at this moment, apparently completely ignoring the pain on his body. Qianlin looked at Chao Xiaoqiao with a dark expression, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. A hint of panic suddenly appeared in his eyes. After receiving the chairman's call just now, he immediately checked all the information and data about the new chairman. So naturally, the chairman's appearance was firmly engraved in his mind. Chairman! These two idiots who don't know any better actually offended the chairman. At this moment, Qianlin felt like he was being driven to his death by these two stupid bastards in front of him. The chairman's mood didn't seem to be good when he called, and now such a thing happened again. He didn't know if he could still hold his position as the general manager. "Xiangu, quickly have someone break this stinky loser's legs. Look at how his men just beat me up. My nose and chin that I just had done a few days ago are all crooked from the beating. Today, you must not let them leave Shanghai no matter what." Chao Caixia also quickly grabbed Qianlin's hand, starting to complain with a grievance. The smug and resentful look in her eyes became even more intense. Smack! Just as he finished speaking, Qianlin slapped Chao Caixia hard across the face. This slap knocked both Chao Caixia and her brother unconscious. Xiangu, what are you doing? Why did you hit Caixia? She's the victim, she was just beaten up by these stinky tortoises. You should stand up for us. Chao Xiaoqiao suddenly felt dizzy in his head. Did Qianlin drink fake alcohol? How could he slap his own sister without a word? He should know that his sister is his lover, and she was just beaten up. Not only did he not stand up for them, he also gave his own sister a big slap. Xiangu, why did you hit me? You should hit them. You should hit these stinky tortoises, are you blind? Chao Caixia covered her face, looking incredulous. Shut your assholes, you two blind idiots, I'm almost killed by you today. Qianlin's murderous gaze stared fiercely at the two. Then he respectfully walked up to Jiang Chen. With a thud, he knelt directly in front of Jiang Chen. Both his eyes and tone were extremely respectful. Chairman, it's all my fault for not disciplining them properly, letting these two idiots provoke you. This is my negligence, no matter how you want to punish me, I have no complaints. His expression and demeanor were just like a primary school student who had done something wrong, extremely respectful. Hiss! Several people around all gasped in unison. Qianlin in front of them was the general manager of Wantong Entertainment Company, and they never expected him to actually kneel in front of Jiang Chen. And he even called Jiang Chen the chairman. His attitude was more like a child who had done something wrong. What? Little Shui's brother is actually the chairman of Wantong Entertainment? How is that possible? Why has Little Shui never mentioned this before? I'm also puzzled. Little Shui is keeping it too well hidden. Look at how surprised Little Shui is. It seems she doesn't know about this either. Maybe Little Shui doesn't know about this at all, just like in TV shows and novels, some heroines don't know how wealthy their families are. Perhaps it's a kind of test and challenge. Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei were experiencing turbulent waves of shock and amazement in their hearts at this moment. All along, they had always thought that Jiang Shui was just a girl from an ordinary rural family, which was why their relationship was so good. But they never expected that Xia Xue's family was actually so wealthy. Her brother turned out to be the chairman of Wantong Entertainment Company. This completely overturned their previous understanding of Jiang Shui. In fact, the shock on Jiang Shui's face and in her heart was even more intense than the two of them. She incredulously looked at Jiang Chen, unable to understand why this middle-aged man in front of her would refer to her brother as the chairman. Clearly, her brother was just an ordinary worker who had graduated from university a few years ago. As for her own family situation, although it was not at the bottom in the village, it was definitely not considered wealthy. They had never mentioned being rich.
No, this is impossible. How could that country bumpkin be the chairman? Xiao Xiaoqiao instinctively took a few steps back. Then, with a face full of unwillingness, she looked at Qianlin. Qiange, you must be mistaken. This kid is just a country bumpkin. How could he be the chairman of our company? I suggest you investigate thoroughly. This kind of bumpkin must have deceived you through some despicable means. How could a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s be the chairman of Wantong Entertainment? He absolutely did not believe such a thing. Shut up, you stupid fool, lacking insight. From today onwards, I declare as the general manager that you, this fool, are dismissed by Wantong Group. And you, Chao Caixia, from now on, you will not receive any support from Wantong Group. Qianlin reprimanded the two with a dark look. Up to now, still unable to grasp the situation, it had to be said that these siblings were truly foolish. If they continued to deal with such people, they would eventually be harmed by the two of them. Qianlin, you are going too far. You have played with me for so long, and now you want to get rid of me. It's not that easy. Want to be a heartless man? I will make you pay a price. Chao Caixia had completely lost her rationality at this moment and directly threatened Qianlin. The support of Wantong Entertainment was extremely important to her. Without the support of Wantong Entertainment, this internet celebrity with 1 million fans would soon disappear online. By then, those who had bullied her before would definitely not let her off. You bitch, dare to threaten me. Do you know what price you will pay for threatening me? Qianlin's face also changed suddenly at this moment. Although he was submissive when facing the chairman, he completely disregarded these two trashy individuals. Moreover, these two had offended the chairman. Xiange, Caixia's words just now were a bit too impulsive. Please don't take it to heart. Seeing Qianlin's cold eyes, Xiao Xiaoqiao also panicked. After all, offending Qianlin would not benefit them at all. Now, you two fools kneel in front of the chairman and beg for his forgiveness. If the chairman does not forgive you, then there is no need for you to stay in the Magic City. Qianlin threatened. Climbing to the position of general manager, Qianlin naturally had some means. Dealing with these two ordinary people was still easy. Thump thump. The two were immediately frightened to their knees by Qianlin's gaze. Chairman, we were wrong, we were blind. We also offended you in our village. We hope you can overlook our mistakes and not lower yourself to the level of us fools. Xiao Xiaoqiao had calmed down at this moment and fully realized the gap between them. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair. Xiao Xue, I was wrong in this matter. I apologize to you. I really am sorry. Feel free to punish me however you like. I hope you can advise the chairman not to treat us small people the same way. Chao Caixia was now apologizing to Jiang Shui with a face full of panic. After all, the cause of this incident was because she had offended Jiang Shui. As long as Jiang Shui didn't mind, there was still room for maneuver. Brother, I don't want to see them. Jiang Shui seemed a bit incredulous at the sudden disparity in front of her. The usually high and mighty Chao Caixia was now kneeling in front of her, apologizing. This left her a bit bewildered. Okay, I understand, brother. Jiang Chen smiled gently. When he turned to look at the Chao siblings, a coldness reappeared in his eyes. Get out and kneel. Don't be a nuisance here. Yes, chairman, we'll get out and kneel right away. Chao Xiaoqiao and Chao Caixia felt like they had been granted amnesty and quickly crawled out to kneel. Qianlin obediently waited for Jiang Chen's decision. Qianlin, you really have poor judgment to let such a waste become the company's HR director, Jiang Chen said coldly. Yes, chairman, it's all my fault. Whatever punishment you decide, I'll accept. Qianlin quickly nodded obediently. This move could be considered a step back to move forward. Alright, your attitude is not bad. I'll let this slide for now. If something like this happens again, you'll be cleaning the toilets for me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Qianlin was definitely not a good person,
but he must have had the ability to climb to the position of general manager. If used properly, such a person could still be useful.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your generosity. I promise this won't happen again in the future. If it does, I'll go clean the toilets myself without needing your punishment.
Qianlin nodded repeatedly. A sense of joy of surviving a disaster spread from the bottom of his heart.
From now on, my sister Jiang Shui will be the executive CEO of Wantong Entertainment. You can just arrange a director position for these two however you see fit. Can you accept that? Jiang Chen's tone was calm but not to be resisted. Although his sister and the two girls in front of him might not have any work experience, so what? Even if this $20 billion company went bankrupt, it was just a drop in the bucket for him. Yes, I must accept. No one dares to defy your decision. Qianlin naturally nodded respectfully. As long as he could keep his position as general manager, he would be grateful. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Shui, Xiaoye, and Xiaowei were all incredulous. Then their expressions turned into joy. Wantong Entertainment Company was not a place where ordinary people could enter. Even if they managed to get in through connections as college students, they would at most be waiters or receptionists. Now they had directly become directors of Wantong Group. All of this was because of their good relationship with Jiang Shui and her extraordinary brother. At this moment, a saying came to their minds: when one person gains enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. After calming down from the excitement and shock, Jiang Shui quickly spoke, "Brother, I'm just a sophomore student now. I have no understanding of the affairs of an entertainment company, and my major is not related to this field. Maybe it's better to forget about it. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle this position." Naturally, she was a bit anxious. After all, she only studied financial management, with no connection to the entertainment industry. And now her brother was making her the executive CEO of Wantong Entertainment Company, which indeed made her a bit scared. What if she mismanaged the company and led it to bankruptcy? Ha, silly girl, I said you can handle it, so you can. Just a mere entertainment company worth $2 billion, it's just the tip of the iceberg for Big Brother. Even if you bankrupt it today, I'll immediately set up a bigger company for you tomorrow. Jiang Chen gently touched Jiang Shui's head and said in an extremely gentle tone, "A company worth $2 billion is indeed just the tip of the iceberg for him. Even if it goes bankrupt now, he wouldn't feel any heartache. After all, this thing was just a breakfast reward for himself." And this arrogant statement made Qianlin break out in a cold sweat. Although he knew the chairman in front of him was mysterious and wealthy, treating a $2 billion company as nothing, was that too arrogant? But Jiang Shui still hesitated. "Alright, it's decided then. You try it for a while first. If you really can't adapt by then, or if you're interested in the hotel industry, I can arrange for you to be the CEO of Longting Hotel," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Ha? Are you talking about the 5-star Longtung Hotel?" Jiang Shui looked puzzled. Longtung Hotel, a 5-star hotel enterprise. Most developed cities have Longting hotels, with a market value of several hundred billion. "Yes, that's also mine. So in the future, just spend freely, you don't need to worry about money at all," Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. He said this to sound the alarm for Qianlin. He needed to have a certain understanding of his own strength so as not to have other thoughts. My goodness, who on earth is this newly appointed chairman? Is Longting Hotel also his? After hearing this, Qianlin's heart was indeed in turmoil. Longting Hotel is a large enterprise worth several hundred billion, completely incomparable to the mere Wantong Entertainment. Unexpectedly, this young chairman in front of him could own both Wantong Entertainment and Longting Hotel. This was simply a super tycoon for him. Jiang Shui was momentarily speechless with shock. She couldn't understand how her brother suddenly became so powerful and wealthy. If both of these companies belonged to her brother, wouldn't that mean her brother's net worth exceeded several hundred billion? My goodness, is my brother in real life a billionaire? Jiang Ji, Xiaowei and I actually have no work experience. Why don't you just let us be greeters at the front desk? That way we'll feel more at ease, Xiaoyi tentatively spoke up. Although they were friends with Jiang Shui, they also had no understanding of the entertainment industry. Their current abilities indeed did not match the position of director. They were clear about this themselves. Also, Jiang Shui was Jiang Chen's own sister, so even if she made the company lose money, it didn't matter. After all, they were family. But even if their relationship with Jiang Shui was good, they were ultimately outsiders. Alright, since I've decided, you can do whatever you want, and if you don't understand something, just ask Qianlin. You two just tag along. You are my sister's best friends, so you are practically like my younger sisters. Even if you don't do well, Qianlin won't say anything, right, Qian? Jiang Chen said lightly. Friends like Xiao Yi and Xiao Wei were rare in today's society. Since they helped his sister, they should naturally reap the benefits. Good people may not always receive good rewards, but he hoped that in his case, good deeds would be rewarded. Qianlin quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, yes, the chairman is absolutely right. Being a director is actually quite easy, no need to do much work. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or you can directly assign tasks to others. He wasn't stupid, going against the chairman now would be extremely foolish. Anyway, they could always spend money later to hire some strong deputy directors. As for the 3 female college students in front of him, they could just be left to do whatever. After all, the money was provided by the chairman. Oh, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wei could only nod. Such unexpected wealth and fortune were falling into their laps. Looking at Jiang Shui again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. There is one more thing. Jiang Chen looked at Qianlin. Chairman, you said. Qianlin quickly asked respectfully. My sister was injured by that Chao Caixia. A mere apology won't be enough to let this matter go. So, you should know what to do next, right? Jiang Chen said coldly. There had to be consequences for hitting someone. Hitting his own sister would require an even more painful price to pay. If every time someone hit another person, a simple apology was enough, then the cost of hitting someone would be too low. I understand, Chairman. I will make sure to handle this matter to your satisfaction. Qianlin nodded, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Those 2 fools from the Chao family almost jeopardized his position. Even without the chairman's words just now, he would have made those 2 fools pay. Well, you can leave now. Several minutes later, Qin Wu and Lin Yun walked in. Brother, we've taken care of those 3 useless people. Qin Wu said happily. Alright, noted. Jiang Chen just nodded calmly. Perhaps disposing of a person would entail extremely serious responsibilities and consequences for an ordinary person. But for top-tier wealthy young men like Qin Wu, it was a trivial matter. Although it sounded unfair and cruel, it was the reality, the status quo. With money and power, one could indeed do as they pleased. Does our sister have a job now? If she doesn't, she can come work at our family company. I'll make sure to arrange the easiest and most profitable job for her. Qin Wu looked at Jiang Shui, smiling like a fool. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that this guy's gaze towards his sister was a bit off. No need, I've already made Xiao Shui the CEO of Wadong Entertainment. Jiang Chen shook his head. Oh, that's a shame. Qin Wu looked disappointed. In fact, Jiang Chen had no good feelings towards the Qin family, especially Qin Wan. To dare send assassins to kill him, one day he would completely take him down. He would never allow someone who wanted to kill him to exist. Alright, let's have a meal together later. Thank you for today, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Okay, since you're in the Magic City, let me treat you today and show some hospitality. Sure, this is your chance to shine. Jiang Chen stayed in the Magic City for 2 days. After everything was arranged, he planned to return to Linhai City. Qin Wu, like a shadow, also wanted to go to Linhai. Little Wu, aren't you interested in your family's business at all? Jiang Chen asked curiously. After all, he had read many novels and watched many TV dramas where brothers fought over family inheritance. But this guy seemed completely uninterested in the Qian family's business. I'm not really interested in those things. Besides, my big brother, Qin Wen, is basically in charge of the Qin family business now. Even if I wanted to get involved, I lack the ability. Qin Wu smiled helplessly. Since childhood, it seemed that grandfather had never intended to pass the family business into his hands. His way of educating him was to let him spend money freely, living as a second-generation rich kid. When he went to college, he only studied at Moda University for 3 years. As for his big brother, Qin Wen, he went to study abroad from a young age and only returned a few years ago. After returning, he took over the Qin family business. This led to his current lack of knowledge in business, only knowing how to eat, drink, and have fun. Even if he were to take over the business now, he would probably squander it quickly. I see. Jiang Chen just nodded and smiled. It seemed that the Qin family had no intention of letting Qin Wu take over the family business. In fact, looking at Qin Wu's helpless expression, it was clear that he was not uninterested in the family business. He simply lacked the ability to manage it now and had no capital or means to compete with Qin Wan. Let's not talk about this, big brother. My motto in life now is to enjoy it to the fullest. Of course, if you can help me earn more money, that would be even better. After all, my wallet has been tight since you won 3 billion from me last time. Qin Wu continued to laugh carelessly. Being a carefree second-generation rich kid wasn't so bad. No worries, no need to think about so many things. Great. I'll take you to make money as soon as possible these days. Jiang Chen nodded seriously. At this moment, he had other thoughts in mind. In any case, he must find a way to get rid of Qin. It would be best if Qin Wu could take over the Qin family business. This way, when he officially entered Modu in the future, he would have a foundation and helper. Hey, Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you today? Why do you seem listless all morning? Qin Wu glanced at Lin Yun and asked. Since waking up this morning, this kid seemed to lack energy and appeared worried. This was quite unlike Lin Yun's usual self. Yes, Xiaoyun, did something happen at home? Jiang Chen also asked. Well, something did happen at home, Lin Yun nodded. What happened exactly? Jiang Chen asked curiously. In theory, the Lin family was also a leading enterprise in Zhanghai City. Apart from a few others, no one should be able to shake them. Big brother, this morning my grandfather suddenly called me. He said the Han family has started to target the Lin family. Han Fei's grandfather, Su Jiankang, and uncle, Su Hui, have begun to suppress my eldest uncle. In terms of business, the Han family has also joined forces with the Bai family to suppress our family, Lin Yun said with a worried expression. Although he used to be a second-generation rich kid, now that his family was under such pressure, he naturally felt extremely anxious. After all, if the Lin family really fell, his position as a young master of the Lin family would come to an end. The Han family and the Bai family? Since they have already made a move, it seems like our opportunity to make money has arrived. Jiang Chen murmured, a happy curve appearing on his lips. Big brother, are you doing some kind of clairvoyant act again? Lin Yun looked at Jiang Chen, who was strategizing, and asked quickly. Sort of. Let's go, brothers, back to Zhanghai. I'll take you to make a good profit. Zhanghai, the Lin family. At this moment, all the core members of the Lin family were in the living room, each with a furrowed brow and a serious expression. Even the usually calm Lin Xian had a deep and worried look in his eyes. Let's hear it all. Facing the suppression initiated by the Han family, the Su family, and the Bai family, do any of you have any good ideas? Lin Xian's deep gaze swept over everyone present, then he spoke relatively calmly. At this time, the entire Lin family needed a backbone to stabilize the people. And naturally, he was the chosen one. Dad, how about? We bow down to the Han family. Behind the Han family are Su Jiankang and Su Hui. Both of their positions are higher than mine. If we continue to stalemate like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position as deputy secretary. Lin Xiaotang was the first to speak in a low voice. Faced with Su Jiankang and Su Hui during this period, he was no longer a match. It was estimated that in a few more weeks, he would completely succumb to the pressure and lose his position as deputy secretary. After all, Su Jiankang was a deputy secretary of the provincial party committee, and his son Su Hui's status was slightly higher than his own. If these two joined forces to suppress him, he would have no ability to resist. What the Lin family could do now was to yield and make concessions. Perhaps this was already the best solution. After all, with Su Jiankang and Su Hui pressuring him officially, and the Han family, the Bai family, and the Su family eyeing their business, the Lin family simply couldn't hold on. Yes, Grandpa, our Lin family has lost this time, lost thoroughly. It's all because of Lin Yun, that kid. If it weren't for him provoking Han Fei time and time again, the Han family wouldn't have been so aggressively suppressing us. Lin Feng quickly agreed at this moment. Yes, Grandpa, I also heard about this incident. It was indeed because young Master Lin Yun embarrassed Han Fei at the exhibition, that the Han family and the Su family were so angry. That's right, everyone knows that although Han Fei is Su Jiankang's grandson, Su Jiankang's affection for Han Fei is no less than that for his own biological grandchildren. Moreover, the relationship between Su Hui and Su Ting, the siblings, is very close. After learning that his nephew was being bullied, he naturally wouldn't let it go. At this point, the others also began to speak. They weren't deliberately smearing Lin Yun, but the fact was as such. The Han family's firm stance on targeting the Lin family this time was indeed closely related to the humiliating defeat of Han Fei last time. Perhaps it was because of Han Fei, or perhaps because the Han family felt humiliated by the Lin family and couldn't swallow their pride. After hearing everyone's words, Lin Xian's gaze became even deeper and more solemn. At this moment, his face was covered with wrinkles, as if he had aged several years in just one day. Big brother, everyone, isn't it a bit too much to say that? Young Yun did win against Han Fei last time, but wasn't that because Han Fei deliberately provoked him first? That kid came to our Lin family's territory to provoke. Should we still welcome him with a smile? Lin Xiaorun stood up as everyone began to shift the blame onto his son. He scanned everyone with a cold gaze and continued in a cold voice. The competition between the Han family and our Lin family has not been a matter of 1 or 2 days. Even if it wasn't for the incident at the exhibition, this battle would have happened sooner or later. That incident was just a fuse, an excuse,
and not the key to the Han family suppressing our Lin family. Anyone with a bit of brains would know that the Lin family and the Han family had always been competitors, never harmonious. This war without gunpowder would sooner or later unfold. It's just that the last incident was used as a spark by them. This was an unavoidable situation. Even if Youngyun lost to Han Fei last time, they would still find other excuses to suppress the Lin family. Then tell me, do you have any better suggestions? Lin Xiaotang stared at Lin Xiaoran and asked in a faint voice. This statement indeed left Lin Xiaoran speechless. If he could come up with a solution, he wouldn't be worrying here. Enough talking. Xiaoran made a valid point earlier. The competition between the Han family and our Lin family has been going on for a long time. So, Xiaoyun and Han Fei's matter is just an excuse they casually found. Even if the incident from a few days ago didn't happen, today's events would still unfold. I didn't call you here to argue or judge whose fault it is, but to think of a solution. Besides making peace with the Han family, do you have any other good ideas? Lin Qian's voice remained calm, but his solemn expression told everyone that his inner turmoil was not as calm as his voice. If Lin Xiaotang falls, the Lin family will definitely decline rapidly. It wouldn't take long before the Han family slowly devours all of the Lin family's industries. With this statement, everyone lowered their heads again. Obviously, besides compensation and seeking reconciliation, they couldn't think of any other solutions. The silence in the entire living room was terrifying. You could hear a pin drop. Seeing everyone with their heads down, unable to speak, Lin Qian's expression worsened. All of you are usually eloquent, but at this critical moment, you can't even say a word. Lin Qian slammed the table fiercely, finally revealing anger in his eyes. Although everyone was frightened, they still couldn't think of any solutions. After all, one Han family was enough to rival the Lin family. If the Su family and the Bai family were added, the Lin family being gradually consumed was almost an irreversible fact. Dad, I do have a thought. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a young figure appearing in his mind. If you have something to say, spit it out. Why are you beating around the bush now? Lin Qian said impatiently. Lin Xiaoran shuddered and quickly said, Dad, we can ask Mr. Zhang for help. I feel that if Mr. Zhang is willing to lend a hand, perhaps there is still hope for our Lin family. You mean Xiaochuan? Upon hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, a glint of light flashed in Lin Qian's deep eyes. Then he slapped his forehead. Right. How could I forget about Xiaochuan at such a crucial moment? That kid's strength and background are unfathomable. If he is willing to help, maybe there is a chance in this matter. Jiang Chen left him with an impression of mystery and depth. Whether it was saving the Lin family or the recent gambling incident, he felt that Jiang Chen was extremely unfathomable. He couldn't see through that kid's cards at all. Yes, it's Jiang Chen. He is good friends with Xiaoyun. I think if we offer Jiang Chen some benefits, he will definitely help us. Lin Xiaoran immediately nodded excitedly. Second brother, you don't expect that kid to deal with the Han family and the Bai family, do you? Lin Xiaoran glanced disdainfully at Lin Xiaoran, then said scornfully, I admit that kid has some skills, but these days I've also checked some of his information. He's just a small nouveau riche who made a fortune by some unknown means. His wealth is only a few billion at most. Do you really expect him to save our Lin family? Do you think the Lin family is not chaotic enough? In my opinion, if we want to pin our hopes on that kind of brat, it's better to set aside our pride, pay reparations, and seek reconciliation. Just a few days ago, he had already had someone check all of Jiang Chen's information. His parents were genuine farmers, and he was just a small employee of Ding Sheng Group not long ago, although he didn't know by what means he became the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. However, this kind of status, whether for the Lin family or the Han family, is just a small Kalami-level existence. If we have to rely on such people to save the Lin family, it would be more realistic to stick to our original plan. Big brother, you've been a leader for so long, why hasn't your insight improved? You said it yourself, Jiang Chen somehow made hundreds of billions in just a few days. If you were at this stage in your life, without relying on the family, do you have the strength and ability to do the same? Let's not even talk about it. Even with the help of the Lin family, could you amass hundreds of billions in just a few days? Lin Xiaoran also coldly retorted. Moreover, what Jiang Chen did last time to save their entire Lin family was not something that money alone could achieve. Are you trying to change the subject? Lin Xiaotang was about to speak again but was interrupted by Lin Qian. Enough, I already have an idea about this matter. If you have better suggestions, let's continue discussing. If there are no better suggestions, I will call Jiang Chen myself later. In fact, he had unwavering faith in Jiang Chen's unfathomable abilities, and he always felt that Jiang Chen was very, very mysterious, a kind of indescribable intuition. Time passed by second. Soon, 2 hours had passed. The living room was still silent, everyone deep in thought.
What? After all this time, you still can't come up with a better strategy? Lin Qian couldn't help but ask.
It seemed that he shouldn't have placed his hopes on these people. Perhaps he could only call on Jiang Chen for help now, hoping that the boy had the ability and courage to help the Lin family.
Just as everyone was hanging their heads in shame,
suddenly, a calm and confident voice sounded at the door.
Grandpa Lin, are you pondering how to deal with the joint pressure from the Han family and the Bai family? If that's the case, I have a solution.
After hearing the voice at the door, everyone immediately looked up in surprise towards the entrance. They saw Jiang Chen and Lin Yun walking into the living room one after the other. Because Lin Qian had instructed everyone beforehand that Jiang Chen was the most esteemed guest of the Lin family. Therefore, he could freely enter any part of the Lin family without any hindrance. To be honest, even Lin Yun and Lin Feng did not have this privilege.
Xiao Chuan? Jiang Chen?
The moment they saw Jiang Chen, Lin Xian and Lin Xiuren's faces lit up with surprise.
This troublemaker again?
Lin Xiaotang and Lin Feng's faces, on the other hand, changed abruptly. If it weren't for this kid's appearance, the father and son wouldn't have been ignored by the old man these past few days. Since this kid appeared, their presence in the Qin family had become increasingly insignificant. Especially Lin Feng, who currently had no power to intervene in company matters, so both father and son harbored no goodwill towards Jiang Chen. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the others also furrowed their brows slightly. All the top executives of their companies had gathered together, yet they hadn't come up with a good way to deal with the pressure from the Han family and the Bai family. This kid was just a 20-something youngster. What better solution could he come up with? At this moment, Lin Qian and Lin Xiaoran had already stood up and walked quickly to Jiang Chen and Lin Yun.
Excited expressions. Xiao Chuan, come over and sit next to Grandpa.
Lin Qian was smiling happily at this moment, as if all the troubles from before had vanished. Jiang Chen was also not polite and sat directly next to Lin Qian. Lin Yun sat beside his father, Lin Xiaoran.
Xiao Chuan, did you say you have a way to deal with the pressure from the Han family and the Bai family on us?
After sitting down, Lin Qian couldn't wait to ask, what's your plan, Jiang Chen? A confident smile curved on Jiang Chen's face. Well, I do have a straightforward solution. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, all eyes turned to him. There was a mix of belief and doubt in their gazes. Most of the people sitting here had been in the business world for decades. Even so, they had no clue about this matter. They wondered what this young brat Jiang Chen could come up with.
Lin Qian's cloudy eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly asked, what solution?
Jiang Chen continued to smile and said, the method is simple. The most direct and convenient way to solve a problem is to make it disappear forever. As his words fell, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. For most people, it was indeed challenging to deal with a deeply rooted big family and two powerful figures. However, such people often had fatal weaknesses. That weakness was greed. Basically, 99% of people had greedy hearts, and the higher their position, the stronger their inner greed became. The Han and Su families had thrived in recent years, and it was hard to believe they hadn't engaged in some illegal activities. So, that was the fatal weakness of those big shots. Once you seized that weakness, you could keep them down forever. It was just extremely difficult for ordinary people to exploit these weaknesses, but for Jiang Chen, who possessed the ability to foresee the future, it wasn't that hard.
Hiss. When Jiang Chen said this, everyone present gasped.
They were all intelligent people and naturally understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. The problem facing the Lin family now was the Han, Bai, and Su families. And Jiang Chen's suggestion to solve the problem clearly meant getting rid of these three families, which would resolve the issue. Although theoretically, it made sense, in practice, it wasn't that simple. It was even as difficult as reaching the sky. If it were so easy to eliminate three families, why would they need to rack their brains for solutions? Xiao Chuan, what do you mean? Lin Qian naturally understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's earlier words. By asking now, he wanted to see if Jiang Chen had useful information or some leverage over the three families. The shocked and incredulous looks from the crowd were expected by Jiang Chen, so his expression and tone remained calm. What I mean is, since those three families have provoked first, let's make them completely disappear from the sea.
Wouldn't that solve the problem?
Hiss.
Has this kid had too much fake alcohol? He's actually talking nonsense in broad daylight. My goodness.
This kid is truly fearless, daring to speak such arrogant words. Even the young masters of the families in the Magic City and the capital probably wouldn't dare to say such things. This kid is truly audacious. While inwardly shocked, the crowd also began to criticize. They had seen many arrogant young people before, but someone this audacious was a first. Wanting to wipe out the three major families of the Zhenghai in one go was probably just wishful thinking. Lin Chen furrowed his brows again. Xiaochuan, what you said does make some sense, but perhaps you don't quite understand the current situation.
The Han, Bai, and Su families are as solid and influential as the Lin family.
It's not easy to deal with just one of them, let alone now that they have formed an alliance.
In this situation, the method you just mentioned is simply not feasible.
It seemed that Jiang Chen was also at a loss.
Perhaps my expectations of him were a bit too high. Or maybe it was a desperate move.
Exactly. A little kid like you doesn't even understand the current situation, yet dares to speak so arrogantly.
Humph. Second brother. Is this the brilliant solution you came up with?
I've told you before, putting hope in the hands of such a little kid is worse than following my previous suggestion, ceding land, paying reparations, and seeking peace proactively.
Lin Xiaotang seized the opportunity and sneered.
Indeed, children will always be children, with such short-sighted thinking. Trying to resolve matters with 3 families, forgive me for being blunt, any of those 3 families could easily crush you with just a flick of their finger, leaving you unable to turn the tables for eternity. Lin Feng also spoke coldly. This time, Lin Xian and Lin Xiaoran did not refute their words,
because Jiang Chen's proposed method was indeed unworkable.
It seemed that the only way left was to proactively seek peace through reparations.
Ha! I originally thought Secretary Lin was a sensible person, understanding the bigger picture.
But it turns out he's as short-sighted as a frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Chen glanced coldly at Lin Xiaotang and spoke lightly. Since Lin's family would probably soon fall into an abyss without his help, and the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee would likely step down in a few days, he had no reservations.
What? What did you say? Say it again? Anger flashed across Lin Xiaotang's face.
I said, your words just now are like those of a short-sighted frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Chen repeated his earlier words and continued before they could respond. A prominent figure like you from the Lin family actually suggesting ceding land, paying reparations, and seeking peace.
If I were you, I might feel so ashamed that I'd rather bash my head against a tofu. Throughout history, individuals and countries that ceded land, paid reparations, and sought peace, where did they end up? Take the Qing dynasty for example, they ceded land and paid reparations, right? And what was the outcome? Ultimately, the Qing dynasty fell.
So, if the Lin family truly surrenders and pays reparations as you suggested, they're probably not far from their demise.
Swish!
As Jiang Chen's words fell, the people around immediately stood up, glaring angrily at him. Clearly, Jiang Chen's words made them uncomfortable.
A young brat in his 20s, what qualifications did he have to lecture them here? Lin Xiaotang's icy gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Kid, I admit there's some truth in what you said, but right now, do you have a better solution in mind?
If you can truly come up with a way to save our Lin family, I'll apologize to you, and I'll even give up my position for you.
But if you're just here to kick us while we're down and mock us, then get out immediately. Do you think I enjoy being here?
If it weren't for Xiao Yun and Grandpa Lin, I wouldn't bother with your petty matters. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chen spoke bluntly without hesitation. An almost sidelined deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, like a snake without fangs, posed no threat.
Xiaochuan, do you have any good ideas after all?
If you can truly help our Lin family this time, I can fulfill any of your requests. Lin Qian remained composed, speaking politely to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had indeed saved the Lin family before. Yes, big brother, if you can save our Lin family this time, my life will be yours from now on. Lin Yun quickly added. When Big Brother mentioned this matter to himself before, his eyes were filled with unwavering confidence, indicating that he might have a well-thought-out plan in mind. Alright, Grandpa Lin, if you trust me, give me half a month, and I will make the Han and Su families fall from grace, even to the point of being expelled from the Shanghai. Of course, priority is given to benefits, and I won't help for nothing. After all, undertaking such a task involves risking my life.
I hope you can understand.
So, after helping the Lin family through this crisis, I want 40% of the shares of the Lin group.
Isn't that too much? As Jiang Chen's words fell, the whole room fell into a deathly silence.
Angry glares were directed at Jiang Chen, clearly blaming him for making such an audacious demand. 40% of the shares of the Lin group were worth billions. This kid wasn't afraid of pushing himself to death. Moreover, a brat who came from the countryside actually dared to boast that he would make the Han and Su families fall from grace within half a month? What qualifications did he have to say such arrogant words? Time passed by second by second. Lin Qian's gaze kept changing. Looking at Jiang Chen, his eyes were so firm and confident, as if he truly had the ability to bring down the Han and Su families. After a long time, Lin Qian finally spoke slowly. Alright,
Xiaochuan, Grandpa agrees to your request.
As long as you can do what you just said, I will give you 45% of the shares of the Lin group. Although he was getting older, he was not foolish. If the Lin family was really targeted by the Han and Su families, it wouldn't be long before they were expelled from Zhonghai City. By then, the Lin group would only be devoured by the three families. And now, Jiang Chen was only asking for 45% of the shares. If this could really be achieved, their Lin family would be the biggest winner. Dad, you are really confused. How can you believe the words of this brat? How could he possibly have such ability? Lin Xiaotang was suddenly full of anxiety. His father was really getting old and confused. How could he believe the nonsense of this kid? Shut your filthy mouth. If you have the ability, come up with a better solution. If Xiaochuan's words are true, we can at least save the Lin family. If you can't even understand such a simple truth, it's a waste that you've been in the political arena for so long. Lin Xian coldly glanced at Lin Xiaotang, his face full of disappointment.